Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Broken Mind. I came to a halt in my never-ending lane of memories. Memories I could not recall perfectly, yet could not let go of either, as they were the only things anchoring me to what I once was. The memories of my origins were mostly fragmented. It was strange how I could recall a meme I once saw on social media sometimes better than my own life. But that had become my reality for as long as I could recall. Or perhaps only minutes had passed in my mind, which merely felt eternally stretched. I couldn't say anything for certain. My mind was just as big of a mess as my life once was. The only things anchoring me were those fragmented memories, eternally looping, never completed. Sometimes joyous, sometimes sorrowful. Yet one thing was certain, I couldn't let them go. If I did, I wouldn't even be able to recall who I was. I had long expected this to be my life, lost inside my own mind for eternity. Until suddenly everything vanished. Everything came to a halt, and for the first time in what felt like forever, the world became visible, understandable, and real to me. I felt my breathing. I could hear. I could feel, smell, and see. Everything felt alive again. For the second time. I felt alive. Until I realized I might not stay like that for long. Before I could fully come to terms with reality, the scene in front of me froze me in place. What I saw made me question whether I was still hallucinating, or if this was a dream. Had I even had one of those recently? There were people. Lots of people. All of them frozen just like me, standing still, their minds seemingly numb, as if they had lost the very cognitive ability to think. Is that what happened to me? I questioned it, but the answer felt eons away. Even thinking that much made my mind feel slow. Sluggish. Heavy. What's going on? Has time stopped? Is this another incomplete memory? Forming thoughts felt like a struggle, as if even thinking strained my brain. Just as I began to wonder if time had truly stopped, I felt a wisp of something flicker past me. Too fast to capture with my eyes. Yet every sense in my body told me something had moved around me, fast. Extremely fast. Turning my eyeball alone felt like a Herculean effort. When I finally managed it, I saw that out of everything around me, one singular figure seemed to be moving. Earlier it had been nothing but a shadow whipping around, darting between dozens of people, moving with a speed that looked unrealistic outside modern cinema. I could only hold my breath in awe when that shadow stopped. And revealed its magnificent form. A man. A very handsome man, panting as he came to a halt. Blood smeared across his face. His sky-blue eyes looked like they contained the entire universe within them. His white hair made him the most dazzling figure among everyone present, as if time itself had stopped for everyone else just to showcase the magnificence of the man standing there. My eyes couldn't leave him. My mind failed to recall who he was. But my heart seemed to know. My half-frozen heart thumped harder the moment I saw the white-haired man. Is this love? No. Can't be. I'm straight. Right. Damn these memories. But internally I knew it wasn't something so boring as love at first sight. No. Instead, I seem to know this. I know what's happening somehow. I've seen this before. I told myself that with certainty. My gut feeling insisted I had seen this scene before. Yet my fragmented memories refused to tell me where. And then I saw it. Blood. My mind finally registered the blood on his face. I finally realized where the blood came from, and it wasn't from the white-haired man. No. It came from the monsters he had fought. With great effort, I roamed my eyes around and saw the evaporating corpses of many such monsters around him. All slain by the panting men. Normally, that realization should have calmed me down, right? All the monsters were dead. The good side had won. But the relief I should have felt was nowhere to be found. My slightly elevated heart rate never returned to normal. This isn't right. I know this, something is going to happen. I know it. And just as that thought crossed my mind, exactly what I feared took place. Behind the panting man appeared an object. A cube. Before either of us could react, the cube exploded, transforming into something I could only describe as an object straight out of a sci-fi movie or a high-budget horror show. It split into smaller parts, strangely enlarging while still connected to a fleshy substance at their core. They surrounded the men from one side, staring at the white-haired men with their newly revealed eyes. I knew this. I knew something would happen. It felt obvious. Just as obvious as the need to move away from such an object. The white-haired man seemed to attempt exactly that. But he was stopped in his tracks by a voice behind him. "Yo, Satoru." A man in monk's clothing stood there. A tall man with long black hair tied behind his back, and a stitch mark running across his forehead. "It's been a while." My eyes widened. The uneasy feeling in my chest magnified when I saw the man with the stitched forehead and the white-haired man, Satoru, pause in his tracks. "No. Move from there. Don't stand there. Move." I wanted to shout, but my mouth had lost its voice. I knew something was wrong. Maybe it was my fragmented memories. Maybe it was just my instincts. But something big, something really bad, was happening. For the first time, through sheer force of will, I truly moved my body. I tried to reach the white-haired man and push him out of the way. But I had overestimated how much, or to be exact, how little control I had over my newly awakened senses. I stumbled on the very first step, almost tumbling to the ground before barely managing to keep my footing. I forced my body forward. One step after another. My mind still buzzed from whatever had happened earlier, as if it had been overloaded. I wasn't fast enough. Within seconds, the object clanged around Satoru's body, pinning him down. Satoru? How do I know his name is Satoru? My mind reeled, still sluggish. Oh. The dark-haired man called him that. You're not him. Who are you? Satoru shouted, trapped inside that thing. What happened next was even more nauseating. The black-haired man somehow opened his own head, revealing his brain. And the brain had a mouth. I shuddered at the absurdity of the situation. Which meant the black-haired man was a monster too. No. Not a monster. A curse. Even I didn't know why that word came to mind. Yet it did, just like the instinct that had warned me of danger earlier. The same instinct telling me that I knew what was happening here. That I had seen all of this before. I have to move. Suppressing the nausea and the pounding in my head, I moved forward. But not toward the two men. Instead, I moved the other way. I have to get out of here. My instincts screamed that this place was not safe. The only saving grace so far was that no one had paid me any attention. Slowly, with all my effort, I made my way through the crowd of frozen people. My legs eventually carried me to a staircase. Despite not knowing where they led, I climbed them. One step after another. Anything, as long as I got away from those monsters. No. Those curses. Little did I know I was marching straight toward them. I took my time my body desperately needed to feel blood coursing through it again. Time my brain needed to start functioning properly. And by the time I reached the top floor, I saw the same horrors I had been running from. Curses. Lots of curses. So many that I couldn't even see the exit on the other side anymore. My breath stopped. Breathing became heavy. My legs nearly gave out beneath me. What now? I dared not make any noise. If I did, I would die. For a moment I considered going back. Maybe if I acted like one of those frozen people, I could survive. Maybe the monsters below wouldn't notice me like earlier. But my heart told me that would be gambling with my life. My instinct screamed that going back was even more dangerous than facing the row of monsters in front of me. Negativity flared inside me. Despair. Fear. Both of them were forms of negativity. And they triggered a chain reaction. One by one, every curse in front of me turned their heads toward me. I froze in place. They found me. And as if some silent signal had been given, all those curses rushed toward me at once. My scalp tingled. Curse you. Chapter 2, The Sparks of Black. A high-pitched shriek rang out as hundreds of cursed spirits chased after me while I ran for my life. The only thing in my mind right now was survival as I bolted through the station as fast as my 2 legs could carry me. Running away from cursed spirits, let alone hundreds of them, was not something a normal human could keep up for long. Thankfully, I wasn't normal. Ever since I faced those cursed spirits, I had felt a strange sense of power. The fear of dying, of being devoured alive, perhaps brought out a hidden potential I had never been aware of until today. Though that statement would be false, since I didn't quite remember anything about myself, let alone comment on my own potential. My memories were a mess. My mind was a mess. My body, my instincts, and this strange power that I instinctively seemed to know how to use were the only things keeping me alive. A giant rat-like cursed spirit almost bit my butt off when I poured more of that power I was running on into my legs for just a fraction of a second, increasing my speed enough to evade it. Again, most of it was instinct. My body moved before my mind could comprehend anything, acting purely to protect my life. Curse energy. That was the power I was using. How did I know? I had no idea. My memories were slowly restoring themselves, though clearly not fast enough considering the ever-approaching cursed spirits drawing closer every second. I wished I could at least recall my own name. At least then I would know who had died when the end came for me. I also wished I knew why this was happening to me, because I would like to file a long complaint when I went up there, or down, for that matter. Will hell even file my complaints? A ridiculous thought at a time like this, but I couldn't help it. My mind was going crazy from the non-stop action I had never signed up for. As soon as I entered the upper floor, my eyes locked onto the exit to the floor above. If the number 2 beside the sign meant this was the second underground floor, then I was only 2 floors away from freedom. At least I wouldn't be locked up with these cursed spirits in this underground station anymore. That small hope was the only thing keeping me going. Until that hope was crushed. A giant centipede-like cursed spirit blocked the exit to the upper floor before I could even reach it. My eyes widened. Panic settled into my heart as my speed unconsciously slowed down for long enough for the cursed spirits behind me to catch up. The next second, as if consumed by a flood of cursed spirits, I was submerged beneath them. I couldn't understand why this was happening to me. Why was I here? I didn't know. But I knew one thing for certain. I wasn't supposed to die like this. Why me? Just as I thought I was done for, a memory appeared out of nowhere, something I never thought would be possible to recall at the moment of my death. When almost everything in my mind was a blabbering mess, suddenly one memory seemed comprehensible. Jujutsu Kaisen. What was that? I didn't know. The memories still weren't whole. They were still fragments. But they were clearer now. And that was the only thing I had. So I dove into them, hoping to find something, anything, that could help me survive, even if the chances were almost zero. Still, I searched. Memories of people. Humans born with extraordinary powers, fighting against these cursed spirits. For millennia this fight had continued, over and over again. Gods knew how many humans had died at the hands of these cursed spirits. No one knew how many cursed spirits had been slain by humans with powers like mine. No. There was a term for that. I had just learned it. Sorcerers. Jujutsu sorcerers. Was I a Jujutsu sorcerer? I didn't know. But I had to become one right now if I wanted to live. I dug deeper through the memories. I needed something, anything, that could save my life. The memories were fragmented, never complete, yet still enough for me to piece together what was happening. A never-ending war between humans and curses. A balance maintained by the world itself. And then there was him. The man downstairs. The one who broke that balance. The strongest one in this world. This was his story. And many others. I noticed something strange. I wasn't in those memories. I wasn't part of this world. Then I realized why I had felt something was wrong ever since I regained consciousness. Those memories showed what was happening, and also what was yet to happen. Memories of the future. How? I knew the white-haired man, Satoru, was about to get captured by that black-haired man dressed like a monk. I knew what was about to happen next. I knew just how screwed I was if I didn't leave this city. In none of the memory fragments did I see myself. It was as if I wasn't even meant to exist here. But that didn't matter right now. My biggest concern was finding a way out of this place. Otherwise, I was done for. Time passed. My body was crushed beneath hundreds of cursed spirits fighting over who would get to eat me. Some gnawed at my legs. Others pierced their grotesque hands into my head. The only reason I was still alive was because they were fighting each other over their claim to the prey. Infighting. It gave me some time. Almost useless time. Yet somehow it was enough for me to figure something out from those memories. It still wasn't much. Most of it was instinctive. But I had figured something out. No. Don't die. I can't die here. I have to do something. Focus. Do what the boy in the memory did. Focus. Focus the energy. Fight back. I repeated those words to myself while trying to concentrate, even as my bones cracked under the pressure, even as I felt something biting into my flesh trying to rip it apart. I refused to get distracted. If I did, I would die. I only had one chance. I focused. More and more. Until I could finally sense the power around me. It was leaking out regardless of my control. I had to control it. And it wasn't easy. But I had no other choice. Just as the infighting between the cursed spirits began to settle, just as they seemed to decide that eating me was more important than fighting each other, my eyes flashed open. With all the power left inside my body, I bet everything I had. Even my life. I threw one very ordinary-looking punch upward at the first cursed spirit I could reach. And then. It felt as if my punch shattered space itself. The air around my fist rippled. Then came a violent eruption of black lightning that tore straight through the cursed spirit above me while blasting the surrounding creatures away with a force comparable to a truck crashing into someone at 100 miles per hour. For a few moments, on a floor previously filled with swarming cursed spirits, an empty space appeared where none of them dared to approach. And at the center of that space was me. Lying on the ground. My fist still raised in the air. Sparks of black lightning crackled faintly around it. My mind felt like it had been struck by lightning as well. I felt high on something completely unknown. Surely nothing on earth could make someone feel as if they had achieved nirvana the way I felt right now. The violent and unstable energy inside me from earlier had become calm. Docile almost. It moved exactly how I commanded it. It worked exactly how I wanted it to. Slowly, I stood up. My eyes were still dazed. Still processing the phenomenon I had just learned was called a black flash. A phenomenon that occurs when cursed energy is applied within 1/1,000,000th of a second after a physical hit. Besides its many benefits for a sorcerer, I personally gained something I desperately needed. Clarity. My mind finally snapped back into proper working order. My fragmented memories began to fall into place. The brain fog was gone. And now I knew what Jujutsu Kaisen was. But that didn't matter right now. Not when hundreds of cursed spirits were staring at me with hungry eyes, ready to devour me alive. I pursed my lips. I had to get out of this situation before questioning the reality of my existence. Thankfully, I had also realized something else as well. I wasn't as helpless as I had first thought. Fine, I muttered with a smirk. You guys want to fight? Good then. Come at me. That open declaration broke all hell loose. Hundreds of cursed spirits rushed at me like starving hyenas. I didn't panic. Instead, I brought both of my hands together in an unfamiliar yet strangely familiar hand sign. My index and pinky fingers folded inward while my ring and middle fingers extended upward. Both hands connected, the fingers intertwining to form a tent-like shape. Domain expansion. Death trade. Chapter 3, First trade. Curse technique. A very advanced form of cursed energy manipulation, refined to such a level that it can only be performed by certain individuals who develop a technique around it. Of course, it wasn't voluntary. It happened on its own. Luck and blood determined whether someone possessed a cursed technique or lacked one entirely. Most Jujutsu sorcerers did not possess a technique, and the true potential of a sorcerer was often determined by the technique they developed. Some techniques were inherited from generation to generation. This was especially apparent in the great Jujutsu clans like the Zenin, Kumo, and Gojo. However, there were also those who developed their techniques without any inheritance. And it was clear that I was one of them. But there was a difference. My technique was different from most techniques I could remember from those fragmented memories. Unlike most techniques, this one wasn't a standalone ability. If anything, most modern sorcerers, upon facing a technique like this, would likely give up immediately, simply because of what Jujutsu had become in this era. A domain. A technique that used to be casual during the height of the golden era of Jujutsu had now become the arsenal of only a few outstanding sorcerers because of how modern Jujutsu sorcery had evolved. Nowadays, a domain had become an instant kill, sure-win weapon, unlike what it used to be in the past. So even I was surprised when I found myself calling out the same words I had always imagined saying after watching Jujutsu Kaisen. Domain expansion. Death trade. A bright smile spread across my face as my mind tensed under the overwhelming pressure of opening my domain. A barrier erupted around me, filled with my own cursed energy and imbued with my cursed technique. This was the highest form of Jujutsu, second only to reverse cursed technique. The entire second underground floor visible to me, along with every cursed spirit present, was engulfed by the barrier of my domain. And the moment the barrier closed, the sure-hit effect of my domain activated. As for my technique, it was right there in the name. Death trade. A technique that allowed me to place trades upon myself or others. Unlike most cursed techniques, I could only use it inside my domain. It was completely domain-based. The moment my domain fully established itself, anything within the barrier that possessed cursed energy became subject to my trade through the sure-hit effect. As for the trade, you guys want to fight me? Fine. I won't run anymore. And in return, come at me one by one. I'll fight all of you. The trade took effect. I would fight them all. There would be no running away. But every fight would be one-on-one. The domain's effect activated immediately. All the cursed spirits rushing toward me froze mid-motion as if time itself had stopped for them. They remained locked in place. But not all of them. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed movement. One cursed spirit was still moving, and it was coming straight at me. The same centipede cursed spirit that had blocked my escape earlier. I took a long breath and exhaled slowly. This was the trade of my technique. Not the trade I had declared inside the domain, that was different. This was the natural trait of domain-based techniques in general. They were usually non-lethal compared to domains like Unlimited Void or Shrine. But that also made them easier to execute. They required far less cursed energy. And they placed far less mental strain on the user. Still, I had to fight my way through this. There was no other way out. At least now I would be fighting them one at a time. Cursed energy flared around my body. A domain had many functions. Aside from guaranteeing the sure hit effect of a technique, it also trapped targets inside its barrier so they couldn't escape, and it granted the user a boost of 120%. I was already experiencing the boost from Black Flash, and now it stacked with the domain's enhancement. Right now, I was arguably in the best possible condition to fight. If I failed even in this state, then I was simply meant to die here. With my focus sharpened, I rushed toward the centipede cursed spirit with all my fury. I was ready to dismantle the damn thing for what it had done earlier. The centipede lunged first, eager to devour the human standing before it. Its long segmented body scraped across the floor of my domain while hundreds of hooked legs clattered like blades. The creature was easily twice my height when it reared up, its pale body twitching while rows of jagged mandibles clicked hungrily. I barely had time to think. The curse struck. A blur of chitin and teeth shot toward me. Instinct alone made me throw myself sideways. The mandible snapped shut exactly where my head had been a moment earlier. I crashed onto the ground and rolled clumsily. It wasn't graceful. There was no hint of skill in my movements. Fragmented as my memories were, I was certain there was nothing in them suggesting that I had ever been a fighter. At least my body didn't feel like one. My movements lacked the grace of a veteran who had survived countless life and death battles. No. Mine were simply desperate. I pushed myself up, my heart hammering. The centipede twisted around with unnatural speed and rushed at me again, its body slithering across the domain floor like a living whip. I tried to punch it. The strike landed poorly against the creature's armored shell. Pain shot through my knuckles. Even with cursed energy reinforcement, it hurt like hell. The curse barely reacted. A second later the centipede slammed into me and sent me skidding several meters across the ground. The air exploded out of my lungs. I coughed, forcing myself back to my feet. Okay, not the hard shell. That won't work. Target the underside. I grimaced when I noticed the hundreds of legs beneath its body. For a moment I almost considered attacking the shell again, but I knew better. Even if I didn't fully understand it yet, I could feel something changing. My technique was reinforcing me. Strengthening my body. Sharpening the flow of cursed energy within me. Inside my domain. I was stronger. The centipede lunged again. This time I didn't retreat. I stepped forward instead. Its mandibles snapped toward my throat. Instinctively, I raised my arm, cursed energy surging through the limb. The jaws clamped down on my forearm. Pain exploded through my nerves. But I didn't pull away. Instead, I grabbed the creature's head with my other hand. Raw cursed energy poured through my palm. It was the best I could do. I didn't know how to shape it. I didn't know how to control it properly either. But I could force it. And that was exactly what I intended to do. I forced it out through sheer willpower. The energy detonated between my fingers. The centipede's head cracked with a sickening crunch. Its body wrapped around me, hundreds of blade-like legs digging into my flesh as it tried to stop me. But I didn't stop. Pain screamed through my body. Still, I kept crushing. The creature thrashed violently across the domain floor before finally collapsing in twitching coils. I had literally crushed its skull with my bare hands. Silence followed. I stood there panting, bloodied and shaking. Then the corpse dissolved into black ash. I won. The thought wasn't a statement. It sounded more like a question. As if I expected the monster to come back to life any second. I stared at my trembling hands. That actually worked. I was surprised my impulsive, instinctive action had succeeded. Around me, hundreds of frozen curses remained locked in place across the domain, waiting. And just as the first curse spirit died, the contract of the trade activated. Another frozen curse spirit began to move. One by one. I was supposed to fight all of them. The realization was almost terrifying. I swallowed. Still, even in this situation, there was hope. My domain was called Death Trade for a reason. But that part would come later. For now. I had to earn my living. Literally. Next. The world shifted. The frozen sea of monsters remained motionless. But one of them began to move. A tall, twisted humanoid curse peeled itself free from the stillness. Its body bent at impossible angles, its limbs dragging across the floor like a broken puppet. I clenched my teeth. This was going to be a long fight. Chapter 4, Jujutsu Sorcerers. Jujutsu Kaisen. An anime I had watched, apparently in my last life. Because there was no possible way I wouldn't know if my own world had superpowers and someone named Gidge had made an anime about it. As for how I ended up in this world, that was anyone's guess. I couldn't recall it. Most of my memories had returned, but that didn't mean I remembered everything. Everything was still a mess. It felt like someone had broken a videotape, tossed all the pieces into the air, and then slowly picked them up one by one, sticking them back together with cheap commercial glue without bothering to check which piece belonged where. Perhaps a few more of those black flashes should have helped, I thought. Unfortunately, that wasn't something under my control. Landing a black flash depended largely on luck. It wasn't exactly reassuring to know that I had survived out of sheer luck. So for the sake of my sanity, I decided to consider it skill instead of luck, no matter how dangerous that assumption might be for my long-term health. I lay on the ground. My clothes were torn open. My body felt tortured. Countless small wounds covered my skin. I was exhausted to the bone. Fighting hundreds of cursed spirits back-to-back was a nightmare. It felt like it had taken forever. But somehow, it hadn't. Some sort of time nonsense probably happened due to the domain being a separate subspace or something. I couldn't care less about those technical details right now. All I knew was that it felt like I had been fighting for hours, maybe even days. Yet outside the domain, only a few minutes had passed when my technique finally ended. I drew deep, desperate breaths like a man starved of oxygen. My heart was beating so violently it felt like it had a personal rivalry with a racing car engine. Blood soaked my clothes. All of it was mine, since the blood of cursed spirits evaporated almost immediately after they died. And yet, surprisingly enough, I had no open wounds left. They had all healed by the time the final cursed spirit fell and my domain finally collapsed. I grimaced as I tried to move. My wounds might have healed, but the pain remained. With great difficulty, I pushed myself up and began limping toward the exit. I needed to get out of here. I needed a quiet place to think, to figure things out. Forcing my aching body forward, I climbed one stair at a time toward the upper floors. Fortunately, the floor above me was completely clear of those monstrosities. I limped through it slowly, taking my time while my mind desperately tried to piece together my shattered memories. Before anything else, I'd really like to know my own damn name, I grumbled to myself. It was maddening. I couldn't remember who I was, yet I somehow knew I had just been fighting cursed spirits inside an anime world. Grumbling and muttering under my breath, I pushed forward until I reached the final floor. If I climbed this last staircase, I would reach the ground level of Shibuya Station. Surely once I reached the surface, I could get out of this entire madness. Right. I couldn't have been more wrong. The moment I stepped onto the ground floor of Shibuya Station, I found three very recognizable faces standing there. Almost as if they had been waiting specifically for me. An old man wearing a traditional haori with a funny-looking mustache stood in the front, holding a wine gourd. Next to him stood a man wearing sunglasses and a fancy business suit. In his hand was what looked like a large kitchen knife wrapped carefully in cloth. And beside them stood a teenage girl around my age. She wore glasses, had black hair with a faint green tint, and was dressed in what looked like a school uniform. In her hand she held a large naginata. I blinked. My memories of Jujutsu Kaisen were still fragmented. Since arriving in this world, I had focused almost entirely on surviving. That focus had saved my life, and it might continue to do so. So when I saw them, I instantly felt a strange sense of familiarity. I had seen them somewhere in my memories. But I couldn't recall their names. A civilian, the girl narrowed her eyes and asked. No, he's a curse user, the man in the suit replied calmly. Hey, those glasses of yours might help you see cursed spirits, Maki, the old man snorted from behind them while taking a sip from his gourd. But they're useless against curse users like this one. Maki. I could only blink as I mentally stored that name for later. Instinctively, I raised my hands. Hello. Are you guys Jujutsu sorcerers? I'm not hostile. Could you help me out here? I asked, raising both my hands so they could clearly see them. Silence fell over the small group. They stared at me like I had just said something completely insane. Are you serious right now? The girl, Maki, growled, glaring at me angrily. Yeah, I nodded innocently. You have cursed energy. Do you really expect us to believe that lie? The suited man said calmly. Honestly, his calm tone was a bit unnerving. Well, about that, I scratched my head awkwardly. Would you believe me if I said I just awakened this power, and then got chased by those cursed spirits? Even I wasn't sure if I would believe that story. The three of them exchanged silent looks. None of those looks filled me with confidence. I could only hope their decision didn't involve taking me hostage. Or worse, eliminating the source of the problem. Who are you? The suited man finally sighed and asked. Who am I? I wish I knew. I rummaged desperately through my fragmented memories, trying to find anything about my past life or even this body's life. All I wanted was a name. When I took too long to answer, the tension in the air grew noticeably thicker. I can't quite remember, I admitted slowly. All I remember is waking up and seeing a bunch of people frozen like statues. I was one of them. I saw this one man with white hair killing curses. His name was Satoru. I pointed vaguely behind me. That didn't relax them. If anything, they became even more tense. You saw Gojo? The suited man asked sharply. His name was Satoru, I replied. At least that's what the black-haired men in monk robes called him. Black-haired men in monk robes, you mean ghetto? The suited man frowned. Ghetto. Another name to remember. Honestly, with the state my brain was in, I doubted I could keep track of all these names. Come to think of it, weren't they speaking Japanese? Not only could I understand them, I was replying in Japanese as well. I don't know, I shrugged apologetically. I just remember the black-haired guy calling the pretty white-haired man Satoru. The suited man muttered quietly to the others. Only Ghetto calls Gojo by his first name like that. I can't think of any other black-haired men in monk robes who would. But that's impossible, Maki said immediately. That man died last year during the night parade of 100 demons. What else do you remember? The suited man asked me. Sorry, but I didn't catch your name, I said awkwardly. Since I can't even remember mine, I can't quite properly introduce myself. The suited man paused. Then he sighed and introduced himself. I am Kento Nanami. A grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer. This is Maki Zenin, a grade 4 Jujutsu sorcerer. And this is Nabito Zenin, a supreme grade 1 sorcerer and the head of the Zenin clan. Now that's a reliable man, I thought. Don't call me that, Nanami, Maki snapped. And you, just call me Maki. Okay. Just Maki. Noted. Now then, Nanami continued. Tell us everything you remember about Satoru. As he spoke, he seemed to be observing me more carefully. Only now did he seem to notice my torn clothes and the blood covering my body. I also noticed something else. The person beside him wasn't exactly a man. He looked more like a boy around Maki's age. Suddenly my claim of having just awakened my powers and losing my memory probably sounded slightly more believable. Just a little. Well. I thought for a moment. I saw him get captured by something. A strange object. It looked like a cube at first. Then it suddenly opened into something else entirely and trapped the white-haired guy. I actually remembered the name of that object. Something like the prison realm. But that knowledge came from my fragmented memories of the anime. It definitely wasn't something a newly awakened civilian should know. So I wisely kept my mouth shut. Not that they noticed. By now they already knew Gojo had been sealed. What they didn't know was how. Now they had a clue. But that created a new problem. What were they supposed to do with me? I could be lying. But they also couldn't just leave me here. The cursed energy they sensed from me was slightly stronger than that of an average sorcerer. So maybe I could be useful later. Nanami seemed ready to order me to follow him outside and report to someone, probably the managers. But before he could speak, Nabito interrupted him. Forget the boy. We have bigger problems. He lazily lifted his gourd and pointed forward. Isn't that right, cursed spirit hiding over there? All of our heads snapped toward the direction he was looking. And sure enough, a red, octopus-like cursed spirit was standing there. Chapter 5, a special grade. If I hadn't known any better, I might have almost called that red baby octopus cute. With those big red tentacles, those large doodly eyes, and the fat tears it was shedding, it was definitely cute. If not for what happened next. It suddenly vomited out what I could only describe as dozens of skeletal remains from its stomach, splattering them across the station's cold hard floor as if it were nothing. Once again I was reminded why cursed spirits were so dangerous. Looks were irrelevant. They were all naturally wired to hate humanity and kill humans. The focus immediately shifted away from me. A dangerous, potentially special grade cursed spirit was far more threatening than a newly awakened curse user. Nabito was the first one to move. No one even saw when he did. 1 second he was standing right next to us, and the next second the old man was already beside the cursed spirit. Just as Nabito froze the cursed spirit, which looked eerily like it had been trapped inside a still frame or photograph, sudden memories surged inside my head the moment I saw it. Projection sorcery. I muttered the name to myself as fragmented memories roughly explained how that curse technique worked. The next second the cursed spirit was airborne. Sent flying by Nabito's fist. What followed was an absolute beatdown. Nabito completely dominated the cursed spirit. Yet despite that, a lingering fear remained in the back of my mind. Something was about to happen. Watching Nobito handle the cursed spirit so easily gave me an uneasy feeling. This wasn't how things happened in those fragmented memories. And sure enough, the cursed spirit, more accurately, the curse wound that hadn't yet properly formed, suddenly began evolving like a Pokemon. Its body transformed into a humanoid figure with a red shell and an octopus-like head. The cursed energy around it spiked so violently that everyone present instantly recognized it. A special grade cursed spirit. You. Why are you still here? Get out of here. Run, Nanami spoke first. Hearing him say that, I couldn't help but once again feel how reliable the man was. However, before I could even take a single step, the cursed spirit summoned gallons of water that flooded the entire ground floor of Shibuya Station. The water surged like a tidal wave, sweeping away everything in its path. Maki had to drive her Naginata into the wall and stand on top of it to keep herself from being washed away. Nanami somehow managed to reach higher ground as well. Nobito created a wall of those same frozen frames to shield himself. Me. I had none of that. I wasn't even ready when the water came flooding across the floor. I desperately struggled to stay afloat, fighting against the current with every ounce of strength I had. My cursed energy began working purely on instinct, helping me survive the raging flood. Before I even realized what was happening, Nanami appeared beside me. He grabbed me by the collar like a wet puppy and lifted me up before placing me safely on higher ground once the water finally receded. I'll say it again. Get out of here if you don't wish to die a horrible death, Nanami said firmly. This time his voice carried far more force. Then he completely ignored me and dashed straight toward the cursed spirit. By the time I regained my bearings, the battle had already resumed. The cursed spirit was getting thoroughly cooked by three incredible sorcerers of the modern era. Although, in truth, it was Nobito and Nanami doing most of the work. Maki mostly acted as a distraction. But the girls still persisted until the very end. Watching them fight. For a brief moment I forgot how dangerous the situation truly was. Only one thought echoed inside my head. Can I do that as well? The longing for power. It was a desire ingrained within humanity since ancient times. Especially when people confronted their own mortality and realized how insignificant they truly were in the grand scheme of the world. And as that desire surfaced, more fragmented memories connected to the current conflict emerged in my mind. In those memories, the fight unfolded almost exactly like it was happening now. Almost perfectly the same. Except, I wasn't there in those memories. The good side was winning. If the sorcerers could even be called the good side. You never really knew what counted as good or evil in this world. But they were definitely better than cursed spirits. So for now, I was willing to give the Jujutsu sorcerers the benefit of the doubt. At least until my memories proved otherwise. My mind replayed those memories one by one. Fragmented as they were, it was difficult to properly understand them. Trying to find the correct order, their relevance, and whether they were even reliable was exhausting. But at the end of my short trip through fragmented memory lane, my eyes suddenly widened. It felt like death itself was rushing toward me. Wait, don't go near him. He's about to. My warning came too late. Way too late. The next second the entire world around us changed. It was as if someone had teleported us. The station was gone. In its place stood a tropical beach on some distant island. Sand stretched beneath my feet. Ocean waves rhythmically crashed against the shore. Above us was the bluest sky I had ever seen in my life, with soft white clouds lazily drifting across it. This place was the very definition of a vacation island. A domain. Nobito's eyes widened. Then he immediately took a stance, cursed energy swirling around him like a coiling snake. Nanami and Maki both wore grim expressions as they realized what had just happened. We were in serious trouble. With the sure hit effect of the domain active and none of them possessing a simple domain. They were as good as dead. At least Nanami and Maki were. Nobito, as the head of the Zenin clan and one of the strongest grade 1 sorcerers, possessed his own countermeasure against domains. Flowing blossom emotion. A technique passed down within the great Jujutsu families. But would that save him from the cursed spirit's attacks? No. The cursed spirit was intelligent. It could think. Dagon. That was the name it had previously mentioned while arguing with Nobito earlier. Now it looked around at all of us and quickly reached a conclusion. The old man is the real threat. I'll put 70% of my power into him. The rest goes to the men in the suit. It completely ignored both Maki and me. Maki barely possessed any cursed energy. And I apparently looked like a complete amateur despite having enough cursed energy to survive for a while. Soon countless aquatic Shikigami began swarming toward Nanami and Nobito. Nanami struggled to deal with the sure hit effect of Dagon's domain since he had no anti-domain technique. Naobito fared much better thanks to flowing blossom emotion. Unlike anti-domain barriers, that technique countered the sure hit effect by using the user's own cursed energy. However, it only repelled the guaranteed hit effect. It didn't block actual physical attacks. One moment Naobito was holding his ground against the endless aquatic creatures appearing around him. The next moment a massive red fish, part of the curse itself, lunged straight toward his face. He couldn't react in time. He was blasted backward. Dagon immediately followed, ready to eliminate the strongest member of the human side. He raised his hand, preparing to unleash even more Shikigami. But then he suddenly froze. His eyes widened. My sure hit effect. From somewhere far away, a voice echoed across the domain. Domain expansion. Dagon's tropical island illusion began to tremble under the overwhelming force of another domain establishing itself. Chapter 6, a domain clash. Domain expansion, I shouted, my hands already forming the sign for my domain. My memories were still spotty at best, but I swear somewhere in that clusterfuck of a memory lane I had heard that white-haired men, Satoru Gojo, say that the best way to battle a domain was to deploy your own domain. I was in no condition to question a man who looked like the artist burned half of his budget just to design him, so I did what he said. As soon as I realized my domain was the key, and thankfully I wasn't attacked during that brief window like Naobito and Nanami, I deployed my domain almost instantly. Death trade. The environment rippled. Dagon's domain split apart midway, making way for my own domain to manifest. The bright blue sky and sandy beach were overwritten by a dark, ink-like surface. A massive cross manifested behind me, like the kind used to mark a grave. The only unique part about the giant cross was the two platforms hanging from each arm of the cross, indicating measurement, or perhaps balance for a trade. It was a traditional weight scale made on a cross. What? The boy can use a domain? Naobito and Nanami were the first to lose their composure. After all, sorcerers capable of using a domain could be counted on a single hand in the modern era. There were currently only 3 publicly known ones. Satoru Gojo, of course. Yuki Tsukumo. And Kinji Hikari. This was mostly because Yuta hadn't revealed his domain publicly yet, and many other sorcerers weren't even on the Jujutsu higher-ups' radar yet. Someone like Higuruma, for example. But even so, simply being able to open a domain automatically placed a sorcerer at grade 1 level by principle alone. TCH. I knew the brat was trouble, Maki grumbled to herself. Even she understood what it meant to have someone with a domain fighting against a special grade curse spirit that also possessed a domain. A difference between life and death. I thought mostly ignored their reactions. More accurately, I didn't have the mental capacity to focus anywhere else while maintaining the domain clash. My black domain slowly overtook almost half of Dagon's tropical island domain, covering half the world inside the barrier in darkness, as if the sun itself had been eclipsed by my presence. Death had arrived. Midway through the clash, however, our domains seemed to lock into a natural battle of dominance. Perhaps Dagon had regained control of his collapsing domain halfway through. Or maybe this simply meant that both of our domains were refined enough to prevent either one from completely overpowering the other. I should have known. Dagon's voice turned cold. You weren't fighting back even though you had more cursed energy than the men in the suit. So you're the key that handles the domain. I shall kill you first. Wait, he has more CE than Nanami. Maki snapped. Dagon didn't look pleased about me erasing the sure hit effect of his domain. One moment the red-shelled octopus monster stood on the far side of the domain. The next moment he was right in front of me. His fist came forward, ready to rip my head off in one clean strike. Even my reaction time wasn't fast enough to comprehend what had happened. But Dagon's fist suddenly stopped 2 inches away from my face. His body froze. Turned into a frame. And then he was violently kicked away, sent flying back to his original position. My breath caught in my throat. For a moment I genuinely thought I was dead. But in the nick of time, old man Naobito appeared and saved the day. Ha 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 ha, brat, you really are full of surprises, aren't you? Naobito laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Say, would you like a bride? What are your thoughts on marriage? What about Maki over there? Don't get it wrong, with her stiff face, she got a great rack underneath. He patted my back while laughing. Each slap felt like my spine was about to shatter into pieces. And where the hell did marriage even come from? One looked on the side and it was evident by the look alone, the girl was bloody ready to murder someone. Naobito didn't even pay attention to the said girl he wished to marry of, he just casually took another sip from his gourd. That was definitely wine. The man was drinking during a special grade fight. Even though he had just saved my life, I didn't exactly feel reassured by his presence. Nanami materialized beside us as well. He didn't look nearly as good as Naobito though. He was covered in blood, but at least still standing. Nanami stood beside me while facing Dagon on the other side of the domain. "You should have told us you could use a domain," Nanami scolded. His voice sounded half relieved and half annoyed. I had no idea what to say. It wasn't like we had enough time earlier to sit down and have a deep conversation. Nanami didn't wait for my reply though. Whatever I said probably would have sounded like nonsense to him anyway. Instead, he asked a single question. "How long can you maintain your domain?" He didn't even ask if I could win the clash. He only needed me to hold it long enough for them to kill the special grade curse spirit. I don't know, I replied, breathing heavily. This is only the second time I've used this technique. I'll try my best to endure as long as possible. My mind was already running on overdrive just to maintain the domain clash. Surely the curse spirit had to be dealing with something similar, right? Special grade or not, maintaining a domain had to be taxing. "That's more than enough," Nanami nodded. He then glanced toward Naobito, who was mostly fine aside from a few minor wounds. Neither of them said a word. Yet somehow it felt like they completed an entire conversation with that single glance. "Maki," Nanami called. "You are to protect him at all costs. If his domain falls, we are as good as dead. Make sure nothing happens to him. Naobito and I will deal with the special grade spirit." Maki had already moved beside us. Her eyes roamed dangerously over my body, as if she were sizing me up. Perhaps she was already planning how many bones she would break once this was over for hiding my cursed technique. I could only gulp and try to bury that line of thought. I definitely didn't need a sexy, potentially serial killer teenage girl hunting me down. "I want to fight," Maki said bluntly. "You can't even damage his shell." "You'll just hold us back," Nanami replied immediately. "Stay here and protect him. If he goes down, we all die." Nanami wasn't budging. Maki's eyes turned cold, but there was clearly a helpless look in that face. Nanami didn't change his decision though, it was the most practical solution available. For once, even Naobito seemed to agree. By now Dagon had already recovered. And he clearly didn't like what he was seeing. Those human sorcerers were protecting the one person clashing with his domain. "So damn annoying," he muttered. Mahito was right. Humans are so annoying. He launched himself toward us. Naobito and Nanami moved at the same time. Maki clicked her tongue beside me but didn't disobey her orders. She firmly positioned herself in front of me with her naginata in hand, eyes tracking every movement of the cursed spirit. My focus returned to the domain clash. From what little I understood, domain battles were mostly decided by refinement. What exactly refinement meant? God only knew. But since my domain was far less lethal than Dagon's, shouldn't I have some kind of advantage? It makes sense if normal logic is applied. Then why were we evenly matched? I couldn't understand it. Why? Maintaining my domain like this was painful. I could probably keep this going for a while, unless Dagon's domain suddenly began overwhelming mine. But that would mean placing my life entirely in the hands of Nanami and Naobito. And I wasn't comfortable with that. Come on, there has to be something I can do here. I gritted my teeth. The best possible outcome would be figuring out how to overwhelm Dagon's domain. But to do that, I needed to refine my domain. How the hell was I supposed to do that? Chapter 7, Domain Refinement. The pressure inside the overlapping domains was suffocating. I could feel both of them grinding against each other like two storms colliding. The oceanic weight of Dagon's domain pressed down from all directions, waves of cursed energy trying to drown everything inside it. Both domains were actually equally strong, holding equally to their ground. To be honest, I stood there with my domain hand sign steady because that was the only thing I could do. I was no fighter, fending off those 100 or so curses was only because I could fight them one by one inside my domain, under a buff from the domain and the previous black flash. I can't fight a special grade curse like this red guy here. My head throbbed as I forced more cursed energy into the barrier. The domain barely moved, more cursed energy wasn't making any difference. More wasn't the solution here. What is this refinement exactly? In front of me, I heard Maki's voice. Focus on the domain. We'll handle the curse. I know. Because if you guys can't, then I'm done for. It was precisely because I knew that I can't fight the cursed spirit myself that I wished to figure out a way to win this domain clash. My only advantage was my domain-based technique. If I can't even win at domain clashes, then I'm as good as dead. No matter the case, I have to figure out how to make my domain more refined. Currently there wasn't anything besides that which I was good for. Ahead of us, Dagon hovered above the water that leaked through the cracks of his collapsing sea. The curse shrieked in anger as its perfect domain was being restrained. Two figures rushed it before it could fully react. Naobito moved first. He blurred forward so fast my eyes almost lost him. One moment he stood beside Nanami, the next he had already reached Dagon. A palm strike landed against the curse's side with a thunderous crack. Dagon's body twisted violently from the impact. But it wasn't alone for even a second. Nanami followed immediately behind. His cleaver swung downward with precise brutality. The blade struck exactly where it needed to, his ratio technique doing critical damage. A violent tear split across Dagon's body as cursed energy exploded from the strike. The curse screamed, tentacles lashing wildly through the distorted domain. One of them shot toward me. Maki stepped in front of me instantly. The blade in her hand flashed once. The tentacle hit the ground in 2 pieces. "Keep the barrier up," she said sharply. As if it were that easy. Sweat dripped down my face. Not out of the domain strain of forcing my newborn domain to clash against Dagon's, the mental load was there but not that bad. The real load came from trying to figure out how this refinement worked. In the distance, Naobito was already moving again. His movements became a stuttering blur, frames of motion skipping through space as he struck Dagon again and again. Nanami didn't waste the openings. Every time the curse staggered, his blade cut deep into another weak point. They fought like they had done this 100 times. I for a while just observed their battle, not getting how this refinement shit worked, until my mind couldn't conjure any more memory fragments about domains. Everything about domains I knew from Jujutsu Kaisen I saw in the last few seconds, and now everything was just repeating. So, it's either I don't remember what refinement is or the anime never talked about it. Either way, I knew that I'm not getting anything from the busted up memories of mine. I didn't give up though. If the answer wasn't inside, then I'll look outside. My life and death depended on it. I simply defaulted to observing my domain itself, trying to figure out what more I can do to make it more refined. What was there to refine in this? I took it one by one. First, the barrier itself. It was in clash against Dagon's. Second, the cursed energy usage. I was needing a steady CE output to maintain it. However, Dagon didn't have to stand around for that, he was doing that while fighting. Third, the sure hit effect of the domain, his had to be those Shikigami. Mine was the forced trade. What more? My eyes frantically roamed around. The barrier was harder to figure out when being clashed into another. However, only at times like this one can see its structural stability. Stability. My eyes snapped at those words. I observed more keenly. And sure enough, the stability wasn't on point. My domain seemed to waver, unlike Dagon's. Why? Why would it waver? I pondered, the stress of what was going on with Naobito and Nanami killing my focus. I had to force myself to calm down and think again. What would cause my domain to waver unlike Dagon's? Could it be CE output, like a bad electrical connection or internet stability? Those were my only points of reference at what could be going on here, so I tried. Closing my eyes, suppressing my panic, I reached out to the energy inside me. After hitting that black flash I felt like it was completely under my control, but I never actually tried control it, didn't have the time to. Earlier it was all instinctive. So, all I need is a stable connection, a stable CE output. I reached deep inside the core of my cursed energy and told it to flow steadily. No need to rush, no need to overflow nor hold back. Flow like how it's supposed to flow. And instantly I felt my CE much calmer. And when I opened my eyes, I saw the strain on my mind to constantly hold up the domain was gone. Looking back at the edges of my domain, I saw it was stable, no wavering anymore. It worked. So that's what it means by refinement. Dagon fighting both Naobito and Nanami also seemed to feel this when the mental load of his own domain increased a bit as my domain stabilized. He is figuring out the domain mid-domain clash. Dagon growled and put in more effort to get by both Nanami and Naobito. Naobito and Nanami didn't get the sudden urgency from the special grade spirit, however, they weren't letting it go beyond them. They too pushed past their limits. Back where Maki and I were, I could practically see Maki trembling to go and join the battle, the distaste apparent on her face to hold back while others fought. I couldn't get her eagerness and I didn't wish to know about it either. I just shook my head and once again went back to my own domain. What more? The barrier itself. Its durability and consistency. I just observed it, trying to find anything I can improve on demand. I couldn't do anything about the durability. It was just like any other domain, at least it was very similar to Dagon's. But consistency. That was definitely better on Dagon's side. I could see certain parts of my domain barrier were weaker while certain sides stronger. The power and structural stability wasn't balanced, resulting in certain parts overpowering Dagon's domain, pushing it back even further than halfway while the rest were dragged back by his domain. This resulted in an uneven push by my domain when it clashed with his. So I did my best to fix that. First intentionally reducing the power of the barrier push where it could one-sidedly extend, single-handedly pushing Dagon's domain back until the entire domain was in a circular structure on one line. That required me to almost pull back my domain by 1/3. Oi, what are you doing? Focus the domain, you brat, or else we're cooked. Maki shouted immediately seeing my domain was getting pushed back, her knuckles turning white by how strongly she gripped her naginata. Even Nobito and Nanami gritted their teeth, thinking that I was reaching my limit and pushed themselves against Dagon even further. Dagon was arguably the only one who didn't think I was losing. He could feel it. I intentionally pulled back the barrier of the domain. But why, was his question. Until he understood why. Once my domain barrier was once again back into a complete circular structure at the outline of the domain clash, I equally pushed back the domain once again against Dagon's domain with its entire circumference getting equal power output and equal push from my side. The blackish sky of my domain slowly and steadily pushed back the sunny domain of Dagon, easily covering the lost ground and then steadily pushing it even further back. For the first time, Dagon's eyes widened as he hurriedly backed off from both Nanami and Nobito, forced to stand with both of his hands forming his own domain sign to stop his domain from being pushed back. Nanami and Nobito didn't get it, but they could see it. The black sky was taking over the sunny one, which was a good thing. Don't know what that brat's doing, but he better keep doing that. Nobito chuckled, panting and exhausted, blocking a special grade for this long. Nanami was in an even worse state. His earlier wounds had worsened and he too panted with clothes soaked in blood. Come on, this is our chance. Nanami saw the cursed spirit had pulled back after whatever the boy did. This might be their only chance to kill the cursed spirit. And indeed Dagon had to pull back, because now both domains were reaching a similar degree of refinement. And I was actively holding my domain in its hand sign. He might lose more ground in the domain clash if he didn't hold back his own domain sign and focus on the clash. Damn you. He roared, pouring more CE to push back my domain. I could only grin. It was only thanks to observing my domain and then comparing it to his that I improved this much. Now since both sides were on their back foot, Nobito and Nanami would have the advantage. They rushed at Dagon simultaneously, ready to end the spirit or waver his focus until his domain collapsed. However, this was the exact same time both domains wavered like someone threw a pebble into a calm lake's surface. The violent rippling of the domain indicated a sufficient shift which I wasn't ready for, and if Dagon's unmoving state was any indication, he wasn't responsible for this either. It was actually something else entirely. From the water further away, from Dagon's side, a fountain of black water erupted and from inside emerged a boy wearing quite similar clothes as Maki. A third domain. My eyes bugged with incredulity. Why now? Chapter 8, The Anomaly. Then the pressure shifted. A third presence forced its way into the clash. My vision flickered as another domain manifested between the grinding barriers. It wasn't stable like mine or Dagon's. It was rough, incomplete, dark shadows spreading across the ground like ink bleeding through paper. I didn't recognize it. Of course I didn't. God knows I just needed downtime to piece all my fragmented memories back together and know what I was working with here so badly. A boy stood at its center. Black hair. Focused eyes. And clothes similar to Maki's. I didn't bother digging through the memories I still hadn't fully sorted out. If he looked like he belonged with them, that was enough for now. I kept Death Trade active. My attention remained locked on Dagon's domain pressing against mine. The moment I shifted my focus, the stalemate would break. Beside me, Maki reacted instantly. What the hell are you doing? She snapped. Her voice cracked like a whip across the battlefield. This is the worst possible time to open another domain. The newcomer looked genuinely confused. Megumi really wasn't sure what he was getting into when he forced his own half-baked domain to enter inside the clash between two domains. He only did it to save his friends. It wasn't easy either. The clash meant that there was more pressure on him to make an opening with his domain. It really took him much longer than expected to break inside. His eyes moved quickly across the scene. Nobito was a blur, hammering Dagon from one side with relentless speed. Nanami moved like a metronome of violence, every strike precise and brutal. All Dagon could do was let his Shikigami faint while he focused on his domain. Though considering the bright sunny domain of the cursed spirit seemed to be shrinking ever so slightly by the second meant that whatever they were doing was working. Understanding flashed across the boy's face almost immediately. He didn't argue. Instead, he reached behind his shoulder and pulled out a weapon. For a split second I thought he was attacking. Uncertainty does that to you. The weapon flew through the air. Maki caught it cleanly. Playful cloud. A 3-section staff, quite like a nunchuck. I registered that and then ignored it. False alarm. Then the boy exhaled slowly and the shadowy domain around him began to collapse. Smart. Because I could see if he hadn't done that, then it would have happened sooner or later. grinding both my and Dagon's domains. He must have realized the same thing Maki had shouted. 3 domains colliding in the same space would only destabilize everything. The balance was already fragile. He was about to move. About to rush forward and join Nobito and Nanami. But something else slipped through. It came from the boy's fading domain. At first I thought it was just another shadow. Then it stepped forward. A man. A tall and very muscular man. And by what little I had learned about cursed energy so far, I couldn't sense him at all. Maki was quite similar, but I could sense her, albeit with difficulty. This one though, I couldn't sense his presence with cursed energy, period. Like he had no cursed energy. Is he a friend or a foe? For half a second no one moved. Then the men moved. Fast. So fast in fact that he almost felt like he was teleporting. Much like how Nobito does, but in his case it's still possible to tell where he is going by his CE. Here though, there was nothing to track the men with. He didn't hesitate. Didn't ask questions. Didn't even glance at the rest of us. He went straight for the special grade curse spirit. The curse barely had time to react before the man appeared in front of it like a ghost breaking through space itself. Both Nobito and Nanami were stunned at the sudden arrival of someone they couldn't sense. Both paused in their tracks. His fist crashed into Dagon's face. The impact was monstrous. Dagon's entire body folded from the force before being blasted backward across the shallow ocean of its own domain. As soon as Dagon went airborne, my domain felt like the restriction around it was lightning. Oh, what the hell? I didn't know the man, didn't know whether he was friend or foe, but he was beating the curse, so for now he was with us. My grin spread wide across my face, knowing this was my golden opportunity. I pushed my domain against Dagon's wavering domain which started to break apart when Dagon wasn't actively holding it together. The curse screamed in fury, tentacles exploding outward. The man didn't even flinch. He simply tilted his head slightly, eyes narrowing at Dagon like a predator finally finding something worth hunting. And before anyone could respond, he attacked again. And above them, the sunny sky got covered by darkness. Another hit from the man to that spirit and his domain was gone. My domain had finally completely overshadowed the area and was fully established. And now, the sure hit. Death trade. Dagon, including everyone's presence inside the domain except the men who I couldn't sense and who most likely wasn't under the sure hit effect of my domain, suddenly felt their minds enlightened by knowledge. Knowledge of the trade I had set up. I shall take no part inside this domain, and in return, you trade away your cursed technique. No more cursed technique. It was a hastily made and very unrefined trade. However, by putting myself out of the fight altogether, it made the trade worth it, since the balance of the trade was more than enough to justify it. Why? Because inside the domain, anyone could attack me and I could die, while I couldn't fight back. I had risked my life in order to take away the cursed spirit's curse technique. What I didn't think through was that besides Dagon, everyone else also lost their technique at the same time. Nanami felt his CE. It was there, but suddenly he could no longer see the ratios of his technique. Nobito couldn't manifest frames either, and so was Megumi, who could no longer summon Shikigami or manipulate shadows. What is this cursed technique? Nanami muttered with a baffled look on his face. It's the sure hit effect of that guy. He took away our techniques. What kind of technique does he have? Megumi felt like his very understanding of Jujutsu knowledge was being challenged. What kind of technique was that? A technique that locks away others' techniques. You brat. Nobito was the first one to snap out of the shock. He roared, in fact. Think before you use your technique. We are inside the sure hit effect of the domain as well. How else are we going to fight that special grade without our techniques? Maki might have been the only one who was completely unaffected. If anything, this brought the ball right into her park. This domain was quite suitable for her. The worst affected was Dagon though, because he was currently facing that man who, surprisingly, without having any cursed energy signature, was beating the shit out of a special grade curse spirit. And now, Dagon couldn't even use his technique. Needless to say, he was cooked. Chapter 9, Volcano Ahead. Crack. First was a single crack, then multiple, until finally the entire structure crumbled away as if it never existed. My domain collapsed, not out of getting overpowered or losing a clash against another's domain, but because it simply achieved what it was deployed to do. Inside the domain were 4 Jujutsu sorcerers, one freak of nature who didn't have a drop of cursed energy in him, yet he just speed blitzed a freaking special grade curse spirit, inside the cursed own domain, mind you, even though it didn't fully establish, and then there was me. Gawking at the man in the oversized sweatshirt like he was the monster he truly was. I just hoped that, by the way Maki and the others were looking at him, it wasn't the look of, who the hell is he, or, shit, we need help, but instead, look. He is so cool. What I meant to say was that I hoped this man in the sweatshirt, who had just turned that special grade into minced meat, was a friend rather than a foe. If it wasn't obvious by the way they were on guard against that man, then perhaps I was being a little too optimistic. The man got up, the three-sided red weapon which he forcefully stole from Maki and turned into a giant-sized toothpick lay discarded after he killed that red cursed spirit. He literally stabbed the spirit to death, thousands of stabs within those few seconds. The man was terrifying. He turned, and I saw a noticeable shift in the stance of the others around me, everyone on their guard, and the tense atmosphere was enough to give me my answer. Perhaps we can offer a parley, I offered, trying to reduce the tension, but it was for nothing. The next second, I saw the man disappear from his place, not move, not run, outright disappear. That was how fast he moved. Maki, Naobito, Nanami, and that new kid who joined midway, jolted out a tad bit too late before the man once again appeared, this time right next to the new kid's side, grabbing him by the collar. He threw him out of the window with such force that the kid was sent flying even after he hit the glass, broke through it, and still kept going. And before any of the rest of us could move, the man once again disappeared. He too was after the raven-haired boy. I just blinked, part confused, part relieved that he didn't come for me. And if the others' reactions were any indication, they weren't that different. So he wasn't a friend? I asked, now genuinely wishing to know who that son of a gun was. He came, fought the cursed spirit inside a domain no less, then the next second he showed his fangs at us. Whose side was he on? My question seemed to have jolted those professional jujutsu sorcerers out of their daze. That's not possible, he died back then, Naobito muttered to himself. Until now, he felt like he was watching a ghost, unable to believe whether it was real or an illusion. However, no mere illusion could kill a special-grade cursed spirit. You know him, old man, Maki snapped, demanding answers. Who was he? As I said, a man who shouldn't exist, a ghost. Naobito shook his head. Clearly, the scene had put even a veteran sorcerer like him on edge. Forget about that man for now. Fushiguro won't last long against him. We have to help Fushiguro. Nanami tightened his grip around his weapon and said. So, his name is Fushiguro, must be his surname. Well, something better than nothing, I guess. I filed that away as usual. Forget it. We can't win against that man. I know what he is capable of doing, Naobito replied, this time truly serious, shaking his head. I'm not letting Fushiguro face that man alone. As an adult presiding over this mission, it's my duty to make certain none of my colleagues come to harm, Nanami said with resolve and moved to go after wherever that man took the black-haired boy. I just watched all of this unfold, only wondering, why the hell do both that man and the kid look so similar? As for who was going where, I had no interest in that. I knew where I was going, out of Shibuya, and if possible, out of this damn country. What about you? Maki asked, looking at me. She too wasn't planning on letting Nanami go after Fushiguro alone. Me. Yeah, what are you going to do? If you're not planning on fighting, then get out of Shibuya as soon as possible. It's dangerous out here. Though I don't think I have to tell you that, now do I? Maki snorted, clearly a bit bitter at me for something. Or perhaps that was just her general attitude toward everyone. Dagon. You're gone as well. The walking trio and I froze at the sudden shift in the air. A chill ran down my spine at that voice and that pressure. Nanami, Naobito, and Maki almost immediately snapped to look at another cursed spirit. By pressure alone, he felt equal to, if not more dangerous than, that octopus curse from earlier. Are you serious right now? Another special grade. Maki clicked her tongue, her knuckles going white as she tightened her grip around her weapon. Neither Naobito nor Nanami said anything, but their faces said enough, we were all fucked. The cursed spirit looked like a volcano. Literally, he had a volcano for a head with a single huge eye. I had no evidence, but my instincts told me that this was much worse than the one from earlier. And then, as if I was seeing things, I could feel it, real anger, within that cursed spirit's single eye as he looked over all of us. Before my hands were even halfway formed into the domain sign, the cursed spirit was next to Nanami as if he had teleported. And then, as if made out of coal, I saw the man explode into flames. His entire upper frame became a living candle. My breath hitched at that. My hands could no longer find the strength to form the hand signs, even though they were only centimeters apart. Next came the heat, the scorched scent of burnt flesh, and the fiery nature of the cursed spirit bloomed a kind of panic inside me, which froze me on the spot. Experience spoke this time. Naobito reacted in time, his own speed matching that of the volcano curse, and he vanished the next second, appearing near the curse to freeze it in his frame. However, the cursed spirit seemed to anticipate that. Just as Naobito was about to touch him, an explosion caught him off guard. The volcano curse seemingly sprouted mini volcanoes on the ceiling, raining down molten magma and fire on top of the supreme grade 1 sorcerer. A pillar of fire descended upon Naobito and burned the man completely into a crisp. If the old man really survived that, then my respect for him would reach divine levels. And just as I was ready to expect a similar fate, I felt my entire body shaking. It wasn't fear, instead, it was the girl beside me. Maki had grabbed me by the collar and shaken me out of my stupor. "What the hell are you dozing off for? If you don't want to die, then do your thing, you idiot." Maki shouted, so hard it almost gave me a migraine. However, it did what it was intended to do. It jolted me out of my stupor. Survival instinct kicked in just in time. Just before the volcano curse spirit turned his attention toward us, my still hovering hands finally joined. Domain expansion. Death trade. Thanks to my recent refinement to my domain, the execution time was shortened by half. The one giant eye of the fire volcano curse enlarged to epic proportions. Perhaps, of all things, he wasn't expecting a domain from anyone outside Gojo Satoru in Shibuya. He backed off almost instantly, his hands already trying to form his own domain, but he was late. My domain's increased speed made sure that it hit him first. My domain encapsulated us. Me, Maki, and the curse. The sure hit effect landed just right. But don't use your curse technique, and in return I shall. I paused. In return for that, what could I do? Stop fighting. But even without his curse technique active, Maki couldn't take him alone if I removed myself from the fight. Remove my technique too. But that would collapse my domain. Death trade, a domain-based technique which could force a trade inside its sure hit effect, provided the trade was equal in value. Earlier, I had time to think of a trade, something which could give me or my side an advantage. But here, in a domain deployed out of sheer panic, nothing came to mind that could work. I thought of a few trades, even knowing they weren't equal in status, and tried to activate them, but they never worked. And that delay was enough for the volcano curse spirit to deploy his own domain. Domain expansion, Coffin of the Iron Mountain. My already established domain shook violently, breaking apart from one side as a fiery domain made of lava and molten magma erupted from the curse's side. He violently pushed my domain back until they were at a stalemate in the middle, a domain clash. Again. I gritted my teeth in irritation. I was once again in that situation where both of our domains were equally refined. Irritation rang inside me. For a second, I cursed my own idiocy for not coming up with something of equal value to trade at that moment. I have to say, I wasn't expecting a sorcerer of this caliber besides Satoru Gojo here in Shibuya. Guess you Jujutsu sorcerers are not entirely out of options just yet besides Gojo. No wonder Dagon died. You were responsible for it, weren't you? However, make no mistake, you'll die here. You're no Gojo Satoru. The curse said. Anger and a gleam both shone in that single big eye before he rushed toward us inside the clash of domains. Maki. I shouted, barely calculating who the volcano curse was targeting first. And unlike what I anticipated, it was not me, the one holding up the domain, but her. As soon as the volcano curse spirit released his domain hand signs, my domain slightly gained the upper hand just because I was still actively maintaining it. However, that slight shift was useless if he killed me first. Involuntarily, I too had to let go of the hand signs and defend against the incoming attack. The volcano curse's hand lit up with fire, and the next second he unleashed what felt like a flamethrower from his hands toward us. Maki gritted her teeth. She was completely outmatched at this level of battle. She knew she had to protect me or the domain would collapse, and both of us would die. Without thinking twice, she put herself in front of me, ready to face the fire alone, to burn if that was what was destined for her. And just as the fire reached her, just as she braced herself to be scarred for life or give up on it entirely, something shifted around her. The fiery heat suddenly vanished. Because it met a wall. A wall made out of pure water. What? The volcano curse stopped in pure disbelief. I slowly removed my hand from the ground, and as soon as I did, the water wall disappeared. Maki snapped her head toward me like she had seen a ghost. You. What? How did you do that? I just gave her a knowing smile. Just a trade. Nothing much. Chapter 10, Clash in Domain. Death Trade. A technique where the user can force a trade of any kind inside their domain, as long as the trade values are similar. However, that didn't give it its unique name. Not at all. If anything, being able to put a trade was the secondary function of the technique, since a primary trade came pre-imposed on both the user and the enemy. The trade of death. This particular trade only takes place when someone dies inside the domain. It doesn't matter who kills whom. Upon the death, the other shall get it all. Power, potential, whether it be cursed energy or the technique itself. The winner gets it all. And thus, the technique is appropriately named Death Trade. The volcano curse, who I just recently recalled in those fragmented memories, was called Jogo. He stared at me like I had poked him in his eye for fun's sake after I somehow summoned water out of nowhere. Maki wasn't that different. She wouldn't call her knowledge of Jujutsu diverse by any means, but even she knew that most techniques are linear in nature. The boy's technique, as she saw in the domain, was about trading, if she wasn't mistaken. Then why could he use water? Little did either of them know that I could because I had Dagon's power. His cursed energy. His technique. Even his memories, if I wished to access them. This was the toll of the death trade. The winner gets it all. If I had lost, then everything that makes me would have been Dagon's, or any last person standing inside my domain. Stop gawking and help me out, will you? I snapped Maki out of her stupor. The special grade cursed energy I got from Dagon erupted around me, buffing my stats. That CE shockwave was enough to make Maki concentrate, and both of us rushed at Jogo. He too put aside the sudden water attack and dived headfirst to fight us. Water surged around me in violent currents, crashing against the burning landscape of Jogo's domain and the inky black of my own. Steam exploded into the air when it came in contact with the volcano curse's heat. Controlling water was harder than I previously thought, mostly because Dagon himself never relied too much on water. His ace was always those Shikigami. I can't use those Shikigami without the sure hit effect of the domain, though. Stay close. I shouted to Maki, and honestly, there was no need for it, seeing as the girl didn't answer back. She was already moving like my shadow. Jogo appeared in front of us without warning. A blast of fire erupted from his palm, a concentrated inferno meant to erase us instantly. I reacted on instinct. Water surged forward, colliding with the flames. The impact detonated into a violent burst of steam, but the force behind it still drove me backward. My feet dragged across part of my domain. Too strong. This guy, a special grade. How come there is such a gap between Dagon and him? This volcano had felt like on another level. My body tensed up. If that was his usual level at which he operated, then this fight would not be easy. Maki slipped through the steam while I was shaken, swinging her Naginata in a brutal arc toward Jogo's head. He caught it. Rather easily at that. You're an outclassed woman. Give up. Jogo could hardly feel any cursed energy inside her, and the lack of cursed energy or any showing of a cursed technique so far meant dead weight in his eyes. Maki gritted her teeth. The damn comment got to her pride. Not until I pluck out that eyeball of yours. Pathetic, Jogo muttered. A surge of flames exploded outward from his body. I yanked the water back around Maki just in time. The fire crashed against it, boiling it violently. The shield held, but barely. I could feel the cursed energy draining rapidly as I tried to maintain both the domain and the defense. Maki clicked her tongue and disengaged, flipping back toward me. He's too fast, she said, almost growling. I can see that. My brow twitched, way to state the obvious. Jogo didn't give us time to breathe, though. He vanished, and reappeared above us. A meteor of fire formed in his palms and then came crashing down on both of us. I threw everything I had upward. Kamehame. Ha-iya. A massive surge of water collided with it midair. For a moment, the two forces clashed, fire screaming against water, neither giving way. Then it broke. The explosion sent both of us flying. I hit the ground hard, my vision spinning. The domain flickered for a second. I almost slipped from my mind that if I were to take too much damage, the domain would collapse. What was that? Maki looked at me, bewildered. I don't know, okay. I'm going by my instincts here. I complained. Why was she pointing out something I did mid-fight? I didn't know why I did it. It was instinct. I don't even know what those words mean. It was as if muscle memory kicked in there. Maki snorted. More like an 8th grader's instincts, she grumbled under her breath, and then her eyes were back on Jogo. The volcano curse was charging up a big one. I forced myself up, dragging water around us again as Jogo let go of a powerful stream of fire at us. Neither of us needed an indicator to know that this was something we might want to dodge. We threw ourselves to opposite sides as the beam of fire raged past us by hair's length. Burns. It burned so hard. Even when the attack never touched us, my skin felt like it was melting. I quickly released water around both Maki and me to cool us down. We'll die like this. Maki grabbed me by the collar and pushed both of us out of another fireball coming our way. Both of us collapsed on the floor, barely missing the fireball, Maki's entire body pressing against me to keep me down by force. Yeah, I noticed that. I replied. Even if she picked up on the sarcasm in my tone, which I clearly wished her to do, she didn't comment on it. Good, then think of something, she shot back. I blinked. I think. Who's the Jujutsu sorcerer here? I got nothing. Don't you have something? Something like a powerful technique or a hidden trump card? Anything? I asked, part desperation, part hope, and a whole lot of me being awed at the audacity of this girl to ask a civilian what to do in a situation like this. Aren't they supposed to be the professionals? Man, I'm missing Nanami already. Maki's body stiffened just for a second before she huffed. I got nothing like that. If I had, then that volcano head would have already been missing his eyeball by now, she retorted. What can I say? We are doomed. Well, not exactly. There was a way. It wouldn't take a genius to know that we weren't winning. Hell, we were barely surviving. And survive we must, at least until the domain clash is over. Just stall for time for now. Wait until the domain clash is over, he replied, and once again we were on the move. Chapter 11, Pure Chaos. Crack. The domain clash finally ended after a painful minute or so of brutal survival. Both domains shattered at once, and the pressure vanished, and then came the impact. I didn't even realize I was flying until my back slammed into the ground outside the domain's boundary. Beside me fell Maki, though a tad bit more gracefully, the girl had at least landed on her feet. I felt like I broke almost every fiber inside me against that monster. Why the hell is a special grade so powerful? Everything hurt. Burns stung across my arms and side, my clothes half charred and sticking to my skin. My breathing was uneven, each inhale dragging heat into my chest. It felt like the entire respiratory tract inside me had been burned to a char. Cough, okay. I asked Maki, and to my slight jealousy, she was indeed looking much better than I. Her body was more durable than I had anticipated. But we were alive, and for that I was glad. Yeah, so what's your plan? Now that we are out, tell me. Maki nodded and asked, I still on Jogo, who too had gotten out, but unlike us, who were punched out by him, he calmly stood there like he owned the place. He was mostly unharmed, even the minor damage Maki and I delivered healed up in a matter of seconds. Didn't even know cursed spirits had super healing. I forced myself to stand, legs shaking slightly, but I poured more CE to reinforce myself. Between the fighting, I had figured out how to do that with much more efficiency. I observed him for a few seconds before answering Maki. Cooldown. What? She asked, confused. After a domain use, a sorcerer's technique goes on cooldown. Could be seconds, could be minutes. During this time, we can't use our cursed technique. I assume it's similar for cursed spirits as well. I can't use my domain for a while, and he most likely can't use his fire-based technique either. This is our chance, we have to take him out before he recovers his technique, I explained. Maki blinked. Looked at me, then at the cursed spirit, then back at me. I understand. She nodded. Maki didn't know that something like this exists. Honestly, how many did she know in Jujutsu High or in the Zenin clan who had a domain, let alone someone who would explain this to her? Only one, and that idiot had himself sealed by this lot. Maki's earlier scowl turned into a feral grin. That fire was a pain in her ass until now, if not for my water technique, both of us would have been done for by now. If that fire technique was out of the equation then. We can jump him, she muttered. I nodded. Together. We moved at the same time. She rushed him head-on, Naginata already mid-swing. I followed a step behind, CE reinforcement tightening around me. I was getting better at this cursed energy business during the fight. But when it came to fighting itself, I sucked. I could only amateurishly throw punches and kicks with reinforcement. That was the limit of my current offensive capabilities. Jogo moved at the exact same time we did, almost twice as fast as us, covering more distance than we could, launching himself toward us. Maki's strike came down with enough force to crush bone. Human bones, mind you. Not spirit bones. Definitely not special grade bones. Jogo raised his arm and blocked it. The impact cracked the ground beneath them. It was almost terrifying how physically gifted the girl was. I was almost envious, but still, Jogo's stance didn't break. I came in from the side. My punch landed against his ribs. It felt like hitting solid rock. However, the impact wasn't fruitless. Jogo was pushed 2 steps back by it. Jogo turned his head slightly, his eye locking onto me. That big eye honed onto me like a predator finally spotting its target. His logic was on point, the woman had almost no cursed energy. The real threat in this fight was the man. But the woman was annoying. Kill her first and remove the annoyance. Kill the men who killed Dagon next and the match ends anyway. Both options worked for him. However, that all sounded good in theory. In practice, he found it particularly annoying how hard we were turning out to be to kill. His hand shot out and grabbed my face. Pain exploded as he slammed me into the ground. Spiderweb cracks formed where I hit, my vision blacking out for a few blinks from the impact. If not for my improved reinforcement, my head would have been crushed completely. Before he could follow up, Maki struck again, this time aiming for his neck. Jogo twisted, releasing me just in time to catch the weapon again. His other hand drove forward, slamming into Maki's stomach and sending her skidding back. He really didn't need his technique to beat the shit out of us. My eyes locked onto Maki's naginata in Jogo's hand, and my body moved on instinct. Cursed energy surged up, and I swung a kick, which the cursed spirit totally saw coming. He jumped just in time to avoid it, but that was enough for me to grab onto the long weapon's handle in his grip. Using it as leverage, I pulled myself up and headbutt Jogo hard. Now, I understood, even without flames, his strength, speed, and durability were overwhelming. But what the F***ck, his head was so damn sturdy. The stars I saw a few seconds prior came rushing back, filling my vision. It was only a testament to how hard I delivered that headbutt that even Jogo was clutching his head, forced to let go of the naginata and step back 3 steps. "You annoying damn human," he growled. A fist was already coming my way. I happened to have a weapon in hand, so I used the only thing I had as a shield. With a sickening crack, the wooden handle of the naginata snapped into 2. The punch continued and hit me with reduced force, but still enough to throw me 5 steps back. Just as another attack was reaching for me, it was suddenly intercepted by Maki, who appeared out of nowhere. "Give me that," she shouted without looking, and I knew what she wanted. I just threw her the broken weapon. "Once this is over, you're paying for this." Seriously, she cared about that in the middle of something like this. I honestly felt there was something wrong with this girl's brain. Or were all Jujutsu sorcerers like her? "Quit lying around and help me," Maki grunted, fighting off Jogo's relentless assaults with her broken weapon. Had to say, even with a broken weapon, she used it like a master. How old is she to master weapons like this? I got up, struggling with acute pain in my chest, but forced my body anyway and rushed at Jogo again. We adjusted mid-battle, no plans, no words, just pure instinct to survive. Maki moved first, and I followed. Just like earlier. Though followed might have been misleading, I was moving, yes, but it was she who moved me. Literally dragged me to match her speed. Jogo stepped in again, aiming straight for me. I barely raised my guard with reinforcements snapping into place before Maki intercepted, slipping into his range and deflecting the strike with her forearm. "Don't think, move," she snapped. I did. At least, I tried. Jogo's next hit would have taken my head off, but Maki grabbed the back of my collar and yanked me out of the way like I weighed nothing. I said move, don't think. How am I supposed to do that? She shoved me forward immediately after. I stumbled, and my fist crashed into Jogo's side. The girl was using me like a humanoid weapon. It worked though, and that's why I wasn't complaining. Cursed energy surged through the impact, forcing him a step back. I pursed my lips, the damage was there, but he healed almost instantly. This won't do. Not even a moment later, Maki yanked me back again. I saw her face only inches away from me, as our body almost connected before she used the turning and earlier pull as a leverage and shot her own body forwards. I barely retained my balance while she engaged Jogo once more, drawing his attention, controlling the space while I covered for attacks he couldn't handle, until she threw me in once more. I get it, I was the only one doing damage between the two of us. But if it was just me, I would never land a hit. She was creating openings for me. I respected that, but which man would be happy being manhandled like a toddler? But, since Maki took the battlefield command, we were doing much better. Can't argue with that. Every time Jogo shifted his focus to me, she was already there, striking, redirecting, forcing his movements just enough to create an opening. I never hesitated to attack, I just couldn't figure out when she wanted me to attack. Which was the correct opening? How was I supposed to know that? I wasn't a fighter like her. It was chaos, but that's why we were surviving. If I didn't know when I was attacking, then how the hell was that volcano freak supposed to figure it out? A full-on throw sent me flying straight at Jogo with just enough alignment to land a hit. And I learned as well, timely covering for her when she couldn't handle constant exposure to Jogo's strikes. And midway, when I was moving to attack again, Jogo seemed to intentionally take the hit from me, catching me off guard. He grabbed me and, much like Maki, yanked me away, his hand going straight toward Maki's broken weapon. He caught the broken shaft of her naginata. Before she could react, he snapped off the jagged blade still attached to it. My stomach dropped. When he kicked her away and turned toward me, weapon in hand, without his technique, that weapon was the next best thing he had to kill. I was mid-step. Off balance. Completely open. The broken blade drove forward, aimed straight for my abdomen. Instincts kicked in and I forced my reinforcement as high as I could, but that wouldn't be enough to tank a naginata blade aimed at my abdomen. Just when I started to see the light, a hand forcefully grabbed my shoulder and violently yanked me sideways. The blade missed me by mere inches. And sank deep into Maki instead. Right into her abdomen. My eyes widened in horror. Maki. Triple X. A/N. Are you guys liking the story so far? Tell me where I can improve. Would love to know what you guys think about the story so far. Chapter 12, A Heated Clash, 1. Maki. My eyes widened watching a 7-inch long blade insert into the girl's abdomen so cleanly that even blood didn't have space to leak. I had no idea how severe the wound was, but the scene alone brought a wave of despair onto me, which at first made me question whether struggling here was even worth it. Would it be just easier to let the curse do as he pleased? I have died once, what once more? But that thought was instantly vaporized seeing Maki's pained face, a line of blood leaking down from her mouth. Next came anger at the ridiculous situation I found myself in, anger at myself for being so weak, and anger at the cursed spirits who just can't give me any break. For God's sake, I just came here, got dragged into Gojo's domain, got my mind shattered, and ever since, I was just trying to survive, just give me a damn break already. Eyes bloodshot, I poured more cursed energy into my fist and punched with all my power, with nothing but getting even with the volcano bastard on my mind. Of course, Jogo saw the attack coming, he was ready for it, but just as he was about to move, a familiar feeling came over him. Like a lightning bolt crashing down on him, his one big eye widened on its own, moving toward where he sensed the incoming dread. Sukuna. Someone was messing with Itadori Yuji, or else there was no way Sukuna's cursed energy would awaken so suddenly. He had to go now, he had the rest of Sukuna's fingers on him. Unfortunately for Jogo, that momentary lapse of concentration was enough for me to drive my fist right at his skull with everything I had. A shockwave tore through the station, followed by a bolt of black lightning, which I was quite familiar with. Black lightning erupted out of my fist, distorting the very space, and the next second I felt a jolt of clarity inside my mind, and the special-grade volcano head was airborne. I gave everything in that punch of mine, poured all my accumulated anger, frustration, grievances and of course cursed energy, which was much higher now, mind you. The result was Jogo getting launched at the wall of the station lobby, blasting into it, breaking the wall outright, and still going strong until his airborne body collided with another building outside the station. Before I knew it, I was already moving toward the damn cursed spirit, my eyes wandering toward Maki just for a second before snapping back at Jogo. The best way to help her is to take the special grade spirit away from here, the newfound clarity in my mind spoke, and my body obeyed. I sprinted at my best speed toward Jogo, who felt his world spinning there for a second. I was halfway, ready to deliver a flying kick onto the curse, but he moved first, moving out of the place just in time and rotating his body to land a haymaker punch at me. My instincts after that black flash were on point, just like back when I fought those hundreds of curses. I moved just in time, shifting my body mid-air and catching his hand, using my velocity and weight to throw him away. Both of us stood up just in time and were already rushing at each other. My fist shot toward his face, he tilted his head slightly too easily, and my punch grazed past him. His counter came instantly, a straight strike aimed at my throat. I barely brought my arm up in time, getting him by chance was one time, but the bastard was still better than me in almost everything. The only thing keeping me in the fight was the boost from Black Flash. The impact still numbed my hand, though. He was both stronger and faster, and if the technique cooldown ended, then a lot more destructive, meaning I have to end this fight fast. I stepped in again, closing the gap before he could reset, a low kick aimed at his knee, seeing Maki doing it like this earlier. He blocked it with his shin, and pain shot up my leg immediately. Idiot, no copying Maki. His elbow came down toward my spine, I twisted, barely avoiding it, and drove my shoulder into his chest instead. The hit forced him half a step back. My breathing was a mess, apparently. There was an entire method to breathing during a fight, has to be because mine was all over the place. Seeing his momentary lapse in balance, I sent dozens punches his way, most thrown at random, only focused on making them fast, while only a few had real intent to hurt behind them. Jogo weaved through them, his movements precise and minimal, every dodge felt like he was measuring me. I genuinely wish to know how. Isn't having one big eye worse than two? How is he measuring the depth of the attacks? His own fist slipped through my guard and slammed into my ribs out of nowhere. I could have sworn I heard something crack. I staggered, but didn't fall, just raw force pushed me through it all, because if I fell now, I was done for, not just me but even Maki. I grabbed his arm before he could pull back and dragged him forward, throwing my head into his face. Don't get cocky. The impact rang through my skull. I didn't have to guess this time, I was certain it was cracked. My vision split into 2, then 4, and then 8, haze clouded my eyes as the pain from the headbutt I just performed shot through me. Okay, no imitating anime protagonists either, they might have nothing in their brains, but mine is full with my fragile ego. But it seemed to have worked. He recoiled back hastily. I followed immediately, driving a punch straight into his chest. I couldn't even focus on him properly, however my instincts and recently found sense of cursed energy were telling me exactly where he was, so I just focused on that, followed my gut feeling, and punched. Cursed energy surged once again, I felt my fist connecting in time, and then for a split second everything aligned again. Black lightning tore open the space once more, erupting a shockwave which almost cleared my haze. The world distorted as the impact landed. Jogo's body folded before being blasted backwards once again, this time much faster, tearing through the ground as he was sent flying across the street, carving a path of destruction through concrete and debris. Follow, follow, follow him, don't let go, my mind resonated with only this mantra, hammering the point into every breath I fought for. Every step burned, my body screamed at me to stop, but I pushed harder, already chasing him before he could recover. The second black flash had cleared my mind enough to at least think straight. Jogo on the other hand felt like his mind was hammered by someone, his single eye looked bruised, and the volcano on his head emitted smoke of utter confusion at his current state. And just as I was on him again, ready to start another round of violence, my mind snapped. Not the bad kind, but the kind which reminded me that it had recovered. No, it had recovered even before that, I just couldn't think in my anger. It was my technique, Black Flash had recovered my technique. I didn't even have to think before my body was already moving, gathering all the cursed energy into my hand, I pushed it down to the ground with force. The second it hit, the ground burst open, a crack formed along the side of the smoothly built Shibuya street, and water came out like a natural disaster. Jogo noticed it, of course, but that didn't prepare him for the next tsunami which erupted from beneath my feet. A wave of 6-meter-tall water came crashing toward him and slammed into him with so much power that he couldn't even move in time. XXX. A/N, hope you guys liking the story so far. Help the story by donating Power Stones. Chapter 13, A Heated Clash, 2. Water roared into existence behind me, vast and violent, swelling into a towering mass that blotted out everything in its path. A tsunami, born from raw cursed energy and instinct, crashed forward with unstoppable force. The wave swallowed him whole. Even if he had reacted in time, without his cursed technique, he couldn't have done anything in front of such a large-scale attack. Concrete shattered. Cars twisted and were dragged like toys. The streets of Shibuya vanished beneath the surge as everything was ripped away and carried forward. Now I realized why this level of curses are called disasters. They can indeed cause casualties and property damage like natural disasters in life. And this was just water. I didn't even wish to see what something like an outer space disaster would look like. The thought of a meteor shower rushing towards Earth would terrify even someone like Satoru Gojo. Sure, nothing can touch the guy, but what about his friends, his family, or the best barbershop he gets his hair cut at? Shaking my head out of the possible disastrous nature of this world, I focused back on the cursed spirit I just sent flooding. I ran. It was of course a good thing Volcano Head was moving away from the station, but I can't let him out of my line of sight. Riding the edge of destruction, chasing the point where the wave would break, I found my target. Jogo looked pissed. The water began to settle in the distance, collapsing into chaos and ruin. I was already running towards him, can't let him get his balance back. As long as I reach him, I know I can get through this. So I bolted, launching myself at him with everything I had. Before Jogo could even remove a bowl's worth of water on top of his volcano head, he saw a shadow falling on top of him. Jogo moved faster than he had ever moved in his life, and the next second the entire area was cracked open by my landing. I was pushing my cursed energy output as far as possible. Those black flashes have indeed helped me in fights. Curse you, Jogo gritted his teeth. But unlike what he expected, I didn't rush at him immediately after I landed and destroyed the street, no. I formed a familiar hand sign which made his eyes widen when he recognized what I was doing. Domain expansion. Death. Before I could even complete it, his fist crashed into my side, taking away my breath. The volcano moved so fast that I couldn't even track his movements. You annoying human. Why can't you just die? Jogo growled, swinging a haymaker fist at me. I barely caught that and swept my leg at his, going for his knee, but he jumped and gutted me right at the abdomen with his knee. My balance crumbled at that sudden blow, and I was sent skidding across wet concrete, breath knocked from my lungs. He didn't let go, though, just like me, he was also already after me. He was on me instantly, striking again and again, forcing me to defend instead of focus. I barely defended myself from his fury-infused punches and jabs, hardly had time to free my hands. I knew that he knew that if he gave me any leeway, it was over for him. His technique was still on cooldown while I could open my domain. Every time I tried to create even a moment of stillness, he shattered it, mainly trying not to let me join my hands. For God's sake, why do I need both hands to use my domain? Why couldn't it be just a one-hand sign domain? I blocked a strike, countered with a punch to his jaw, but he barely reacted. His knee drove into my stomach, once again folding me over in pain. Okay, that definitely felt personal. All air was knocked out of me with that one hit. No space. No time. The bastard was not leaving any gap for me to exploit. I gritted my teeth and forced myself forward again. Fine. I'll make the opening myself. I lunged at him with determination clear in my eyes. It's been already a few minutes since our last domain clash, his technique would recover any minute now. I have to hurry. A straight punch, he parried. Another punch immediately after that, but he dodged this one. And that was when I found it, the gap. This was what Maki was talking about. I stepped in closer, the earlier dodge leaving the volcano head in a strange position. I exploited it. Pouring cursed energy into my legs, I once again went for a knee blow. Jogo staggered as his knee gave out just in time. This was my time. Domain X. Before I knew it, Jogo pulled a one-hand stand and with his non-injured leg aimed right at my jaw to spin my entire vision around. Son of a. Anger once again filled me. I was so close to ending this match and this guy wouldn't let me. Irritated, I let go of the damn domain, sigh, *CK that. And let the hostile instinct take over. A fist was aimed right at Jogo's smug face as soon as he came back up on his legs. For a second I felt my fist vibrate on contact and then for the fourth time since I woke up in this world, the sparks of black blessed me. Space distorted open, thunderous black lightning sparkled, burning the surroundings and painting everything with black. Jogo's face distorted and he was launched yet once again toward a building, creating a crater in the wall and getting lost somewhere in some poor bastard's kitchen. Pain exploded across my body. As much as those black flashes were clearing my mind, they were also making me realize just how much I have overexerted my body. End this. I'm ending this now. Domain expansion. Death. Before I knew it, my head snapped backwards, my balance gone and blood exploded out of my head. My astonished eyes widened and captured why I was falling back instead of opening my domain. A frying pan, hanging just above my head. A frying pan which just flew out of that. I couldn't even complete the thought before more kitchen appliances came flying at me, out of that hole made in the building. This bastard, he wouldn't let me open my domain, no matter what. Before I fell, I supported my upper body with my hands and with all my strength tossed myself back to my feet. As soon as they touched the ground, I was running towards the damn kitchen. I'll cook that volcano today. Jogo seemed to have the same thought. He emerged out of the building almost at the same time, rushing at me. I was a tad bit faster, my fist was already on top of the cursed spirit's face, with everything I had left, which wasn't much, honestly. My body was running on fumes by now. Jogo's head snapped to the side as the impact jolted his head. His posture broke with that attack, however, instead of throwing a punch or backing away, he did something I didn't expect. He caught my fist from retreating. For a second, my inexperience made me ponder why, but the answer came not that long after, when his other hand was near his chest, open palm blazing with fiery cursed energy. Time came to a standstill there. It felt like that heartbeat of time was stretched to all eternity. The human brain works quite fast, actually, especially a sorcerer's brain. It didn't take me a PhD in fighting for me to realize what happened. The bastard baited me with that earlier attack, he took it intentionally. Motherf. And then, there was agony. A particular agony of being burned alive by heat so strong that even your bones wouldn't be left behind by the time it was over. I could feel my flesh melting, clothes evaporating. I didn't wish to give the cursed spirit that satisfaction, but an utter growl of pain and an anguished cry let out of my very being that I couldn't suppress in time. Salute to both Nanami and Nobito for taking it like a man. It didn't take long, for a cursed spirit of Jogo's caliber, it often didn't even take a blink of an eye to end a human's life. The human only survived because his technique was burned out. But his irritation and anger towards this human were so great that he made sure he enjoyed that scream of pain for as long as it lasted. And then it was over. When fire, light, and heat were gone, only a charred shell was left behind. Barely standing, ready to crumble any second. He let go of the corpse's hand, letting it meet the dust and be one with it. It fell. Slowly, steadily, until it stopped halfway. Jogo's one big eye snapped open when he felt the human's hand grab his own in one tight grip to break his fall. Impossible. But the corpse, no, the human wasn't letting him move an inch. Jogo couldn't help but only stand there and see the human's charred fist rush like a meteor towards his own face. And just as it arrived, for the 5th time in this day, a phenomenon called black flash graced them. Jogo was launched like a bullet towards a building and got plastered there. Darkness covered his vision for a while, his mind lost all motivation to do anything outside of contemplating why the hell he was even there to begin with. What's the point of living? Until he snapped out of his daze by the bulging pile of hot blood pooling in his throat. He spat out a mouthful of cursed spirit blood and gaped at his own trembling frame. Anger, irritation, helplessness, and all sorts of feelings overcame him. Why won't this human die? He wanted to shout to the high heavens. Complain, if possible, to the Creator. He gathered all his strength and got himself out of his crater, which was his 3rd crater of the day. With fire in his eyes, he was ready to bring down a real-life meteor to show the human imbecile what a crater looks like, but upon seeing him, all the fire ran out of him. The completely charred human was on his knees, like dead but refusing to fall down. Jogo could only stare at the charred figure who didn't move, didn't breathe, didn't say anything for a few seconds before sighing. I have to find Sukuna. With that said, he turned around. 3 steps. That was all he took, just 3 steps. Before he heard these dreaded words. Domain expansion. XXX. A/N, man, writing this fight had me questioning my own sanity. Am I sadist or what? Chapter 14, a heated clash, 3. Jogo found himself teleported somewhere else entirely. Gone was the dark night sky of Shinjuku, the streets, neon lights, and civilization altogether. Everything was gone. Jogo stood upon soft sand. The sun's golden rays fell onto him, softly, gracefully, perhaps a bit harshly as the tropical heat washed over him, but for a cursed spirit created out of humankind's fear of earth and volcanoes, he didn't even feel the slight difference. For a moment, he did not move. The battlefield, ruin, water, destruction, was gone. Replaced by something he knew. Something carved deep into his memory. A tropical island he remembered from before, when all of his companions were together. The air was calm. The sky stretched endlessly above, bright and clear. Palm trees swayed gently, and the distant horizon shimmered. Except. His eye shifted. The ocean was gone. Where there should have been endless water, there was only emptiness. A hollow stretch of space, as if the world itself had forgotten to finish forming. Everything else was perfect. Every detail intact. But the absence was wrong. Jogo's gaze narrowed. He knew this place. Dagon. The name came out low. It was his domain. Jogo, for what it was worth, couldn't figure out what was happening. Wasn't he supposed to be inside the human's domain? Why was he here? Could it be that the human didn't even copy Dagon's technique but also his domain? No. Not possible. Domains are personalized to a person. The sure hit effect could change, but not the theme, not the domain itself. So, where was he? He asked himself, confused and a bit hopeful. His one big eye roamed around, taking the familiar place in until he finally found something which forced his eye to widen. Where the ocean should have been, something was floating there. The figure was so familiar that Jogo didn't even need confirmation of who he was. Dagon. Hovering in empty space, exactly as he had been, form, presence, cursed energy, all identical. Not weakened, not distorted, and very much alive. Jogo for a few seconds just stood there, trying to convince himself that this was a dream, an illusion, but it couldn't be. The cursed energy was exactly like Dagon's. Unfortunately, the domain didn't wait for his decision. Without warning, the sure hit effect activated. Aquatic Shikigami erupted into existence, surging forward in an overwhelming tide. Creatures of teeth and fins and monstrous forms, all converging on a single point. Jogo couldn't even react before the sure hit effect of the domain had him completely covered with all sorts of aquatic Shikigami. Claws tore into him. Jaws clamped down. Bodies collided with crushing force. The sheer volume of attacks drowned out everything else. His body was ripped apart piece by piece. Chunks torn away. Flesh shredded. Limbs forced back under the relentless assault. It was the damage which finally jolted him out of his reverie. His mind snapped back into place, cursed energy surged around him immediately, coating him in a thick form of coating. It was domain amplification. The next wave of Shikigami struck, but couldn't get their teeth to sink into him before being repelled by Jogo's domain amplification. The very technique which earlier saved him from Satoru Gojo was now saving him from Dagon's domain. The sure hit effect broke against the amplification, its guaranteed nature stripped away. The creatures still attacked, but no longer with inevitability. He tore through them, burning through their forms with raw physical force, crushing and ripping them apart as they came. Without the sure hit effect, those creatures were nothing for him. However, there was still Dagon. Still floating, watching him from further away. Dagon. Dagon. No response. Nothing at all, which made him finally believe that something was indeed wrong. Before he figured out what to do about the situation, without hesitation, Dagon's figure launched itself forward. Next second, Dagon was right on top of him, his fist connected to Jogo's hand which he raised just in time to block. The impact sent a shock through his body. The power was real, this couldn't possibly be an illusion. Oi, Jogo growled. This isn't funny. Dagon completely ignored that, he continued to attack. Jogo countered, deflecting the blow and stepping back. He clashed again, trading blows with the figure. Every movement was familiar, every angle, every surge of cursed energy. To the minute detail, everything was like Dagon. However, Jogo's gut feeling told him that this wasn't Dagon. He can't be. It was identical. Yes. But not Dagon. I see. Is this that human's sure hit effect? Is that how he killed Dagon? He forced Dagon to fight one of us. Jogo's expression darkened. What insolence! Jogo's temperature rose, the volcano on top of his head boiled, leaking gases. And his one big eye narrowed into a dangerous half-moon shape. Dagon pressed forward without pause, each strike carrying the same weight as before, the same destructive force. Jogo blocked, countered, moved, but his options were limited. While domain amplification still covered him, he couldn't use his technique. As long as it was active, his own technique had to be dormant. That was the trade-off regarding this particular technique. If he dropped it, though, then the sure hit effect of Dagon's domain would shred him in seconds. Jogo exhaled. There wasn't really any other option. If this was indeed that human's domain, then he had no other choice. Be it then. Jogo's eyes one last time flickered towards the still attacking form of his old friend, even after knowing that the one he remembered had already passed on and would maybe be reborn someday in the far future, that this one wasn't his friend but just an imitation. He couldn't help but feel anger towards the person who would do this. Next second, his cursed energy surged outward. Domain expansion, coffin of the Iron Mountain. His own domain erupted out, flames came into existence, carving into the tropical landscape, tearing through the false paradise. Once again, a domain clash was taking place. The sure hit effects collided and then both sides' domain sure hit effects got neutralized. Surprisingly enough, both domains' refinement was mostly on par with each other. However, even without the sure hit effect of Dagon's domain, he didn't stop. If anything, he sped up. Even as the domains clashed, it continued forward, attacking without thought. Jogo met the imitation of his old friend head-on, blows turned explosive. Each strike carried heat, each movement trailing destruction. That was the most dangerous part about Jogo's technique. It was inherently destructive in nature. If it hadn't been on cooldown, that fight against that human wouldn't have lasted half that long. But the imitation did not falter, weaken, or slow down. It was going strong to the point Jogo once again was left to wonder whether the one he was fighting really was an imitation. Out of several blows they exchanged so far, the only minor difference he could figure out between Dagon's usual behavior and this one was water. He wasn't using water. In fact, the entire domain had no water whatsoever. That alone was an indication that this wasn't Dagon's domain. This wasn't Dagon. The fight went on for a while, even after Jogo finally determined to erase this cheap imitation. It wasn't like he could with a snap of his fingers. The power was real. Very real. He kept burning Dagon's image in front of him, while taking damage himself. He was better, plain and simple, but that doesn't mean he was winning. At this rate the fight could go on for a long while. He can't have that. He had to go find Sukuna's vessel. Enough. I'll end this phase in one move, he growled. Cursed energy gathered inside his body, and then he was airborne. The air grew heavy. The sky darkened. Above them, something formed. It was a massive burning ball of death. A fireball the size of a small island, which would have destroyed the entire Shibuya if Jogo were to launch something of that scale on a city. And he was pulling that inside a domain clash. Maximum technique, maximum meteor. The meteor fell as if heaven's wrath had been brought down on earth. It was death in all sense even for a special grade curse like Dagon. However, facing such danger, the water disaster didn't back down. Instead he rushed towards it, rushed at the massive meteor and rushed at Jogo who launched that thing. Dagon directly faced the attack, his body burning up, yet he refused to use water. His cursed energy rose higher and higher to meet the threat until nothing of him seemed to be left. And then came the collision. It tore through the sky, crushing the false domain beneath it. The impact was absolute, fire and force collapsing everything in its path. The impact was so devastating in fact that the domain clash finally broke. The two pieces of space separated from reality, vanished from their place of existence alongside all the evidence of those ridiculous feats of jujutsu pulled by Jogo. As for the volcano head, he was left there, panting hard, wounds slowly healing as his cursed energy started fixing him. His soul eye was still on the place where the charred remains of Dagon were. However, they were gone. They were an imitation after all, he sighed. Exhausted and once again at his technique's cooldown, Jogo sighed tiredly, ready to just get out of there. Sukuna was still in his mind. Not so quick. But that was when a familiar voice once again sounded in his mind. Jogo's head snapped back faster than Sukuna's slashes. There he was, that human. Charred just like earlier, he looked worse now. But still living. Anger boiled inside Jogo for what he had to go through inside the domain. Just as he was about to rush at the insolent human and finally kill him, he said something which gave Jogo chills. Domain expansion. What? But how? His technique should be on cooldown. That's impossible. And as if the human understood his plight, he sent a cocky smirk at him before finally finishing. Death trade. Triple X. A/N. Surprised at the twist, gotta say I had to think about it before writing. Fighting here in JJK world are not simple, a lot of nuance are involved if you plan to make them realistic to the core JJK power system. Specally higher level fights with domain and complicated techniques. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 15, Technique revealed. The domain expanded, the area was once again shrouded in darkness, and a very familiar giant cross with weight plates hanging from its sides arose behind me. Jogo could only have time to turn around and catch sight of my domain already established before he was completely locked onto his place. His one big eyeball roamed all over the domain as if he was hallucinating. But how? How come you're not falling into technique burnout? Jogo honestly couldn't get it. To open the domain back-to-back 2 times was almost impossible. Domains put a huge impact on the brain, so much so that after opening the domain, the user has to wait for his technique to cool down before he or she can even attempt to use his technique, let alone open the domain once again. All the huge cursed energy expenses on opening one domain aside, even considering that the human had enough cursed energy, there is no way he should be able to perform domain expansion 2 times in a row. Jogo's trembling eyes were fixed on me, occasionally glancing back at the giant, ominous cross hanging behind me with dread building inside him. I wasn't in such a good condition either. Jogo's earlier attack had done a number on me, my entire upper body was charred, I couldn't even feel my own hands at this point, that's how bad my condition was. I was running on fumes, I knew it. Just push it a bit more, and I'm as good as gone. And that's why I had to pull the last trick I had in my arsenal. I agree, I replied to the hostile feral curse spirit with a calm, almost too calm response. My voice barely came out, I could hardly hear myself, let alone him. But surprisingly, he did. One thing more to be grateful about in this accursed world, I suppose. Jogo, seeing my condition, once again tried to move, but my sure hit effect of the domain had already made him immobile. He wasn't going anywhere. Irritation snarled onto him and he tried to use domain amplification to cut out the sure hit effect of my domain. Next second, his one big eye was wide open enough for me to just pluck it out from its socket. Knowing his shock, I continued. I knew even if I were to open my domain after you recovered your technique, the outcome would have been the same as earlier. Even if I made sure you lose your technique by trading away Dagon's technique inside the domain, I knew you had domain amplification, I replied, making Jogo confused. It's understandable, Jogo still hadn't figured out the nature of my technique. I was fighting him all the while using Dagon's technique. What do you mean? Jogo asked, getting desperate at his helpless condition. His technique was on cooldown, he couldn't open his domain, he couldn't move, nor was he able to use amplification to shake off the sure hit effect of the domain. Explaining my technique, huh? What a JJK thing to do. I genuinely felt a strange sense of irony in what I was about to do. Explaining my technique to an enemy, it would be idiocy in any other world, but here, it was rewarded. While my memories of everything else were still at the back foot, I did figure out everything I had to know about this world thanks to all those black flashes earlier. I chuckled to myself, though I had to cease that action immediately when those motions felt like breaking my insides apart. I was already a living mess, I didn't wish to be a dead mess anytime soon. I was in the worst condition, and I apparently had expected it. Death was around the corner, but at this moment, I was alive. Well, what the hell? I'll bite. My technique allows me to forcefully impose trades on anyone inside my domain. As you can feel it yourself, you can't move. That's a trade. I have restricted your movement by trading away my own movement. Both of us are no better than stones until the domain doesn't collapse. Jogo blinked, finally starting to figure out the nuance of my technique. He finally started to connect the dots. I continued. Usually, trades have to be equal in value for them to work. I can't ask you for your life in return for something less important, can I now? Back when my domain connected, before you clashed your own domain with mine, I had you in there. But couldn't figure out a suitable trade in my favor. Didn't have anything on me which could have given me a leg up. Jogo's brows furrowed. What about Dagon's technique? What about this domain? How did you do that? Seems like he wasn't interested in me boosting my technique by revealing it. Shame, I wasn't stopping just because he wasn't interested in it, and it's not like I was talking because I needed that power boost. Though I certainly could use some in this condition. What do you think is the biggest trade someone can make with Volcano Head? I asked, with a glee. His face visibly reddened in anger and heat upon me calling him that name, but he did give it a genuine thought before answering. Ideals, identity, or one's life. I nodded. Inside my domain, whoever loses, loses the trade of death. He loses everything while the winner gets it all. Jogo's eyes widened. Dagon. You're smart. I smiled. Your cursed friend lost, and thus I had his technique, cursed energy, and anything else I desired from him. If earlier Jogo's face looked angry, then now he was livid. So his assumption was correct. The human had stolen Dagon's power. That still doesn't explain how you used his domain, or used your domain immediately afterwards, Jogo shouted, struggling his damnedest to move but couldn't. Sacrificial trade. I added. Sacrifice. Technically, I should retain his power for as long as I wish to, but in times like this, I can sacrifice a power or technique which I acquired from someone else. This contains everything I took from them. And in return, I can summon a mirage of them to fight for me. Someone who is treated just like the original, not as me or an extension of my technique. Jogo's eyes widened. That. The one fighting you inside that domain, it was indeed your friend, it has everything of your friend, besides his mind and soul. I knew I can't beat you without putting you inside my domain. But you own a domain and that amplification technique was a hindrance. If I had used my domain, the most likely outcome would have been the same as what happened before. A domain clash, leaving both of us burned out again. And I don't think I can survive that next clash. So I sacrificed the technique and power I got from Dagon, made him use his domain to consume yours, I replied calmly. But every word of mine made Jogo bust a vein. Steam rose from his head, but he surprisingly reined in his anger somehow. And what about my domain amplification? What the hell did you do? He asked with clear hostility. Ah, that annoying technique. I grimaced. If not for Jogo knowing both domain and domain amplification, this match wouldn't have lasted this long. As I said, generally every trade I make inside my domain requires me to trade away something of the same value to activate the trade. This was the exact reason I couldn't stop you last time, I wasn't fast enough to find the right trade. But, guess what? Those black flashes really give a sorcerer a new perspective on Jujutsu. As if someone had cleared the path for me, I realized how to solve that issue. Can you guess what I did? I asked, once again amusement entering into my tone. Jogo kept glaring at me, as if ready to throw me into molten lava the second he had a chance. After a silent wait, he finally spoke. A binding vow. Hee, you're indeed smart. Yes, I used a binding vow. Instead of making my trade on a value basis, I made a vow to make the trade on conditions. Jogo contemplated that, but couldn't figure out what that was supposed to mean. What's the difference? Let me explain. I offered. The first trade I made inside this domain is our movement. As you can see, it's restricted. Neither I can move, nor you. If one has to point it out, the value of this trade is on point. In general, it's fair to both sides. Jogo increasingly looked impatient. The second trade was to restrict domain amplification or any other sort of anti-domain techniques inside my domain. Once again, this goes both ways. Jogo's single eye immediately narrowed. He snorted almost. Why the hell would you use domain amplification inside your own goddamn domain? Hee, well, true, but it's not as much a question of why would I use it, as it is can I use it. And I'm not just saying in terms of one can't use domain amplification inside their own domain, I replied with a smile. Jogo blinked. What does that mean? He replayed those words again in his mind, trying to figure out what the human meant until it finally clicked. And when it clicked, his eyes widened. You don't know amplification. Jogo wasn't asking, it was a statement. I nodded. But, that's not fair, you said the wager would be equal. He trailed off, recalling what the human said his binding vow was about. Condition. The vow I swore was simple. I shall have the same condition on both sides of the trade, shall bear the same burden and restriction as my target of trade, as long as the value of the trade is a non-issue. Now it doesn't matter whether I know domain amplification or not to trade away, because we are not trading in value, instead on condition. Rather than giving up the technique itself, we are giving up the right to use the technique inside the domain, either we can use it or not. It's more of an imposed restriction than an imposed trade, one which I am in control of, I sighed, already ready to end this conversation. Jogo's face looked like he was ready to burst any second. Whatever, I don't care. We are both frozen. What are you going to do? If those two are your only trades, then you have nothing to attack me with. I'll just wait here until your domain collapses and then kill you and that woman you tried so hard to protect in front of your eyes, he shot back. TSK, do you really think I made this entire plan to capture you without a way to end it? I snorted. Did you feel something wrong when you fought Dagon in his domain? I pointed out. As if thunder struck his mind, his eye widened to epic proportions, then shifted to my hands, which weren't quite on the domain hand sign by now as he thought they were. Both my palms were joined, like I was praying. And then, I tilted my joined hands forward towards him, pointing at him. Water. The one thing inside Dagon's domain which was missing was water, Jogo muttered with dread, finally building in. Yeah. I nodded. And at the same time, a shockwave of water erupted from my connected palms. I intentionally withheld him from using water, so I could use it as a one-time attack later. I'm sure you have seen this move before, I'm calling it piercing water. A sharp burst erupted from my hands and an arrow-like jet of water, condensed, lightning fast and deadly, rushed right at Jogo. Jogo's big eye saw the water beam in slow motion as it arrived in an instant at his eye with deadly force. Stand proud, Volcano Head, you are strong. XXX. A/N, man. I had this ending for this fight for so long in mind. I planned to explain my technique in one place for those who couldn't understand from bit and pieces. And gave another piece of what the capable of doing with sacrificial trade. There is more of course, but for now, that all you guys are getting. Hee hee. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 16, A Miraculous Disaster. Nanako and Mimiko stood side by side in the dim, ruined corridor of Shibuya Station, their attention fixed entirely on the unconscious body lying before them. Yuji Itadori, Sukuna's vessel, wasn't moving, his chest rising only faintly, his clothes torn and stained from the fight he had barely survived. The air around him still carried remnants of violence. There were more holes on the boy's body than the two girls combined. Blood pooled beneath him, and the boy's entire right shoulder was gone, completely dislocated and injured to the degree that he might think if he even so much as moved it, the entire arm was going to come falling off of him. They waited. At first, they had expected something immediate, some violent transformation, some overwhelming surge of cursed energy that would tear the silence apart and announce the return of the King of Curses. And to their credit, it did happen. The moment they fed the unconscious boy the one Sukuna finger in their possession, the cursed energy erupted out of him like a flood. It was malicious and overwhelming to the point they wished to just bolt out from there. However, they stayed. After all, there was a reason they were betting with their lives here. But after that surge, there was nothing. Instead, what they received was a brief, suffocating pulse of malicious energy that sent a chill crawling down their spines, sharp and unmistakable in its presence. Leading to dying down into nothingness. The energy faded as quickly as it had come, leaving behind only the same heavy quiet. Nanako frowned, her eyes narrowing as she stared at Yuji's unmoving form. That's it, she muttered, the irritation in her voice barely concealed. We fed him the finger. Why isn't anything happening? Mimiko tilted her head slightly, her expression unreadable but her grip tightening around the rope in her hands. Maybe it takes time, she replied, though there was little confidence in her tone. Or maybe, he's resisting. Nanako clicked her tongue, clearly dissatisfied with that answer. Resisting? It's Sukuna. How is he still in control after that? She kicked lightly at a piece of debris near her foot, her frustration growing with every passing second of silence. This is pointless. We should have seen something by now. Mimiko didn't respond immediately, her gaze still fixed on Yuji as if expecting him to suddenly sit up at any moment, like a big bad villain ready to tear them apart on first sight. That didn't sound like something she wished to face, but unfortunately for both of them, that was exactly what they needed currently. But the boy remained stubbornly, almost painfully human. No change in him. Inside Yuji's body though, the situation was much different. Sukuna sat upon his throne of bone and shadow, one hand resting lazily against his cheek as he observed the girls with an expression of complete disinterest. Pathetic fools. Do they really think one finger is enough? If it was that easy to get control over this damn brat's body, then I would long have done so. He scowled. A low, almost inaudible scoff escaped him as his fingers tapped idly against the arm of his throne. For a fleeting moment, the thought crossed his mind to simply lash out, to send a dismantle tearing through the body from within and carve those two nuisances apart where they stood. Not like he can, but the thought was all that counted, right? The brat had to go ahead and lose against the cursed spirit and now he lay dying. It was infuriating. Part of him wished to heal the brat, because that would be saving himself, at least part of him. But the satisfaction of seeing the brat dying was also enticing. So he waited. Just as he always did. There wasn't much to do inside the brat anyway. If only Yuji Itadori weren't someone who could have suppressed him, or better yet the brat wasn't his vessel to begin with. It was clear that curses weren't very affectionate towards his vessel. Time passed, he waited for those girls to give up or finally kill the brat, when suddenly a surge of cursed energy rippled through Shibuya, distant yet unmistakable. He, of course, instantly sensed it and his blood boiled. He knew that cursed energy. Fushiguro Megumi. He grumbled, earlier irritation of being kept like a prisoner inside this brat's body turning into anger. Clearly, he wished to go there and see what that was about. He had sensed many things tonight, curses, sorcerers, fragments of chaos scattered across the city, but this was different. One of Fushiguro Megumi Shikigami, surely, but this was different. He could tell. There was a weight to it, a presence that stood apart from the rest. And that intrigued Sukuna. TCH. Useless brat, he once again cursed the annoying human who was currently his vessel. The first thing he was going to do when he got control over this body was to find a better vessel. MCPOV. My eyes were fixed at the non-existent stars up in the night sky. No doubt, city skies are the worst possible places for stargazing. The tall buildings already obstructed much of the view, and the little sky I had in my blurry vision, I couldn't spot a single star there. As for why stargaze? Because my body wasn't capable of doing anything besides that. Once I won, my domain cracked open, I just let go. Fell back with a thud, my body giving out. I just enjoyed the feeling of a hard-fought victory, the cold wind of Shibuya on my regenerating skin with relaxation. Yeah, I was healing. Slow, but it was there. Winning in a death trade does that to me. Perhaps it was the added vitality from the opponent or something else, I couldn't care less until it fixed me enough to make my way back to Maki and the others. They have a healer with them, right? What was her name, Shomo, Kosho, Shoko, something along those lines. Just gotta reach her and I will be fine. At least I hope so. Now that I had time to think upon, I had realized how easy it was to recall memories after hitting a bunch of black flashes. Those punches were really blessed. Unfortunately, I still couldn't remember my name, shame, since I now at least know in whose body I was reincarnated. I was a nobody, honestly. No one I remembered from the show, though that can't be said with much confidence seeing I don't happen to have all the information about Jujutsu Kaisen. Still, I would rather use my own name when I recall it instead of the person whose body I was occupying. When I recall it, that is. The soothing feeling of my body slowly repairing was incredible. It didn't fix everything, of course, but at least my body was somewhat in working condition now. That was enough. The knockout after having my life threatened on 3 different occasions after coming to this world, and that took just under half an hour, was more than enough to make me lie there till morning if I had a choice. Unfortunately, I didn't. A strong cursed energy signature, which I was getting rather good at spotting by now, broke my rest, bringing me back from dreamland to reality, reminding me that this place was still just as dangerous. I slowly, with much effort, stood back up, every part of my body protesting, begging for more rest, but I pushed through nonetheless. My eyes first fixed on the direction from which the energy signature came. Bad luck, there was a huge building in the middle to see anything. Good luck, because I don't intend to check whatever that was out anyway. If that were where trouble was, meaning it's the other way where I have to start walking. Before my feet lifted, my eyes fell on a scroll on the ground. My instincts told me it was trouble. That and my newly obtained senses about cursed energy, both. Before I had a chance to find anything about this in my memory, which was much better now. I heard something. Are those wolves howling? Then silence. The sound came from the exact place I sensed that cursed energy from earlier. *CK it, I'm getting out of. Crash. Before I could complete it, the said building shielding me from whatever the hell was going on the other side of it tore open and something blasted out of it, flying past me, engraving itself into the building behind me. Everything happened so fast that I couldn't even react. Turning back, I saw a big crater and in the middle a bloodied figure. A blond boy with markings on his face passed out. I could especially see the last of the marks from his face withering away. And then, a chill ran down my spine when I heard strong, heavy footsteps from behind. Every fiber of my being told me not to look, don't look, but with shaky, robotic shifts of my neck, I turned. And what I saw left me hollow to my soul. A giant figure, with wings coming out of his face. Divine, almost. A big sword attached to his hand and a wheel. Oh, that wheel. And that grin on that monster's face. My memories, for the first time, had to strain to know what I was facing. And knowing that just intensified the dread. From my core, I just cursed. Damn you, Fushiguro. XXX. A/N, men, we are almost 2,000 stones in. Almost, but damn. I never hit that much. Like ever. Feeling super blessed that you guys like this FIC so much. Thank you very much for all this support, guys. Means a lot to me. By the way, if you missed out, then allow me to put focus on the boys marking which were fading away, and think why suddenly this miraculous disaster could have taken place. I'm not letting MC catch a break. I'm downright bad. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 17, Get Help. Nanami walked along the quiet shoreline of a Malaysian beach, the evening sun casting a soft, golden hue across the endless stretch of water before him. The rhythmic sound of waves gently meeting the shore filled the air, creating a sense of calm that felt almost foreign to him. For once, there were no curses to exorcise, no urgency, no weight pressing down on his shoulders. Just peace. The breeze carried the scent of salt and warmth, and for a fleeting moment, he allowed himself to simply exist within that serenity. In that moment, he was lost to the world and found himself. His footsteps slowed as his gaze drifted toward the distant horizon, where the sky met the ocean in a seamless blend of fading light. It was there that he noticed a figure standing alone, partially obscured by the glow of the setting sun. Something about that silhouette felt familiar, though it took him a moment to place it. He narrowed his eyes slightly, focusing. Recognition came gradually, like a memory resurfacing from deep within. His eyes trembled at the image. It couldn't possibly be true, right? Hibara. The name left his lips quietly, almost uncertainly. Nanami. The figure stood there, just as he remembered, calling out to him with the same easy warmth that had never quite faded from Nanami's memory. There was something gentle about it, something that tugged at him in a way he had long since learned to ignore. Nanami. Yet now, he found himself walking toward it. Step by step, he approached, the sound of the waves fading into the background as his attention fixed entirely on the person before him. Hibara continued to call his name, his voice carrying across the space between them, unchanged despite the years that had passed. Nanami stopped only when he stood directly in front of him. His eyes still couldn't believe he was here. For a brief second, neither of them spoke. Then Hibara reached out. His hand grasped Nanami by the side with sudden force, the motion sharp and jarring as he shook him, still calling his name, his voice no longer distant but right beside him. Nanami. Wake up. And just like that, the illusion shattered. Nanami's eyes snapped open. The warmth of the sun was gone, replaced by the suffocating heat, discomfort, and the face of the distressed girl in front of him. The calm of the ocean was replaced by the fanatic urgency of the girl in front of him. Hibara was, of course, gone. In his place stood Maki. Her hand gripped his shoulder tightly, her body swaying slightly as she struggled to remain standing. Blood seeped through her side, staining her clothes, her breathing uneven from the strain. For a moment, Nanami couldn't process it. What was happening? His mind lagged behind reality, still caught between the dream and the present. Then it all came rushing back. The Shibuya emergency and the barriers surrounding Shibuya. Gojo being sealed. The newly awakened sorcerer they found in Shibuya Station. Then them facing two special-grade curse spirits one after the next. It surged through him all at once, no longer suppressed by the fragile illusion his mind had clung to. The left side of his body burned with unbearable intensity, his flesh scorched and raw. His left eye was gone, reduced to nothing, and the absence of it sent a disorienting wave through his senses. His hair on that side had been completely burned away, and his left arm hung uselessly, refusing to respond. Keeping breathing was a greater issue than remaining standing still. Nanami. Snap out of it. Maki shouted once again through gritted teeth. She had lost too much blood and her body was starting to fail. Damn, that one-eyed curse got me good, she internally cursed. She planned to go after the curse or Fushiguro, but her condition was getting worse. That curse spirit definitely pierced something important inside her body. And then there was Nanami, the older man, half-burned as he was, who suddenly got up and started to walk away. If she hadn't caught him in time, gods know where he would have gone in his days. Nanami gritted his teeth, forcing himself to remain upright despite the agony threatening to bring him to his knees. He lifted his head, scanning the area. What's going on? He asked. The special-grade curse spirit was gone. Only Maki stood beside him, injured but conscious, and a body lay a short distance away, unmoving and burned beyond recognition. Nanami didn't need to ask. Nabito Zenin. At least the body wasn't that disfigured that he couldn't tell that. Before he could gather his thoughts, the sound of approaching footsteps broke through the tension. Several figures rushed into view. It was the second-year students from Kyoto, their expressions tense as they took in the scene before them. It was Momo Nishimiya, Kasumi Miwa, and Mai Zenin. Maki. Mai's eyes widened as she rushed towards her big sister. What happened here? One of them asked with horror written into her face. Nanami remained silent. Neither did he have a complete answer, nor the strength to give them. It was Maki who spoke instead, her voice strained but steady as she began to explain. A special-grade curse spirit attacked us. We took him down with some help, I'll explain later. But there is another. Even stronger, Maki pointed out with urgency. The Kyoto students and the one manager among them looked at the battered Maki and half-disfigured Nanami with abject horror, even trying to look at the burned corpse a few feet away from them and gulped. Where? Maki just pointed where both that cursed spirit and that boy disappeared, with gritted teeth. Fushiguro is handling an enemy without cursed energy, just like mine. He is extremely strong physically. He eliminated the first special grade we encountered. As for the other, who did this? She pointed at herself, Nanami, and Nabito. And then pointed outside. He dragged the special grade away with him, Maki said, this particular line while looking at Nanami. The others blinked. Wait. He who? How many people is she talking about? Is Fushiguro Megumi fighting two enemies? Nanami understood, though. the boy. Nanami muttered with complicated feelings. Of course, after knowing that the boy was capable of using a domain and even being capable of taking away their techniques inside his domain, there was no way Nanami was underestimating him. But to fight a special grade curse by himself. We have to give him reinforcement. He was just a civilian until now. We can't leave things on him, Nanami said, though he himself was in no condition to do anything. That's not possible, Nanami-san, all forces are already being deployed. We could only come here after we got the distress signal and eradicated all the curses from our side, Miwa pointed out. Where is Tadu? He is looking for Itadori Yuji. TCH. We need a plan, Nanami said with a helpless tone. I have the plan, we go and help them out, Maki snorted, already forcing her body to move and find that damn boy who didn't even have the decency to tell his name. Wait, where are you going? You need healing. You're going back to Shoko's, I tried to convince her, but the girl was too stubborn for her own good, she pushed her body on anyway. At least until she collapsed after 2 steps. It wasn't the injury itself but the blood loss she had suffered which caused her to fall. Idiot, I told you. Come on, we have to take them to Shoko, I rushed into action. Nanami sighed, they were not in condition to join the fight, if they did, they would only be a hindrance in their condition. Any news of Satoru Gojo, he asked. None, Nishimiya shook her head. Damn it, Maki could only curse to herself. Her eyes were locked on the broken segment of the station building, glaring outside as if she could reach there just by watching. Don't die out there, you idiot. XXX. A/N, thought of writing a non-combat chapter in between and explain also what's going on with others. Cause back-to-back combat was too repetitive. Also I wish to save Nanami if possible, here is a legitimate reason on how he survived this time around, Maki didn't let him wander off in his days. A little shady but meh. And if you guys are cursing me to leave yo at earlier cliffhanger then I totally deserve that. Sorry. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 18, all hands on deck. Boom. The world spun around me, and everything became a blur before I found myself flying, weightless and moving faster than I ever had. The impact came before I could even process what had happened, my back crashed into the side of a building, the wall gave way, cracking into a million shattered pieces and a crater formed at the point of impact. Seconds later, gravity did its job and I hit the floor hard enough to knock the breath out of me completely, my lungs refusing to draw air as I lay there for a moment, stunned. The world rang around me, a sharp, high-pitched noise drowning out everything else as pain slowly began to seep in, spreading across my body like fire. I coughed a mouthful of blood out, my head spinning like I had recently attended an MLM gathering. Seriously, though, what happened? I was there, standing peacefully, minding my goddamn business and then that mother *Cur came crashing on the building side beside me and then. Oh. Forcing my arms to move, I pushed myself up slightly, my vision swimming as I tried to focus on the disaster standing in front of me. Dust still hung in the air, drifting lazily, however, I saw it clearly no matter how much my eyes refused to accept the reality. 8-handled sword Divergent Sila Divine General. The crown jewel of the 10 Shadows technique and the Zenin clan. Mahoraga. At least I now remembered who he was. My memories were on point, mostly. The Divine General just stood there, its massive form unmoving for just a moment as the wheel above its head remained unturned, almost mockingly calm as if I wasn't worth it. I wasn't. But damn it. My eyes stung, going hazy at the ordeal thrown at me one after another. Why? Why me? What did I possibly do to deserve this? Does God not wish me alive or something, or what? If so then be a man and tell me right to my face, I'll give you my life. Stop making a game out of it. Tears unknowingly trailed down my cheeks. It wasn't about being afraid of dying. I was ready for it. But why after coming this far? What's the point? The injustice of it all made me rage out, wanting to complain to the high heavens. But there was no time to mope. The disaster was right in front of me. Just looking at it made something tighten in my chest, a quiet, creeping realization settling in that this one I won't be able to survive. Then it moved. I didn't even see the motion properly, only the result. One moment it was there, and the next it was already in front of me, its blade descending in a clean, effortless arc aimed straight through me. My body reacted before I could think, instinct taking over as I threw myself to the side. The blade missed me by a fraction, carving straight through the ground where I had been, splitting the floor apart as if it were nothing. It was my instincts which once again saved me, my body moving on its own, out of the line of attack at the last possible second. If I had the luxury of it, I might even have made a Dragon Ball joke right now. I hit the ground awkwardly, trying to roll and create distance, but I was too slow. Something slammed into me from the side. The force of Mahoraga's backhand hit like a collapsing wall, and I felt my body lift off the ground again before I was sent flying back out through the building once again, practically coming back to where I started from. For a second, I just lay there, trying to breathe, trying to move, but everything felt heavy, like my body wasn't responding the way it should. Nothing was responding at this point as it should. Everything besides my godforsaken luck, that is. A big part of me just wished to give up already. There wasn't much left to live for here, there was no one in this world who I could call my own. The world was a big enough mess as it was. Dying was an easy way out. Gives me a reason to complain more when I go back up there, to the reincarnation management body. But damn it all, I didn't want to die. Not after coming this far. I inhaled sharply, filling my damaged lungs with oxygen. It hurt. A lot. But I did what I possibly could and moved my body. Tried to feel my cursed energy and reinforce it around me. Come on, one last time, even if I'm dying here, I'll F***king die fighting. My cursed energy obeyed, reinforcing me in time. I forced myself up, my arms shaking as I pushed against the ground, every movement slower than it should have been. My body was already breaking down, that earlier healing after winning against Jogo had long been tossed into the trash bin, and the fight had barely even started. Mahoraga stepped forward through the debris, closing the distance with the same steady, unstoppable pace. Think. What can I possibly do? My technique came to my mind, but it was on cooldown after using the domain on Jogo. Running wasn't a strategy, there was no way I could outpace him when it came to adapting. I barely dodged the next swing, the blade cutting through the air so close to me that I felt the pressure of it against my skin. The ground behind me split apart as the attack landed, and I stumbled back, struggling to keep my balance. I couldn't fight back. If I attacked, it would adapt. And if it adapts, I die just that much faster. F***ck. So I kept moving, weaving, and dodging as best as I could, relying entirely on instinct to stay alive. Another swing came, faster this time, and I ducked under it, my movements clumsy but just enough to avoid being cut down. A second attack followed immediately, forcing me to twist awkwardly, pain flaring through my side as I barely avoided it. The only saving grace I found was that Mahoraga wasn't adapting to anything yet. He just mindlessly kept on swinging at me. I had no doubt that he would start adapting if a few more of his hits didn't connect. Perhaps increase his speed, understand my general movement patterns, maybe even predict my movements. I was done for if that were to happen. I have to think of something fast. A glancing hit caught my shoulder, and I felt myself spin before crashing into the ground again. Everything was slowing down. That shoulder was definitely dislocated. My reactions, my body, even my thoughts were starting to lag, and I could feel it slipping away from me with every second that passed. Is this the end? Should I close my eyes and count to 10? I had no idea why in times like this my mind had to joke around, like saying you can't change the outcome either way, why not just accept it and have fun? Absurd as it was, I chuckled. A chuckle originating from the deep helplessness and despair of my situation. And strangely enough, it really calmed me down. I gathered cursed energy onto my other arm and brought it down forcefully at my dislocated shoulder. Ayawa. Pain shot like a hot knife carving through my bones. Shouldn't have done it like that. But the act brought my focus back. Pain was indeed a useful tool at times. With clarity and focus, a plan started to form inside my mind. Dangerous as it was in my last-ditch effort to make it out of here alive. But I'll be damned if I at least don't give it a try. I slowly shifted my eyes and gritted my teeth. Mahoraga was almost on top of me again, the only grace I had being that he was aura farming and slowly walking towards me. I forced myself up again, stumbling backwards, my breathing uneven and ragged as I tried to keep moving, to keep space between us. My eyes also captured the slowly crawling figure of the blonde boy who brought this disaster here. He isn't dead. Then why is this asshole after me? Go after that son of a b***tch. I wanted to complain to Mahoraga but knew it was pointless. A dark part of me wished to know if I were to kill that boy and Megumi Fushiguro, then would this end? Would this monster go back to the same shadows he crawled out of? Most likely no. As I walked further, I was blocked by yet another building. A dead end. Turning around, I saw Mahoraga standing in front of me, its massive form unmoving as the wheel above its head turned slowly. What did he adapt to? A question which honestly didn't matter at this point. But still, curiosity kills the cat, I guess. Fine, let's give it all I have. Mahoraga raised his sword up high, ready to bring it down on top of me in one smooth swing and slice me in two. However, just as his hand was about to fall, to end my life and my struggles, he stopped midway. Something tugged him from behind and suddenly he was yanked out of his place by his long snake-like tail at the back of his head. And then the entity went ahead and tossed the giant away like he weighed nothing. Already dying this soon. How fitting of a death for a human such as you, said my savior with clear disdain in his voice. I couldn't care less about what he had to say though, I looked at him with distinct boredom, at how I had to face this face again so quickly. Less talking and more fighting. I pointed at Mahoraga, specifically at his head. Remember that Shikigami can adapt to your attacks and techniques. We have to end him in one attack. Huh, you mean I have to end him in one attack, while you get to survive, human? I rolled my eyes. Even after dying, this cursed sarcasm hasn't been lost. What will you do? He asked. I'll use the domain and stop him when you're ready. I'll need some time, though. He scoffed at that. I glared at his one big eye and said seriously. Don't use your fire until you're ready for the final attack. Go all out and remember that sword in his hands. It emits reverse cursed energy. Stay away from it, I explained. He rolled his one big eyeball around, smoke emitting from his volcano head as he turned towards Mahoraga, who had already switched to the stronger target between the two of us. Take it seriously. If that sword catches you, you'll die. Jogo, or at least the sacrificial summoned version of him, looked down at Mahoraga and then the sword in the divine general's hand and then back to me. Nah. I'll win. XXX. A/N, Jagoed is here, guys. I know many like his character somewhat, so I thought why not? Not like MC himself getting his ass out of this situation without Jogo's help. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 19, Joso Goat. Sacrificial trade. A kind of trade that allows the user of the death trade curse technique to one-time manifest a copy of an entity previously defeated by the user inside his or her domain, at the cost of sacrificing any and all things obtained from the said entity. I honestly didn't even know that was a possibility. At least not until I hit those black flashes. It was really true when they say that a black flash in the world of Jujutsu is the single most important indicator to observe a sorcerer's potential and talent. The difference in understanding and control of cursed energy and technique for a sorcerer is like of heaven and earth before and after hitting a black flash. I hit 5 of them. Needless to say, if I'm not pulling shit like this out of my ass, then I'll be better off dead. It cost me though. To beat Jogo, to waste his domain, I had to give up on Dagon's powers, and now to beat Mahoraga, I am being forced to give up on Jogo's. My tired eyes lingered a little longer on Jogo, at the power I just forsook to survive, and then at Mahoraga, the culprit. Both Jogo and Mahoraga were glaring at each other with an intensity that could have melted their fraud allegations for once. Fraud? You ask. Because neither of them actually ever won a fight against a really strong enemy, at least I don't remember them doing that in the anime. I could be wrong, of course. Another reminder that I might not have read the manga, since even after much probing at my memories, I couldn't see past what happened in Shibuya. While I was in my own mind, the two monsters didn't stand around for me to recover. 1 second they were standing in their respective places, and the next, both were gone. It was surprising that even Mahoraga, that hulking monstrosity, could move that fast. Was that what he adapted to before, speed? Jogo, though, was much faster than me. At least in raw speed. Both collided midway through their rush, fist to fist, generating a shockwave that left a mini crater behind on the ground after their collision. I gulped. Loss of Jogo's powers be damned, I was just happy that I wasn't the one facing that monster. And then what followed was what I would call a typical DBZ-style hand-throwing session between the two. Fast, accurate, and utterly painful when I recall how hard that bastard curse hits. Though, maybe not as hard as Mahoraga. Ding. The wheel turned once, and the next fist connected directly with Jogo's face, sending him 10 steps back. If my eyes weren't playing tricks on me, I could see Mahoraga's body shifting ever so slightly. The body became slightly smaller and leaner, indicating it was adapting for speed and agility. His entire body changes. Is that how he adapts? I muttered in confusion. Oi, what the hell are you doing there staring? Join the fight. This is your life on the line here, you know. Jogo's sharp remark put a full stop to my train of thought. Yeah. I nodded, shaking off the random theories forming in my mind and struggling to get my half-broken, half-burned, completely uncooperative body to stand up. Every movement felt like walking on a track full of spikes with salt attached to them for an extra painful trip. Now was not the time to lose focus. Surviving came first. And with that thought, once again I asked myself, how can I beat Mahoraga? With Jogo's help, I knew I had the needed firepower. Hell, I always had it the moment I beat him inside my domain. But I can't use it. My technique was still on cooldown. I had to summon him so he could hold back the divine general until my technique recovered. But can he? My eyes drifted to the top of Mahoraga's head. The wheel was still, no more adaptations. But it was only a matter of time before it spun again. Quit spacing out. How long until your technique recovers? Jogo snapped again. I'm uncertain. I have already strained my brain too much with back-to-back domain activations in the last half hour. I hated it, but I knew my condition best. If my estimation was right, I might not be able to open my domain again tonight. Period. No. No. Don't think that. There has to be a way. Do you have any attack that can take Mahoraga in one shot? Give me your best. Jogo just nodded. I knew it too, it was the one he used in the anime against Sukuna. His maximum technique. But that will take time for me to prepare. He won't let me. Jogo pointed at the Divine General, slowly walking toward both of us again. If not for this monster's aura farming, I'd be toast by now. My lips pursed. Time, that was exactly what I was lacking. How long do you need? 30 seconds, give or take. Silence spread between us. It was only 30 seconds, but in front of that monster, it felt like a huge chasm. A sense of desperation washed over me. The truth was right in front of me. To beat him, I had to stall that monster for 30 seconds. Just half a minute, and I could win. But I knew for certain that in my condition, I'd die within just 5 seconds against him. My eyes trembled. For the second time since coming to this world, my body felt like it wasn't responding to me. Is this the gap between the strongest and someone weak like me? What are the odds we face? I never expected myself to be helping a human, you know. Suddenly, Jogo spoke, snapping me out of my thoughts. I glanced at him. Jogo's single eye was still on Mahoraga, but he continued. I always thought that we cursed spirits are the real humans of this world. I still do. And yet, even after dying, being here is nothing more than a doll to save the one who killed me. How pathetic an end that is. But you know what? That just makes my belief even firmer. We cursed spirits are better than humans because we never stray from our goals and nature. We do what we are born to do and stick with it until the very end. Even now, under your control, doing your bidding, fighting to save your life, I still hate your existence. However, I'm here to protect you. And just like a cursed spirit, I'll give my all to do what I'm here for. That is our nature. We are true to ourselves, unlike you deceiving humans. I blinked. For a moment, I didn't fully grasp what he meant. Wasn't he bound to follow my orders as a construct created by my technique? But then I realized, Jogo was bound to obey, yes. But to speak like this, to show sentience, to assert himself. That wasn't the doing of my technique. That was Jogo. His lingering consciousness within the construct. He was helping me, even while declaring his hatred, because that was his nature. To give everything for his role. His identity. I clenched my trembling fist with whatever strength I had left. He was right. To lose fighting spirit by measuring the gap, that was cowardice. That's how losers think. The brave. They take the leap of faith. And they fly. 30 seconds it is. Good enough. Start preparing the fire, I'll ready the ingredients. I declared with determination, no matter how much my voice trembled. And I might be mistaken, but I could have sworn I saw his lips curl upward. Heh, cooking. How ridiculous a notion. I expect nothing less from a human. But fine. I'll bite. Let's cook. XXX. A/N, hope you guys are hungry. 'Cause I'm making a feast. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 20, Trader's Gamble. Strain. That is what I felt when I tried to open my domain. My brain was too overloaded by constant domain expansions to use my technique once again. It needed rest. I needed rest. But rest wasn't an option. At one moment, everyone seemed at peace, an intense stare down between all the participants of this deadly game, and the next it all exploded. Once again Mahoraga and Jogo moved first, and I followed, albeit at a much slower pace. My injuries wouldn't allow me to keep up with them no matter how much I tried to push my body. It was all a blur. 1 second the silence was overwhelming, and the next a booming collision sound echoed as Jogo once again collided with Mahoraga. However, this wasn't just a mere collision of force. Instead of taking it head-on, Jogo used his momentum to hurl himself upward behind Mahoraga after their attacks connected mid-air, at least for Jogo since he was much smaller. Mahoraga tracked his target, making an arc over him, his sword of extermination already swinging towards Jogo, but by then I was there. Hi-ya. I rushed with all the momentum I could muster and tackled the giant's leg to slightly destabilize him. Honestly, it didn't even move the Divine General, but that slight destabilization allowed Jogo to avoid the sword brimming with positive energy. Mahoraga's attention shifted to me. Still no adaptation. He simply directed that sword in my direction. Just before the sword could connect though, Jogo was already back with a reverse dash, aiming right at Mahoraga's head and punching him with everything he had. The pure physical force from him made the monster take a single step back, but that was enough for me to get away in time. Jogo's attack, besides that, did nothing, but by doing so he was following exactly what I had asked him to do, not to use his technique, only hand-to-hand combat. He was at a serious disadvantage. We both were. Mahoraga seemed to contemplate between the two targets he had until he chose to fight the more troublesome one. The sword of extermination attached to his hand lit up with reverse cursed energy, aiming directly at Jogo. That strike could end it all. Or, it could save the day. Just as the sword came down, Jogo was ready. With all of his reactive instincts he had developed while fighting me, he shifted sideways. Unfortunately, he wasn't fast enough. The sword still grazed his arm, but the positive energy did the rest. It outright obliterated the core structure of his arm, which was a pure cursed energy construct, like most cursed spirits are. The arm didn't cut open like it normally would have. Instead, it just blasted apart and then dissipated. Jogo's single eye went bloodshot instantly, but still he didn't step back. Instead, he moved in and, with all of his cursed energy reinforcement, punched the Divine General right in the face, jolting him back. Mahoraga took only one step back before his sword hand was once again raised in the air, ready to make the next strike count. Now! Jogo shouted. And I was waiting for this exact moment. I came from behind the Divine General, used his snake-like tail attached to his head like a ladder, and with a sharp and very disrespectful stomp on his head, pushed myself upward, directly at the raised arm. I clamped tightly around the damn sword of extermination and pulled the arm off course the moment Mahoraga brought it down on Jogo. The ground split open by what little exposed tip of the sword was left behind, the rest was completely hugged tightly by me like I was a koala. A childish action, but that saved Jogo from exploding just like his arm. Mahoraga, upon this, let out an indignant sound that almost sounded like a snort. Before his other giant hand could snap at me to forcefully rip me apart from the sword, Jogo was already on top of him once again, delivering a punch directly to the Divine General's face. The force was similar to before. Mahoraga had to take one step back. That was the extent of what Jogo could do. And that too only because Mahoraga had adapted himself to be a bit thinner and faster. However, that earlier adaptation let him grab Jogo this time midway and throw him away like an annoying bug. Then he swung his sword hand, trying to make me lose my grip and let go. I held on for dear life until finally he couldn't take it anymore, and the wheel on top of his head spun once again. I entirely missed the spin due to the unannounced experience, similar to an amusement park ride I was experiencing on his hand. And then suddenly, the metal of the sword heated up. So hot that even my already insensitive burned skin felt like it was on a frying pan with the stove on. By instinct, I had to let go of the sword. It couldn't have been at a worse moment since Mahoraga hadn't ended his thrill-seeking ride for me. I was thrown at the nearest building yet again, stopping only after completely and utterly ruining its outer wall. By now I had no idea how many times I had experienced being smashed into a building. I wasn't even angry about it anymore. I smelled smoke. My hands, which had held onto the sword, were smoking with burned flesh, black as charcoal. Mahoraga turned towards me but then went back to his original target. In his eyes, I was no threat. Jogo was already on the move though, fully embracing the hit-and-run tactic. But Mahoraga was faster after that one adaptation. Before he could run away, Mahoraga was already on top of him, sword of extermination once again ready to cleave him in half. Just as Jogo was about to take a permanent leave from this fight, a large destroyed section of a broken building wall was sent flying at Mahoraga, crashing onto him. Once again, Jogo was spared by the sword of extermination. Mahoraga made a grunting sound, as if annoyed. He turned around, and there I was, standing and smoking like a freshly delivered piece of meat. However, not all smoke comes from fire. Some came from my healed wounds. Thanks for the heal, man. God knows I needed that. I grinned. Yup, it was the sword of extermination. Jogo too sighed in relief at how the crazy plan worked. It was a rather simple, suicidal idea. Everything depended on Mahoraga using his sword with positive cursed energy output to deal with a curse like Jogo. He did exactly that, and since it was an output type RCT, known by how Jogo's arm exploded, I knew it would heal too. The healing wasn't nearly enough, but I could feel my body at least in a somewhat working state. That was enough. Something seemed to change inside Mahoraga at that moment as the wheel on top of his head rotated once again. What he adapted to, no one knew but him. Instead of going after Jogo, he rushed directly at me. Ah, come on, are you serious now? I gritted my teeth and poured all my cursed energy into reinforcement since there was no outpacing that force of nature. Mahoraga appeared on top of me in an instant. He was fast, very fast. And the next second his mountain-sized fist came crashing down on my head like a hammer falling from heaven. With all my might, I blocked. The impact was bone-shattering, if any were left intact inside me by now to begin with. My legs gave out, and from the sheer might of that blow, the ground beneath me shattered and I dropped to my knees. The taste of iron pooled into my mouth as blood surged out. I felt like my entire body had been hit by a moving train. My hands, they were shaking like leaves about to fall. My mind hummed with a buzzing noise. It took me some time to recover from that blow, but Mahoraga wasn't done. I saw his leg raised right above my kneeling self. Instincts once again came to the rescue, and by sheer survival threat, cursed energy surged once again around my body. I swear I'm cutting open Fushigiro's fingers so he isn't summoning anyone ever again if I survive this. And then the divine general mercilessly crushed me beneath his foot. The blow was so heavy that even my knees gave out, my stance completely broken as I was driven into the ground. Only my hands, shielding my chest, held on before giving in and folding inward under the pressure of that foot slam. Blood poured out of my mouth. My eyes went blank for a second under such a heavy impact. My entire body shook. But Mahoraga was still not done. He raised his sword this time, ready to end this in one sweeping attack. My eyes snapped to the sword. I had to move. I knew if I didn't, I was dead. I had to move. Move, goddammit. I twisted my body to the side, missing the sword of extermination by a hair's breadth. At least most of it. A stinging pain rang through me. The sword barely touched my side, but it tore right through. Pain struck like a lightning bolt. And with pain came anger, so much anger. At myself, at this situation, at freaking Megumi Fushiguro, at that blood-deep mess who dragged Mahoraga onto me. It needed an outlet, and the best one I knew was to punch it out. So, eyes bloodshot and hostility fueling my negative emotions, I did just that. Instincts alone were enough to gather my cursed energy into my fist, and just like back when I punched those cursed spirits in the underground floors of Shibuya Station, out of sheer desperation to survive mixed with anger. I punched. Directly at Mahoraga's face, which was much closer due to him lowering the sword toward me. A snapping sound rang out. I felt a jolting vibration, very familiar to me. Cursed energy collapsed into itself and then, like a burst, lashed out. Space itself wrapped around my fist, and in the next moment, black lightning tore out from it. Black flash. Once again, it hit Mahoraga right on the head. For the first time, sending the behemoth flying back. As if my dead brain cells had awakened, my mind snapped into place, and everything started to make sense. I lay there, eyes open, fist still in the air with black lightning around it. And for the first time during this fight, I felt like I can do it. Both Mahoraga and I simultaneously got up. I supported my bleeding side and looked at the Divine General, who was grinning as usual at me as the wheel on his head spun once. Adapting to Black Flash, tch, such a cheater. I couldn't help but scoff. But then a similar kind of grin spread across my face. Jogo, who was sidelined all this time after being thrown into a building, was finally on the move. He rushed at Mahoraga at lightning speed, ready to deliver the attack. Jogo. However, I stopped him midway. He snapped at me like I had lost it. What? I grinned at him and simply said, do it. He blinked, pursed his lips for a second, and then determination showed on his face. Very well. I hope you survive, human. He replied, and then for the first time during this fight, fire erupted out of him, not for attacking, but from his palms, slamming down on the ground like thrusters to launch him into the air. Mahoraga, of course, saw this. But he didn't go after Jogo. I was his target now, especially after that black flash. My own eyes snapped to him. Grinning all the way, hands raised up, forming a familiar hand sign. My brain immediately sent out warning signals, it wasn't ready to handle another domain expansion just yet. Not even after a black flash. I knew it. But I don't care. Just as Jogo said, I have to give my everything. Find a way. There is always a way. Stay true to your nature. And I'm a traitor. Trade it then. Trade something for this life-giving grace. Domain expansion. Death trade. XXX. A/N, ha 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 ha. I'm having fun writing this, man. It's really fun. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 21, EGO. Maximum Technique. An extension of a cursed technique possessed by either a sorcerer or a cursed spirit, pushed to its absolute limit. In a sorcerer's arsenal, this was the next best thing after his own domain. Unfortunately, in the modern era of Jujutsu, there are not many who can perform such a feat, to push their technique to its absolute limit outside a domain. However, one such feat was currently taking place, right in the night sky of Shibuya. A star had started to take birth. Heat and light emitted out of it in torrents as it lit up the night sky. In reality, this was no star. This was Jogo, and he was preparing his ultimate technique. A technique which was even more powerful than his own domain in raw output alone. While a domain provides a sure hit effect, the usual curse technique inside a domain is not that different for the most part. Upon having the option between a domain expansion with uncertain chances to kill Mahoraga in one shot before the Divine General adapts, or a maximum technique which was Jogo's highest destructive power, there wasn't even a choice to be made. The answer was as clear as the burning ball of fire up in the night sky of Shinjuku. And while Jogo was preparing the fire, down below, darkness spread. From the soles of my feet to the end of my eyesight, the darkness spread, only stopping at the urban setting of the environment, buildings and roads obstructing further expansion. Behind me rose a giant towering cross, even dwarfing the likes of Mahoraga. However, something was missing. The darkness was spilling out, not condensing, not overtaking the environment as it was supposed to. That was because there was no barrier to hold it. No. It wasn't an open barrier domain of the legends. This was a no-barrier incomplete domain born out of sheer desperation and my gamble. Remove the sure hit effect. Remove the barrier too. I don't need them. One by one, I traded away everything which made my domain a domain, for a one-time execution to be able to face a monster such as Mahoraga. And the result was apparent. As I sacrificed the usual parameters and advantages of my domain, a sharp spike in my cursed energy was evident. It surged higher and higher until I felt my output soaring. It was a trade I made, obviously. Removing those effects let me improve my CE output and stack it on the already 120% I was carrying after the last black flash. Energy filled my body. It felt like I could form a black hole with a mere punch of mine. A false sense of power, however, it was intoxicating. The darkness reached Mahoraga as well, sweeping under his legs like black fog. And the result? Nothing. Nothing happened. Without the sure hit effect of the domain, that darkness was just the material manifestation of my domain. It was harmless, and if something was harmless, there was no need to adapt to it. Both of us looked at each other. Silence stretched between us until it finally broke apart with a deafening booming noise as both of us launched at each other. Craters formed where we once stood, leaving behind a trail of dust, and then a shockwave was released at the point we met again. Both of our fists collided, resulting in a shockwave that tore out from the collision. I felt it in my bones, they almost felt like they were vibrating. Then the pain shot out as the clash ended, and I was thrown 3 steps back by the sheer physical blow alone. However, Mahoraga too was affected this time, forced to take a step back by the clash. Physical difference in weight aside, this was the closest I could get to his physical might currently. And what did it cost me? Everything, almost. Mahoraga's ever-grinning mouth gave out a chilling smile, which put a damn grin on my face as well. I felt like I was losing my sanity the longer I stayed here. It was maddeningly infuriating and fun at the same time. The wheel on top of Mahoraga turned once again, the adaptations never stopping. Bring it on. I shouted, eager to see what I had in this state. Mahoraga was oblivious. Rushing at me with all of his speed, he slammed his massive hand right at my face, ready to dig me 6 feet down in one clean punch. I wasn't planning on taking that. Instead of stepping back, I pulled my own punch back and hit Mahoraga right at the knee before his strike could arrive. It didn't work how I expected it to, honestly. The strike still plastered me to the ground, and I wasn't even defending against it this time, but much of its power was gone since I disturbed his balance. Groaning, while lying flat on the ground with my head humming, I looked out to see Mahoraga had pulled his leg back like a soccer player and then kicked out. I was the ball. Before the devil's foot fell on me, I wrapped as much cursed energy as I could muster around me, because the next moment I felt like I had been hit by a cannonball. I was airborne, with probably a few more broken bones, and got slammed into a tall building, kicking up dust and destruction upon impact. I got engraved into the wall like a piece of modern art. The world around me spun until I saw a shadow falling right toward me. My eyes went wide with shock as I barely shifted my body before a meter-long sword pierced right next to me. Mahoraga slammed into the same spot of the building like an angry Hulk smashing things in New York, this one just a tad bit smarter with a long-ass sword attached to him. Cold sweat broke out just thinking about what would have happened if I had shown even a heartbeat of delay there. Spotting a small gap, I dove down to get away from his hulking figure and land on safer ground, at least comparatively, but halfway through I felt my leg get grabbed. Oh no. Before I knew it, everything became hazy and I was slammed into the side of the building and then tossed up like I was some freaking frisbee. I flailed around helplessly midair when a giant shadow appeared behind me, still midair, mind you. For God's sake, give me a Herculean punch cut my rant short as I was sent soaring back towards the earth in a diagonal direction. The reunion was nothing short of diabolical. Like a pachinko ball, I bounced around 3 times before finally, somehow, I don't know how, but somehow landed on my feet with one badass moment in the entire fight to call my own. Sliding back on both legs with blood splashing all over the place, my entire figure was bloodied, but I stood. Boom. A few meters away, Mahoraga landed with his ever-so-devilish grin plastered on his face. The fight for a second came to a standstill. I just stood there, breathing, heavy and labored to the point I felt like I wasn't getting enough air if the building's suffocation was anything to go by. Light-headed and blurry vision. Troubled breathing, hearing, standing, and continuing to exist altogether. Suddenly, my knees gave out and I fell back to the floor, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Surprisingly enough, that actually felt a bit better in my already terrible condition. A single punch. I gave up almost everything in my domain for a single punch which too didn't do any damage. Just pushed him back one step. And now I was already in this state. The helplessness of weakness, only in moments such as this are revealed. I tried to get up, but my body wouldn't move. It had reached its limit. There wasn't much left to give. Come on, please, one last time. Get up. Tears seemed to pool in front of my vision. I was so close. If I fell here, I'd regret it for my entire afterlife. Come on. Rise. I didn't know what caused it, but giving up now didn't even feel like an option anymore. Nah. I'm way too far in for that. I'll win. Even if it kills me, I'd rather die a winner than live as a loser. So get up. Get the fuck up. And, surprisingly enough, to the point that I never could have believed I would actually do it, I got up. I saw the walking disaster back to Aura farming as he approached me with an ever-plastered grin on his face. And that's when I realized what made me get up. It was no longer survival instinct. This was EGO. XXX. A/N, let's be honest, he was cooked no matter how much buff he get by trading away his domain's parameters. But you see, a man's ego is a dangerous thing. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 22, Cinema. It was ego. My ego made me stand up. I ain't dying until I land a cool punch of my own on that bastard. Comical and ridiculous as it was, it brought a chuckle out of me and a similar kind of grin was plastered on my face. I realized I was losing my sanity. And what the hell, I was liking it. Ayahaha. An utter war cry tore out of my throat as I rushed at the divine general with a broken body, mind, and ambition. Mahoraga seemed to grin and rushed as well. He was faster, much faster. He arrived near me within seconds. However, just as he was near me, ready to end the fight once and for all, instead of directly charging at him, I let go of my footing and my inertia dragged me forward, sliding me between the gap of his open legs, to the other side. Mahoraga stopped with a powerful stomp and turned around, but I was gone. The next moment I was on his back. I saw his snake-like tail connected to his head and at the last moment jumped to grab it. Pulling myself with all my might, and with one leg on his shoulder, I grabbed onto one of his wings. That earned me a very satisfying jerk from the jerk, telling me they were sensitive. Good. I always wanted to be Tarzan. So I took the leap of faith, grasping onto the wings and using them as a lever to change my direction midair. Mahoraga's entire body weight shifted by how I tugged on his wings. I turned back around on the wing, the laws of motion bringing me back to his head on the other side after one full motion, and with everything I had, I punched. The punch was strong. Not a black flash, I doubt my body had it left in it to perform any more of those miracle punches, but it was strong enough to tear open the wing in my hand as I used it to enforce my weight midair and completely knock Mahoraga back. He fell on his back with a thud. I barely landed on my feet before they gave way, and I fell back. And that was all I had. But I was happy. 'Cause I had just plucked a pair of wings from heaven itself. My grin only magnified seeing the pair of bloodied wings in my hands. It was my blood, though, but *ck it. It felt so damn satisfying. And then the adrenaline wore down when the beast once again got up. And he looked pissed. The wheel on top of his head turned once, and his plucked-off wing was regenerated. That was pretty cool, wouldn't you agree? I grinned. Next moment, a comet-sized punch drilled me down into the ground. Another one followed a heartbeat later. And then another. Darkness crept into my vision. Everything was becoming numb at this point. But that wasn't the end, not at all. The monster grabbed me by the chest and pulled me up, right next to his face, glaring down at me. I looked back, or at least pretended to look back, since my vision was already blurry. Look, you kinda missed that spot I hit you earlier, there is still a black bruise. Guess your adaptation can be flawed as well, huh? He grabbed me by the leg and slammed me down hard. It almost reminded me of a certain green monstrosity. But once wasn't enough for him. He did it again, and again, and again. Blood pooled beneath me, my CE reinforcement doing the bare minimum to prevent anything too lethal, but it had its limits. I didn't even know how many times it was, but by the time he was done, I couldn't move. I just hung by the leg, lifelessly, in his hand. He scoffed and tossed me away hard toward a building. At least pain was no longer an issue, when everything was numb, that is. Before I knew it, I slammed into something, which broke my speed before once again I met a building. Ah, damn. I broke something. My eyes barely landed on a figure with blonde hair. Wait, isn't he the one? My mind connected who this blonde could be, and even with a broken body, my anger flared up. This was the guy who was responsible for all of this. Seems like I ended up exactly where the fight started. All in a cycle, I guess. He too didn't look in that great of a condition. Lying on my side, he had blood running down his face as well. His leg was twisted, no wonder he was still here. My eyes turned towards Mahoraga again. The monster finally seemed to have his fill and was ready to end it. He walked step by step towards us. The boy beside me panicked but couldn't move at all. Just as Mahoraga was right on top of us, sword of extermination ready to carve us out, my lifeless body moved. I used every last ounce of power left in me to grab the panicking boy. Oi, what are you? He couldn't complete it before I had dragged him right in front of me. Like hell I was dying alone. He was responsible for this, we'll die together. A small grin flashed on my broken, bloodied face. Let's meet when we are down there, shall we? No. No. Leave me, you bastard. Release me. The boy shouted back, struggling, but it was already too late. The sword of extermination flashed and dug right through his chest, coming straight for my heart. At the last moment, I shifted him and myself ever so slightly so that the blade, instead of going to the heart, went through the upper shoulder. But I was done. Pinned down, bleeding, and finished. There was nothing left anymore. The boy's eyes slowly lost their light. They say that at the last moment of one's life, we can see our life flash in front of our eyes. I couldn't see a thing. No matter what I did, my vision was just that of a loner, who tried and tried until the end stood in front of him. Or perhaps it wasn't the end. My dull eyes snapped open, with newfound energy, the last burning flames powering through. With all that I was worth, I squeezed every last bit of my remaining cursed energy and reinforced my hands. And grabbed onto the sword which pierced us. Got you now. I took a very painful and deep breath in. It felt like my lungs refused to expand, but I forced it through nonetheless. And shouted with utter desperation. Jagu. The voice seemed to echo through the emptied city of Shibuya, ranging far and wide, until a flying curse up in the night sky, hovering just before a dazzling sun, snapped open his one big closed eye. Fire shone in it. It turned with the very desire to burn. A yellow cape fluttered behind him with the dazzling light of the sun at his back. For one last time, let me show everyone why I'm the curse-born of the earth and fire. Take it. This is my peak. Jogo shouted, a menacing smile on his face. Maximum technique, maximum meteor. With all of his strength, the curse hurled the giant meteor of molten iron and fire right at where I was. Mahoraga seemed to sense it. He turned his head back slightly to observe and immediately planned to remove the sword and dodge the attack. However, first trade. No movement. Suddenly, a greater force wrapped around his body, completely halting every and all movement for both of us. A big grin plastered on my face. Even if the sure hit effect of my domain is not active, my domain is still deployed, you big shit, and you're currently touching me. Meaning I can trade. If he had eyes, they would have widened by now. Those wings fluttering around almost gave that impression. Second trade. Attacks received on the back do much more damage, in exchange for attacks done on the front. Mahoraga's back suddenly went hot. Because he was not facing the attack, he was facing the building where I was pinned. Only I could see the giant meteor coming. The wheel on Mahoraga's head tried to spin, but I was making trades much faster for it to start adapting. I looked right at him, struggling to move, but my technique had him, with almost no time to adapt. If I had used my sure hit effect from the start, then he would have long adapted to it. If I had my barrier up, then he would have broken that. However, without a barrier or sure hit effect, there was nothing to adapt. And nothing to stop Jogo's attack from reaching us. Say, Mahoraga, how does it feel to look down on us mortals from your divine throne? Is it any different? The meteor burned through the air, and as it closed in, the heat increased, and the nearby buildings started to melt. Do you know how much I lost facing you? I lost my very sanity, you bastard. My eyes teared up. The night sky lit up with a brilliant hue of red and orange as the entirety of Shibuya saw a sun descending. But I have to show my gratitude, only by facing you could I reach my zenith. He obstructed much of my vision, but I could catch the descending death behind the hulking figure of Mahoraga. In the gaps of your shadows, I have seen light, Mahoraga. I smiled. A genuine, heartwarming smile to express my appreciation at what I had learned. To express what I had gained. Finally, the meteor arrived, engulfing everything with light and heat. To think a curse and a human together beat the divine. I chuckled. It almost felt like even the divine general, at that comment, stiffened. Can't you see it, Mahoraga? I raised my voice, blood pumping harder, breathing labored. Don't you think so too, this is absolute cinema. Triple X. A/N, man. Building up to this chapter took everything out of me. It's not just the MC who was fighting. He just happens to take more damage between the two of us. I gave my all. Hope you like it. Love you guys. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 23, Aftermaths. Outskirts of Shibuya. A sudden shockwave tore through Shabuya, violent enough to rattle the surrounding structures and send a tremor through everything in its path. Heat waves shattered all over the city, melting the ground and cutting off the electricity. The damage endured by the city was catastrophic. Inside the temporary shelter erected by the Jujutsu tech, Shoko had just finished stabilizing Nanami and Naobito. Nanami's condition was bad but not life-threatening. He'll live, but she doubted he could continue to be a Jujutsu sorcerer after this. Half of his body was burned. Even if she was able to heal most of it, it would leave behind scars. And lingering damage, which even her reverse curse technique she can't heal, was always a possibility. However, even this Shoko would consider lucky in her long experience of treating Jujutsu sorcerers. At least he was alive. Something she couldn't, with much confidence, say about the old man looking like a fried fish cutlet on her makeshift operational table. Naobito Zenin's condition was outright bad. She wasn't certain whether the old man would make it. Even if he did, he'll be bedridden for life. Not that much of life was left in him after this. Shoko sighed. At times like this, her addiction started to kick in. She was trying to leave smoking, but the stress was getting to her, ever since she heard that idiot Satoru had gone and let himself be sealed. The air still carried the faint scent of antiseptic mixed with blood and burnt flesh, an all too familiar combination in moments like this. She had just reached for her tools again, preparing to begin treating Maki's injuries, when the shockwave hit. The force of it was enough to jolt her hand mid-motion, the loosely held cigarette slipping from her fingers and falling to the ground. The entire tent shook. Shoko paused, staring at it for a brief second before letting out an irritated sigh. This was why she didn't like leaving her operation room back in Jujutsu High and doing field operations. You've got to be kidding me, she muttered, brushing a strand of hair back as she glanced toward the direction the shockwave had come from. What now? Her voice carried clear annoyance, but beneath it was the weight of exhaustion. Nanami, who was steadily resting after Shoko injected some sedatives into his system to dull the pain, also seemed to jolt up at the sudden shock. Groaning, his single working eye looked around to find he was still in the tent. He half expected to directly wake up in Jujutsu High, or perhaps waking up again wasn't an option anymore. Before anyone else could respond, a figure rushed in from outside. Momo descended quickly on her broom, her expression showing panic, as if she saw the dark mark announcing Voldemort's rise while flying on her broom. Will you believe me if I say a meteor just hit Shibuya? There's been a massive impact, she said without preamble, her voice hurried as she stepped off and faced them. For a second, the words didn't quite register. Sure, nothing surprises me after I learned complete sex change is possible with RTC, Shoko shrugged. That brought another round of silence. Why the hell was this woman researching something like that? Ignoring the usual emotionless baddie with a sleep disorder, they focused on the news itself. A meteor sounded absurd, something completely out of place even in a night already filled with chaos, but the evidence was difficult to ignore. The shockwave, the sudden brightness that had briefly lit up the sky, and the lingering heat that now seemed to press against the air all pointed towards something catastrophic. Nearby, Maki shifted, her teeth clenched as she pushed herself up slightly despite the obvious strain it caused her injuries. Due to the urgency with both Nanami and Naobito's situation, especially Naobito's situation, she was sidelined until now, basic bandages and a quick dose of RTC keeping her awake and preventing further blood loss. I don't have time to lie here, she said, her voice tight with restrained anger. Fix me faster. Shoko shot her a brief glance, unimpressed by the demand. This girl was her primary patient, not because she suffered damage in the mission, but because her training was far more dangerous than the missions assigned to her. The kind of load she put her body through every day, anyone else could have had serious health issues by now. Shoko honestly was a bit envious of that heavenly restricted body of hers. It almost felt like she had endless energy. Sigh. Shoko didn't argue, instead, she crouched down again, reaching for her tools to resume the work. Your injuries are minor, she replied, her tone firm as she resumed her work. However, I advise against straining them further even after I heal you. Of course, the girl wasn't going to listen, but as a doctor, saying so was her duty. And as a cool, refreshing sensation spread all over Maki, healing her, her mind once again wandered to what happened to that boy. If not for him taking that special grade out of the station when he did, everyone here who survived would have died. Maki's fist clenched tight, knuckles shaking at the force. Weak, why am I still so weak? She had died, if not for that boy. She couldn't do much against that special grade. It irritated her, irked her, made her mad. There, you're done. Shoko at last removed her hand. The wound was mostly healed, but still she bandaged her to prevent infection. Then I'm going. I'm coming too. Nanami grunted. Now that he was awake, he just couldn't let Maki go alone. Not you, you're not in any condition to fight. Shoko shook her head, and glanced at Maki. And your condition? She couldn't even complete before Maki was out of the tent. I hate teenagers. Outside the tent, Maki was already making her way towards Shibuya, but first she had to find Panda since he had some of her spare weapons. Don't you dare die on me, idiot, you still have yet to pay for that cursed tool. X. Yuram stood in still patience, her gaze fixed upon the ruined stretch of Shibuya as she waited for the moment she had long prepared for. Reuniting with Sukuna-sama after 1,000 years. The plan was simple. Kenjaku was supposed to feed all the fingers in their possession to Sukuna-sama's vessel, Itadori Yuji. And so in belief she waited, expecting at any moment to feel that overwhelming, unmistakable surge of cursed energy that belonged only to her master. But it never came. Yuram's eyes narrowed slightly as she extended her senses once more, searching for even the faintest trace of Sukuna's presence. At first she traced a bit of it, but it died down almost instantly. What happened, was her only question. Did the vessel, Itadori Yuji, manage to suppress Sukuna-sama's soul even after eating all those fingers? Impossible. There was something definitely wrong there. A flicker of irritation crossed her otherwise calm expression. Kenjaku's methods had always been unorthodox, but this was beginning to test even her patience. If the vessel had consumed the fingers, then Sukuna-sama should have emerged. There was no logical reason for this delay. That Kenjaku, she said with a frosty voice. Still she followed the plan, waited until Sukuna emerged, at least until the sky lit up in the night that is. The burning hot cursed energy she felt was familiar. The sudden violent shift in the atmosphere drew her attention upward as an immense mass of cursed energy condensed above the city, its presence so dense and oppressive that it distorted the very air around it. What is that cursed spirit doing? She growled. Sukuna-sama's vessel was around there. What followed was immediate devastation. Even she, who had remained detached until now, felt the need to move. The moment the impact settled, her senses sharpened, and she immediately recognized something far more important than the destruction itself. The fingers. Their presence was unmistakable at the location where that meteor fell. Kenjaku will have to answer for that. A cold look appeared in her eyes, and forgetting about the plan, she bolted toward the location. There was nothing more important to her than reviving Sukuna-sama. By the time she arrived, she couldn't feel Jogo's cursed energy like earlier. It all was gone. The area had been reduced to a scorched wasteland. Flames still raged across the debris, consuming what little remained, while the heat lingered heavily in the air. Her senses led her to the right location. The fingers were indeed there. Her irritation converted into anger. Without hesitation, Yuram raised her hand, and a wave of freezing cursed energy surged outward. Ice spread rapidly, overtaking the flames and suffocating them under layers of frost, though the process demanded a considerable amount of her own energy due to the sheer scale of the destruction. Slowly, the inferno died. The vast burning and melting area was frozen to the core within seconds. Only then did she begin her search properly. The energy she sensed was without doubt Sukuna-sama's. So she searched. Amid the ashes and shattered remains, the fingers were scattered. Every time she had to find each finger, her killing intent toward Kenjaku grew. Once she had all the fingers, she was ready to go find Itadori Yuji. Just as she had turned, a sudden sting at the edge of her senses snapped her back like someone was ready to stab her. Behind her was nothing but ice of her own making. No. She narrowed her eyes, a very faint cursed energy signature. She looked around, however, she couldn't pinpoint the source of that energy. Someone seemed to be here. Her senses told so. She observed for a bit more before finally giving up. Even if there was someone under all this wreckage, chances of survival after being burned alive and frozen to death wouldn't leave much behind in him or her. TCH. I don't have time for this. She snorted, and the next second she was gone. XXX. A/N, I wonder what that was, LOL. I always wondered, let's say Jogo never had given Yuji all those fingers, would Yuram have done it on her own? I do see her doing that. Another question at that, I'm not sure about her gender, there is enough confusion on the internet regarding that, so I'll be sticking with her being female in this FIC. For the lack of any concrete proof. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 24, Miraculous Recovery. Reverse Curse Technique or RCT. A miraculous feat of curse energy manipulation that inverts the very nature of curse energy itself. Outside a domain, and perhaps even including it, this is single-handedly the most difficult skill to learn. To invert the very nature of curse energy, to heal instead of hurt. That takes more than pure manipulation of curse energy, it needs a deep understanding of Jujutsu and more than that, a chance encounter. If only I could have pulled it off. If so, then perhaps I wouldn't be dying right now. Sigh. Ever wondered how it feels like dying? To be in a state where you neither belong to the living nor are gone enough for the underworld to take you. It feels like drowning. Like getting slowly sunk into a bottomless, boiling, dark, deep body of water. If you're lucky, then you might see light slowly fade away. If you're not, then darkness has already consumed you to the point there is no way back. Perhaps it's the part where the Reaper, instead of taking us to the other side of the river, ends up throwing us in to fend for ourselves. My body first felt like it weighed a ton, even after the dark suffocation of water around me, I felt hot. Like burning hot, as in I was inside a boiling cauldron. Sinking deeper, slowly, and agonizingly. If the way to hell was like this, I didn't wish to see the place myself. However, I doubt the man up there sitting on his throne has patience for someone like me in his heaven. Hee hee, funny, almost. Yeah, I beat Mahoraga, pulled it off somehow, had the fight go my way, but what's the point of doing so when I am not breathing to tell the tale? Sinking in darkness while the light of the surface increasingly fades. No fight left in the body to reach out for it once more. What am I to do? On top of that, there was also this burning sensation all over me. And yet, even after all that, I wished for a miracle, for something to flip the table and say you're not allowed in hell just yet. Just once. A miracle, that's what I wanted at times like this. And perhaps the big man up there heard me, perhaps he too wasn't ready to end my suffering just yet, or just way too excited about keep watching me break some more bones. The burning sensation, as if I wasn't sinking in a sea of fire, vanished. Replaced by a soothing cold. I felt the boiling water lose its temperature, as if nursing my burns. I felt a tremor run past me as the light on top brightened, ever so slightly. My descent into the abyss halted suddenly, and now I found myself at a bypass. Above me was light, below darkness. It was easy to let go, descend down and be at peace, or I could struggle and face the light. Reach out for it. What an impasse I stand at. Truly. I for once felt at peace. If not choosing means I could stay here in silence and calm, I'll rather have this. Slowly the cold sank into my body, freezing my burned wounds. In any other case it might have been a death sentence, however, currently, the cold was the only thing keeping me alive. A miracle indeed. I felt like the heat of my body mixed with the cold outside, both diminishing each other at each other's expense. Keeping me safe. Keeping me alive. Something shook inside me. A memory cracked up at times like this. It's simple, curse energy is negative in nature, so to get positive energy out of it, what do we do in maths? Multiply two negatives. How easy it is to say that. I tried hundreds of times and couldn't do it when my life depended on it. But I recalled how it felt to be healed after winning inside a domain by Mahoraga's sword. My mind once again went to the mixing temperature of my burning body and the freezing ice outside. Perhaps it was indeed a miracle that even after so much, I once again reached out for my curse energy once more, deep down inside me, and asked. Follow this feeling. The current around me suddenly got violent. Energy twisted, curse energy collided into curse energy. Trying to find that feeling of healing. Crack. I heard something. I honestly heard something. It wasn't my mind playing tricks. So I continued. Another crack. My body felt a strange sensation. The heat stabilizes the cold. Both mixing into nothingness, blending into me to fix me. And then. It shattered. Into a million pieces, everything shattered and I fell down with a thud. Gone was the boiling water, or the freezing chill, gone was the light above me and darkness beneath. And slowly, and steadily. Gone were the burns, the pain, and the scars. Smoke drifted out of me like a man rising from the ashes of his death. My gone eye seemed to regain vision. All the haze was cleared. Teeth grew back, blood seemed to magically appear out of nowhere inside my streams. My skin regrow, hair grow back. Lungs could take air without pain, without feeling like they were pooling with my own blood. My curse energy felt different, not like armor or a weapon in my hands, but like a soft pillow, or a lover's hand caressing me. Deep breath in, once more to be certain I wasn't dreaming. This was real. I saw I was surrounded by ice. Real ice, not the one I was hallucinating on my deathbed. For confirmation, I even touched it, and more than the touch itself, the feeling that my hands were sensitive again felt exhilarating. Slowly the dead burned skin was shed away, what surfaced was unblemished tender skin as if recently grown. Which it did. Seems like I did it, huh? A grin threatened to break out of me, no. Not threatening, I was already grinning, in fact. I was laughing. Man, I feel alive. I slowly raised my arms wide, taking everything the world has to offer with close eyes. Feeling it, living it. Cold air of Shibuya grazed through my bare body, the ice occasionally giving me chills, yet the curse energy around me kept me warm, comfortable. RCT. Reverse curse technique. God knows how, but I figured it out. I felt like I was on cloud 9. The comfort of RCT was immense, only those who had once felt it could understand the feeling. It was like being reborn. No wonder Satoru Gojo felt so high after the first time using RCT. This stuff was addicting. I giggled. Even unknown to me, RCT cast upon oneself was so potent that it didn't just heal wounds, bring a person back from the gates of hell, however, it also removed fatigue. Something which I had stored in tons ever since I came to this world. I took my sweet time. Enough time for my high to settle down. The excitement of not dying, to learn something which is considered the pinnacle of jujutsu sorcery like this was exhilarating. If only I had figured this shit out like 10 minutes ago. How did I even survive those 10 minutes was the real question. My domain definitely bore most of the burn den for me by that last trade I did. Damage at back was increased exponentially in exchange for the potency of frontal damage. I was facing the meteor while Mahoraga wasn't. Then there was that boy, what was his name again? I can't quite recall, but the blonde was completely gone. Evaporated. Both Mahoraga and that boy's body took the major brunt of that attack. I somehow was sheltered behind them and barely survived. If being burned to death slowly and not instantly was called surviving, that is. Sigh. Finally out of my high horse, of being alive and more sturdy than ever, I looked around me. The place was wrecked, no wonder there, I knew what I was doing when I asked Jogo to give me his best. The signs of burns were clear enough. However, what confused me was the ice. From where did ice come into this equation? Jogo's reverse technique, can't be, I no longer have that after I used the sacrificial trade. So the only person in JJK with an ice technique came to mind. Yuram. But why would she help me? There was no reason for her to do that. I observed the place again. This didn't look like she was helping me exactly. How does freezing the entire place while leaving me to freeze to death make sense as helping me? My thoughts suddenly came to a halt when another cold breeze ran past me, and now I wasn't using RCT to not notice. The chilly night breeze rattled every bone inside me as I shuddered. It was cold as F***ck. I looked down only to realize that I was standing in the middle of the street, absolutely naked. All my clothes were burned away. Shit. Did I laugh like a maniac all naked in the middle of the street? My hand snapped to my groin, I was darting sideways to find something, anything to cover before I was tomorrow's headline alongside all the destruction in the city. Naked terrorist spotted in an exhibitionist act after committing citywide bombing. Nope, that's the last thing I need. So I darted with both hands, covering everything I could with them, in search of clothes, and to save my modesty. XXX. A/N, how was it, did you like it? I tried to make it look like the circumstances have forced him to learn RCT. Which was truth, and part of the reason he was alive was luck, as you guys have connected. But can you image where that luck originates? It should be right in front of you guys. Guess and tell me in the comments. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 25, Cheating. I carefully placed him down and went to work, 2 buttons on his uniform undone and the coat was off him. Gotta say, the boy didn't look like it, but he was rather nicely built underneath. Next were his pants, that was a bit harder to open, opening the waist button with great difficulty. I slowly opened the zipper and tugged down his pants. Turns out taking someone's pants off when they ain't cooperating is really hard. I had to hold him up to tug down the pants sticking to his legs like a second skin. Sighing, I looked at the unconscious boy's image one more time. Come on man, it's only fair I get your clothes after you lose that monster on me, even if that was unintentional, I grumbled. Hurriedly putting on the stolen uniform. It almost fit me, almost. Turns out that finding clothes in a mostly abandoned city was much harder than it looked, especially when you're butt naked. And that's when my mind told me why not let the boy because of whom this all had happened pay for it. So I rushed back to Megumi. Poor boy had barely survived Jogo's maximum meteor. If only a bit closer to the crash site, and he would have been toast. Not that I personally have any friendship with him, if anything, I have lingering resentment over what I had to go through. But still, I'm happy that he isn't dead. I hurriedly took his shoes, they were a bit on the bigger side but they will do. And just like that, I was now a student in Jujutsu High, look-wise at least, and Megumi was the pervert going around naked. He at least had underwear unlike me. Now, what to do with him? I crouched down and stuck my head to his chest, tuning out the environmental noise to hear his heartbeat. For a second I thought he was a goner, but I heard it, very faint, almost non-existent heartbeat. It was there. My lips curled up ever so slightly. What do you know, even without Daddy Sukuna looking out for you, you pulled through yet, potential man. And just as the smile came, it was wiped off as well. Because Megumi's heartbeat was weak, very weak. If I don't do anything, he'll die. Taking him to Shoko is the best option I have, but I don't know where those Jujutsu high staff are. This place is as barren as a desert. Option 2 would be taking him to Maki, hopefully they are still there, and alive. She would know where Shoko is. But, would Megumi survive until then? TCH. Seems like I have no other choice but to hope I pull off another miracle. Pray I do, Fushiguro, for your own sake. I reached down to the core of my curse energy, recalling that feeling, and instantly, curse energy manifested into my arms. However, it wasn't normal cursed energy, the color was white, it was calmer, and it was brimming with life. Reverse cursed energy. Being able to heal others with reverse cursed energy was an entirely different ball game than using RCT to heal oneself. Unconfidently, I stared at the healing energy flickering on my hand and then at the half-naked boy. Here goes nothing, I guess. I pressed on his gut and poured the energy into him. I could feel it pass easily enough, but whether it was healing, I had no idea. I kept pouring my positive energy into the boy until I felt it was enough, and once again brought down my head near his chest to hear. Dumb. Dumb. What do you know, it worked. Even I was surprised I pulled it off, but then again, it might be something related to my technique. Trading away powers and energy, it's not new to me. So perhaps that experience helped me out. There, now we are even. Even if the entire fiasco with Mahoraga was not intended by you, saving your life should make us even for taking your clothes. Of course, I had no idea how good or bad the boy's current condition was, I was no doctor. But this has to do for now. But taking him with me all the way until I find Shoko. Yeah, didn't sound very appealing, especially seeing he was naked and I undoubtedly was wearing his uniform. Rumors have started for less in this internet era. But I can't just leave him here either, can I? Sigh. I picked up the boy, he was surprisingly light for his height and looks. But it could also be perhaps that I was stronger now. Which I was, not physically but even unconsciously, I was reinforcing myself with CE, barely that I couldn't tell, however, the difference was apparent. Those fights really did a number on me, didn't they? Quickly finding a vacant alley while carrying the half-naked Prince Charming in a princess carry, before someone spotted me, I laid him down beside a trash can so he was less visible. Sorry for the spot, I promise I'll quickly find your friend and come back to get you, or send someone to fetch ya, so sit tight until then, okay? I patted the still unconscious boy's shoulder and got a move on. I finally felt a bit of relief, no curse was breathing down my throat, but the tension was still there, mostly regarding Maki and others. Gotta go back to them quick. My instincts told me otherwise. Why bother with that when I could clearly just get the hell out of the city right now and never look back at this place again? However, the image of Maki shoving me away to take the blade, intended for me, herself, kept flashing inside my mind. The image of Nobito coming to rescue me when Dagon almost had me inside his domain, or Nanami helping me out when Dagon flooded the station. I am a lot of things, but I'm not ungrateful to those who helped me and showed me kindness. I'll take them and Megumi here to Shoko and we are done. I'm out. I grinned, finally, it seemed things were not crashing down on me like earlier. With extra long steps, I rushed toward the station to unite with Maki and others. Crossing the intersection, I increased my speed a bit, all clear until now. Things are finally looking out for. My legs came to an extreme halt on my increasingly rising speed as all the enthusiasm came crashing down. As soon as I turned around once again, I came face to face with a man with blue hair and a patched face. He seemed to be playing with a toy. The patched face, him being here alone, or even the fact a grown-up man toying with a toy didn't startle me, what stopped me was where the toy came from. A man was lying nearby, and his head seemed to morph like clay and then be shaped by the patch-faced man to form a toy. The long flesh still connected the toy to the man's body. I just stood there, staring at him, and eventually the patch face also turned towards me after a second or two. Our eyes connected, we both blinked. He seemed to light up upon seeing me, oh, new toy. My lower lip quivered. I started to sting as mist clouded them. No. I shook my head in defiance. No. 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 This ain't happening. This is not happening. Patch blinked and knocked his head sideways. What's happening? I though continued to shake my head, tears threatening to fall from my eyes. This is cheating. Cheating, 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 you're cheating, I shouted. Patchface looked even more confused. For a curse born of humanity's distrust towards itself, Mahito, aka Patchface, claims that he knew humans well. This human might be the only one he couldn't figure out. Why was the man kept on shouting that he was cheated? He hasn't even done anything yet. And why is he pointing up at the sky when saying that? He kept on shaking his head fanatically, shouting. It's not fair, why me again? No, absolutely no. I don't like this game. I won't play this game. Nah, no. Never. I'm out. I'm not playing this game. The human shouted hysterically and then turned back, tears flying dramatically as he turned, light shining on them, and then he ran off the other way. Mahito was left behind with a confused face and a cartoonish question mark bouncing near his head. He really didn't get this human. But then a smile appeared on his face. Meaning we are playing tag, correct? Okay. You run, and I'll catch. He grinned and bolted right behind the human. XXX. A/N, fighting it out is not the only option, you know. Sometimes it's better to do a strategic retreat. LOL. And that dialogue, it sounded so funny in my head when I thought of MC doing that. So I added it in. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 26, The Chase. Running away. A technique of self-protection, being performed since ancient times. This is an instinctive response to harm and threat ingrained in every sentient life form. Since the dawn of life on Earth, this instinct has been passed on from one generation to the next. Perhaps the most interesting and underrated fact about this technique was that it didn't need any superpowers to perform. Yes, anyone could do it. And so, I ran. With everything I had, I turned around and ran. No shame in that, I have no one to answer for my act of cowardice. No one saw, and I doubt anyone will believe a curse anyway. So why put my life on the line when I have the option to just flee? I didn't have that when I fought those cursed spirits in the station, at least I tried though. I couldn't run from Dagon's domain. I couldn't run away from Jogo. If I had done that, then Maki and others would have died. And it's foolish to even think there was an option to run against someone like Mahoraga. But now was the perfect time to give this underrated technique a chance, right? I now have a strong reason to suspect that I'm cursed. I cursed internally and picked up speed, sensing movement behind me. Mahito, aka Patch Face, was hot on my heels after me. Over my shoulder, I looked and saw Mahito keeping up while his legs transformed into those of an animal, speed nearly doubling. F***CK. I turned a corner sharply, nearly slipping on loose debris as I forced myself into a narrow alleyway, hoping to break line of sight. My breathing was going all over the place, each inhale burning my lungs as I pushed them past their limit. When it comes to CE control, I was really getting good there, but my body. It was at its best shape. I gotta hit the gym if I survive this hellhole, I promise. Oi, wait up for me, this is no fun if you keep running away, you know. Mahito's voice rang, too close to my liking. Suddenly, the cursed spirit's limbs stretched mid-sprint and they shot out like spikes right at me. I almost got hit in the back if not for the last-minute turn at the end of the alley. I kicked off the wall to my side, using the momentum to vault over a collapsed section of concrete blocking the alley. My landing was rough, my legs almost giving out beneath me at the absurd parkouring I had to perform without any prior experience. I forced them to keep moving. Why God? What have I done wrong to you that you're hellbent on making my life miserable? There are several other sorcerers running around Shibuya today, isn't there? So tell me, why every goddamn curse is after my ass? I didn't wish to, but tears of injustice threatened to spill out of my eyes once again. As for Mahito, I wasn't certain, but going by the anime, his appearance, those stitches around his face, and that disfigured human whose face he turned into a toy, there was no doubt that that was the soul-sucking freak from the anime. Just as midway down the alley, knocking off anything on the way to slow Mahito down, suddenly I heard the footsteps behind me fade away. I looked over my shoulder and surprisingly, he wasn't following anymore. Did he lose interest or something? I slowed down slightly, taking long deep breaths, but still on the move. Not spotting his figure anywhere, a little kindling hope ignited that I lost him. Quickly covering half of the alley, I intended to get out of this place when at the turning a hand shot out for me out of nowhere. Found you. My heart almost gave out the way that hand came to my face. I by instinct, put all my weight back and almost fell backwards until I used my hands to support my falling body midway. That hand barely missed me. I quickly in adrenaline, sent a hard kick at Mahito's stomach and, kicking the freak away and at the same time used that boost to redirect myself the other way. F***CK, that was close. I almost died there. My heart could give a race car's engine a run for its money right now. Any more and I don't need curses, I'll be gone by cardiac arrest. I bolted the other way with everything I got, putting extra long leaps to make distance from that lunatic. I couldn't let him touch me. No matter what, can't let him touch me or F***CK F***CK curse energy reinforcement, I was a dead man. Even worse, I might become one of those disfigured humans of his. A chill ran down my spine at what kind of threat Mahito was, and he was exactly behind me. That alone gave me a slight speed boost. The biggest problem with this one was that I really can't fight him. Normal attacks do nothing to him. Only attacks which could harm souls would work on him, and I had nothing like that on hand. "Oh come on, stop running away, let's have fun together," Mahito called out from behind. "Like hell I'll believe you. Over my dead body." I cut through another street, weaving between abandoned vehicles and shattered storefronts, trying to create distance, trying to stay unpredictable. My movements were sloppy, far from a professional escape artist, but I didn't have the luxury of precision anymore. There was no bigger motivation than running for your life after all. Mahito, who was chasing just a few meters behind, grinned seeing the human constantly darting left and right to lose himself. Somehow, this was fun. "Come on, stop, look, I promise not to do anything to you, pinky promise," Mahito shouted. My brow twitched with irritation, like as if F***CKU. I screamed and bolted faster. If anything, this made him grin even wider. Suddenly, his hands once again started to transform and turned into long whips and shot out at me from behind. The attack came so suddenly that the first hit landed exactly at my leg and made me go tumbling down the path, straight into a trash bin. The world seemed to spin around me only for a second before my body was up again, dodging another whip. I poured curse energy into my legs and jumped with everything I had in me, stepping between the walls surrounding us to escape vertically instead of horizontally this time. And quickly was on the rooftop. Seeing him following through, I just cursed and once again bolted from rooftop to rooftop. This could have been a great cinematic chase scene for a movie or so if not for the very real threat to my life. I hurriedly crossed the building and parkoured into another, Mahito already doing the same on the buildings on the other side. Damn it, I need to lose him somehow. While parkouring away, I saw an intersection and quickly looked behind. Mahito was still behind. I happened to see that place before, while running away. Turns out we were running in circles. Good lord. But I remembered there was a big board on the right there. A plan instantly formed inside my mind, and I intentionally jumped down from the roof of a single-story building, heading right at the intersection. Looking back, I saw Mahito was still there. I had a feeling that he wasn't directly chasing me like someone trying to catch their prey as quickly as possible. He was following, observing, letting me exhaust myself while he closed the gap at his own pace. Almost playing around with me. That was even worse. I pushed myself again, a last-ditch effort to speed up and give me just enough time to pull off the stunt I had in mind. Ignoring the way my body protested, I ran, and at the intersection, took a hard right turn. However, instead of turning exactly, I rammed into the pillar holding a balcony on the first floor of the building before me. Without losing speed, I kicked the pillar mid-motion and with that kick, I took a hard right turn. The pillar gave way, I poured my CE into that kick, the entire structure came crashing down, directly on Mahito, who was exactly behind me. Mahito saw the balcony falling on top of him, but couldn't react in time, not that it would hurt him, so why bother? He didn't feel a thing, he twisted his soul under the wreckage, and his body followed. Like a snake, he pulled himself out of the rubble without any trouble. However, when Mahito was out, he seemed to have lost his target. A frown appeared on his face, now he had to go find him again. He looked around, he wasn't trapped inside the wreckage long enough for that human to completely disappear. He must be here. His eyes wandered around, sure the human was here, and he tried to sense his curse energy. But then a sharp noise of something hitting something rang out just a little ahead and his frown turned upside down. Found you. He grinned and rushed ahead at top speed. And as he vanished further ahead, I who was watching all this behind a huge board on the second floor of the building, sighed in relief. Heart hammering against my chest like it was about to burst out any second. I sighed, finally taking a deep breath in, happy that the plan worked. However, my lips pursed a bit, thinking what that sound was, which wasn't part of the plan. I thought of hiding, yes, but beyond that I had no idea. If not for whoever caused that sound, Mahito might still be here. Perhaps luck decided to show a little mercy on me. Yeah, let's leave it at that. I can't stay here for long, I have to move before Mahito finds nothing there and comes searching for me here again. So I pushed my body up and climbed to the rooftop again, searching where I was. Good news, I was very close to Shibuya station, and Mahito just went the other way, meaning the entire route was clear. Sighing, I was already on my way there. This time I didn't dally, straight toward the station. On the other side, Mahito rushed toward the sound. He heard the sound first and thought it was a feint to lure him in, but he clearly sensed curse energy there. So he went. And just as he took 2 more turns, right in front of him was the human. He came to a halt, mouth going a bit into an "oh" shape since this wasn't the human he was chasing earlier. This one was a girl. Ah well, I'm into girls anyway. And somewhere else entirely, Maki had just retrieved her spare weapon from Panda, which took longer than usual since locating Panda was no easy task, he was with Kusakabe and very far away. Now she was marching towards the center of the city to find either Megumi or that boy. Or perhaps those cursed spirits. Whichever she could spot first. Just as she passed multiple alleys, she came to an abrupt halt. She blinked behind her glasses, pondering over what she just saw. She quickly backpedaled to find the very person she was looking for, at least one of them. Lying there in his entire glory, one half-naked Fushiguro Megumi, all knocked out, behind a trash bin. You kidding me? Maki's eyes twitched with irritation. Recalling the strongman with zero curse energy who killed Dagon going after Megumi, Maki was worried sick. She looked back at Megumi, all his clothes gone, and wondered, what kind of fight was it? She hurriedly went to check on him. He looked fine to her. Just unconscious. And now came the problem of what to do next. She can't just leave him here like this. Naked and defenseless. She looked ahead, where that boy or the cursed spirit might be, and then back to Megumi. An internal conflict broke out inside her. And ultimately, she could only curse. Damn it, Megumi. XXX. A/N, you know there are often those chase scenes in movies. This was inspired by that. Hope you like it. Never done something like this before. Tell me how you like it, or I should leave movie stuff to movies, haha. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 27, slowly losing it. Laughter of despair. A psychological coping mechanism, often called gallows humor, where intense, mirthless laughter emerges from situations of extreme stress, fear, or hopelessness. Something which fit me so well right now that I couldn't stop the mirth exploding out of me. I didn't mean to, but my mind thought it was necessary before I might black out instead. Everything started when I entered the station again, thinking of meeting Maki and others and being done with it. And as soon as I did that, my eyes remained wide open in disbelief at what I was seeing. I couldn't understand how this was possible. I was certain he went the other way, so how come? By the time I reached the underground levels of Shibuya Station, my breathing had already turned uneven, my chest rising and falling in sharp, strained motions as I forced myself forward. To be certain Mahito wouldn't chase me, I ran all the way in the most direct route possible. I probably wasn't as fast as that soul freak, but still I believed I would have seen him coming on the way if he was. The dim artificial lights flickered overhead, casting long shadows across the empty corridors, and for a brief moment I thought I might have actually managed to create some distance. There he was. How? I have no idea. I didn't even sense his curse energy. When the hell did he come here? Am I missing something here? Mahito didn't rush in, he just looked at me with his usual nonchalant glance. He almost behaved like he didn't even know me until then. Bizarre, if anything, the way he behaved and the way he was here so fast. A chill ran up my spine at how creepy the look he was giving me, smiling with that nonchalant smile of his at me. Are you here to play? He asked. There was no overwhelming blast of force, no immediate attempt to rush at me. Play, huh? I murmured with a chuckle breaking out of my mouth. Playing, yes, ha 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 ha. And that was when I felt like something inside me broke. The sanity holding on thin ice shattered so magnificently that I had to laugh. Yes, of course, ha ha ha. God, isn't this what it is for you? A game. I snapped, voice uneven, anger and despair boiling together into something I didn't wish to address. What could I possibly have said? Complained about why I was the one being targeted like that. Would that have accomplished something? Mahito blinked, looking at the laughing human with complicated eyes. Did the human lose it or something? I kept on laughing, to the point I felt my stomach start to cramp. Irrespective of Mahito calmly watching over me, I laughed. And when I stopped, I had tears trailing down my cheeks. This laughing does that to you. I slowly wiped them away, and looked at Mahito still waiting patiently, standing there. Observing me with the same kind of educational curiosity a zoologist might show upon finding a new species of animal or insect. He stood a short distance away, his posture relaxed, his expression almost amused as if this entire situation was nothing more than entertainment to him. Which most likely it was, and that made me even angrier. My, you look terrible, he said lightly, tilting his head as though genuinely curious. Did something fun happen before this? Fun. That was fun. This son of AB *TCH thinks me dying 3 times over and getting chased halfway across the city was fun. I gritted my teeth hard with irritation. The bastard was getting on my nerves. Fine. Huh. He blinked. I looked at him with bloodshot eyes, irritation climbing higher and higher. You want to play, right? I'll play. Really? Mahito's eyes shone like someone offered him a new toy. Yeah. I smiled back, let's have a good time together. I don't care, I'm punching him to Sunday. No more running. If I don't get something to punch right now then I'll explode. My eyes fell onto his hands. Those were dangerous. If he touched me, even once, it was over. My rational mind, if there was any left, screamed at me that this was suicide. Which it most likely was. But damn it, I would rather die than keep moping about my disastrous luck. Mahito moved first, his body shifting forward in a smooth, almost lazy motion, but the speed behind it was anything but casual. His arm extended, fingers stretching unnaturally as he reached for me, and I reacted immediately, throwing myself backward just as his hand passed through the space where my chest had been a fraction of a second earlier. Too close. And I knew he was faster. This was a very bad idea. I didn't wait for him to recover from the motion. I stepped in. If I kept running, I would just die slower. I have to hit. So I punched. Cursed energy surged through my arm, but this time it wasn't the same raw, instinctive flow I had been relying on before. I forced something else into it, something far more difficult to maintain, something that fought against my instincts instead of following them. Reverse cursed energy. My fist connected with his side, and the reaction was immediate. The experience I had fighting Mahoraga, seeing how he actually output raw positive energy as a weapon, surely had motivated this move. Mahito's expression twisted like a yo-yo, changing colors faster than the neon lights of Shibuya, his body recoiling as if struck by something far more dangerous than a normal attack. The point of impact distorted violently, his form rippling unnaturally as if it was rejecting what I had just forced into it. Curses are beings made of curse energy. And reverse curse technique is the exact opposite of that. Needless to say, for curses, reverse curse energy acts like poison. Ironic since it was nothing but pure elixir and life-saving grace for humans. He staggered back a step. The impact area was completely burned off, smoking while sizzling hot. Mahito's eyes widened at the impact he just received and then at me. However, instead of the angry look I was expecting out of him, what I got was a sinister grin. The distortion smoothed out almost instantly as his body reshaped itself, the damage disappearing as if it had never been there. He straightened, his hand brushing lightly over the spot where I had struck him, his expression shifting from mild curiosity to something more interested. "That's new," he murmured. My lips pursed up. For sure I thought that would help, but apparently not. RCT can only damage his physical body, his soul was completely intact. If only my output with RCT was higher like Mahoraga's sword, then surely I could have outright evaporated his entire body. Nothing to come back from. Sigh. For once anger started to settle down and I realized just how badly I was suited to fight this curse. Earlier decision to run away was far wiser. But I was nothing else but stubborn, especially after so much had happened. I stepped forward again, forcing my body to keep moving despite the strain, despite how unnatural it felt to maintain the flow of reverse cursed energy through my fists. Every second I used it drained me faster. RCT wasn't just new to me but it was also harder, much harder to maintain than normal curse energy manipulation. So I made sure to make my punches count. I swung again. He avoided it this time, his body bending at an unnatural angle as my fist passed just inches from his face. His counter came immediately, his hand snapping toward my shoulder, and I twisted away just in time, feeling the air shift as his fingers missed me by a hair's breadth. Death was inches away and I was playing hero. How stupidly hopeless. But the thought of giving up didn't cross my mind. I really wanted to punch the bastard, in a way he could feel it. I pressed forward again, throwing another punch, then another, each one reinforced with reverse cursed energy, each one forcing him to adjust, to avoid, to reshape himself around the attacks. They merely touched him, and the damage would always heal up as soon as it was done. That curse technique of his was broken AF. No. I can't keep this up, I'll exhaust myself using RCT before I even land a single punch at him. I grumbled, seeing the problem with my strategy. Meanwhile, Mahito wasn't giving me any time to think. Every movement he made carried the same threat, every reach of his hand a potential end. I had to watch him constantly. Suddenly, his hand started to elongate, turning into long snake-like vines, shooting right at me. Shit. I hurriedly backed up, dodging the hands the best I could have, when it happened. I was so focused on the hands that I almost forgot where Mahito himself was. Using his elongated hands, he had distracted me and suddenly appeared right behind me. Time slowed down. His tongue came out, elongated as well, and formed a third hand in the air. As gross as it was, the grossness of the act never crossed me because that was an incoming death sentence at me. He had gotten me at point-blank range, XXX. A/N, he is losing it slowly. Anyone would after almost dying a dozen of time in last hour or so. As for fighting Mahito, it would be pretty hard, any idea who he can do that? Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 28, A Miraculous Save. Nobara was moving carefully and relentlessly through the narrow alleyways of Shibuya. Her deployment was done after Gojo went ahead and had himself killed. While the boys went to save that idiot, she, with most of the Kyoto students, was clearing out any cursed spirits out in the city. Of course, she was strictly asked to handle only spirits near grade 2 or semi-grade 2. She wished to go with both Yuji and Megumi, however, she herself knew that she couldn't keep up with those monsters, her technique wasn't suitable for direct open combat. Still, it rubbed her the wrong way. Currently she was in an alley, chasing down weaker curses who escaped the station and wandered off around it. Took her some time but she finally got the little midget, making her sprint for the last 10 minutes. Honestly she would rather come here in Shibuya for shopping instead of exorcising curses, sigh. As she was ready to head back, a strong curse energy signature washed over her, making her stiffen for a second. The curse energy was strong, definitely not a weak curse. She immediately went on the defensive. And soon enough, the reason for her caution was right in front of her, when she saw him coming out of a dimly lit alley. She recognized him immediately. Yuji had told her about a patch-faced curse spirit, this was him. Oh, it's a girl. The curse said with a little disappointed expression, but then he immediately lit up. Meh, I like girls anyways. He grinned, which gave Nobara a creepy feeling. Yuji told her that this one was a special grade. That alone gave her every right in any protocol Jujutsu High had to abandon the mission, however, she stayed. And honestly, she didn't care, she was still going to kick his ass. You must be one of his friends, he said, his tone light, almost conversational. Nobara didn't bother replying. Her grip tightened around her hammer as she immediately closed the distance, nails already prepared between her fingers. If this was the curse Yuji had warned her about, then hesitation wasn't an option. Mahito moved just as she attacked. His body twisted unnaturally, bending away from her strike in a way that shouldn't have been possible. Yup, there was no doubt, this was the curse Yuji talked about. Nobara reacted instantly, ducking under the reach and rolling past him, barely avoiding contact. Yuji told her not to let the curse touch her, little did she know that this wasn't the version of the curse spirit Yuji exactly warned her about. This here was merely a clone. She pushed herself back to her feet, not giving him time to press the advantage, and swung again, forcing him to shift his position once more. Both darted around each other, Nobara throwing her needles at the curse while nothing seemed to affect him. This wasn't a normal fight. She couldn't let him touch her. None of her own attacks were working. Ah, this is irritating. She growled. Mahito lunged again. This time, she let him come closer. At the last moment, she activated all the needles she used earlier, currently scattered on the ground to stop his movement. This was her do-or-die moment. If this attack didn't work then she doubted she could beat him. If not for this one technique, she might not even try to fight Mahito. Mahito himself was confused. What was the point of stopping him again? Nobara didn't explain it, the girl believes in action over words anyways. So, while Mahito was unmoving thanks to all the needles she had drilled into him, she went ahead and hammered one more needle right at Mahito's forehead. Once again it did nothing to Mahito. Because the real attack was the following one. Curse energy flashed around her as her hammer came crashing down on that one needle on Mahito's forehead. Resonance. X. MC POV. I saw Mahito's tongue hand drawing closer, death flashing in front of my eyes. I tried to move in time but couldn't, the attack was almost point blank. Seems like my suffering ends here, huh? I couldn't help but sigh. But then I felt a shift on my curse energy, like something inside of me just gotten loose all of a sudden, then something happened that completely baffled me. Out of nowhere, spikes protruded from Mahito's body, even the tongue, which transformed into a hand. If I was confused and surprised enough to freeze for a heartbeat, I could only expect what Mahito might be feeling. But then, at the right time, the legendary instincts that were responsible for my continued survivability acted up once again. Seeing him paralyzed there, my hands unconsciously drew back and I punched with everything I had. By instinct, I didn't even use RTC so the punch could actually hurt him. I just punched him like I had been doing with every other curse spirit. Next second, a booming sound was heard, black spread and space vibrated. Black flash. My mind snapped into the zone like someone injected highly concentrated caffeine into my system. Mahito was thrown back with that attack, however, I didn't follow him. My mind seemed to be overclocking, trying to find a way to hurt the soul leech, and with the black flash, that fog between me and the answer finally disappeared. Instead of taking advantage of his momentary lapse of balance, I just stood there, contemplating my own options I figured out in that 1 second of clarity which seemed to have left answers behind for me. I watched as Mahito slowly pulled himself back together, his body reshaping to heal the wounds. I couldn't recall why this would suddenly happen. Don't remember watching this in the anime. However, it's not like I remember everything perfectly. Might have missed some details. I steadied myself, entering into the fighting stance I had developed over the span of the last hour or so of being beaten to a pulp. Counters ran inside my mind, I steadied my breath, I fully expected him to launch himself at me any second. But what happened next almost gave me a cardiac arrest. He got up, wiped the blood from his mouth, took a fighting stance, smiled, and just as he took the fighting stance, he lost it, confusing me, turned around and ran. Let me repeat, he turned around and ran. For a second, I just stood there, staring in disbelief as he bolted down the alley without a word, moving with surprising speed for someone who had been so eager to fight just moments ago. Something in my head snapped at that. I felt my blood pressure might just cause me to lose consciousness, and before I could even think it through, I was running right behind him. Stop right there, you annoying soul sucker, you don't get to run away after all this. Come back. After a few sharp turns through the twisting paths of the station, I followed him. Not letting the curse out of my sight, but then something even stranger happened. Another figure stepped into view ahead. And it was him. Mahito. Completely identical, like I was watching his image in a mirror. Running straight towards us, and behind him was a girl with a Jujutsu high uniform and a hammer in hand. I knew who she was. And at this moment, memories which I had trouble figuring out how much of the canon was intact after IF***ed it over, and vice versa. The memory snapped into place, because there were many fighting scenes to recall them all, but key moments like what is about to happen now, I remember them clearly. I saw both Mahitos run past each other, the one I was chasing going after the approaching Nobara. Oh no. XXX. A/N, my girl is cooked, or maybe not. MC is already hot on his heels, even though he got loose shoes, they are from Megumi, remember. By the way, I do see that happening, to be honest, Mahito acting like that. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 29, Chapter 29, every technique has its weakness. Shoes. Sandals. Footwear. Since ancient times, they have been used by humans to protect their legs from uneven land, spikes, dirt, weather changes, and even as a fashion statement. However, there are a few other uses as well, like in the hand of an angry parent, where it would be a deadly weapon. And at times like these, where I felt everything slow down upon Mahito's hands drawing close to Nobara's face, and I could feel it. Having nothing else to stop him with, I did the only thing I could. I intentionally lost the shoe I stole from Megumi, which was already loose to begin with, and with all my might, flicked it hard with a kick towards them. Just as Nobara's face was almost touched by Mahito, a curse energy-infused projectile appeared between them out of nowhere, hitting right on Nobara's beautiful face and sending the stylish girl flying back with a deafening sound of cheek clapping. Nobara's entire face distorted into various shapes if seen in slow motion, most likely generating comments like "not cute at all" if this were a YouTube video. Bang. Nobara was almost knocked out. I was even surprised that the girl was still groaning and clutching her face with curses flowing out of her mouth instead of hammer and nails, still conscious. In my defense, I was aiming for the curse. I said with an apologetic expression. Mahito had barely missed her face and had run past her with his inertia. He looked at the discarded shoe and then at my leg with a pouty face, like saying, "That's not fair." Nobara finally removed her hand from her face. A reddish print of the underside of the shoe was left behind, almost reminding me of this one character from that pirate anime I couldn't recall the name of. Damn, perhaps not all the memories were back. You. She fixed her deadly eyes on me, blood running down her nose, and that made my own blood lose a degree of its temperature. Sorry, but I honestly was aiming for the curse. I gave her my best apologetic look while trying to avoid her deadly glare, which promised pain and vengeance. Do you know how much it costs to get a facial spa in Tokyo? Do you have any idea? She raged. For a second, Mahito was forgotten. She got up like nothing happened and marched up to me, hammer in hand, like a war general on the march. And who are you? I don't remember any student in Jujutsu High besides those I have already met before. Her eyes narrowed, giving me that suspicious look. Do I look like a student to you? You're not. Then why are you wearing the Jujutsu Tech uniform? Even Gojo wears it. I shrugged. Nobara paused, having nothing to refute that. But she once again honed back on me. Don't try to change the subject, you don't look that old, most likely my age. So, tell me, who are you? My eyes were flickering between her and Mahito, who seemed to be patiently waiting for us to finish. Gotta say, even this world's villains are different, at least they are more understanding. A curse made of human behavior indeed. Can we focus on the curse for now, please? I said, and shamelessly refused to look back at her. Eventually, she had to break off her glare, but not before she stated, "We are not done about this matter, you're paying for my next spa visit." And there it was, another debt to a girl I barely knew. I slowly drew closer to Mahito while lazily taking off the other shoe as well, maintaining balance when the fight breaks out and all. Name's Nobara Kujisaki. First year at Tokyo Jujutsu Tech. Surprisingly, Nobara walked beside me, not planning to let me handle the curse alone. And knowing that she was among the few who could actually hurt Mahito, I was all for it. We walked a little further, until a tick mark formed on her face. Oi, I just introduced myself, it's bad manners if you don't do that, you know. She chided with irritation building in. I pursed my lips, I still couldn't remember my name. For some unexplainable circumstances, I can't disclose my name right now. That only seemed to deepen her suspicion. TCH, whatever, don't get in my way, she snorted and turned to Mahito. Come on, at least a little thank you for saving your life. I never said those words, but I wanted to. Such a bye. Before I could complete that line of thought, Mahito had decided that he was done watching. He was already next to me with all the intention to end it in one go. A sneak attack. It was so quick that Nobara's earlier nonchalant and petty attitude all but evaporated. Look out. She shouted, but it was already too late. The hand drew near and landed right on my chest with a soft thump. Nobara, for all her eccentric personality, wasn't dumb enough to not know what I was trying to do back there. I saved her life, and now upon seeing I might be the one dying, her panic blossomed full-blown. Nails were already between her fingers, ready to hammer them down at Mahito's very soul. But before she could do that, Mahito himself seemed to lose his earlier mirth. Why is it not working? He murmured, palm digging ever so slightly deeper into my chest to make sure the contact was established. I wasn't just standing around either. Before he could move back, my punch was already at his face. It landed right on his face, deforming it and sending the curse back with enough power that he hit the wall with a sickening thud. Mahito's body slumped down, shaken. His head felt like it was spinning from that direct hit. His hand subconsciously came to his face and wiped something leaking there. Blood. It was his blood. That first actually hurt him. You know, every technique has its weakness. We just have to find it. I replied with a grin face, having recently figured out exactly how I can hurt him. Even Nobara on the side raised her brows at this, so besides herself and Yuji, there was someone else who could beat this dude. Mahito's spinning vision finally came to a stop and his eyes fixed onto me like a prey that had suddenly found its target had fangs of its own. His eyes darted around me, trying to figure out how I hurt him until he sensed it. That technique. His eyes narrowed with a hiss. Yup, just picked it up from your friend Jogo. Took me a while to figure out, but it wasn't that hard. I shrugged, in turn making Mahito frown at the revelation. Domain amplification. He said with a spat. A big bright smile plastered on my face. Yup, it's a pretty nice technique once you try it out. I grinned, confusing Nobara who had no idea what this technique was. Jogo knew the technique, most likely he learned it to deal with Gojo specifically. Since I had his powers and memories, I in concept knew how to use the technique. I could have immediately used the technique if I still possessed his powers, but no can do. Instead, I had to figure it out by recalling how I saw him using it and the intel I saw inside his memories. Since the technique can bypass Gojo's infinity by negating his technique completely, I had a suspicion that it would work on Mahito as well. And my assumptions were correct. Mahito is keeping the shape of his soul intact so he doesn't take damage even when his body is injured. But, if domain amplification can negate that effect, it will hurt him. Oi, are you two done talking? I have other places to be. She butted in and pointed at me. You can hurt him, right? Yeah. I nodded. Good, then you're not completely useless. I just rolled my eyes at this. The girl sure has an attitude problem. Now we are gonna do it how it's been taught to us at school. She smirked. I raised my brows, honestly surprised they actually learned something in that school. The anime sure didn't show everything. And what's that? She grinned. We're gonna jump him. My smile froze. Of course, I had my hopes up for nothing. XXX. A/N. Okay, someone predicted I'll be doing that with the shoe, won't name him though. By the way, did you guys knew domain amplification can hurt Mahito? I didn't knew until I did a little bit of research. All originated from the curiosity of knowing how Mekamaru hurt Mahito. The answer was simple domain, and I thought, well if simple domain can then domain amplification could as well, right? Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 30, Ganging on Mahito. Domain amplification. A technique which creates a fluid-like domain around a user without any barrier and no innate technique etched inside of it. Making a hollow domain which negates every other technique upon contact. It's a highly difficult technique to master, and many don't even know that a technique like this exists. It's also worth saying that this is the only technique, besides a real domain sure-hit effect, which can touch Satoru Gojo and bypass his infinity. And now I have figured it out. It was unsteady, but seeing Jogo use it, making his memories and skills mine for a little while, was enough to get a feeling for me to recreate it, though that last black flash definitely helped. I sent a blistering punch at the special grade curse's side while another hammer layered with curse energy stopped him from dodging my attack. 3 nails were hammered inside his head in a matter of seconds after my punch connected, and Mahito almost toppled over due to the sudden pain. It was right to say that people who don't experience much pain are usually the most prone to it, just as much as to say that Nobara Kujisaki was no rookie. She might lack physical power and that raw destruction, but her basics were refined, and more than anything, her mindset was just right to be a jujutsu sorcerer. Resonance. She snapped her fingers and the 3 nails exploded with curse energy, doing deep soul damage to Mahito, leaving him completely disoriented. The moment we understood that both of us could actually hurt him, the fight changed completely, and neither of us hesitated even for a second before we jumped him together. It honestly felt so nice having someone to fight with, taking half the work out of it. And of course, it felt good doing the jumping for once. I stepped forward first, forcing cursed energy to wrap tightly around my entire body as I maintained domain amplification, the sensation still unfamiliar and difficult to sustain. However, slowly I was getting the hang of it. Since domain amplification can negate techniques on contact, it also negated Mahito's soul manipulation and actually could hurt him. My fist landed directly on his face, making him cough a mouthful of cursed blood. It wasn't even red, but black and purplish. At the same time, Nobara circled to the side, already preparing her nails, her eyes locked onto Mahito. Gotta say that the girl had really good battlefield awareness. She figured out that I was a complete rookie when it comes to actual fighting experience and was helping me land my fists at times, albeit with a lot of her usual sarcasm. If only I had my special grade curse energy like earlier, I would have been doing far more damage by now. Nobara sent a few more nails flying at him, but Mahito reacted this time, moving out of the way just in time. However, he couldn't move further before I had my fist driven at him, forcing him to block instead of reaching out, and the moment his attention shifted to me, Nobara struck again. A nail embedded into his arm, and before he could reshape himself, she activated her technique, the resonance tearing into him in a way that visibly disrupted his form. Mahito staggered back with visible haggardness on his face, his output was dropping, I could feel it. His body twisted unnaturally as the damage struck deeper than the surface, and for once, he didn't recover instantly. "You're really strong, Miss Kujisaki." I smiled, seeing the progress. "Huff, you bet I am. You're not half bad yourself, if you cared to learn where to throw your punches, and when." Was it wrong to say that I was getting used to her sass? Oh well, she has always been that sassy girl in the show. I just shrugged it off, as long as she was helpful in this fight. Mahito tried to retaliate, his arm stretching toward Nobara in a sudden, aggressive motion, but I was already there. Mahito had tried to attack me 2 more times already and it didn't work. While domain amplification is taxing in cursed energy, especially my current smaller reserve after I sacrificed both Jogo and Dagon, and it was a bit tiring on the brain front. But the effect spoke for itself. It blocked all of Mahito's attacks, so in this case, where he is getting his ass handed to him, the only available move for him is to take out Kujisaki first to lessen his load. I won't let him though, intercepting him before he could reach her. My shoulder slammed into him, pushing him off balance, and I followed up with another strike, forcing him further back. While my technique left much to be desired, I was building an instinctive intuition towards fighting the more I fought. Nobara didn't waste the opening. She moved in again, hammer swinging as she drove another nail into him at close range, while at the same time I hit Mahito's legs to disable him. Resonance. The explosion rippled through his body, distorting him violently, and for the first time since the fight began, Mahito was not healing. The damage had surpassed the point that his output had declined to a dangerous level. Healing right now meant he wouldn't be able to fight later on. He breathed hard, panting almost, his body looked weakened after several critical strikes on him, but his eyes held danger, which sent alarms ringing down my system. That look was familiar, so very much familiar. It was like I was watching myself when I was getting pushed against the wall earlier. My body froze as hairs stood on end, telling me danger ahead, and asking me to reassess whether I should approach this wounded beast recklessly or wait for him to bleed out. Unfortunately, Nobara didn't have this instinctive intuition. She didn't even stop when I froze mid-fight. Nails ready between her fingers, she was already moving towards Mahito. My instinct screamed, and my hands shot out at her. I was so cautious that I didn't even see where my hand landed. It was big and soft, and I might have squeezed it once or twice just to know that I stopped her. "Where do you think you're touching, you bastard?" Her eyes took that sharp, dangerous look which only girls could pull off. Guilty as charged I was, but the majority of my attention was still on Mahito. I just tuned her out until I felt it. The spark. Every jujutsu that exists in this world starts with a spark. A spark of cursed energy which ripples out, an indicator of sorts. Most people efficient in cursed energy manipulation can sense it. Like how to do before the exchange event felt that Megumi was about to use a powerful technique or move. It was intuitive. "Oi, how long are you going to keep your hand, HHMM?" My hands clenched and regardless of that, I was fondling her breast, I forcefully pushed her behind me. The moment she was behind me I let go and her hand covered her chest, eyes glaring daggers at my back. If I didn't know better, then I might have had a few nails hammered at the back of my head by now. "You bastard!" Nobara shouted, eyes slightly misty at the action and face red from the noise she made, ready to teach this boy a lesson, when suddenly her body froze, since she felt a malicious, cursed energy erupt from the special grade curse. Mahito's eyes were still glaring dangerously at us and finally, with a grin on his face, he opened his mouth and my instincts were proven right. Domain expansion. Hands formed inside his mouth, making signs for his domain. Nobara's complaint and anger died down as her eyes snapped back to Mahito with the understanding of what was about to happen. Her eyes widened, body stiffened. I knew this would happen, that's why I had not used my own domain until now. That, and I was trying to give my broken brain some rest after all those domain spamming. But, I guess I got no other option now, huh? My hands collided midway, forming a familiar sign. Domain expansion. What? If earlier Nobara was stunned, then now she was bulging her eyes out. He had a domain of his own. Who was she messing with all this time? And as if a signal was given, both of us opened our domains. Self-embodiment of perfection. Death trade. XXX. A/N. How you like the chapter, tell in the comments. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 31, another domain clash. Darkness surged on one side, while on another, multiple hands transformed the terrain into something artistically grotesque. The barriers of our two domains erected and smashed in the middle, racing for dominance. For once I was surprised to see that my domain in this case wasn't the inferior one. It didn't just hold on, but it was going neck to neck against Mahito's. One might think that Mahito would have a better domain among all the disaster curses since he could replicate Satoru Gojo's feat of a 0.2-second domain against Aoi Todu and Yuji Itadori. But nope, here it was, both domain barriers clashing with each other right in the middle while the sure-hit effects from both sides were equally refined. Did my refinement increase? I couldn't say, it was just an abstract concept to begin with. And once I knew my domain wasn't going to be crashing anytime soon, I didn't care much about it either. I only opened it knowing I wouldn't be landing it. Just holding Mahito's own domain back. Instead, I looked around, Nobara had been dragged inside the domain as well. That gave me a little edge. As for the girl herself, she had long lost her voice, a chill ran down her spine when she felt the overwhelming sensation of two domains clashing. Shifting her eyes from Mahito to me like we were freaks. How come you never told me you can do this? She complained. I still roaming all over the two clashing domains. This was the first time she saw it. Mahito's side had a lot of creepy hands while the boy's side, the one where she was glad to be in, wasn't that much better. It was dark, a darkish fog lingering around like death lingering over the place, and behind the boy was a towering cross with two weight plates hanging on each side. It was ominous and it sent chills running down her spine just looking at the cross. I ignored her, I had more important things. My eyes roamed further, taking in the entire domain. TCH, he isn't here. I grumbled, irritation rising inside me. This means I need for my domain to completely land and finish. How irritating, what's the point of that when I can already set trades when that happens? Mahito looked around the domain and slowly closed his mouth, letting go of the hand signs which formed in his mouth. I did the same as my hands dropped down to my sides. Since both sides' refinement was almost equal and the barriers were incapable of pushing forward, this left us with only one option. Damage the other until either he is dead or incapable of holding the domain and their own domain prevails. Nobara, be careful, inside my domain I can't use domain amplification. Meaning all the damage has to be dealt by you. And also remember, if I were to take too much damage, the domain will collapse, and we both are cooked. So don't hold back. I stated as clearly as I could, without even looking at the girl. This was true, using domain amplification and expansion together was impossible, they were literally of opposite nature. Though knowing Gij Akutami, he might intentionally make someone like Gojo or Sukuna pull off crazy feats like that for them to aura farm, breaking rules like cheaters. Nobara for a second, looked baffled but quickly enough her sassy side took over, you don't have to tell me idiot. Sit back and watch how professionals do things. She snorted, already nails and hammer out, ready to give Mahito hell. I smirked, I honestly was happy that Nobara was here, cause I otherwise would have no way to hurt Mahito inside the domain. Ladies first then. I made way. She just huffed, don't think I have forgotten about what you did, we are not done about that. For now though, just follow my lead. She said and marched forward. Shaking my head at her antics, I just followed, yes, ma'am. And with that said, both of us were once again on Mahito. The curse born from humans' distrust of each other was no different, his hands formed into blades and he rushed at us with equal ferocity. I was the first to move, faster than anyone else, closing the distance before Mahito could dictate the pace, and to create an opening for Nobara since now she was the primary and only damage dealer. And Mahito seemed to realize that as well, he was coming at me now with reckless ferocity. I threw a punch, forcing him to react, but he slipped around it with unnatural flexibility, his technique shifting his body in ways it was hard to even comprehend. And knowing he wasn't going to take damage, this entire showcase was either to throw me off guard and use his technique on me, or go after Nobara. I was right, his arm stretched toward me in the same motion while his other arm elongated and snapped towards Nobara. I pulled back immediately, barely avoiding contact. Nobara was the same, she avoided the incoming hand at the last second, but that was where we were wrong. The hand ended up splitting apart when it reached Nobara and blocked all of her escape routes. I poured cursed energy into my arms and grabbed onto the elongated arm of Mahito and yanked it hard enough to shift the multiple extensions of Mahito's arms, moving towards Nobara in time, leaving a tiny opening for her to slip in, and she did just that. Mahito shot his other hand once again at my side, but I slipped away, revealing Nobara, who was right behind me, with hammer and nails in her hands. The girl needed no permission to strike, and she did just that when I opened an opening for her. She struck from the side, driving a nail into him before activating her technique, the resonance visibly distorting his form again, but even then, he endured it, his body reshaping but much slower since his earlier damage accumulation and opening of the domain had stretched his brain a little too much. He snapped at us, going directly for Nobara, seeing the girl could still hurt him, but I covered her just in time, going for the good old-fashioned charge tackle to disbalance him, and immediately moved back so he doesn't get any chance to touch me. Nobara charged in right after me, needles flying at Mahito. However, these other attacks of hers didn't do any damage, only her resonance technique had the power to damage Mahito's soul. And for that, she needed a direct hit. The fight settled into a tense rhythm where neither side could fully commit. I had to hold back, my primary role being a distractor, cover for Nobara while trying to find an opening for her. Her role was to deal damage, purely damage, while keeping pressure on Mahito. And she had the same problem as me, if she got touched by Mahito's palm it was over. As for Mahito, he was getting grind between us. One touch, that's all he needed, but it was extremely hard when both humans were covering each other so well. The back and forth continued. Our motto was simple: attack if it connects, if not then focus entirely on evading. Time was on our side, sooner or later both domains would collapse. While I was feeling the dips in my reserves, Mahito would be the same. Outside the domain, I can once again damage him, so evading mattered more. It was a good plan, until Mahito broke it. He suddenly shifted his focus entirely toward Nobara, his movement accelerating as he lunged straight for her, his hand outstretched with clear intent. The most troublesome thing about this enemy wasn't just his technique making him immune to most attacks, but the fact that even one touch from him was lethal, and his ever-shifting body was hella confusing to get a read on his movement. If you're not someone named Yuji Itadori, fighting this guy one-on-one was a death sentence. I reacted without thinking when his arm snapped at Nobara, stepping in between them just in time while forcefully pushing Nobara away, knowing full well what that meant. His hand made contact with my arm. Nobara's eyes widened when she registered what happened. Mahito had an ecstatic look in comparison. However, I was a bit faster. I poured a ton of reverse cursed energy into my arm as fast as possible. Before even Mahito's curse technique could take effect, it was pouring positive energy into his hand. Result, both our hands were thrown back with an erupting force of two opposite kinds of energy colliding. Pain rang inside me when I felt it. My hand was burned due to that sudden output of CE and RCT. Nobara visibly sighed upon seeing my hand intact, and her eyes shifted back to Mahito. Damn you. This entire fiasco gave Nobara her opening. And the girl wasn't someone to hesitate. Her technique activated the moment she had the chance, striking directly at Mahito. His body twisted again, more violently this time, and before he could recover, I forced reverse curse technique through my body, repairing the damage just enough to move, just enough to act. I felt it, my cursed energy reserves dipping more. With the domain, Jogo, and Dagon's powers gone, and that earlier burst of RCT to fight him off, I have burned a big portion of my reserves. Panting, I still stepped up as soon as my hand was recovered. In one motion, I stepped forward and drove my fist into his face. He was the same, pain rang inside him from Nobara's earlier resonance and he had to pour that anger somewhere, so seeing me coming next, he let go of the defense, knowing I wouldn't be doing anything, and struck back at me. Both of our fists passed each other, and connected at each other's faces at perfect synchronization. For a fraction of a second, everything aligned. Time seemed to slow down for a while, a strange and familiar vibration appeared around us and then. Black flash. Not just me, he too. I felt my vision go blind, for the first time being at the receiving end of a black flash. And then, everything spun, the world, me and the domain. The impact distorted the space around us as both blows landed simultaneously, cursed energy erupting at the point of contact with perfect timing. Black lightning flashed violently. The force of it shattered the fragile balance of the domain clash, and I felt the structure around us collapse almost immediately. Both of us were sent flying back, outside the now crumbling domains. I stopped sliding across the surface, Nobara rushing towards me, while Mahito was much like me, thrown backwards. "Hey, are you all right?" she asked, looking at me with a bit of concerned eyes which was quite foreign on her face. "You know, you look cute when concerned." "Hey, let me tell you I always look cute, thank you very much." She snorted immediately, but the tension was gone from her face. Not mine though, that punch rattled me from within, the world still felt like spinning. I wished to pour a bit more of RCT on my body to flush out any lingering damage, however, I was dangerously low on CE. And RCT was a cursed energy drain. Not to mention, I had a feeling that our trouble had just increased by the way Mahito was slowly getting up with that creepy smile on his face. For someone who had not landed a black flash, the difference between him and someone who had experienced the phenomenon before is extreme. The understanding of one's own curse technique and energy after a black flash improves drastically. If Mahito was already giving us this much trouble before this, then now I could only wonder how bad it would be. I shifted my eyes back to Nobara, the girl also seemed to have realized the matter. If I wasn't wrong, she herself had experienced a black flash before. Hey, that only left that bumgamy. A small voiceless chuckle left my throat. Mahito on the other side was laughing now, like high on ecstasy. I knew the feeling from the first time landing a black flash. If it was his first time, I couldn't recall entirely. And that laughter was enough to say trouble was brewing. He took out some small items from his pants, didn't even know he had a pocket on that thing, and slammed them to the ground. The next second, multiple disfigured humanoids came alive, rushing at us from all sides. TCH. Knew it. I pushed my body up, going for Nobara to get her out when I heard it. Clap. Triple X. A/N. Honestly speaking, I believe MC should be winning domain clash with this lethal domain since they are usually more unrefined, but whatever. I'll not upgrade his domain just yet. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 32, The Clapper. Clap. An act of applause among humans for as long as anyone could remember. It brings joy and attention upon hearing it. For me, it just brought confusion. 1 second I was tackling Nobara away from the incoming swarm of enemies, and the next I was lying on top of her in a completely different location. Mahito wasn't that different either. 1 second Mahito was ready to rip the 2 Jujutsu sorcerers to shreds, and the next they were gone. Vanished, right in front of his eyes. I found myself on the ground, on top of a baffled Nobara, our breaths mixing into each other. That's how close we were. For a second, we both froze at the sudden shift in situation. Eyes looking directly at each other with confusion and a bit of uncertainty which neither of us could point out. I could feel her breast pressed up against my chest. Both of us blinked in confusion while a crashing sound arrived from a little further away. I moved my head and saw it was Mahito, crashing into the building where we previously were. What the? Seems like I am late. Here I was looking for my brother and I found another special grade wreaking havoc. My luck. A deeper voice rang out in the station, and everyone's attention moving to him. It was an extremely well-built man with a scar on his face. And I instantly realized who he was. Aoi to do. My eyes lit up. Him being here was a really good sign, half of my tension relieved just looking at him. A proper first-grade sorcerer. Oi, what do you think you're doing, you idiot? Nobara snapped, clearly annoyed how I was still not moving from on top of her. Ah, almost forgot about her. I'm sorry, but I thought you wouldn't move in time, so I tackled you away. I sheepishly smiled and got up, extending my hand. She snorted, but surprisingly enough, took it and pulled herself up. I clearly misjudged her strength and potential weight, or perhaps I was still lightheaded after tanking that black flash right to the freaking face. Instead of me pulling her up, she managed to pull me down. I stumbled and both of our heads connected midway, creating a cracking sound which I was certain I needed a healthy dose of RCT for. What's wrong with you? She snapped, clutching her own head with irritation. We were back where we started from, on top of each other in the ground. Sorry. I lost balance. Huff. She snorted, pushing me aside and getting up herself. Kujisaki, do you know where my brother Itadori is? Tadu slowly walked towards us, removing his upper clothes as he walked, clearly getting ready to throw hands. Heh. I thought he would be with you. Nobara genuinely sounded surprised. Where could that idiot be? Nobara clicked her tongue with irritation. I blinked myself. I clearly recalled this was Yuji and Tadu's fight in the anime. So if Yuji wasn't here and I was the one dealing with both Jogo and Mahoraga, then where is he? I tried to recall what I could have changed, but before that Tadu's attention shifted towards me. And you? Huh, yes. I snapped at attention. Who are you again? Figures. I can't say. Before I could even complete my sentence, he intervened in between. Forget about that, tell me. What kind of woman you're into? He asked while doing an awkward pose. Nobara did a full eye roll at the antics. And glared at me like if I answered wrong, she would put one of those nails in me. I could only look at the eccentric man with a dubious amount of exhaustion reflecting on my face. Cause, of course, my type in girls is more important than even my name. How am I supposed to answer something like that, when I couldn't even remember my own name? Don't worry, even if you like men, it's okay. Just be true to your... I like girls. I snapped before I even knew it. To-do nodded his face with understanding. Still waiting for an answer. I roamed my eyes around, what do I like exactly? I mean I know I like girls, but what in them? My eyes roamed to Nobara, who raised her brows in a suggestive gesture. Pursing my lips, I thought of just repeating what Yuji answered to do in the Kyoto Sister Exchange event. However, I refrained from doing that. I don't need this man calling me brother like Yuji. Well, I have never thought about it to be honest. And I doubt that guy over there will give me enough time to take a good decision. So how about we first take care of him and then come back to this question? I replied, not planning on answering period, while pointing at Mahito who had already been sizing the newcomer up. And once our attention went back to the special grade curse spirit, Mahito didn't give us the luxury of conversation anymore. His body surged forward, distorting and expanding at the same time, flesh twisting outward into multiple extensions that lashed toward all of us at once. The scale of his attacks had grown, his control sharper and more refined after that last exchange, especially after landing that black flash. Seems like we have our work cut out for us, huh? To-do nodded in understanding. Kujisaki. Can you hurt that curse's soul with your technique? To-do asked. Of course he knew about Mahito and his soul-related powers. He had spent a good amount of time with Yuji after all. Yes, and the new guy here is not half bad either. She pointed at me, as she gave me a hard pat on my back. Is that so? To-do's eyes once again sized me up, as if his assessment of me was changing. I recalled that no matter how eccentric this man was, he was bloody freaking smart with his god-knows 6-digit IQ he claimed for himself. I barely managed to react before finally the calm around us broke and Mahito moved, and then everything around me shifted. A clap rang out. In an instant, my position changed, and I found myself where Nobara had been a moment ago, Mahito's attack missing me entirely as it struck empty space. At the same time, Nobara appeared behind him, already driving a nail into his back. Man. I found myself lagging after that black flash to the face. I need to stay concentrated. Another clap echoed, and the battlefield turned chaotic in a completely different way. Positions changed constantly, unpredictably, forcing Mahito to react instead of dictating the flow. I felt like my mind was spinning with every change in position to-do was implementing every second. Keeping up with this man was no easy feat. Mahito twisted, his body bending unnaturally to avoid a direct hit, but Nobara's technique activated a second later, resonance tearing through him as the nail detonated. His form warped violently, but he didn't falter the same way as before. Instead, he adapted, his body splitting and reforming as multiple limbs burst outward, transfigured humans spilling from him like extensions of his will. Snap out of it. I cursed to myself, I had to join the fight. They came from every direction and I forced my cursed energy to come back to life, while the reverse was low. My cursed energy control itself was on another level after landing so many black flashes, and the most recent one had my cursed energy operating once again at 120%. Arms, faces, twisted forms reaching and clawing, forcing us to keep moving constantly. I activated domain amplification around me again and struck one aside, only for another to come from behind, but before it could reach me, another clap rang out, and I switched places with To-Do, his fist already mid-swing as he smashed through the mass. The coordination wasn't planned. If anything it was messy as it comes, but it was working when To-Do was guiding the battle rhythm. Kujisaki and the new guy, you handle the damage, I'll open up the way for you guys. To-Do after only a bit of observation recognized how this fight would play out. His eyes narrowed ever so slightly when I used domain amplification. That was a high-level technique even when he didn't know what it was. That told him enough about my level as a sorcerer. Knowing that he was the only one who could hurt Mahito, unless he resorted to using a simple domain and lose his technique usage, he would rather be on the support role. Mahito tried to reach for Nobara again, his arm stretching toward her, but before he could touch her, To-Do clapped, and suddenly I was in front of him instead, intercepting the attack with a strike of my own. He pulled back immediately, but that moment of hesitation was enough for Nobara to land another hit. Next moment, I was where Nobara was, my knocked-back punch unleashing the fury I held back earlier. The hit landed directly at his head, snapping it back, before I was gone once again. This was the true essence of jumping in JJK style. XXX. A/N, To-Do is finally here. Now we are doing real jumping, guys. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 33, Little Brother. Maki didn't slow down as she moved through the vacant streets of Shibuya, dragging along a barely conscious Megumi on her back, whose condition would have been concerning even without the added absurdity of his current state. For once, the boy was completely naked, at least whoever did that to him had left behind his underwear. Second, she was no doctor, she couldn't say why the boy was unconscious, so taking him back to Shoko was her top priority currently. Lastly, she was irritated by all of this. Why was she supposed to be the one looking after this boy? She would rather be fighting out there, damn it. Of course, she also realized how it looked, a teenage girl dragging another teenage boy on her back in the street while the boy was wearing nothing. The only good luck she had in this case was that the area was already vacant. Damn it, Megumi. She cursed again. By the time she reached Shoko, she had long since stopped caring about appearances, though that didn't make the situation any less awkward the moment she stepped inside. Shoko looked up from her latest patient, her usual calm expression already worn thin from the constant influx of injured sorcerers, but the sight in front of her made her pause for a second. Blinking as if trying to comprehend what was going on. Fushiguro was injured and passed out, that was easy enough to understand, but what happened to his clothes? Her eyes moved from Maki to the unconscious boy slumped over her shoulder, and then very deliberately back again. I'm going to ask once, Shoko said slowly, blinking as if trying to process what she was seeing. Why is he half naked? Maki didn't even hesitate as she unceremoniously dropped Megumi onto one of the available beds, the boy landing with a dull thud. No time, she replied flatly, brushing her hands off as if she had just delivered a package rather than a person. He's alive. That's what matters. From the side, Masamichi Yaga, who had been overseeing the situation, glanced over and immediately froze for a second as his eyes landed on Megumi. His brows furrowed slightly, and then he looked at Maki with a very particular kind of confusion. Maki, he began, choosing his words carefully, would you like to explain why Fushiguro is currently in his underwear? Maki clicked her tongue in irritation, already turning toward the exit. Ask him when he wakes up, she shot back, clearly having no intention of dealing with that conversation. I found him like that. Take care of him, I'm going. Maki stated, and then just as fast as she had come, she left. Kids these days. Yaga grumbled under his breath. Were we this bad back then? Shoko asked with an intriguing look on her face. Nah, you guys were worse. Especially Satoru and Suguru. Yaga replied, sighing at how everything had turned out. Shoko let out a quiet sigh, stepping closer to examine Megumi's condition despite the bizarre circumstances. Found him like this, she repeated dryly, though her hands were already moving with practiced efficiency as she began assessing his injuries. But then stopped midway. What's wrong? Yaga asked with seriousness, re-entering. Fushiguro here, I can't heal him. Shoko slowly pointed out. You can't? Is his condition that bad? Yaga asked with contemplation. Shoko at this shook her own head. No, in fact, contrary to that, he is perfectly fine. I don't see any wounds on him. She replied. Then why is he unconscious? Yaga asked, confusion entering his tone. Wouldn't we all want to know that? Shoko shook her head, not caring too much about the boy's peculiar condition until she was done there and went back to the previous patient. Yaga folded his arms, still staring at the unconscious Megumi as if expecting some kind of explanation to appear on its own. With Maki, she was already moving like the wind towards the center of Shibuya, near the station where she first encountered that special grade curse. She made a beeline straight there, Amidst the destruction of Shibuya Station, a single figure had entered the station unannounced and unseen. Yuram finally stood before the unconscious body of Itadori Yuji. It took her much effort to find him after he became unconscious and both his and Sukuna's cursed energy was suppressed. Her calm gaze fixed upon him as if nothing else in the world mattered at that moment. She slowly knelt beside him with deliberate grace, unwrapping a cloth she was carrying all of Sukuna's fingers in. So this is the vessel, she murmured quietly, her voice carrying a faint note of dissatisfaction. Without hesitation, Yuram retrieved the preserved fingers and began her task. One by one, she fed them to him, ensuring each was swallowed properly despite his unconscious state. There was no resistance, no interruption, and no hurry in her movements. At least for a brief moment, it seemed as though everything would proceed exactly as planned. 5 fingers in and everything was fine until she reached for the next one. A sudden surge of cursed energy tore through the corridor, and pure bloodlust directed towards her. Yuram's eyes flicked toward the source just as a massive wave of blood came crashing toward them, surging like a tidal force that threatened to swallow both her and Yuji whole. What do you think you're doing with my younger brother? Choso stood there with anger bubbling inside him, and let loose a wave of blood at her. She reacted instantly. A burst of freezing cursed energy erupted from her, ice spreading outward in an instant and colliding with the incoming blood. The tide froze mid-motion, suspended in jagged formations of crimson ice, separating them. But the attack did not stop there. Get away from my brother. Choso shouted, hands already clapped behind the frozen wall of blood. Piercing blood. A concentrated stream of compressed blood shot forward with terrifying speed, cutting through the frozen wall of blood like a bullet aimed directly at her. The attack was so fast that Yuram didn't even have the time to evade. Instead, she raised her palm, meeting it head-on. The impact was immediate and violent. It tore through one of her palms and only stopped by another one of her hands. The force drove her back slightly, the ground beneath her cracking as she absorbed the blow, her eyes forming instinctively to reinforce her defense. Even then, it wasn't effortless. The attack pushed through her guard just enough to make the strain visible, though she ultimately halted it before it could reach its target. Her eyes narrowed slightly. A big scowl formed on her face. "Get away, you imbecile!" she snapped. She had been waiting for this for such a long time, reviving her master. She would not have anyone delay her any longer. Of course, Choso wasn't going to back down. He surged forward, and Yuram met him without hesitation, their clash erupting into immediate violence as blood and ice collided in rapid succession. Choso was no match for Yuram, to be honest. It became apparent immediately once the fight started. However, he persisted. The confined space of the station could not contain the force of their attacks, each exchange tearing apart what little structure remained. It was a short duel if anything, but the output of the fight was higher, much higher. And while they were struggling, Yuji on the side showed some movement. XXX. A/N, by the way, I have no idea about Yuram's gender. So for this FIC, I'm considering her a female. If I'm wrong then please don't fill my comment section pointing it out. There is enough confusion about this character to begin with. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 34, A Sudden Fall. The fight had long since crossed the point of exhaustion and entered something far worse, where every movement felt forced and every breath came heavier than the last, yet none of us could afford to slow down for even a moment. I was the worst offender of it. My cursed energy reserves were barely enough at this point that I could reinforce myself, let alone use RCT to heal and domain amplification to fight against Mahito. Healing Megumi earlier, then using RCT to fight Mahito, then opening my domain, again RCT to fend off Mahito's sneak attack and then heal myself again. I was not dangerously low on cursed energy anymore, I had practically become a dead weight. If only I still had both Jogo's and Dagon's reserves. At least Mahito wasn't faring better either. He stood in front of us, visibly worn now, his body no longer shifting as smoothly as before, the damage we had inflicted finally beginning to show despite his constant reshaping. Even so, he had grown stronger during the fight, and I could feel it clearly in the way his cursed energy pulsed after landing those black flashes. Yes, as in plural, the curse managed to land 2 more after he almost knocked me out inside the domain clash. He was improving mid-fight, the worst kind of enemy one can face, those protagonist-type enemies who figure shit out randomly and the next second, by either the power of friendship or plot, they pull a victory. This dude was like them. And it irritated me to no end. And yet, he wasn't flipping the table just yet. Not when it was 3 against 1. Jumping had quickly become one of my favorite sports. If I were to survive Shibuya, I'm entering into professional jumping tournaments as long as my side has more people. After gods know how many beatings, we finally were able to wear him down to the point he once again had trouble controlling his technique and his reserves were down as well. Let's end this. Nobara spun her hammer in the air and grabbed it with a grinning face, eager to be just done here and go home. I wasn't as confident as her though, because this was exactly like before, a wounded and cornered animal is the most dangerous after all, and this was a freaking curse. And that was exactly when everything shifted. I felt it, and so did Tadu. Nobara was the only one who couldn't. Everyone back. I shouted, and this time around they moved in unison, having figured out that between the 3 of us, my instincts were always on point. And sure enough, the change in Mahito's cursed energy was immediate and unmistakable, a sudden spike that made my instincts flare in warning before I even saw what he was doing. Mahito's expression twisted into something desperate and maniacal as his mouth opened unnaturally wide once again and hands began to form within it. Shit. Nobara by now caught on to what was happening and cursed. She swore she'll be learning any form of anti-barrier domain technique once she was out of here. My body tensed. If he succeeded, it was over. Being the only one with a domain of my own, it fell onto me to handle this. However, I didn't have the reserves anymore. I could feel how little I had left, my cursed energy barely holding together after everything I had pushed it through tonight. Hell, it's a miracle I did even this much. Those black flashes kept me going, but there has to be a limit, and I had reached mine. My mind recalled Tadu also had an anti-domain technique, but that wouldn't last much against a real domain. F***CK. Knowing I had no choice and the result might be no different either way, I forced myself to gather what remained inside me and joined my hands together. Even if it broke me, I had to. And that when I felt a sudden sensation of lightness onto me, the same kind I had felt a few more times earlier. And before I knew it, before either mine or Mahito's domain were to expand, the ceiling above us came crashing down on us, out of nowhere. What the F******, Nobara cursed, grabbing me from my back collar and practically choking me to death while dragging me back, barely missing the collapsing rubble. The sound came first, a violent rupture above us, followed by a torrent of destruction as the entire structure gave way. However, it wasn't just rubble, there was also blood and ice. All of it came crashing down in overwhelming force, flooding the space with a chaotic surge that disrupted everything. Mahito, caught directly beneath it, was crushed mid-expansion, his domain collapsing before it could fully form. A coincidence? I guess not. Something definitely strange is going on here with me feeling that strange light-headed sensation and then an invisible hand flipping the table like it was made of cheap plastic. I staggered back, coughing at the sudden pressure Nobara pressed on my neck, greedily taking in air while sending a glare at the girl. What? I was helping you. She shrugged. She did it on purpose, didn't she? I narrowed my eyes, noting it down in my mental notebook to get even with her sooner or later. My attention went back to the collapsed rubble, the blood and ice. And of course the two figures who were in the center of it all. One white-haired person seemed like a girl to me, and another man, most likely my age or older, with markings running on top of his nose and messy hair. They were Choso and Yuram. It was easy enough to identify them by the description alone. What I didn't get was why they were fighting all of a sudden. I looked up to the ceiling, the entire place had collapsed. Their clash had torn through the upper floor completely, and the result was obvious at a glance. Choso was in bad shape, his movement strained, and half of his body covered in ice. Yuram looked in much better condition if not for her blood-soaked clothes, though she was breathing heavily. I knew listening to Kenjaku was a mistake. That snarly gremlin had to be taught a lesson after this. Just wait till Sukuna-sama gets revived. Yuram cursed under her breath. Clearly sneering at Choso, ready to kill him any second when suddenly a cold sensation pressed down on all of us. My hair stood on end as a chill ran down my spine at how uncomfortable this sensation was. All of a sudden, the pressure around us increased, it weighed down on us like someone had put a 10-story building on our heads. Then the cursed energy, malicious as it comes, exploded around us. It spread across the entire area in an instant, pressing down on everything like an overwhelming weight that made my skin crawl and my breath hitch without warning. I gulped only to find my mouth was dry. This feeling was even worse than facing Mahoraga. I slowly turned and saw the culprit behind me. Yuji Itadori's body rose slowly from where it had fallen, but it wasn't him anymore. Dark markings spread across his skin, taking a very familiar pattern which gave me a heart attack. Why? Why now, after I was so close to leaving this shit show behind? My lower lip trembled at all the injustice of it all. 'Cause what stood in front of me was no longer Yuji Itadori. It was. He was. Ryaman Sukuna. I should commit suicide at this point. By the time Maki entered Shibuya Station, her pace had not slowed once, her focus fixed entirely on finding the others, yet the moment she stepped into the open corridor, she found herself pausing at the sight of someone standing there. Because of her condition, she wasn't the best when it came to sensing cursed energy, and thus couldn't say whether a person was a curse user or a civilian. Thus, she was on her guard. The woman looked completely out of place, her posture relaxed, her expression calm in a way that did not belong in the middle of this chaos, and for a brief moment, Maki couldn't quite place what to do about her. The tall blonde woman turned around, spotting her, and Maki's first thoughts were simple. She's either a curse user or a civilian who had no idea what was going on. Letting out a quiet, irritated sigh, Maki took a step forward, already preparing to tell her to leave before things got worse, but the way the woman's eyes lingered on her, especially her uniform, told Maki that this was someone who knew what she was. "You're from Tokyo Jujutsu Tech, or are you from Kyoto?" the woman asked, showing no caution like Maki was. "Tokyo, and you?" Maki asked, clearly defensive at the sudden revelation that the woman knew of the jujutsu world and most likely was a sorcerer herself. The woman pretended to think something before opening her mouth to answer, however before she could say anything, the air around them shifted all of a sudden. An unknown pressure came crashing down on both of them out of nowhere. The woman's eyes snapped wide open, her previously calm demeanor gone as fast as her neck snapped toward the floor they were standing on. Maki was the same. While she wasn't the best at sensing cursed energy, even a civilian would pick up on this overwhelming pressure. Maki's eyes darted towards the stairs, no doubt the pressure came from beneath them, from the underground floors. The woman seemed to pick up on her intentions though and she stopped her. "No time for that, girl, brace yourself. We're taking a shortcut." Before Maki could question it, the woman clenched her fist and drove it straight into the floor. Maki's eyes widened as the ground shattered instantly. Before she could even curse the woman, cracks spread beneath them in an instant before the entire surface gave way, collapsing completely as both of them were sent falling down into the darkness below. XXX. A/N, and MC just can't catch a break. This is the last deadly encounter in Shabuya though, promise. And any guess who this woman is? I mean it's obvious, right? Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 35, The Big Boss Arrives. Ryaman Sukuna. A name which had terrorized the sorcerers of the Heian era of Jujutsu. The strongest sorcerer of the past and the demon. Said to be born with 4 eyes, 4 hands, and 2 mouths. He was a complete disaster which most wouldn't even wish to discuss in the modern era. It was said that no one was able to defeat him, and even till the end he remained undefeated. However, there was no end for him in reality. He never died. In fact, he turned himself into cursed objects, all of his 20 fingers from 4 arms holding his power equally. For years, the higher-ups of Jujutsu society tried to destroy those fingers, but it remained an impossible task. At least until a perfect host was found for them. And that host was Itadori Yuji. Sukuna can't take control of him since Itadori Yuji acted like a natural suppressor for Sukuna's powers and consciousness. However, that was only if Itadori had been given enough time to adapt to the multiple fingers he ate before consuming more. And in the absence of the strongest sorcerer of the modern era, Satoru Gojo, Sukuna's awakening was nothing less than a disaster. It was needless to say that we were cooked. I just remained there, unmoving, and kept on breathing just like everyone else upon seeing the King of Curses slowly taking over Itadori's body. There were more grievances in my heart currently than there were curses running around Shibuya. There he stood in Yuji's body, completely nonchalant, and yet, there wasn't much human left in the way he carried himself. Sukuna moved around in Yuji's body a bit, rotating his shoulders and neck to get a better grip on the body. All of Yuji's wounds were gone the moment he took control. Sukuna's presence alone was terrifying. His eyes moved slowly, taking in everything around him. All he saw were statues, none dared to move there. None except one, of course, Yuram. She slowly approached him and then knelt in front of him, lowering herself into a kneel, her head bowed in complete submission. Sukuna looked at her. For a second, there was no recognition in his eyes, only mild curiosity until he finally figured out by the cursed energy signature who he was looking at. Yuram. Sukuna-sama. Yuram grinned much like her master, deadly and cold. Sweat was forming over others' heads, including my own. My eyes darted ever so slightly towards the exit, it felt too far, which otherwise would have taken me less than 5 seconds to walk over. Where are my other fingers? Sukuna asked, after a bit of pointless chit-chat with Yuram. Yuram blinked, and then her lips pursed, her eyes darted back to the rubble they were standing on, and her anger for Choso just grew even further. Sukuna didn't bother asking again, she would get them later on. They weren't as important right now. Slowly, he turned his gaze toward the rest of us. And smiled. It wasn't a kind expression. I wonder. He began, his voice light, almost thoughtful, how the brat would feel if I killed all of you myself. Man, I knew the guy didn't like Yuji, but to kill us just so he can see Yuji all broken. That's not fair, at least not to me. I don't even know Yuji. My hands clenched, trying to find any way out of this situation. Frontal combat was suicide. Running away didn't seem possible with Sukuna's speed and lethal slashes. My eyes went towards Nobara, who was equally petrified, and then to the only person who might have some chance of getting us out of here. To do. His technique might help, but can he take all of us out in time? Highly unlikely unless Sukuna intentionally let us go. God, why? I know I have been complaining a bit too much, but if anything it's your fault, through and through. What kind of F***king luck is this? Did you outsource writing my fate to the devil or something? My lower lips quivered, felt like my eyes were stinging. It was so unfair. I try my best and once again I was here, facing an even bigger monster than Mahoraga. How is that fair? If my life in this world is going to be all about surviving one monster after another, what's the point of living? Why send me here, God? There were so much I wished to say, but what was the point? There was no one hearing my complaints. It wouldn't matter. I sighed. Deflated. If only I could live a normal life for one day. Just one. Eat whatever I want, kiss a girl, play video games. It is said that only upon the loss of certain things we take for granted that their real value is shown. And I couldn't even remember whether I ever had them. My regret-filled eyes turned to Sukuna again. Once again the helplessness of my situation gardening anger inside me. *CK it, I have come to terms with death long enough. If I'll die anyway, and I can't change that outcome, I will die fighting. I took a deep breath and got ready, 'cause damn it all, I'm not going that quietly. So, which one of you is ready to die first? Sukuna asked, grinning madly, fingers roaming towards us directly, wherever it would stop, a lethal slash would cut open that person. And yet, I found my legs taking steps forward. Oi, what are you doing, you idiot? Nobara's eyes widened upon my actions, she chided with a panicked tone. Oh, we have a volunteer. Sukuna's eyes fixed on me, amusement darting into them. Something like that, I chuckled. And honestly, I just had it with this back and forth. Either I'll die, or I'll survive like how I have been so far. Either way, I accept it. The only thing which is unacceptable right now for me is to linger in this state of constant frigda. Dying is better than to live in the fear of death. At least I'll be in peace. I'm completely out of cursed energy. Most likely can't use my technique, and certainly will die tonight. But what the hell, I'm going down fighting. I grinned. Sukuna, instead of cutting me down in a single dismantle, actually grinned back. Not bad, brat, seems like some modern sorcerers ain't that bad. He pointed his finger towards me, ready to end it. After all, for him, it was all a fun game. However, what happened next even paused him when I brought both my hands together and formed a hand sign. The exact same hand sign of his own domain. I was doing them. Sukuna for the first time looked taken aback, and then the earlier grin turned into a full-blown smile. Interesting. Not if it wouldn't even work, low on cursed energy, remember. I reminded him with an equal amount of mirth in my tone. Strange how surprisingly nonchalant a person could be towards death when he just accepts it's an inevitable outcome. I talked with him with the full realization that I was about to die tonight. And thus, there was no fear, just amusement towards my own situation. Domain expansion. I said, moving all the cursed energy I had in me. Sukuna's eyes narrowed slightly. Instead of the reckless move to buy time he was expecting, the brat actually seemed to invoke a domain just now. He could tell that it was a real domain, not a trick. Now he was honestly interested to see what kind of domain it would be. To use his own Enmapalm sign, one which represents death itself. I on the other hand felt like my body was on fire, pushing a domain to open with little to no cursed energy wasn't a good experience. It put a strain on your body and mind. As if refusing to open, but I pushed it nonetheless. Blood leaked from my nostrils upon trying to force the domain open, a feeling of lightheadedness came over me. My body shook, struggling to keep standing while I pushed my domain to open yet again. But every time I met with resistance, the lack of cursed energy acting like a wall in my way. Like trying to make a car start without fuel, it wouldn't start but still sticking with the expectation that it will. But what could I do? I only had that one trick. If even that wouldn't work. What else can I do? I just chuckled to myself, defeated. Too bad, seems like that's all you are worth. Sukuna sighed, for a second genuinely looking disappointed. Just as Sukuna raised his hand to cut me down, and moved to the next worthless sorcerer important to Yuji, and to do on the side seemed to raise his own hand to bail me out at the right time, something else happened. The same feeling of lightheadedness washed over me and the next second, the ceiling above us broke apart once again. But this time around, it was from the upper ground floor. The sound came without warning, a violent rupture followed by the collapse of an entire section of the structure. Rubble, concrete, and steel came crashing down in a sudden, overwhelming cascade that forced everything else into the background. I barely had time to react. My body wasn't even in the best state to move in time. I saw a figure come directly at me, crashing down from above, slamming straight into me. Before I could even move out of the way, and the force of it knocked me flat just as the rest of the ceiling followed, burying me and the culprit currently on top of me down in piles and piles of rubble. Darkness clouded my vision immediately, the falling rubble completed the job which that person did by coming crashing down on me. And others could only watch in bafflement as 1 second I was there and the next, I disappeared under all that debris. XXX. A/N, isn't he lucky, he survive every time by hair's breadth. Cool right, LOL. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 36, Accidental Confession. Nobara, to-do, Yuram, and the barely conscious Choso saw, 1 second, the boy was going to face the king of curses himself, and the next, he was under a floor's worth of rubble. Whether he lived or was dead, none knew. Sukuna's lips curled upwards just for a bit at the comedic turn, but he turned his attention to the newcomer, the boy was already forgotten. The rubble had barely settled and a new figure was visible to everyone. The place where she landed had a small crater just beneath her, cracks running all around underneath her. And for just a second, people wondered how long this floor they were standing upon would last against monsters of this caliber. Even through the haze and destruction, there was something unmistakably composed about her presence, her cursed energy signature resonating loudly. Finally, the face of the woman was revealed. Blonde hair, long and fairly well built for a woman. There was only one person there who knew her personally, despite almost everyone having once or twice heard of her. One of the only 4 special-grade sorcerers of Japan. Yuki Tsukumo. Teacher. To-do shouted out, grinning brightly upon seeing this missing teacher of his after such a long time. Oh hey, to-do. Long time no see. How you kid been doing all this time? Yuki responded cheekily with a wave of her backhand while her eyes naturally fell onto the reason she had to make such a drastic entrance in the first place. So, you're the Sukuna vessel those old geezers told me about. Tsukumo observed Sukuna in Yuji's body, even she felt a bit of uncomfortable feeling being stared down by that kind of curse. He almost reminded her of Okatsu. They met once on a mission. That level of cursed energy was exactly like Okatsu, but it was way more malicious than anyone she had ever seen. Quite a surprise, though I won't get to have fun coming and taking over this brat's body. There is no fun fighting small fries after all. Sukuna grinned. Of course he was able to tell the woman was strong. How strong? Well, that was for him to find out. And he was eager to test out his power after such a long time. He was still at half, but that should be more than enough to handle this woman. Perhaps not enough to beat that white-haired man, but anyone else, there wasn't even a question. Ryaman Sukuna was already looking at her, his gaze sharp and heavy, the kind that made even seasoned sorcerers hesitate without realizing it. Tsukumo quickly brushed a bit of dust from her shoulder, at the same time brushing off the heavy killing intent from the king of curses in front of her. As if she had simply arrived late to a meeting rather than dropped into a battlefield, and gave a small, casual nod. "Ah, sorry about the entrance," she said, her tone light despite everything. "Name's Yuki Tsukumo. Special grade." Sukuna's grin widened slightly, clearly amused rather than threatened. "Special grade, he repeated, his voice carrying a faint edge of interest. "Pesky titles you modern sorcerers give to those you think are strong, while being ignorant of real strength." Yuki tilted her head just a little, studying him in return. "Hey, and how would anyone know about being strong?" She shrugged casually, "Only the victor decides how the system works." Sukuna smiled back, which matched with his ideology perfectly. And that perfectly brought an end to their little chat there. This was enough. "Well, I can't argue with that." Sukuna rolled his shoulder, finally moving toward Tsukumo. The air shifted instantly as Sukuna moved, his hand lifting in a motion so casual it almost looked lazy, yet the attack that followed was anything but. A slash tore through the space between them, invisible but unmistakable in the way the ground split apart in its wake. Yuki reacted immediately. Even though she couldn't see the attack coming, she reinforced her body with cursed energy to tank the incoming strike. A shallow gash was left behind on her chest, clothes splitting and blood flickering out of her wound. It wasn't deep, however. That was just a casual attack from the king of curses, and that when he was at half of his power against a special grade. Even Yuki felt the difference in the power gap. That one attack was enough for her to know that if she fought long range then she would lose. So her body moved with precise timing as she stepped in rather than away, closing the distance before another ranged attack could follow. At close range, everything about her changed. The force behind her strike carried an unnatural weight, her fist slamming towards Sukuna with a density that distorted the air itself. Though the genius of Jujutsu he was, even Sukuna couldn't tell a normal punch apart from a punch where Yuki was using her technique. As for her technique, it was Star Rage. She could add virtual mass to herself without the downside of having her weight increase or her speed decrease. So when Sukuna tanked that hit with the expectation of a normal strong punch from a modern sorcerer, he faced his first and might be his last face-slapping in this match. Tsukumo's punch went right through his hand, breaking it into two, and struck him right in the face, rocketing him back like a shuttlecock, making a beeline straight at the wall behind him. Even for a second Yuram was baffled at the result of the first engagement. But then her irritation skyrocketed. How dare this woman do this to her master? Part of her wished to freeze her to death and shatter her into a million pieces. However, she didn't, knowing fully well that that would be an insult to Sukuna-sama. Acting as if she didn't believe he could win. So, she settled with throwing a deadly glare at the woman instead. To do at the same time moved to join in, clearly intending to support her, but before he could intervene, Yuram stepped in his path, ice forming instantly as she cut him off without hesitation. "You will not interfere in Sukuna-sama's match," she stated coldly. "Did this man here call that woman a teacher earlier? Fine, the student will pay for her teacher's crime. Stay back to do, I'll handle this one myself." Yuki barely looked back from the side of her eyes and replied. Those slashes were deadly, she could barely tank them, To-do wasn't ready to handle them just yet. To-do clicked his tongue, already preparing to force his way through no matter what Yuki said, but before the clash could escalate further, Yuram's body faltered slightly. She kneeled and coughed up blood while her body shook like a withering leaf ready to fall. What is this? Her eyes shook with both confusion and at the timing of the sudden weakness showing up. "It's my blood." From the side Choso grinned up and replied. The poison from Choso's blood still lingered within her after she tanked his piercing blood attack earlier, and only now it began to take effect. Back at the center, the fight intensified. Sukuna got out of the wall, still grinning and intrigued at the technique the woman might have. The punch hit much harder than the woman moved. It wasn't cursed energy either. If it was then he would have felt it. Meaning. Sukuna almost instantly determined what her technique might be. For a monster of Jujutsu like him, it was child's play to figure out. Altering your mass, is that it? He grinned, his broken hand healing at a visible rate. Yuki, who herself was about to explain her technique to get the boost, paused at how quickly he figured it out. No wonder they call him the king of curses. Her silence was answer enough for Sukuna. He grinned even more. This would be a nice fight, X. MCPOV. I found myself being crushed and suffocated by something soft and warm. The lingering darkness clouding my eyes wasn't just because of me forcing my body beyond what it was naturally intended to perform, but also because of the lingering dust and all that rubble above blocking the light. Ah, what the hell? I heard groan and whoever was above me shifted slowly, allowing me to feel everything about her. Yes, it's a her, I can tell by the voice and the soft weight on my chest. Her moving made me move as well and a sharp pain rang out inside me. Wait, don't move. I yelped and my hands shot out right at where I believed her waist was. She jolted at the sudden contact and that brought another jolt of pain from that movement. You bastard, where do you think you're touching? She shouted, trying to move but the rubble had only created a small gap for us. Even an inch of movement was greeted with resistance. Please don't move. It hurts. I said again, gritting my teeth as the pain rang through my body again at her struggle. At my plea, or perhaps because none of her struggles were fruitful, she finally stopped. By then the dust around us was slowly settling down and the small amount of light from the gaps of the fallen floor waste finally made both of our faces visible to each other. Wait, it's you again, the girl blinked, half snorting and half surprised. Hey there Maki. I smiled, though the smile was forced. How come you're always running into trouble? She knocked her brows up with genuine interest. I'll pay good money to know that myself. I chuckled, and once again the pain rang inside me to let out a groan. Maki picked up on that. Are you hurt anywhere? My stomach, I replied with difficulty. Maki nodded, and slowly, very gently, which honestly didn't suit her loud personality, moved her hand there with difficulty. There wasn't enough space to lift her body and she was lying right on top of me. As her hand moved near the place I described, her hand felt a warm liquid sensation. And even she stiffened when it was hit by a protrusion midway. Something has pierced you, she stated with a calm expression. However, there was a little soft tone mixed in there. She couldn't move that rubble even with her raw strength. Knowing the condition outside and the fact that no one had brought them out yet, meaning they were practically stuck here. Figures. Not a great way to go, but I'll take it. At least I have a beautiful girl on top of me. I grinned, honestly it wasn't that bad. Having something this beautiful on top of you was a great view while slowly bleeding out to your death. Maki rolled her eyes at the comment despite the rising tension of my situation. If you can crack that joke then you'll be fine. Can you use your cursed energy? She asked. Nah. I'm completely out. I shook my head. TCH. Fine. Stay still, I'll try to move. She sighed and slowly started to move her body in a way so she wouldn't move me much. Just as she was going into her all fours and pushed the rubble up by her back, something under the sole of her left foot shifted, making her balance give out and she fell face first towards me. The angle was both a blessing and a curse. It completely rattled me, pain erupting out of my stomach so much that I wished to scream. However, I couldn't do it because they were claimed by her own lips. Her lips met mine, and my hands shot out to stop any and all movement she was creating to ease the pain. I wasn't gentle about it either, the hug I gave her was strong and desperate to stop her movement. So, there we lay, she above me, our lips connected while my hands wrapped around her in a dead grip. Maki's eyes shot open when she felt the soft warm sensation on her lips and hurriedly tried to move back but the boy was desperately clutching onto her, his entire body shaking like a leaf. Even amidst their accidental kiss, the painful groans were clearly audible to her. She calmed down, letting her body once again go soft and stop all the resistance. Once the boy's grip slightly loosened, she slowly, very gently moved her head back. Only a tiny bit, to the point their lips were centimeters apart. Her tongue rolled around her own lips, and she didn't wish to think about it but it tasted sweet. Shoo, it's fine, I'm not moving anymore. She comforted while her face was so close that if I were to lift my face even slightly, I could have had myself another kiss. I let out a very small, painful chuckle. Okay, now I can die happy. Idiot. Maki rolled her eyes again but even she had to say the boy had spirit. Can you now let me go? She pointed at the dead suffocating hug I was giving her. I slowly eased up but didn't let go. Instead, I looked back at Maki. Maki. Can I tell you something? I said while my hand slowly moved upwards. One hand completely wrapping around her toned waist and the other across her back, resting on her shoulder blade. What? She felt the movement but didn't comment on it. I. Damn it, even speaking was hard now. I don't want to die. I said with tears slowly leaving my eyes. My hands once again clutched hard against her back. Bringing her into a hug again. XXX. A/N, man, it was bigger chapter than I intended it to be. But oh well, it turned out better than I hoped it would. What you guys think? MC finally breaking apart in the arms of the first woman he kissed, even accidental as it may. I mean, it was long time coming, all that trauma will surface sooner or later, right? Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 37, Special Grade Clash. In the modern era, Jujutsu sorcerers and curses alike are put into categories or ranks to differentiate between their power, capabilities, and threat levels. The ranking follows the same logic on both sides, from Grade 4, which is the weakest, to Grade 1, which is considered to be the natural ceiling for most Jujutsu sorcerers and curses. However, Grade 1 isn't the end. If anything, it is the peak where the real powerhouses of this world are separated. The entities and beings who surpass Grade 1 are called Special Grade. Curses and sorcerers who hold enough power to take over entire countries with their power. Currently, there were only 3 Special Grade Jujutsu sorcerers in Japan after the death of Sugura last year in the night parade of 100 demons. And there were a total of 16 registered Special Grade Curse Spirits so far. The gap between a common Grade 1 sorcerer or Curse Spirit and a real Special Grade Curse Spirit or Sorcerer was immense. So much so that to kill a Special Grade, even carpet bombing sometimes wouldn't be enough. However, that was just the recorded and existing ranking. Anomalies as they were, there were tiers even within the Special Grade ranking. The best example was none other than the strongest Jujutsu sorcerer of the modern era, Satoru Gojo. He alone held enough power to take control of the entire world, and even destroy it in its entirety. And there was only one recorded being so far who rivaled him. The king of curses from 1,000 years ago, Ryomen Sukuna. Yuki, a Special Grade sorcerer herself, finally realized this difference when she fought him. She did not hesitate for even a moment once the fight began in earnest, closing the distance between herself and Ryomen Sukuna with relentless intent, fully aware that her advantage lay in proximity where her technique could exert its full, crushing force. And yet, knowing that the fight was in her favor if it became a close-range match, her opponent didn't back away to use his obvious long-range advantage. If anything, he darted right in for hand-to-hand combat. And what surprised her the most was the next hit which she landed on him. Unlike the first, where she caught him off guard, tore open his hands, and sent him flying back. This time, Sukuna blocked the same punch which did so much damage to him just a few seconds ago. He was still thrown a few steps back, there was a visible wound on his arm, however, the damage was far from what it was a minute before. Yuki's lips pursed tightly just seeing the difference, that alone told her that this wasn't going to be an easy fight. Her prediction felt more correct when he effortlessly healed up the wound without any second thought while casually sending a few more invisible slashes her way, which she could neither see nor avoid. Tanking them was the only option, and she found they were even more deadly than the last slash she faced. This was the start of their match, the back and forth seemed to continue while non-special grade sorcerers like Nobara and Tadu could only watch in tension. Both Uram and Choso, for all their worth, weren't in the condition to interfere after Choso suffered injuries from Uram and was currently half frozen, using his blood manipulation to melt off the ice, while Uram was infected by Choso's blood which was poisonous. And even in their state, their attention was only on the special grades clashing a little further away from them. The said clash became immediately violent, the sound of impact echoing through the underground space as their blows met with enough force to crack the floor beneath their feet. Sukuna reinforced his body with a dense layer of cursed energy, compensating for the unnatural weight behind Yuki's strikes, while simultaneously taking advantage of the close range she insisted on maintaining. He launched cleave on her. His technique, Shrine, was a cutting cursed technique. The invisible slashes he threw were called Dismantle, which were actually one of the weaker aspects of his technique, which neither he could control the power of nor their variations. However, Cleave, that was different. While needing contact to perform unlike Dismantle, Cleave was far more powerful and customizable. It was the first time Yuki felt it. She didn't fully understand what had happened until it was already too late. Sukuna's hand brushed across her midsection in what seemed like a minor motion within the flow of combat, yet the result was catastrophic. In a single moment, half of her stomach was gone, the wound so clean and devastating that even she staggered from the shock of it. Her reinforcement, her natural flesh, bones, muscles were useless against that attack. A single touch left her cut open like she was some piece of meat on a chopping board. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, breathing became impossible for a second, but she did not fall. Her reaction was immediate, forcing reverse cursed energy through her body as she stabilized herself, the missing flesh reconstructing under immense strain as she pushed through the damage. Even so, the lesson was learned instantly. From that point onward, her approach changed. She remained aggressive, still closing the gap whenever possible, but now there was caution woven into her movements, a constant awareness of Sukuna's hands when fighting up close. What's wrong? No longer so eager to fight up close, are you? Sukuna grinned, the mockery in his tone clearly evident. I don't have to when I can do it, Yuki retorted, and the next second she grabbed onto her Shikigami, Garuda, on which she could apply her technique, striking from a distance with sharp, unpredictable movements that forced Sukuna to divide his attention. At times, Garuda lashed out to bind him, wrapping around his limbs in an attempt to restrict his motion, while at other moments it served as a distraction, creating openings for Yuki to capitalize on. But Sukuna was anything but unadaptive during battle. He instantly switched to dismantle to knock off the shikigami which the woman used as a whip, as a ball, or as a binding tool whenever it drew near. Just as she was about to launch another high kick at Sukuna, he predicted that and went under her, aiming directly at her abdomen to use cleave. Yuki's jaw clenched at the sudden change. She couldn't dodge that point-blank attack. She could only use more of her cursed energy to reinforce herself. However, just as Sukuna's hand was about to make contact. Clap. The next second, Yuki was gone, and in her place was Yuram. The hand directly hit her on the shoulder, however, nothing happened. Sukuna's reaction time was as fast as always. He deactivated the cleave the moment contact was made. That's a pretty troublesome technique right there. Sukuna's eyes roamed to do. Yuki also appeared where Yuram was earlier and sighed in relief. Thanks, to do. No problem. He grinned and got ready to fight alongside her. But once again, she refused. No, stay here and help me from afar. Yuki warned, because for someone like To-Do, a single dismantle from Sukuna would be their end. And she was right. Sukuna sent a slash after him after knowing how troublesome To-Do's technique was, but even though he couldn't see the slashes, with his IQ, he was able to predict it and got away with his technique. Pesky. Sukuna grumbled. The fight continued, however. As they fought, the more damage the underground station was taking, sooner or later the entire structure would be coming down on them. So Yuki had to drag Sukuna out of there somewhere. Of course, To-Do helped. Their battle continued without pause, the open space only allowing them to fight more freely, their attacks now visible from far beyond the immediate area, finally bringing attention from other sorcerers who were active in Shibuya like Momo, Kamo, Miwa, Kusakabe, and more. However, none of that mattered when the opponent they faced was a special grade. Sukuna just grinned, more people who his worthless vessel was friends with. Meaning more targets to kill by the same brat's hands. However, as if Yuji himself heard his thoughts, suddenly Sukuna felt a sudden loss of control. It was only temporary, but he realized that he didn't have much time in this body. TCH. Guess this is all the time 5 of my fingers would give me. He snorted and after making sure Megumi Fushiguro wasn't near, he brought both of his hands together. Yuki's eyes widened when she saw what Sukuna was doing and immediately shouted, To-Do. Aoi To-Do with his 530,000 IQ didn't need another sign. Using his technique he instantly took all the others away from the area. Domain expansion. Sukuna grinned. And in response, Yuki too had to open her own domain, and brought her hands into the sign. Malevolent. But just as Sukuna was about to manifest his domain into reality, a squish sound and sharp pain rang out inside him. His hands, which were making his domain sign, were separated by a thin sheet of metal protruding from his chest. His fingers were cut open by the blade, piercing his heart from behind him. Even for a second, even the King of Curses was taken aback by the sudden sneak attack which even he couldn't see coming. He snapped his head behind. This woman. XXX. A/N, finally, I was waiting for this moment for so long. Any idea who this woman is? Of course you know, but any idea how she became the way she is right now? After knowing, I assure you you'll like MC's technique even more. And sorry for this chapter where I didn't focus much on MC, since I had to show time passing while they fought. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 38, Facets of a Technique. Facets of a Curse Technique. Curse techniques could manifest in any form, could be related to anything, and are mainly defined by the era it has been manifested in, the person in whom it has been manifested and the connection of blood one might hold in their lineage. The more complex a technique is, the more facets it tends to have. Especially a domain-based technique such as Death Trade. Most domain-based techniques do most of what they were intended to do inside their domain, however, this doesn't mean the user has no power to command their technique outside their domain. Every domain-based technique has some facet or extension usable by the user even outside their said domain. As for what it is in the case of a technique like Death Trade, of course, it's related to trading. While the technique achieves its original intent inside its domain by forcefully imposing various trades of the user's liking as long as the value or conditions are met, outside of the domain, the conditions are different. Without opening its domain nor having any sure hit effect, one can't impose any trade on others, however, the technique still allows them to trade. Not with imposition but rather with accordance. Given the nature of the technique, the user can either propose or receive an offer of any goods or value to be traded, and upon agreement from both parties of their own accord, a trade may take place even outside of the domain. And that's how we can get out of here. I explain everything to Maki, about my curse technique, how it works, and what I can offer her in trade after I was done coddling her like a newborn babe, crying my eyes out about how unfair the world has been to me. I never explained what really happened. I felt like I won't be able to stop bawling my eyes out if I open that can of worms today. To my surprise, the girl just stayed there while I cried holding on to her. Not stating a word while occasionally caressing my hair to comfort me. It was a very strange feeling. But I felt light when I was finally done. Light and hella embarrassed. So I tried to forget the last 15 minutes like they never happened and quickly come up with a way for us to get out of here. Ahem. So you want to make a trade with me? Maki cleared her throat, finally snapping out of everything which happened. The boy crying while holding on to her, then started to explain his technique all of a sudden. And for some unknown reason, she couldn't come to interrupt him. It felt so genuine when the boy just clung onto her like that. When was the last time someone did that? She clearly remembers that it was always my doing that. When they were small, rushing up to her and just crying into her embrace. And before she knew it, she was comforting the boy just like how she used to her sister. It unknowingly fulfilled that hollow space inside her. But then came silence, which was awkward even for her, the innocent party. If that wasn't it, the boy started explaining his technique. Maki knew it was about trade, seen in it against Dagon enough, it was a domain-based technique much like Hikari's. But as he explained more, her eyes widened until they couldn't close anymore. Even she didn't realize that by the time he was done talking, she was gaping. She had to clear her throat and hide her shock before asking. What kind of trade are you asking from me? She asked. He just looked at her again, she could find his eyes looked tired, face a bit more pale. He was losing blood. Curse energy. What? Maki blinked. This woman. Sukuna looked back, for a second ignoring the sword sticking out of his chest, piercing his heart, or Yuji's heart for that matter. I couldn't even sense her behind me. Sukuna's mind reeled upon seeing Maki's grinning face, looking directly at him with the kind of intensity which almost felt like an invitation to help her figure out what she was capable of now in this new body of hers. Give me all your curse energy and in return, I'll make you like him, he said, and Maki didn't get it at first, but now she understood. She was always at half of her potential. No. Not even half. That little bit of curse energy she had always held her back. Now. She felt power which was hard to describe. Quite interesting. And here I thought you and this brat are friends. Sukuna, even though surprised at the sudden sneak attack on him, shook it off like it was nothing. Piercing his heart like this, don't you care about him? Maki just snorted. If you wished to kill him, you would have done it long ago. Sukuna just shrugged at that, there was indeed a point there. He can't refuse. Sukuna once again read her. No cursed energy, no warning, no presence of her. There was nothing to read off from the girl to track her anymore. In an instant, she was already inside his range again, moving so fast that Sukuna almost missed it, almost. Her blade carving through the space where his neck had been a fraction of a second ago. Sukuna leaned back, just barely avoiding it, his grin widening. Before he could counter, Yuki was already there. Her fist came crashing in from the side, layered with impossible mass. Sukuna raised his arm to block. Boom. The impact cracked the ground beneath them, forcing him a step back. The difference this time was immediate. He wasn't allowed to recover, cause Maki was already on his trail. No wasted motion or hesitation. Her blade came down again, this time aimed at his torso. Sukuna twisted, narrowly avoiding being split open, but the edge still grazed him, drawing blood. And as they did, a maniacal smile appeared on his face. He was starting to enjoy this fight now. Not bad, Sukuna muttered, ducking under another swing as Yuki's kick followed, heavy enough to distort the air itself. My turn then. With a flick of his wrist, a slash tore through the space, a fast and discreet dismantle directly at Yuki. She tanked it as usual, and at this point, since the wounds weren't very deep, she wasn't even bothered to heal herself. And Sukuna wasn't interested in that either, he looked at Maki, who also had to tank a dismantle from him, and to even his surprise, the woman with no curse energy or reinforcement, she survived his dismantle. Interesting, just by how durable your own flesh is, you can survive my dismantle. Sukuna grinned, like the fact Maki could do that brought him entertainment. As for Maki, her condition was exactly like Yuki, almost similar kind of long-running slash across her body, not too deep but still stings. Her natural heavenly restriction body was so durable that she tanked it just like a special-grade sorcerer using body reinforcement. Maki didn't even register the wound, she struck once again. Already moving towards Sukuna. A clean, direct thrust aimed at his heart once again. Sukuna shifted at the last possible moment, the blade piercing through his side instead. He grabbed her wrist instantly. But Yuki was already moving. Her hand clamped onto Garuda, swinging it like a weighted whip. Sukuna was forced to let go, twisting away as the strike came crashing down where he stood. The ground exploded. Both women were going at Sukuna together from all sides, even the King of Curses had a hard time handling this sudden jump. And from away, watched the other sorcerers. Students from Kyoto and Tokyo. Whoa, is that Maki-senpai? Nobara looked starstruck, eyes wide, when she finally surfaced to the ground. Just like everyone else, she was surprised at Maki's sudden transformation. In fact, it was a very funny story. While most were focused on Sukuna and Yuki's fight, she was the only one who bothered to dig them out. Halfway in the rubble though, suddenly the rubble shifted on its own in front of her and then everything blasted apart, revealing Maki, completely fine, looking like she just recently hit the gym, holding that same boy who refused to give his name in a princess carry. Nobara had no idea how to react to that. 1 second Maki was holding the boy like a princess and next she put him down and vanished. Well, it was moving at very fast speed, but in Nobara's eyes it sure seemed like the woman vanished. Come on, you might want to see this. The boy told her, grinning, and ran towards the stairs. Oi, wait for me. Nobara only came to her senses later on and ran behind him. By the time they came back to the surface, which wasn't easy at all by how much the upper floors have collapsed, they saw the fight in its full glory. 2 absolute badasses of women throwing down with the king of curses. And of course, just like everyone else, Nobara was surprised by the changes in Maki. For once she was keeping up with both Sukuna and Yuki, and secondly, she was hitting Sukuna much more than even Yuki did. Partly cause her particular condition left no curse energy signature behind for Sukuna to read and predict her next move. So only his eyes and years of fighting experience were helping him predict Maki's movements. Reading Yuki's move on the other hand was much easier. Honestly, it was a bloodbath. Both women are relentlessly pursuing the king of curses. And they weren't holding back either, they fully intended to kill Yuji if it comes to it. Maki swung her blade again, but Sukuna dodged just in time and went to touch her, planning on using cleave. Don't let him. Yuki on the side shouted, fully knowing what Sukuna was aiming for. She had no idea what happened to the girl to suddenly make her like that man from all those years ago, but if Sukuna were to touch her, even her body can't protect her. Maki's reaction time currently was top-notch, while dodging in time wasn't an option she decided to sacrifice her sword to back off. Bringing her blade in front of the hand while she herself moved out of the way. The moment Sukuna's hands touched the sword's flat sides, a grid-like pattern was formed all over its blade until the entire curse tool was disassembled into piles of smaller squares. Just as Sukuna was ready to pursue her again, Garuda from behind grabbed his leg and Yuki flung him back with all her might. Sukuna, midway, sent Dismantle to loosen up the Shikigami and damage it, while once again faced with Maki who met him midway. The battlefield was pure madness. The back and forth continued until suddenly Sukuna for a second faltered and was sent flying back by Yuki's kick. He landed on a wall with a crash. Already healing but now a visible scowl was plastered on his face. TCH, he's already waking up. Useless brat, he spat and then turned back to Yuki and Maki once again. Seems like fun time's over. He said with a cool tone while his eyes for once flickered to the Shibuya station. Which seemed around 70 meters away or so. Fine then, take this as farewell for now. He grinned and brought both of his hands together in a familiar gesture once again. Both Yuki and Maki immediately became alert. While they had no idea what Sukuna's domain was, they knew it would be nothing good for them. On the side, everyone panicked. After all, a domain is the strongest move in a sorcerer's arsenal. Domain expansion, malevolent shrine. XXX. A/N, man, that was a long twisty chapter to write. Now tell me, is the technique crazy or what? Hope you like the chapter so far. I'll meet you on the next one. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 39, Clashing Domains Again. I could only watch in awe as both women go toe-to-toe against the King of Curses. Of course, I knew that he was close to half of his power. Even after not knowing how many fingers he has eaten, that still doesn't make it less impressive how well those two were faring. But my concerns lingered to the very end until I finally saw the signs of Sukuna opening his domain. Yuki somehow caught him off guard and kicked him away a good 50 meters or so. And when he got up again, he didn't rush back in. That alone was concerning. And then there was that sudden momentary lapse in his defense which Yuki capitalized on. I had a feeling that he was slowly losing control over Yuji's body. And that was concerning cause if that was indeed the case then he might stop engaging with those two directly and. Domain expansion, malevolent shrine. My eyes bulged, I knew this would happen. I snapped my head towards Yuki and sure enough, she was already forming hand signs to expand her own domain. No. I shouted. Nobara was startled at my sudden shout, glaring at me like she was a second apart from nailing my mouth down with her hammer. I didn't care, hell I didn't even look at her, my eyes were only on Maki and Yuki, already knowing the outcome of this domain clash. Irritation and helplessness once again drawn on me, was there nothing I could do? On the other side, Yuki didn't seem to hear my voice, she rushed at Maki's side, Having some idea about her particular condition, she wasn't worried about her that much, but still she decided to open her domain where she can cover Maki from Sukuna's sure hit effect. Stay back. She advised and formed her own hand sign to expand her domain the moment Ryaman Sukuna began expanding, because even she understood that allowing him to complete it uncontested would mean certain death. Her cursed energy surged outward in response, forming a barrier around her as she brought her own domain into existence. What troubled her was that there was no other barrier clashing with her own. For a brief moment, the world seemed to fracture between them. Of course, she targeted both Maki and Sukuna to draw them inside her domain. She by no means thought that she can win a domain clash against the King of Curses. However, her plan was to damage Sukuna with the help of Maki, just enough that his own domain collapses before hers does. It was a sound plan, if not for him being Sukuna. Yuki's domain stood firm at first, its barrier solid and defined, enclosing its space with precision and control until it completely landed. However, there was no sure hit. No opposite barrier to clash with hers. Yuki couldn't figure out what Sukuna was playing here, but she didn't like where this was going until she finally found out what actually happened. It wasn't that Sukuna hadn't deployed his domain, it's just that his domain had no barrier. An open barrier domain. How is this possible? Her eyes trembled when she finally learned what was going on. At first she of course couldn't even believe in the fact that something like this was possible. Expanding a domain without a barrier was much like trying to paint but without a canvas. How can a painter paint in air? It was absurd as it comes, but here it was, happening right in front of her eyes. And once her own domain was completely established, it finally dawned on her. Not only did Sukuna's domain manifest without a barrier, but it had a greater range than her own. It's like creating a smaller bubble inside a larger one. And since everyone inside the said bubble, aka domain, falls into the sure hit effect of one's technique, that means her own domain barrier was vulnerable from attacks executed from outside of the barrier's range of her domain. It was overwhelming and unnatural at how absurd Sukuna's domain was, as it claimed everything within its range without restriction. She couldn't even sense how far his domain was deployed, but she was certain it wasn't a small area. The difference was immediate and undeniable. Where her domain created a contained space, his simply existed, imposing itself upon reality rather than separating from it. The clash began the instant they overlapped. At first, there was resistance, a moment where both domains pressed against each other, neither yielding immediately, but that balance did not last. Sukuna's refinement asserted itself almost instantly, the sheer precision and mastery behind his domain tearing into the structure of Yuki's barrier. Invisible slashes carved across its surface, not as attacks directed at her, but as a natural consequence of his domain's existence. Her own sure hit effect was starting to get overwhelmed, and the barrier started to collapse. It was still better than how a simple domain would fare in this condition, but not by that much. Not only was her domain getting overwhelmed by the sheer gap in both domains' refinement, but also her barrier's outer shell was repeatedly being slashed by Sukuna's technique. Her barrier began to break, and the domain started to shake. Cracks emerged into her domain within seconds. What's going on? Maki asked. She knew about domains, but that was her limit for Jujutsu. How they work and what goes on in them was beyond her. However, by just observing Yuki's face, which was sweaty and panicking, she was certain that whatever was happening was bad. URG. Yuki groaned, trying to keep her domain intact, but it was impossible. The weight of Sukuna's domain was immense. And since Sukuna was also covered in Yuki's domain, he could see everything. Grinning as he enjoyed the futile attempt of the woman in front of him. Cracks spread rapidly across the space, each one widening under the relentless pressure as Sukuna's domain continued to slice through it from every direction. Yuki held her ground, reinforcing it as much as she could, but the difference in refinement was too great. Her domain was being dismantled piece by piece before it could fully stabilize. Due to concern over Megumi Fushiguro and Yuram, Sukuna had kept his domain smaller than 50 meters currently. However, it didn't take away the magnificence of the feat of Jujutsu it was. No one on the sidelines could understand how unimaginable an open barrier domain was, cause none had a domain in the first place. None, except me. And yes, I was enthralled at how it was placed. No barrier, and still the domain contained itself just right. The efficiency and control was just right without leaving power on the table. For a second or two I just stared at Sukuna's magnificent domain until I heard a sound of glass shattering. It was Yuki's domain, it finally shattered. The barrier collapsed entirely, breaking apart under the strain as Sukuna's domain consumed the space without resistance. What followed was relentless slashes directly to both the women. Cleave and dismantle flew towards both of them from all angles, cutting open their flesh, bones and identity itself. Yuki especially took the full brunt of it since Maki didn't have any curse energy, and according to Sukuna's domain design, anything which doesn't possess curse energy will be sliced by dismantle, the weaker of the two attacks. While things possessing curse energy, it was cleaved into pieces. Arg. Maki groaned under the relentless barrage of slashes coming her way. She was bloodied and cut open from every possible place she could imagine. And worse, she wasn't even hearing anything from Yuki anymore. Bad premonition clouded her mind. She bore the frontal assault of continuous dismantling until she could no longer even stand. She barely opened her eyes to see Yuki's body lying motionless, still being cut apart. She tried to move but her body had taken too much damage. Moving didn't seem possible. She gritted her teeth, the unwillingness of defeat after finally achieving this power was so sour. She still had to go back to the Zenin clan and show those son of the cheese reality. She had to become the head of the clan. Her sister, she was there watching her as well. And indeed, Mai was watching with tear-filled eyes, helpless to do anything. Just as she felt this was the end, she heard his voice again. Domain expansion. All of a sudden, the slashes stopped. The pain eased just a bit. She opened her eyes once again and surely it was him. The same crybaby from earlier, standing in front of her with both hands in the same hand sign as that monster. Maki saw darkness filled around her, a big shadow of something emerged from behind her. Her bloodied form too became hard to view under the dark fog covering his domain. And before she knew it, his domain covered everything. Even Sukuna's figure remained outside of the main as he closed his barrier. And the constant slashes stopped. However, just as the domain closed, the barrier of the domain started to shake. Wavering and crumbling down almost instantly. Arg. He groaned under the pressure, Maki could hear it. What are you doing, you idiot? Get out of here. She shouted. But there came no reply from him. He just stood his place. And slowly the cracks began to form around his domain. This domain was too destined to fail against Sukuna's. Just as Maki thought it was a hopeless case, a momentary rush of idiocy that doomed even him while trying to save them. She suddenly felt the domain stop shaking. The withering domain calmed down all of a sudden as if it had established. And from behind her she heard a sound. Like something moved. KLNK. Triple X. A/N, he. MC is playing hero for the first time. While I thought it was unnecessary, I'll write it this way nonetheless. Of course, I had my reasons besides Maki, you'll see in the upcoming chapters. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 40, a different adaptation. Mahoraga. Full name, Eight-Handed Sword Divergent Sila Divine General, Mahoraga. It's the strongest Shikigami of the 10 Shadows technique, and perhaps even the strongest Shikigami in the world. And yet, no 10 Shadows user until today has ever subjugated him. The answer was simple, Mahoraga was too strong. And yet, someone else was able to achieve that same feat which none of the Zenin clan ancestry was able to accomplish today in Shibuya. I did it. But what was the point when I didn't even have the 10 Shadows technique? Technically, I should be getting any and everything from my opponent as long as they died in my domain. That was the rules of the trade, since they too will receive everything that I owe if I were to die by their hands. And even though when I beat Mahoraga, I didn't have a completely domain, neither the sure hit effect, nor the barrier. The technique itself was still valid. I had to remove those parameters to make my domain lighter so my overloaded brain could execute my domain, and in exchange for those parameters, I also got a good buff against Mahoraga back then. However, the point still stands that I should get Mahoraga's powers, since he technically died inside my domain when my technique was active. Then why didn't I? Well, that's cause of the bottleneck. Not the technique itself, but me. Apparently, my body wasn't capable of adapting like Mahoraga and thus I couldn't get his adaptations. It's like going after Gojo's 6 eyes. Let's say I somehow get my hands on them, jump on Gojo while he was bathing and had his infinity down or something. Even if I were to beat him, and trade those eyes, I can't use them. 'Cause those eyes are coded to him. His bloodline. I mean, think about it, if 6 eyes were really such a big deal, one would think that the Gojo clan would preserve eyes from their last user and at least try to implant them to a normal limitless user born with 6 eyes. Considering how incredible healing with reverse curse technique was in this world, one might even think that the 6 eyes user himself produces dozens of those eyes himself. He just has to pluck them out, heal, and repeat. But that doesn't happen, 'cause they won't work for others. My technique gives me whatever I want as it is. It can't make the thing or myself adapt to each other. Mahoraga's adaptation was the same. So, one might ask. Did I not get anything after being nearly killed in that encounter with that monster? Of course not. Here the very nature of Mahoraga which wouldn't let me have his power once again came into place. Since he was a Shikigami, my technique can just shift his allegiance towards me. But, then there was another issue at the horizon. I didn't have 10 shadows either to control him. So my technique did the next best thing it could. It made Mahoraga my domain-specific Shikigami under the trait of absolute obedience towards me inside my domain, in exchange for not being able to summon him outside of my domain. However, there was a big problem with this approach. I learned when I fought against Mahito and opened my domain that Mahoraga will only manifest when I land my domain and it's been completely manifested. Meaning, it can't appear during domain clashes. Only when my domain has completely taken dominance. What was the point of that? If I were to land my domain, why would I rely on that monster when I can just put right trades to win my way out? Completely and utterly useless. So what to do? And thus, I underwent another binding vow. KLNK. That was the sound. Maki forced her body to move, turning her head, she came face to face with a giant structure. A cross. With 2 weighing plates hanging on its arms. It was huge. But that was what surprised her. There was something else on the cross, no rather someone else. It was a massive white-skinned humanoid behemoth with 4 wings growing from his face, and a snake-like tail emerging from the back of his head. Above his head was a wheel. A golden wheel hovering just above his head. But what really surprised her was that this massive figure was crucified to the cross. The vow was simple. In exchange for not summoning Mahoraga to fight anyone inside my domain, he shall take over the functioning of my domain. Basically, I put him in the pilot seat of my domain. Now I just have to launch the domain and provide curse energy. He does the refining for me. Since now he was an integral part of my domain, he manifested immediately as soon as I opened my domain, not waiting until my domain was completely manifested. Taking over my load of domain execution and refinement completely. I honestly didn't think it was possible, but it worked. Currently, Mahoraga was adapting to Sukuna's domain and using those adaptations to refine my own domain against him. And he will keep on doing that, given enough time, until my domain prevails. KLNK. Another time the wheel on top of Mahoraga spun, and the domain felt much more stable. The constant shuddering and impact felt inside the domain when under collision with a more refined domain's sure hit was gone, almost. However, exactly at the same time, I felt my heart hammering and I stumbled down to my knees. My breathing got heavy as soon as I opened my domain and it was getting worse. Well, I guess not everything is sunshine and rainbows, huh? Cough, cough. I coughed a mouthful of blood as the pressure on top of me increased as time passed. This was cause my curse energy reserves were running dangerously low. Almost empty. I only had a little bit left with what I took from Maki and regenerated over time. I barely healed my abdomen before once again I had to open this domain. I was running out of curse energy reserves. However, that was just half truth. In reality, it was Mahoraga. Since he was an integral part of my domain now with my binding vow acting up, that means every time I expand my domain, I also have to expend additional curse energy to summon him. Every single time. And he wasn't a cheap Shikigami to summon. Far from it. So, while he took over the execution of the domain itself, the cost of the domain raised alongside it. I might not get technique burnout like this, but I'll completely burn my reserves out for sure. A dark chuckle escaped my lips and I finally couldn't take any more and coughed up more blood. The expenditure was killing me. On the side, Maki's eyes went back to the domain which was surprisingly stable all of a sudden now, and then back to the crybaby who. What's wrong with him? Maki's eyes narrowed, he was panting and kneeling down and coughing blood. All the blood seemed to drain from his face. Yuki too had gone completely still, whether she lived or not was unknown. Maki only spared 1 second looking at the fallen woman and shifted her attention back to him. She gritted her teeth and dragged her wounded body to him somehow, and indeed, he was breathing heavily. If he failed, then all 3 of them would die, him staying awake and conscious was far more important. Hey, what's wrong? You doing good? She grabbed onto his shoulder and steadied him, but the boy didn't reply. He just stood there with both his hands in the domain sign, shaking while barely holding onto the domain. What's wrong, is it the domain? Maki pursed her lips, she didn't know why he was like this, neither she had any way to help him. She could only do one thing. She went behind him and held him to stop his shaking. You're fine. I got you. Maki shouted, her bloodied figure overlapping with his to keep him straight and prevent him from falling. Little did she know that I was dying from keeping the domain up. Mahoraga was adapting to Sukuna's refinement first. It had almost adapted to his refinement. So I have to do both, maintain the outside barrier and supply curse energy to keep the domain from collapsing. Not to mention, every time Mahoraga seems to make minor adjustments into the domain parameters, it used up more of my curse energy. Crack. It was the barrier, even after I reduced its size, it was cracking up under the full-blown assault of malevolent shrine attacks from outside. Mahoraga was currently handling the refinement, basically the internal stability of the domain, he needed time to adapt to that, only then he can handle the barrier. And I neither had enough curse energy to maintain the barriers, nor the power to keep the barrier up for much longer. I gritted my teeth. I am southwest freaking close to this nightmare, come on, don't die just yet. But no matter how much I can motivate myself like that, my vision was already going dark because of the load. I have already tried to make binding vows to somehow fix the barrier and curse energy problem, but nothing seems to work. Crack. Another crack opened up in the domain, almost breaking it apart, and I was losing hope. Barely keeping my eyes open, I tried to think, anything to keep the barrier up. But nothing came to mind. And just as I thought I'm done for, that same lightheadedness washed over me for a second. And the next moment, I felt it. Curse energy. B, but how? XXX. A/N, he. Like the role I had for Mahoraga in this story. Honestly, I had to think a lot about it. Giving him Mahoraga or his powers would have distracted the story away from its main highlight, the trading technique itself. But not giving him anything just felt cheating. So this was the best possible outcome for him. Tell me, did you like this approach? Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 41, trade it all away. Curse energy suddenly sparked inside me, like my lost reserves were filling, expanding. 1 second I was dying from keeping the domain open forcefully, and the next I had curse energy filling inside me. And even more than that, I had knowledge of another curse technique that sprang up inside me. And that when I realized. I slowly turned my head towards Yuki. She was lying right next to me while Maki was still holding me straight, supporting me. My eyes flickered at my own foot and finally figured it out. I was standing on Yuki's extended hand. Barely on top of her finger. And I happened to be not wearing any shoes cause I dropped them when I fought Mahito. A touch. Barely, but touch nonetheless. And inside my own domain. As the rules of the domain state, the winner gets it all. My eyes trembled figuring out what just happened. She's gone. I gulped, feeling terrible at how convenient this was. A storm seemed to ignite inside me. However, now wasn't the time. I was gifted with a miracle. I'll be an idiot if I don't use it. And thus, I poured all the curse energy I got from her into the barrier once again. I slowly wiped my bleeding nose and steadied my shaky hands, joining them again in my domain's sign. Maki of course noticed that, while she couldn't sense any curse energy after her transformation, she could tell I was somehow doing better than before now. Yet, she didn't leave me. Her grip over me was like iron, not moving, making certain I was upright and awake. Don't worry, you just focus on the barrier, I got you here. She said with a bloodied grin which honestly might give me nightmares to come if I survived today. Outside the domain. Sukuna had not expected the boy from earlier to show up when that woman's domain collapsed and open his own domain against his. His amusement only increased when he saw the brat's domain didn't include him inside it. Instead the brat only closed himself with those 2 women. Talk about indecent. He smirked. He wished to know what kind of domain the brat has, but since he was outside the barrier of his domain, there wasn't much he could do, just wait until his domain crashes. Or at least that was Sukuna's first thought until he realized what the boy really did. He narrowed his eyes, observing the domain which was smaller than usual, and recognition ignited inside him. To think that brat reversed the barrier parameters of his domain to counter the sure hit effect of Malevolent Shrine in its external barrier. Sukuna's lips curled up. He couldn't see inside the domain due to the barrier, however, he could tell that the internal and the external parameters of the domain have been swapped. Generally domains have weaker outer shells while most of a domain's barrier durability is concentrated inside to prevent the target from escaping. That makes general domains weak against outside forces. Exactly the reason why Yuki Tsukumo's domain collapsed so fast. While it tried to capture him inside the domain, Malevolent Shrine's range was bigger than her domain's barrier and the sure hit effect of his domain collapsed her barrier from outside. Of course her refinement wasn't up to par with his, that was another reason. However, what the brat had done was arguably encasing himself and those women inside his own domain as a shield by making the outside of the barrier stronger while intentionally leaving the internal weak. And then there was the size of the domain itself. To make the domain more concentrated and dense, that brat has reduced the size of his domain's barrier as small as a desk. That's why this domain has lasted this long in front of his domain. And to think that brat figured out all this by just watching my domain once. Interesting, brat. Sukuna grinned. To think there are still sorcerers like him who can use binding vows this freely to adapt to the fights. He didn't do anything, no matter how much the brat tweaked his domain, there was still one big gap between their domains which stood like a chasm. Refinement. Sooner or later his domain would break. At least that's what Sukuna thought. Yes, the boy's domain shook, even showed signs of breaking, his own refinement taking over his. However, suddenly, the pressure Malevolent Shrine was putting on the opponent's domain seemed to lessen or outright nullify. What? For once, even Sukuna was left baffled at the sudden change. His domain, which was a quivering mess, was somehow established until the constant assault of Malevolent Shrine. And that wasn't the end. Following that drastic shift, his domain barrier suddenly repaired itself mid-domain clash. Sukuna just observed, quite not sure what just took place. He watched closely, his interest peaking as the domain slowly seemed to be changing its design and functions to better adapt to Malevolent Shrine. Is this that brat's doing? Sukuna muttered to himself, eyes so piercing that he might have seen through what was going on inside the domain. Alas, he can't. Sukuna waited more, waiting for his sure hit to break open the brat's barrier again, but after a while, another change took place inside the domain which baffled him. The domain's barrier size was reduced even further. Slowly, from being a table-sized domain to a small marble. It shrank to the size of a mere insect. Sukuna couldn't understand how the brat was changing this domain's parameters so effortlessly. What is he doing? A sorcerer can only shrink down his domain until his imagination can carry him and others who might be in his domain at that time. In simple terms, if he can't imagine fitting himself in that space, he can't shrink his domain down that much. And yet the brat did it. Sukuna no longer smirked or smiled. The fact that now the domain's barrier has shrunk to such a small size that its density far outclasses his own cleave attack to break it open in time was clear to him. His smile for the first time faltered. Maybe I have to resort to that after all. MCPOV. I had no idea what I was thinking, rushing in like that, trying to be the hero. However, I couldn't stop myself. The moment I saw Sukuna's domain, I knew my own would not stand up against his. It wasn't even a question, I knew it from the start, there was no need to even see his domain to clarify that statement any further. Yet, I came stupidly, standing in front of both Maki and Yuki and opened my domain with whatever little curse energy I had in stock after taking all of Maki's reserves. It was idiocy, but I didn't want either of them to die. And yet here I was, only alive cause Yuki died inside my domain after suffering from Sukuna's cleave and passed on her curse energy and technique to me. How ironic it was. Watching his domain, I have at least figured out a few counters, which I don't know how, but I implemented at the nick of time. Alongside my binding vow with Mahoraga, of course. I didn't expect we would make it out alive, however, as I look over the domain, our chances were rising. Mahoraga had finished adapting to Sukuna's sure hit effect and refined my domain for that, and was already working on the barrier. We might just survive this, given the barrier doesn't break in between that. And as if my very thinking of something positive had offended the universe. I felt an intense heat erupt from outside the domain. Now's what going on, Maki grumbled, she had enough of Jujutsu voodoo for today. My mouth went dry, and my heart beat faster as I wondered what it could be. No. I already know what it was, just didn't wish to acknowledge that. Faintly, very faintly, I heard those words, and my blood ran cold. Fuga. Outside the domain, Sukuna had created his fire arrow, aiming directly at a marble-sized domain in front of him. Partly cause he didn't have much time left to control over Yuji's body and partly he just wished to see how an ultra-small and dense domain will defend against his fire arrow. Curiosity drove him more than bloodlust. Inside, I panicked, a full-blown panic. What is it? Maki asked, completely reading my panic state like an open book. He's gonna attack us with something more powerful. Even more powerful. Maki had one of those ridiculous faces people pull when they think the other person was full of shit. I ignored it. I was more worried about thinking how to survive that. It was so fast that nothing seemed to come to my mind, until I decided to give everything I had currently to save myself. Trade it all away. That was my logic, just to survive. And then, Sukuna finally did it. The moment he released his flame, the world within his domain twisted into a blazing nightmare as the fire arrow tore forward with overwhelming force, igniting everything in its path before detonating into a violent eruption that consumed the entire 50-meter radius. Fire surged like a living entity, spiraling and expanding, swallowing everything within reach as the aftermath left nothing but scorched ruin and a suffocating wave of heat that radiated far beyond the domain's boundary. From a distance, the watching sorcerers could only stare. What the hell was that? Kusakade muttered, his usual composure slipping as he shielded his eyes from the sheer brightness of the blast. That was his domain, right? Kasumi Miwa asked, her voice trembling slightly as she tried to make sense of what she had just witnessed. How is that thing a domain, sensei? Forget about that, Panda added, narrowing his eyes. What about that person, who ran straight into Sukuna's domain? Kuchisaki, who was that? Why are you asking me? Nobara cut in, frowning. I thought he was from Kyoto School. I don't know, Noritoshi Kamo replied, shaking his head. He's not from Kyoto, and I don't recall him from Tokyo either. Really? Wait, you mean I was fighting beside a complete stranger until now? Tadu blinked, only now the fact he didn't even bother to ask the boy's name felt wrong to him. Are you gonna ignore that Maki suddenly became strong enough to fight Sukuna alongside Tsukumo? Momo added. Mai just watched, the fire consuming everything, her heart breaking apart knowing her sister was there. That boy, he has a domain. Kusakabe finally added. That was a big deal. Even having a technique alone is special and that can grant you access to Jujutsu tech without much issues. Let alone having a domain. We have to go there. Panda added. Are you mad? We'll be burned to death. Nobara snapped. Everyone could do nothing but wait until the fire died down. And when it did die down, Sukuna was standing there, chuckling to himself as he saw the barely holding domain in front of him. Then he laughed. Ha ha ha. I knew it, this one got potential. And then he clicked his tongue as his tattoo started to fade away. Damn brat. Next second, Yuji took over his body again, looking at the destruction around him with horrified eyes. And in front of him, finally the marble ball-sized domain, barely holding onto its shape, shattered. The first thing Maki saw when the domain finally shattered was Yuji standing there with lifeless look on his face. And there was destruction, of course. Even she was barely holding onto her consciousness. Bloodied and injured as she was. She slowly looked to her arms, the boy had completely passed out against her chest. And unknown to even her, she was still holding onto him for dear life. Whose life? She haven't figured that out yet. She closed her eyes, pressing him harder against her bosom, and felt nothing. She quickly let go and brought her ear close to his chest, and listened closely. Dum. Dum. The heartbeat, it was there. She finally sighed in relief, as if a weight was lifted from her chest. Or perhaps that was cause she had him against her all this time. Her eyes wandered over to Yuki, she was still there, lying lifelessly. Part of Maki wished to believe that the older woman had made it, but she knew better. Yuki's wounds were far worse than her own. She saw from the corner of her eyes, others were running towards her. And that was the last thing she saw before finally passing out herself. He was still in her hands, perhaps letting go of the fool was too much trouble for her. XXX. A/N, and this brings us the end of Shibuya arc. Yes, I know there is still Kenjaku and what happened with Mahito, but since MC is out, I'll call it an end here. This also technically ends his suffering arc, from now he'll be getting stronger given enough time and opportunity. Though I doubt he need that too much, he's already strong enough. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 42, Shibuya Omake 1, vs Jogo. A/N, ever wonder how the story would have gone if the author had done things differently? Of course you do, we wouldn't have fanfictions otherwise. I can't explain how grateful I am to you guys, seeing how well the story is performing. If you ask me, I wouldn't change a thing with how much love you guys have given me. And yet, the author inside me can't stay still when I just wonder, how things would have gone differently if I had taken different directions, which I had many of for the story, believe me. Constantly balancing his power, not letting the story go off the rails by doing something stupid, making sure key events stay intact so the story goes on. And no more. And as I said, I wouldn't change a thing in the story as it is right now, but I do wish to explore what would have happened if I had done things differently. So, here it is, an omake. I intend to write an omake of an entire arc which I completed, at the ending of it, like how I just completed Shibuya, and explore a few possibilities. Hope you like it. These are the things I intended to do, more or less, but couldn't for the story's sake. Also have a bigger chapter since I was not able to upload last few days due to being busy. Hope this makes up for that. X. Omake starts at chapter 12, till the end. Exploring what would have happened if I wasn't balancing his power early on. I believe I don't have to state this separately, but none of what I'm about to write is part of the story. It's just a what if, just making sure you don't fill my comment section asking why suddenly things don't make sense. With that, enjoy the omake. MC vs Jogo. Maki. My eyes widened watching a 7-inch long blade insert into the girl's abdomen so cleanly that even blood didn't have space to leak. Maki's pained face, a line of blood leaking down from her mouth, burned inside me like I was the one getting stabbed. That was intended for me, and she took it to save me. Anger, that was the only prominent feeling I felt then. Anger at the ridiculous situation I found myself in, anger at myself for being so weak, and anger at the cursed spirits who just couldn't give me any break. For God's sake, I just came here, got dragged into Satoru Gojo's domain, got my mind shattered, and ever since, I was just trying to survive. Just give me a damn break already. Eyes bloodshot, I poured more cursed energy into my fist and punched with all my power, with nothing but getting even with that volcano bastard on my mind. Of course, Jogo saw the attack coming, he was ready. However, at the last moment, he got distracted by something. I too felt it, malicious cursed energy, but I didn't care. I just wanted to punch him. Jogo's momentary lapse of concentration was enough for me to drive my fist right into his skull with everything I had. A shockwave tore through the station, followed by a bolt of black lightning, which I was quite familiar with. Black lightning erupted out of my fist, distorting the very space, and the next second, I felt a jolt of clarity inside my mind, and the special grade volcano head was airborne. The result was Jogo getting blasted into the wall of the lobby, breaking it outright, and still going strong until he met another building on the other side of the street. Before I knew it, I was already moving toward the damn cursed spirit, my eyes wandering toward Maki just for a second before snapping back at Jogo. The best way to help her is to take the special grade spirit away from here. I knew this, and so I did exactly that. I sprinted at him and halfway got ready to deliver a flying kick onto the curse, but he surprisingly moved first, moving out of the place just in time and rotating his body to land a haymaker punch at me. Adrenaline was coursing through my blood. I moved just in time, shifting my body midair and catching his hand, using my velocity and weight to throw him away. Both of us stood up just in time and were already rushing at each other again. My fist shot toward his face, he tilted his head slightly too easily, and my punch grazed past him. His counter came instantly, a straight strike aimed at my throat. I blocked in time, however, the impact still numbed my hand. But I found something. I was getting the hang of this power slowly. The elevated output and cursed energy were helping me stand up against him as I learned mid-fight. He was both stronger and faster, and if the technique cooldown ended, then a lot more destructive, but I was catching up surprisingly well. Though that didn't help me on the technique front, talking about actual fighting technique, that is, I was still a newbie in that. Seeing his momentary lapse in balance after that blocked punch, I sent dozens of punches his way, most thrown at random, only focused on making them fast, while only a few had real intent to hurt behind them. Jogo weaved through them all with ease, while his own fist slipped through my guard and slammed into my ribs out of nowhere. I could have sworn I heard something crack. I was right, my lack of fighting experience was the biggest issue for me. I staggered back with pain but stood my ground, because if I fell now, I was done for, not just me but even Maki. I grabbed his arm before he could pull back and dragged him forward, throwing my head into his face. Don't get cocky. Blood spilled from my head, the world spinning for a second or two. My vision split into 2, then 4, and then 8, haze clouded my eyes. I shouldn't do that anymore. Self-harming as it was, it still did what I intended to do. Jogo recoiled back hastily, his own head seeming to bleed like mine. I followed immediately, driving a punch straight into his chest. I couldn't even focus on him properly, however my instincts and recently found sense of cursed energy were telling me exactly where he was, so I just focused on that, followed my gut feeling, and punched. Cursed energy surged once again, I felt my fist connecting in time, and then for a split second everything aligned again. Black lightning tore open the space once more, erupting a shockwave which almost cleared my haze. The world distorted as the impact landed. Jogo's body folded before being blasted backwards once again, this time much faster, tearing through the ground as he was sent flying across the street, carving a path of destruction through concrete and debris. Follow, follow, follow him, don't let go, my mind resonated with only this mantra, hammering the point into every breath I fought for. Because I couldn't let him catch his breath. However, that was when my mind snapped, not the bad kind, but the kind which reminded me that it had recovered. My technique, it had recovered. It was much faster than I first anticipated it to be, and the obvious culprit was the 2 black flashes I landed. I didn't even have to think before my body was already moving, gathering all the cursed energy into my hand, I pushed it down to the ground with force. The second it hit, the ground burst open, a crack formed along the side of the smoothly built Shibuya street, and water came out like a natural disaster. Jogo noticed it, of course, but that didn't prepare him for what came next. A tsunami rose behind me. Water roared into existence, vast and violent, swelling into a towering mass that blotted out everything in its path before crashing forward with unstoppable force. The wave swallowed him whole, dragging everything along with it, cars, debris, concrete, everything reduced to nothing more than weight in the current. And I knew this was my chance. I could end this fight now, this instant, and thus I ran along the destruction, chasing the breaking edge of the wave until I spotted him again, emerging from the aftermath, drenched and furious. He reacted faster this time, faster than I expected honestly, slipping out of my landing spot by the nick of time. However, that was the plan. What would I have done falling on top of him anyways? Crush him to death under my ass? No. I just needed to get close enough. So I can do this. Domain expansion. My hands were already in my domain sign when I landed. Jogo's single eye widened when he realized what I was doing. He tried to move, to stop me, but it was already too late. Death trade. Darkness swallowed everything. My domain's barrier was faster this time, much faster, I was getting the hang of it. As the barrier spread, so did the darkness inside my domain. The dark fog rushed out, covering the surface of the barrier, until everything was bathed in it. The familiar giant cross rose behind me, with weighing plates in its arms, and with its emergence, my domain finally encased us. As for Jogo, he was helpless, his technique was still on cooldown. So he couldn't use his domain to counter mine. However, he wasn't completely out of options, the technique which he learned to deal with Satoru Gojo was a trump card he held in his hands. Cursed energy rolled off of him, turning a particular shade of white until it flowed like liquid, encasing his entire body like a bubble. It was domain amplification. Of course he would use that. I rolled my eyes in irritation. Should have thought of that earlier, that he also had that move in hand. I exhaled slowly, not letting my anger distract me. God knows I needed focus to get rid of this bastard. Did you really think you can win? I can hold like this until your domain collapses and then I'll burn you and that woman alive to a crisp, Jogo said with menace, his single eye narrowing as he took in the space around him. Yeah, I know, all villains do that, explaining their big bad plan. I'm not interested. That seemed to enrage him more. Unfortunately for him, I wasn't planning to have it his way like before. While I indeed didn't take domain amplification into account, barely even recalled he could use it. However, I did have a backup in mind. Jogo was already moving right at me. He couldn't use his technique because of cooldown, but even then he wouldn't have been able to, since using domain amplification and one's own technique wasn't possible. It goes against the nature of Jujutsu itself. So instead of throwing another fireball at me, he came himself, fist pulled back, aiming right for my head. And just as he was near, something intercepted him. Just as his punch was near my face, it was stopped by another hand. A smirk curled up at my lips at the cursed spirit's astonishment when he saw who actually stopped him. Red shell, hard as iron, looking like a cheap knockoff Cthulhu cosplayer. Who got the color theme wrong? Jogo's eyes widened as much as they would go, to the point I could have just plucked them out if I had the reach. Dagon. He muttered in disbelief. All the strength from his earlier punch gone, he was too surprised to even move. Dagon stood there, just a step to my side, hand raised to block the punch for me, his cursed energy, presence, everything was exactly like the curse who died a little while ago. However, he was different in many regards, like there was no intent behind his actions, no consciousness or recognition. He just stood there like a puppet, like a robot waiting for orders to be given so he could execute them. Jogo for a while just eyed the copy of Dagon standing beside me, protecting me, then his eye shifted slowly from him to me and then back to him again. For the first time since this fight began, something close to confusion flickered across his face. What did you do? He asked, voice low, controlled, but there was a sharp edge beneath it now. I could practically feel heat radiating out of him even when his technique wasn't active currently. I blinked, and then rolled my eyes. I wouldn't have minded explaining my technique to you or anything, but I believe we are on the clock, aren't we? I can't let you recover your technique in due time now, can I? I grinned and my body moved first. And Dagon moved with me. At least the copy of him did. We closed the distance at the same time, no signal, no hesitation, just instinct and command aligning perfectly as we attacked together. My fist drove straight toward Jogo's face, forcing him to raise his arm and block, but the moment his guard shifted toward me, Dagon's strike came from the side, a heavy blow that slammed into his ribs and forced his stance to break. He twisted, trying to recover, but I was already stepping in, not giving him even a fraction of space to breathe as I drove my shoulder into his chest, forcing him back just enough for Dagon to follow up with another hit, this one aimed higher, pushing his balance even further off. Domain amplification was supposed to dull everything, until they were cursed techniques that is. As for real physical attacks, amplification can't do much against that. I could feel it. The rhythm of the fight after that was repetitive if anything. I punched, he blocked, and Dagon capitalized on that to land a hit of his own or vice versa. He was getting jumped and he didn't have any way out of it, at least not until his technique recovered, which I wasn't planning to wait around for. Jogo tried to create distance, his feet shifting back, but the moment he moved, I was already there again, forcing him to stay in place, while Dagon closed in from the other side, cutting off any attempt at escape. A Shikigami tore through Dagon's stomach, heading right at Jogo which he barely avoided, but I was already at his escape route and landed a powerful haymaker punch on his face. He was thrown a few steps away but then got bombarded by water from Dagon. At first it was small, barely noticeable, just a slight delay in his reactions, a fraction of a second where his movements weren't as clean as before, but as we kept pressing, kept forcing him to defend without pause, that fraction started to grow. Even a domain can collapse if the user suffers enough damage inside it. This was still amplification. The damage had his output on the decline, and even domain amplification was getting affected. The tag team between me and Dagon was even better than, dare I say, me and Maki. Mostly because he was doing exactly what I wanted and how I wanted. There was no clash between our actions that way. Jogo retaliated when he could, his strike still heavy, still dangerous, and more than once I felt the impact of his attack slip through my guard, sending jolts of pain through my already wrecked body. Yeah, it hurt like hell. I better get a good compensation from the Jujutsu Society after this, or I'm freaking losing it. As time passed, I was getting more worried that at any moment he could recover his technique, and as time passed he was suffering more damage. My punches, Dagon's Shikigami and water. Everything. And he couldn't keep up. His breathing grew heavier, his movements now rougher and the cursed energy around him flickered, just for a moment. Then stabilized again. Just a little more, and he will have a lapse in his focus, just enough for that amplification to wear off. Because when that happens, I can actually use my domain's function. I forced myself forward again, ignoring the pain all over my body, throwing another punch just to keep his attention on me, and as expected, he blocked it, his focus shifting. And that was when Dagon's next strike landed clean. A solid hit directly on his volcano head, strong enough to make his entire frame shudder. And just then it happened, his amplification broke. I didn't hesitate, not when I finally had that opening which I wanted. First trade, I won't use Dagon as a fighting companion, and in return, you shall not use any anti-domain techniques. The domain responded to my will instantly, the weight in the air shifting, and a little further away from me, Dagon's image flickered out. He was no longer for me to use until I changed the trade rules. Jogo felt it instantly, he could no longer use domain amplification. What did you do? He asked, both surprised and in haste. Nothing much, it's just a trade. Like this other one. The cursed energy once again shifted, tightening, the very space around both of us locking us into place as the trade I imposed took hold. It was the simplest of trades, no movement from either side. His eye widened as he tried to force even a single muscle to respond, but there was nothing, we couldn't move. I exhaled, the breath coming out rough and uneven, my entire body trembling now that everything had finally aligned in my favor. Got you, I muttered, though even to my own ears the words sounded distant. What is this? He panicked, unable to move. Welcome to my domain, you wanted an explanation, right? Well, here is the gist of it. Inside my domain I can place trades, something with equal value. Like how we both can no longer move, since the value on both sides was equal I could execute it. I stated, and Jogo blinked, finally figuring out what was happening, but then his mind went to Dagon. I could practically hear what was going on inside that hot head of his. I didn't let him ask, I didn't have much time. Dagon, right? You want to know about him? I asked, and though he looked a bit taken aback, he nodded nonetheless. Placing trades inside my domain is secondary. All trades, in fact my domain, are secondary because it always comes with a preset trade applied to anyone who stands inside the domain. The trade of death. I stated with a smirk. Jogo didn't get it, his face said it all. Basically, I get all the power of the human or curse I kill inside the domain, it also goes the other way if they kill me inside my own domain. Well, I don't see that happening anytime soon, but that is indeed possible. I shrugged. His single eye widened to epic proportions. Dagon. Yes, yes. I nodded, cutting him off. I didn't have much time, I had to explain my technique, get the boost to finish him off before his technique recovered. As for your friend, you see, besides using the power of those who died inside my domain, I can manifest them as well. There are two ways, one outside my domain, which rather permanently erases their power, but they appear as a secondary fighting unit outside me, so their use of their technique doesn't exhaust me or use my cursed energy. Though later on I lose everything I had from him. This one, which you saw, is a far more economical way, they only appear inside my domain and are not as strong as their original self, however, I get to keep their technique and power for later use. Nice, isn't it? I winked. Jogo was flabbergasted. Was that even possible? What kind of God-sent technique was this? Anger clouded his mind when he realized that his friend's power was being stolen and this human wasn't letting him rest even after he was gone. However, he was helpless. He couldn't even move, let alone do anything. And, what now? We both can't move, what is your great idea? Wait until the domain is down or my own technique recovers and then I'll kill both you and that woman out there by my own hands. I'll avenge Dagon. Jogo stated. I just rolled my eyes, mostly ignoring him. Dude, if I didn't have a plan, why would I have done it? Third trade, exchanged curse techniques between us temporarily. Huh. Jogo blinked, anger at how easily I ignored his claims, but also confused at what I meant until he felt something inside him. Like his very essence was changing internally. Cursed energy inside changed, twisted. The fire building inside him suddenly lost its heat, changed by something much calmer and colder. Water. He felt like drowning. He felt like his very nature had been altered. And on the other side, I felt a jolt of heat ring inside me. There was so much that it almost felt like being burned alive. However, I controlled the heat in time. It was his technique, a trade between techniques, only possible as long as I had another technique outside the main original technique, death trade, to trade in. What did you do? Jogo shouted, he hadn't felt this uncomfortable in his entire life. It was understandable, unlike humans, curses are very closely linked to their techniques. Their very nature revolves around it in fact. So, if I were to change his technique for mine, it would affect him, especially when the given technique being traded actually came from Dagon, a water-based Shikigami, the exact opposite of Jogo. I checked out my own hands, focused, and slowly the fire came to life. It was hard, but I could use it. Since it was a temporary exchange until Jogo died, my control was worse than what was possible with his fire. Good thing it's only in name, called technique burnout. I chuckled to myself, otherwise I would have given a completely usable technique to Jogo in exchange for a technique which was still on cooldown. In reality, while it was called technique burnout, the part of the brain where the technique exists is at burnout. Not the technique itself. That's why I can still use his technique while he can't use mine. Anyways. I hope you're ready. I grinned, and a slowly condensed line of fire left my hand. Jogo's eye widened at what he saw. Not only was I using his technique, but I was also manipulating it better than him. I shaped the flames and slowly an arrow was formed in my hand. Using both hands, I got into an archery stance. How is this possible? Jogo muttered in disbelief. Why not? I have found much is possible as long as one has the right value to pay. I grinned and locked onto him. Jogo clenched his fist. That was the only movement besides talking he could have afforded at that time. Don't be so down, volcano head. Be proud, you're strong. XXX. A/N, what you guys things, these are the ideas I didn't implement cause it would have made him too strong. There are a few more you will see as this Shibuya Omake continue. And it states, I'm not capping his level and power here so he'll be getting stronger real quick. Tell me if you have an Omake idea and I'll see if I can do it. I'll be happy to see what else if possible with this technique. And if you guys didn't like the Omake and rather focus more on the original story then that's fine as well, just have to wait until they are over. There ain't much of them so don't worry, I got you. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 43, Shibuya Omake 2, vs Mahoraga. I opened my eyes, looking at the stars. Once the fight against Jogo was done, I felt his power submerging into me, and the feeling of growing stronger was so intoxicating that I let myself fall and enjoy the cool breeze of Shibuya. The fact that I was currently lying on cold, hard concrete streets, and half of my view was covered not by lazily drifting clouds with the moon hanging behind them, illuminating them beautifully, but instead by skyscrapers of Shibuya City, didn't diminish my mood in the slightest. If anything, it made it better. It reminded me that there are always troubles and problems, I just have to focus on the brighter side. I let out a sigh and inhaled, not the desperate kind, the ragged, broken gasp clawing its way out of dying lungs, but an actual breath. One that filled my chest properly, slow and heavy, like my body had finally remembered how to exist without fighting for it. The night air of Shibuya felt colder now, or maybe that was just the absence of Jogo's flames trying to roast me alive for the past hour. Him, Dagon, and those multiple curses altogether. Either way. I was alive, and more than that, I was stronger now. Gaining power from one special grade is one thing, but stacking power from two of them, and a curse of Jogo's level. Let's just say it wasn't subtle. It wasn't something I had to think about or test to confirm. I felt like I could rip off those skyscrapers and throw them to the moon, and they would reach there. I felt like I could punch the earth and the city would cease to exist. I felt F*King invincible. A very dangerous and wrong assumption people make when high on power. This was just the confidence power brings to the table, I guess. And it was F*King amazing. I flexed my fingers slowly, watching faint traces of cursed energy curl around them. First came water, and with a flick of my finger, it evaporated until fire replaced it. Damn. This is what I'm talking about, power, real freaking power. And that was it. The high didn't last as long as I expected. If anything, it was gone too fast, leaving me with dread of what if things hadn't worked out for me. Even thinking about it gave me goosebumps. I'm so filing a complaint after I'm done with this reincarnation shit. For a moment, just a moment, I allowed myself to lie there and do nothing. No immediate life or death crises hanging over my head felt like a novel concept suddenly, ever since I came to this world. Peace was short-lived though, especially when I recalled why I ended up fighting Jogo in the first place. Maki and others. My head snapped up, eyes sharpening instantly as the calm shattered. Shit. I have to go there. I turned on my heel without another thought. Whatever high I was riding from the power boost could wait. People were dying. People who saved me when I needed saving. And I could be the biggest C*NT in two worlds combined, but let everyone know I wasn't ungrateful. And that's when it dawned on me, where was the station again? It was my first time here, after all. Not like I had all of Shibuya mapped out before taking an interuniversal trip from my home planet. Whatever, I'll find my way around, the previous owner's memory should have clues, right? I darted forward anyway, planning to figure things out on the way when suddenly my eyes fell on something, which put a quick pause to my acceleration. Huh. Something crunched under my foot. I frowned slightly, looking down, expecting rubble or debris. Instead, my eyes landed on a cloth scroll lying half buried under broken concrete and dust. Burn marks lined its edges, the fabric slightly charred but still intact enough to hold its shape. Someone lost this. I narrowed my eyes. No. I could sense it. I crouched down, picking it up slowly. The moment my fingers brushed against it, a faint pulse of cursed energy ran through the cloth. Not aggressive or overwhelming, but noticeable enough to make my instincts twitch. Great. More cursed bullshit. I let out a tired sigh and unrolled it. Gotta see what I was dealing with here. What the hell? 10 objects lay neatly wrapped inside. They were fingers. Like mummified fingers. All dried up, black, and creepy looking. The moment I looked at them, something stirred in the back of my mind. Not a clear memory, just vague recognition that they were important. I had this strange sense that I should know what these were, but I couldn't recall it right now. *CK it, I muttered under my breath, brows furrowing as I stared at them. I'll take them with me. Why? I had no idea. Gut feeling, let's say. Better with me than lying here in the streets for someone else to pick up. Carefully, I rolled the scroll back up and tucked it under my arm. Whatever these were, leaving them here felt like a bad idea. And given my track record today, I was trying very hard to avoid making more bad decisions. Now, where is that station? I started moving, trying to recall where I came from, following the signs of destruction I created, and the broken memories I had of the previous owner of the body. Anything that could point me toward where I needed to go. A few steps in, I found myself stopping once again, though. You've got to be kidding me. A thin trail of blood stretched across the ground ahead, dark and fresh against the broken concrete. It wasn't splattered randomly either. It was consistent. Dragged. Like someone had been moving while bleeding out. I stared at it for a long second. Then I looked back over my shoulder, in the direction I needed to go. At least, I hoped that was where the station was. Meh, not my problem. Maki and others are more important. I said it out loud. Doing that would be stupid. Don't be stupid. Absolutely not my problem. My foot turned slightly. They say curiosity kills the cat for a reason, you bastard. I started walking. In the direction of the blood. God damn it. I'm not certain about the cat, but I'm dying a street dog's death if I keep doing this. I dragged a hand down my face, already knowing I'd regret this. Still, I followed it. Why? Perhaps I was high on power and wanted to test it out. Perhaps I wished to save whoever this blood belonged to and be the hero. Or maybe it was just my nature to seek trouble. I wasn't sure. But I was going there nonetheless. The further I went, the heavier the air became. Not physically, but something was there. A tension building that I could feel. Well, I'll regret this one way or the other. Better regret going instead of letting it go, I guess. And eventually, I reached there. Wherever this was, and I happened to see them. Fushiguro. Narrowing my eyes, I recognized the boy. He was the one who broke into my and Dagon's domain clash with his incomplete domain. I did recall him from the anime a bit, but I was going with how Maki called him, Fushiguro, for now. He was kneeling, barely upright, his body covered in blood, breathing unevenly. In front of him stood a blonde guy with a sword, posture relaxed in a way that made my skin crawl. Like this was entertainment. It most likely was for curse users like him. Sickos, a bunch of them. I sneered internally. Well, since I was here, I could lend a hand. I moved toward them faster, and that's when my body, mind, and soul sent danger signals ahead. Spider-Man might blush at how hard my senses were tingling currently. Forget bad premonition, I was seeing a disaster ready to unfold and still couldn't pinpoint why I was feeling it until I saw the boy's hands. The sign he was forming. My breath caught. No, you King spammer, don't you do that. There are a lot of things one can forget, but not a monster that could go toe-to-toe with the strongest in the series. I rushed to stop him. I moved before I even finished shouting. My body surged forward, faster than I ever had been, the ground cracking under my feet as cursed energy exploded outward to propel me. And yet, I couldn't make it in time. With this treasure, I summon. My eyes bulged at how much I wanted to rip out the tongue that was setting a nuke in Shibuya. 8-handled sword divergent Sela divine general. A presence slammed into reality like a hammer, distorting everything around it. The ground split. The sky seemed to dim. Something descended. I couldn't take it anymore, veins popping on my head. Don't you do it, you F P of S***. Mahoraga. A massive figure stood where nothing had been a moment ago. 8-handled wheel turning slowly above its head. Blade resting in its grip. A grin that didn't belong to anything human. And looking at him, I knew I really shouldn't have come here. Curiosity kills more than cats, noted. Behind me, something flew past, a blur of blonde hair and panic. It was the blonde guy with that creepy hand sword. Gone. Megumi? Also gone. One backhand at each. Who's left? Mahoraga turned toward me, and from my soul, I screamed. Damn you, Fushiguro. It closed the distance in an instant. No warning, no build-up, no dramatic wind-up to signal the attack or those aura-farming walks. One moment Mahoraga stood across from me, the next it was already in front of me, its massive frame blotting out everything else as that sword came down in a clean, merciless arc aimed straight through my torso. My body moved before my mind caught up. Turns out my instincts and reaction time had also improved by stacking the power of 2 special grades. I twisted sideways, cursed energy flaring instinctively around me as the blade passed so close I felt the air split against my skin. The ground behind me didn't fare as well. It parted like wet paper, the impact carving a deep trench through concrete and steel alike. Sweat seemed to form at my back seeing the destruction one casual swing of this monster could cause. Yeah, no, I'm not getting hit by one of those, I muttered, skidding back, boots scraping against broken ground as I forced distance between us. Stay away, please. I had seen enough, fought enough, and certainly almost died enough for tonight, thank you very much. He charged once again, and I stepped in. Because if I didn't, then I was just that much of a bigger target. My foot slammed forward, cracking the ground beneath it as I drove my fist straight into Mahoraga's midsection with everything I had. Not technique. Not finesse. Just pure, reinforced cursed energy behind a single punch. The impact landed, and for a split second, I felt a colossal shift in the air. To even my surprise, it worked. Barely, but it worked nonetheless. He was driven back a few steps. Oh. Almost forgot that I'm strong now. Guess I'm not completely screwed yet. The thought barely finished forming before Mahoraga's fist came crashing down. I raised both arms on instinct, cursed energy surging to reinforce every inch of my body. The impact hit like a falling building. My feet sank into the ground, crack spiderwebbing outward as my entire body screamed under the pressure. All that earlier newfound happiness of my increased strength, gone in an instant. This thing in front of me was real power. Goddamn, he got some muscles. My arms trembled, muscles felt like tearing, bones threatening to give way as I struggled to hold the blow. Perhaps taking direct attacks is still a bad idea. I admitted, ego be damned. Survival comes first. I wasn't getting one shot. That was literally my job here. The laugh came out half mad, half relieved as I forced my body to move, twisting under the pressure and slipping out from beneath his fist before it could crush me completely. Strange how even at times like this my brain refused to take anything seriously. I have a suspicion they reprogrammed it when they sent me here. Nothing else makes sense. Okay, focus on the fight now. Mahoraga turned toward me again, expression unchanged, that same inhuman grin carved into its face as if none of that had mattered. Oh. I'll make it matter, UF***Cur. My eyes flicked to the wheel above its head, watching it carefully. That was the real problem here. Well, not the wheel itself, but what it represented when it turned. The Divine General's adaptation. Mahoraga moved again. This time, I met it head-on. Our fists collided mid-charge, the impact sending a shockwave tearing through the surrounding ruins as the ground beneath us gave way. He was strong, there was no doubt about that. However, not by a very big margin. Yes, a Shikigami has more physical might, anyone could tell that just by looking at his size alone, but my newly improved reinforcement, with higher cursed energy output and control worth 2 special grade curses, was doing wonders for me. My reinforcement had really improved. I held my ground, feet digging in as I pushed back against the force. I slipped to the side again as the follow-up came, ducking under a wide swing and driving my elbow into its side. The hit landed solidly, but Mahoraga barely reacted, its body shifting just enough to absorb the blow before its knee came up toward my ribs. I blocked. At least, I tried. Let me tell you, it was the worst idea of the night so far. Air left my lungs in a violent burst as I was sent skidding across the ground, bouncing once before crashing into a broken wall. Pain flared instantly, sharp and overwhelming, but I forced myself up before it could settle. The pain was there, but my reinforcement had tanked most of the damage. Okay, noted, just don't get hit, period. I grumbled. That at least brought some distance between us. More time for me to think, yay. Guess, fun time's over then. Gotta get serious now. I spat blood to the side, rolling my shoulder as I steadied myself. Bringing my hands into a familiar hand sign, I grinned. Killing someone inside my domain usually recovers my technique burnout, as long as I myself haven't taken too much damage, and all the vitality of the kill goes to heal my technique burnout instead of my physical body. So I had the domain option available from the start. Just needed to feel out his power and come up with a working idea before opening it. Domain expansion. I said with a huge grin on my face. Death trade. And then, darkness swallowed everything. The barrier of my domain covered all around us, and the dark fog spread all over. The same giant cross appeared behind me with its weighing plates as my domain completed. Mahoraga stood a few meters away, unmoving for a brief moment as if assessing the change. That ever-present grin remained carved onto its face, but something about its posture shifted ever so slightly, as though the absence of normal rules had forced it to pause. And then the wheel above his head spun. Already. How fast was this guy's adaptation? He's such a cheat, man. I wanted to scowl, but I reined in my irritation and dismay as cursed energy surged through me. Putting trades was the most important. Hope this works. My gaze locked onto the two things that made Mahoraga what it was, the sword in its hand, and the wheel above its head. Those were the real problems, especially the wheel. So let's start with removing them first. First trade, I muttered under my breath, I give up the ability to summon any of my past kills inside the domain. And in return, remove any kind of cursed object or weapon from the enemy. The energy around us hummed as the domain responded almost immediately. Before the wheel above Mahoraga could turn once again and most likely adapt to my barrier and destroy my domain, the wheel itself vanished from above its head. Not just the wheel, but also the sword. Both were gone. Even Mahoraga seemed to pause at that sudden change in situation. It stood there, waiting for its adaptation to continue, but nothing happened. It worked. I let out a quiet breath. I was rather unsure if it would work. I was still inclined to use Plan B, which was to bombard him with Jogo's maximum meteor. I couldn't believe that it really worked. Mahoraga still seemed to just stand there, waiting for its adaptation to complete. Did I break his AI? He looked confused, staring at his empty hand. Then at his head, where once stood his majestic wheel. Now, there was nothing. I just kept staring at him in wonder. It was a dart thrown into the darkness, but it worked. Now, only to see whether Mahoraga could adapt without the wheel. That was the most important part, of course. A few more seconds passed. Neither of us seemed to move. Mahoraga waiting for adaptation, and I waiting to see whether he could adapt without his wheel. The answer. He couldn't adapt. Finally, he roared, seeing northwest changes taking place in his body, and instead of waiting for adaptation, he rushed at me. Still a monster that could crush me if I slipped even once. But now, he was no longer unstoppable. Even without the sword, even without adaptation, his speed hadn't changed. The distance between us vanished instantly as his fist came crashing toward my head with the same overwhelming force as before. I didn't back down either. My own fist collided with his, cursed energy erupting outward from the impact as the ground beneath us shattered again. The difference from before was immediate. The clash didn't feel one-sided anymore. Earlier too, I wasn't losing by any means, but now it was almost equal. Most likely the 120% boost from my domain, I mused. I was still pushed further than he was, but that was mostly the weight difference acting up. If only I was 8 feet tall. Sigh. Mahoraga followed up instantly, already charging at me, but I wasn't playing that game anymore. We are still in my domain, you know. I stated with a deadpan. Second trade, no movement. And just as I said this, both of us were locked in place. Neither of us could move an inch. He could only helplessly flail his hands around while roaring. I smiled. Ah, should have done that before. Now stay. I ordered, not like he was disobeying this one. Okay. Now how do I take him out? Will Sukuna's arrow do? I had blatantly copied that attack from Sukuna and used it on Jogo. The power wasn't bad, it was good against Jogo, but would it work on a monster of this scale? Should, considering I have higher output now. Fine, let's try it. I once again brought my hands together, and a long line of fire erupted from my palms, lingering and flickering as it slowly took shape under my control. I grabbed it with both hands, turning it into a fire arrow. And as always, stand proud, Mahoraga. You are the strongest enemy I've faced till now. It's a shame that you just happened to fight the strongest version of me as well. I grinned and then let the arrow loose. Fuga. XXX. A/N, see the difference yet? Just think, if the story was like this, if his technique could have so easily do everything, wouldn't it have been boring? I originally wished to write like this exactly. However, I changed my mind midway, making it so that MC has to struggle more to stay alive. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 44, Shibuya Omake 3, versus Mahito. I saw Mahoraga's form burning to a crisp and then withering away like it never existed in the first place, dissolving into shadows. Do I get his powers now? That was the million-dollar question, wasn't it? As soon as my domain collapsed and I was back on the abandoned streets of Shibuya, I found myself questioning that. Before I looked for answers though, I had to check on both Megumi and that boy he was fighting. Less on that blonde and more on Megumi, but still. I quickly ran up to them and checked their pulses separately. I was no doctor, but I could tell when someone was dead. To my surprise, both survived. How? I had no idea. No, actually I might know how. Wasn't Megumi supposed to be in a state of animated death? He most likely would have died if Mahoraga had killed both the blondie here and me. Which he, of course, failed. Mine was obvious, and as far as the blondie was concerned, I'd say one of those miracles of his saved him. Yeah, it was slowly coming back to me, JJK and everything else related to it. And though I still couldn't recall his name yet, which honestly didn't matter, this blondie's technique was honestly one of the more unique ones in the entire show. Mainly because it dealt with an abstract concept like luck. Should I take it? I honestly thought to myself. Definitely could be useful. But I shook my head. While having more lives is good, I'd rather have more firepower to save the one I have. And I'd rather not kill needlessly for power, at least humans. I turned towards Megumi. While alive, the poor bastard didn't have that blondie's luck to soften the blow from Mahoraga. I brought my ear near his heart and it was barely responding. Yup, he is a goner. I shook my head and sighed. If memory served right, then only Shoko could save him currently, however, I didn't know where she was stationed right now. Searching for her alone would take more time than Fushiguro had. Sigh. Part of me thought, why bother with him? After all, the boy unleashed Mahoraga on me, not to mention I had no obligation to help him. But then the better part of me told me to help a fellow human being. The boy wasn't bad. And I was stuck in the middle of it all. I thought about it for a while until I found a way. Well, at least I thought it was possible. Time to use what I got from my recent haul, I guess. A big grin formed on my face as I brought both of my hands up front and called. With this treasure, I summon. The shadow below my foot seemed to come to life. My shadow moved on its own, and before I knew it, a giant figure emerged out of it. Mahoraga. I grinned. Yup. I got him in his entirety. I was thinking more along the lines of his adaptations, but that didn't work. Perhaps a Shikigami's powers are not suitable for me to adapt or something, can't say for sure, but having him as my personal Shikigami, who I could order around, was the next best thing. And the good part, I didn't even need the 10 Shadows technique to summon him. He just did everything Megumi could do with him for me, even without the actual technique. I looked at the giant figure and then at the wheel and the sword, which were back on Mahoraga's person. Good. I nodded in satisfaction. Mahoraga, can you try and heal this boy here? Use the reverse cursed energy from your sword. Make sure not to hurt him, I asked, hoping this would work because, besides this, I had no other option. If only I had known how reverse curse technique worked. Mahoraga grunted, perfectly listening to me due to my technique binding him to me, and walked up to Megumi and slowly touched him with his sword. The sword lit up with reverse cursed energy, and slowly it was poured into Megumi. I just watched in fascination as all of this took place. I wondered whether I could replicate what Mahoraga was doing by trial and error. A thought for another day, I guess. After a while, I checked on Fushiguro's pulse again, and sure enough, there was improvement. Relief washed over me and I sighed in delight. I now seemed to have my own healer. Now, what to do with both of them? Another irritating question. Megumi was out of trouble, I hoped, both were unconscious, should I leave them here? I twisted and turned until finally coming to a decision. Mahoraga, carry them both and follow me, I ordered, and the monster obeyed. Towards Shibuya Station again then. Just as I was about to move on, I had a feeling that I was forgetting something. Am I? Nothing came to mind, so I just let it go. Meh, shouldn't be that important anyways. X. A little while after, a figure with white hair appeared at the same spot. There was clear distaste on her face. Kenjaku has to pay for this. The figure went ahead and started to search around, and soon found a bundle lying on the street. TCH. I'll not let him handle this matter anymore. I'll find Itadori Yuji myself, said the figure, and then along with the bundle, it was gone. X. The walk back should have been simple. It should have been quiet, maybe even peaceful after everything I had just dragged myself through. Unfortunately, I still couldn't map my way around the streets of Shibuya. It took me some time and a lot of brain cells to finally figure out where the station could be. Mahoraga trailed behind me like a tame disaster, carrying Megumi and that blonde idiot as if they weighed nothing. I was just happy that I wasn't the one carrying them. Both of them were still unconscious and completely at the mercy of whatever came next. By the time I was really getting closer to the station, like this time for real, I felt this sensation. The similar kind which only a cursed spirit could give off. A few more steps ahead and an unfortunate turn by the alley, and we came face to face with the source of that feeling. Patchwork skin. Blue hair. That disgusting smile while playing with his disfigured human toys. Mahito. For a moment, neither of us moved. His eyes flickered from me to Mahoraga, to the unconscious bodies being carried behind me, and then back to me again. I was the same, just staring at him, not even surprised anymore. Gods know nothing can surprise me anymore at this point. I was dangerously starting to get used to bad luck. Sigh. I just kept looking at him with boredom and disinterest. I really didn't wish to go through him again. Wasn't there enough fighting for today? Mahito's eyes finally landed on me, and then, just like that, his grin widened, stretching across his face like he had just stumbled upon the greatest entertainment of his life. Wow, what a jackpot, he muttered, tilting his head, his gaze practically sparkling. A strong sorcerer, 2 broken toys, and that thing behind you. Can I touch them? No. I just offhandedly denied him, wanting to get it over with soon. It seemed that cursed spirits don't take denial very well. As soon as I said no, he was already moving. That was his nature. A blur of motion as he launched himself toward me, hand outstretched, fingers twitching eagerly, ready to twist, distort and reshape my soul. My body moved before my thoughts could catch up. Cursed energy wrapped around me, and I threw the meanest punch I could muster right at his face. My fist met his face exactly mid-lunge, and the impact was, dare I say, very satisfying. His head snapped to the side, his entire body folding around the force before he was sent flying, crashing through the air and slamming into a wall hard enough to crack it open. The sound echoed down the empty street, debris falling around him as his body slid down to the ground. I exhaled slowly. Finally, damn, that felt good, I said with clear happiness. Mahito didn't get up immediately. When he did, it wasn't with that same careless confidence. His hand rose to his face, fingers brushing over the damage, and for the first time, there was confusion in his eyes. You hit me, he said, almost to himself. You actually hit my soul. His gaze snapped back to me, sharp now, analyzing, understanding dawning far too quickly. He saw the cursed energy around me and realized what I was doing almost instantly. Domain amplification, he whispered with clear surprise. Yup. I nodded. Courtesy of your friend Jogo, I know this technique. Gotta say, it's very useful, isn't it? His earlier joyous face was gone before I knew it. And now I was the one smiling. It's about damn time you bastards get some payback. Mahoraga, keep those 2 safe for now. I ordered and moved. I was on him before he could finish whatever twisted thought was forming in that broken mind of his. My fist slammed into his gut, folding him in half before he could react, and before he could even process the pain, my knee drove into his face, snapping his head back with a sickening crack. He tried to shift. I wouldn't let him though. Another punch right at his face. Then another. His arm stretched, twisted into a blade, and I caught it mid-swing, crushing it in my grip before driving my fist straight through his chest, cursed energy tearing through him like a storm. He gagged, choked, his body trying to reform, trying to adapt, trying to survive. Like hell I would let you. Punch after punch after punch, I drove him back, all that frustration coming out on him. You think this is fun? I growled, slamming him into the ground hard enough to crater it beneath him. Getting jumped by special grade curses like you guys, one after the next. My foot came down on his arm, pinning him in place as he struggled, his body warping uselessly under the pressure. I got dragged into this mess, thrown into one fight after another, barely surviving, you little shit, another punch cut him off, his face caving in before reforming again, slower this time, weaker, and you're out here playing with people's lives like it's a game. He was foaming from the mouth now, his body could no longer shift. I grabbed him by the face, lifting him up just enough to bring his face level with mine. Almost reminded me of Nanami. And then I drove my fist into him again, and again, and again, until his form started to lose shape entirely. Die, you mother asterisk cur, you be asterisk tch. His body flickered, his form unstable, and then, right in my grip, he started to dissolve. Not regenerate, dissolve like he was made of ice. I quickly shook his rapidly liquefying body away with disgust and then looked at him with mild curiosity. What was going on? Did I kill him? I shook my head. That wasn't possible, right? So, what was going on? And then it hit me. A clone. I muttered, watching as his body broke apart, piece by piece, like ash in the wind. That was when I recalled that the bastard could make clones of himself. It was too late by the time he was gone though. I stood there for a moment, breathing heavily, staring at the empty space where he had been. My hands were still clenched. I was not satisfied with that payback. I needed more. What I did didn't even begin to cover how much trouble I had faced until now. Of course, I exhaled, running a hand through my hair. Of course it's not that easy. I turned back, my eyes drifting to Megumi and the blonde idiot still hanging off him, unconscious, completely defenseless. I clicked my tongue in annoyance. Sorry, but I've got a cursed spirit to hunt. Mahoraga, put those two down there behind that garbage can. And follow me. We're going to hunt that F***cur down. I shouted, already running away, while Mahoraga did exactly what I asked him to do before following me. It took some time, but I found him exactly where I expected, running. The bastard was trying to run away. The moment I stepped into the exit of the station, cutting him off, his entire body froze mid-motion. I was breathing a little heavier than I would have liked, my chest rising and falling, but the look on my face must have said enough because his expression shifted instantly. Fear. A grin stretched across my face before I could stop it, wide and feral, my eyes locked onto him like I had finally found what I was hunting. That was the feeling, I liked it. Why are you running? Ain't we gonna play? I asked, amused at his surprised face. He turned without replying, ready to bolt back. However, that was when the wall beside him exploded. Mahoraga emerged like a force of nature, tearing through concrete and steel as if it were nothing, his massive form blocking the only path Mahito had left. Dust and debris filled the air, but even through it, that towering figure stood clear, unmoving, inevitable. He was trapped. He had no other option but to fight for his life, like once I did. The only difference though, he wouldn't leave alive to tell the tale. He aimed for Mahoraga first since he knew with domain amplification, his technique wouldn't work on me. Mahoraga didn't hesitate. That massive hand caught him mid-air and slammed him into the ground with enough force to rupture the street beneath him, cracks spreading out like a web. Mahito screamed, his body distorting, trying to slip away, but the moment he tried to reshape himself, Mahoraga's blade came down. The sword of extermination burned. Reverse cursed energy tore through Mahito's form, and this time, it wasn't something he could just shrug off. His body convulsed, pieces of him disintegrating where the blade touched, his regeneration lagging, failing. A guttural scream tore through him, almost like music to my ears. He tried to touch Mahoraga. I saw it, that desperate reach, fingers stretching out to twist the soul of the Shikigami itself. It worked. Even though he had taken enough damage already after his clone died and his output was lower, still Mahoraga's leg twisted and morphed into something else entirely. He couldn't affect his entire body though. The divine general's soul wasn't something just anyone could touch. A smile appeared on his face, seeing it worked, but the next second that was wiped off when the wheel on top of Mahoraga's head turned. The next second, Mahoraga's leg was back to normal, like it had never taken damage. And then Mahoraga moved again, faster, sharper, his strikes landing with a precision that wasn't there before. Though none of his current attacks did much damage outside the sword of extermination. But I had to stop that. I wasn't planning to just let him die after all. So I tag-teamed with Mahoraga again to beat the shit out of him. Every attempt to escape was cut off, every transformation beaten down before it could stabilize. I drove my fist into his side, folding him, and Mahoraga followed with a downward slash that nearly split him in two. Mahito staggered back, barely holding himself together now. And then he snapped, desperation leading to only one end. Domain expansion. His world unfolded instantly, that grotesque, suffocating space wrapping around us, hands reaching, twisting, ready to tear everything apart. Yeah, I exhaled, my grin never fading as I raised my hand. I was about to do that anyways. Domain expansion. Darkness bloomed. My domain pushed back against his, the two colliding, grinding against each other. To even my surprise, mine was better. I could feel it, his entire domain was shaking when it came into contact with mine. My refinement was better than his. That was something. Though it wasn't enough to outright crush his domain, it might happen, but it would take a long, dragged-out clash between our domains, which I'd rather not have. It was a waste of time. Mahoraga stepped forward. The wheel turned again, and then he swung. That single strike broke the balance. Mahito's domain shuddered, cracked, and then collapsed under the pressure, unable to withstand both my domain and Mahoraga's adapted assault. Mahito fell to his knees with blood pooling from his mouth. In that moment, the image of me in his eyes changed. The giant cross behind me and the darkness surrounding gave him a fear he had never experienced before. He dragged himself backward as I slowly approached him. My domain had already landed, there was no going back. No, stay back. He shouted, voice trembling. Stay back. I mused. That almost sounded human there, he. Mahoraga. I ordered. And the divine general moved again, bringing down the sword of extermination on him one last time. And by now, he had adapted enough to damage his soul. Farewell, curse. You will not be missed. XXX. A/N, too easy, isn't it? MC really would have grown to this level if he kept on stacking power. By the way, some might say killing Mahito is not good for the story since culling games wouldn't happen the same without him. I agree, and that's why you're reading this in Omake, and not the main FIC. As for those who will say, Mahito can't die, Kenjaku will save him. I absolutely agree, 9 out of 10 times Kenjaku will intervene. Considering this that one time he didn't. As for why? 'Cause I didn't wish to add one more fight to this Omake than there already was. That's simple. I mean, I rather put that effort of the main FIC correct. Any guess who he is fighting after this? The last of the Shibuya and arguably the FIC entirely if this was the canon of my FIC. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 45, Shibuya Omake 4, vs Sukuna. There are times when I wonder what was the point of sending me into this world when the one who sent me clearly didn't wish me to live for long. I mean, how else could I explain my current situation other than calling it pure BS, that an hour-old reincarnator was currently standing in front of the final boss of the show without any backup? I looked into the pink-haired body in front of me, or at least the body of the boy, since it was currently being piloted by none other than the King of Curses himself. I had just completed fighting Mahito, got his technique, cursed energy, and output. It wasn't enough that long, and this guy shows up out of nowhere. Standing there menacingly, staring at me with those 4 eyes. If this wasn't a setup from high heaven to doom me, then what was it, tell me? For a second, we just kept staring at each other, like assessing each other. Good thing he came after I was done getting Mahito's power. He doesn't know what my domain is and what I can do. Same goes for Mahoraga and his adaptation. I could practically see Sukuna's 4 eyes analyzing both me and Mahoraga like a scanner, figuring out whether we were even worth his time. Interesting, didn't think there was another such strong Jujutsu sorcerer in this era besides that white-haired brat. Sukuna grinned, eyes shining with a very noticeable light which suggested that he was looking for a fight. He stood there, rolling his neck slightly as if loosening up after a long nap, or perhaps, as I mentioned again, getting ready for a fight. World is a big place, sooner or later one will meet his match. I replied. While I didn't wish to fight and was hesitant to throw down hands altogether against Sukuna of all people. I wasn't planning on acting naive or submissive either. That would just kill me faster. He actually smiled hearing what I just stated. So, he said, voice dripping with interest, you are suggesting you're my match, are you? I didn't respond. I didn't need to. The fight was inevitable as it stood. Only now did I realize what I was forgetting, those fingers. I almost forgot about them while fighting Mahoraga. And someone even fed them to Sukuna. I mean, it hadn't even been 15 minutes. So annoying. If I get my hands on the person who did it, they wouldn't like what I do with them. However, right now I had to focus on the fight before me. We both stared at each other, and as if an imaginary signal was given, both of us moved. I surged forward first, dropping domain amplification over my body the instant I entered his range, because I knew the moment he decided to use cleave at close range, I was a goner. Even with my increased output, I can't survive cleave without amplification if he were to use it on me. As for dismantle, I wouldn't even see it coming, only feel the result. Good thing it was easier to tank. Domain amplification will cut out most of its bite, and even without it, I am certain I can tank it and won't become a Kit Kat. Sukuna's eyes narrowed seeing the domain amplification I was using, like he was assessing me. My fist drove toward his face with no wasted motion, but Sukuna shifted slightly and the punch only grazed him before his counter came in the form of a slash I never saw. It hit. Even with amplification, I felt a tear across my torso, a shallow but vicious cut that sent blood spraying. Yet it didn't split me open, and that alone told me everything I needed to know as I immediately disengaged, switching off amplification and using Dagon's water. Sukuna grinned and sent more dismantles toward me. I could tell by how my water was cut open midair. King of Curses for a reason, but I wasn't fighting him alone. Just as I created an opening, Mahoraga came in from the side without pause. The massive blade crashed down toward Sukuna's shoulder, forcing him to actually move this time instead of casually deflecting, and the moment he stepped aside, I re-entered from the opposite angle, switching back to domain amplification mid-step and driving my elbow toward his ribs. It was crucial that I use domain amplification near him. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know when I would be cut apart. The hit landed solid enough to shift his stance, but his retaliation came instantly. Cleave activated the moment his hand brushed past my guard. I felt it bite. Even with amplification, it cut deep enough to make my vision shake for a split second, a nasty wound tearing across my side that would have ended me outright without the defense. I immediately jumped back, dropping amplification and forcing Mahito's technique to patch the damage while Mahoraga stood in front of me, taking over the fight to block while I healed. I'd rather he not know I was using soul-based healing, or he would start targeting my soul next. Mahoraga pressed him again, blade swinging in heavy arcs that forced Sukuna to either block or evade. Sukuna chose neither of it. By the speed and strength alone, he could tell that it wasn't any ordinary Shikigami. So, the real question for Sukuna was whether this was a Shikigami related to a technique or if it was tamed outside of it. I had so far used amplification and water. There didn't seem to be any clear relation between the technique and the Shikigami. At least for Sukuna, there wasn't any connection he could sense. So he had to figure out what connection was there, or if the Shikigami itself had anything more than just brute force. And thus, he attacked instead of dodging. Kai. He sent a dismantle at the Shikigami. Dismantle carved into Mahoraga's body, deep cuts appeared on his chest, and he was pushed back a few steps. Good. A smirk rose on my lips before I quickly lit my hand with cursed energy and attacked him with a stream of water. Covering everything visible in flowing water. Will it do anything to Sukuna? Certainly not. Would fire have done better? Absolutely. And is there a reason I'm not using Jogo's fire? You bet I have a damn F***king reason. And hey, it did what I intended it to do. It distracted him long enough for me to find out that the wheel on top of Mahoraga certainly turned and he got healed, and that now somehow his cuts weren't doing as much damage as time went on. Yeah. That was the reason I used this futile attack. Before the water screen I created was gone, I rushed in again, alternating instantly, amplification on as I entered, off the moment I attacked, keeping the rhythm tight so he didn't have much time to think. I had to buy Mahoraga some time to adapt. Sukuna, on the other hand, if nothing else, looked amused at the display. He blocked my punch, his eyes still lingering on Mahoraga, who had been healed. Interesting, Sukuna spoke as his lips curled up. Gods know what he found interesting, but I wasn't letting him concentrate too much on Mahoraga. I threw several punches at him and he quickly shifted his attention back to me. He adapted fast enough as he started blocking and evading all of them. Faster than anyone I had ever fought. He started timing my switches, slipping his dismantles in the exact moments my amplification dropped, and even if I couldn't see them, I felt them, shallow cuts stacking across my body, forcing me to heal again and again while keeping my stance intact. And the worst part was that I couldn't directly heal in front of him. He was observant enough to figure out I wasn't using RCT. Just as I backed off, Mahoraga was there to substitute me. He went for a full power punch at Sukuna's head. The King of Curses instead went ahead and showed his might by blocking the punch with a single hand. Even though the ground beneath him cracked up, he didn't budge. And then Mahoraga took another full hit. This time, cleave. The difference was immediate, the slash biting deep into its frame, almost cutting him in two. It might have done it if Mahoraga hadn't already started adapting to the slashes before. Next second, I was already there, in front of Sukuna, covering Mahoraga while he adapted one more time and fixed his body. However, Sukuna didn't seem to be interested in fighting me currently. He sent a more powerful dismantle which collided with my amplification and drove me back. Didn't do a lot of damage, but I couldn't reach him in time. The wheel turned again and Mahoraga's body fixed itself. Sukuna seemed to be more excited at this, and sent more attacks at the Shikigami, and the next exchange changed everything. Sukuna's following slashes didn't cut as cleanly, didn't land with the same absolute certainty, they were doing less damage, far too shallow. I saw Sukuna's eyes flick upward for a fraction of a second. Toward the wheel. Alright, it's not like I can hide that from him forever. However, he wouldn't figure it out immediately. He needed testing to confirm Mahoraga was indeed adapting to his technique. So, I just had to stop him from testing his hypothesis out. I surged forward again, faster this time, forcing him into close combat again where thinking took a back seat. Amplification wrapped around me as I took another unseen dismantle head-on. Though dismantles didn't do that much damage to me, it was the cleave which I was wary of. TCH. Sukuna finally couldn't ignore the annoyance and turned toward me, moving to cut me into pieces with cleave. However, at that same time, Mahoraga appeared on the side, sword in hand. Sukuna pivoted, deflecting Mahoraga's blade with one hand while stepping past me, his counter aimed to take my head clean off with cleave. But I twisted just enough that it carved into my shoulder instead of my neck. The pain shot immediately as I dropped amplification again, backing off while Mahoraga tactfully covered my retreat so I could heal with soul manipulation. Annoying, Sukuna muttered, and for the first time, there was actual effort in his voice. His four eyes darted between both Mahoraga and me while he clicked his tongue. The tag teaming was not letting this fight go anywhere. And if his suspicions were correct, then a long drawn-out fight wasn't in his favor. However, we didn't stop. We tag-teamed well and kept him on his toes. Meanwhile, we suffered damage as well, and during the close combat he finally noticed. Kai. A dismantle was sent directly at me, hit me across the chest. However, there was something different about this dismantle. A soul-tearing feeling spread over me and I stumbled back, eyes widening as sweat filled my back. So I was right. You were manipulating your soul to heal your body, wasn't you? Sukuna grinned and pointed it out. Damn, he figured it out way too quickly. I was honestly expecting you to take some time before you realized that. Sigh. I replied with a grin of my own. While the attack did indeed damage my soul, with Mahito's technique, healing that isn't that hard either. Just needs time. And what about the Shikigami? You were desperately trying to attract my attention away from it. Sukuna grinned, eyes once again on Mahoraga. Okay. I don't like smart villains. Meh, you'll figure it out yourself in a bit anyway. I shrugged and walked up to Mahoraga. Since he knew my trick, me fighting on the front line wasn't a good idea anymore. In the absence of any RCT, I'd be nothing more than a piece of meat on a chopping board for this devil cook. Mahoraga. I called. He looked at me, Sukuna observing all this with amusement. Give him hell. I winked, and then the darkness under me expanded and I seemed to dissolve under Mahoraga's shadow. The one and only feat of shadow manipulation I could do, which came as a part of Mahoraga's ability. And then Mahoraga's grin on his face just turned even wider as he turned completely toward Sukuna. Sukuna just sneered at my move. What followed was no longer a battle of strategy or restraint, but a clash between two monsters who had already crossed the line where conventional combat meant anything. Hence, I got out. Sukuna didn't hesitate once he realized I was no longer interfering, his full attention locking onto Mahoraga as his slashes came out faster, sharper, and far more deliberate than before. Dismantle carved through the air in invisible waves, cleave followed wherever contact was made, and the battlefield around them was torn apart piece by piece as buildings split open and the ground fractured under the relentless barrage. All in the name of quenching his curiosity about this Shikigami. Mahoraga walked through it all. Not untouched, not unaffected, at least not until the King of Curses was reduced to simply chopping him up. The earlier exchanges had already done their work, and now every slash that once carved cleanly into him only left shallow marks at best. He had already adapted to Sukuna's slashes. The wheel above his head turned steadily, almost rhythmically, and with every turn, Sukuna's techniques lost more of their edge. Mahoraga closed the distance. Sukuna met him head-on. Their clash shattered what remained of the street, the impact of blade against bare hand sending shockwaves outward as Sukuna caught the strike again, but this time the force drove him back half a step instead of stopping cleanly. His grin widened, not in mockery, but in genuine excitement as he twisted his body and retaliated with a cleave aimed directly at Mahoraga's torso. It landed. And did nothing meaningful. Mahoraga's counter came immediately, a downward slash that Sukuna avoided by the smallest margin, the blade carving through the ground behind him instead. He vanished and reappeared at Mahoraga's flank, launching a barrage of unseen slashes in rapid succession, the kind that would have shredded anything else to pieces in an instant. Mahoraga endured. Adapted and advanced. Each step he took forced Sukuna further back, away from the denser parts of the city, exactly as I had intended, the destruction trailing behind them but never quite reaching the heart of it. Buildings still fell, streets still cracked open, but the scale remained contained, controlled by the steady pressure Mahoraga applied. Sukuna noticed. Of course he did. But for him, it didn't matter. Why should he care whether someone dies or not? He only cared about what he wanted, and right now he was interested in knowing more about this Shikigami. All of his slashes were rendered useless. Nothing seemed to be working. Enough of this, he muttered. The air changed. I understand what you're doing. You're like Yamada no Orochi, adapting to my technique. A wide grin on his face. Meaning I just have to kill you in one hit, with something new. His hands came together, forming a very familiar sign. Domain expansion. Malevolent shrine unfolded without a barrier, manifesting directly into the world as the environment itself warped under his will. The ground split open into a shrine-like expanse, and the moment it activated, slashes filled everything within range, an endless storm of dismantle and cleave tearing through the space with absolute certainty. Mahoraga stood in the center of it. And endured. The barrage hit him from every direction, continuous, overwhelming, unavoidable, yet the result remained the same. The slashes struck, adapted, weakened, and became ineffective as the wheel turned again and again, faster now under the constant exposure. Sukuna watched. And then grinned. As I thought, he murmured, his grin returning, wider than before. The domain continued to carve the surroundings apart, but Mahoraga remained, advancing step by step through the storm until even that overwhelming output failed to put him down. And that was when Sukuna made his decision. The slashes stopped. Not because they failed, but because he chose something else. Then I'll just burn you instead. The air heated. Fuga. A fire arrow formed in his hand, and what followed was nothing less than a nuke detonating. Everything was burned to a crisp. Everything was blown sky high. It was madness. The explosion should have ended it. Even from within the shadow, I felt the sheer scale of it, the way the world itself seemed to fold under the heat and pressure as Sukuna unleashed that fire arrow in conjunction with his domain. It was catastrophic. However, when the flames died down, and he saw something he didn't expect, Mahoraga still stood there. Burned, charred, almost unrecognizable for a brief second, his entire frame blackened as if he had been reduced to nothing more than a husk. But then the wheel above his head turned once, and in the next instant, his body restored itself, the damage erased as if it had never existed. Even Sukuna paused, left in shock at what he witnessed. That was his strongest attack in 15-finger form. That slight stillness, that brief flicker of confusion in his gaze, said more than any reaction could. Didn't work. Huh. I smirked and slowly stepped out from the shadow behind Mahoraga, my body protesting the movement, cuts lining my arms and torso, burns still fresh across my skin, but none of them deep enough to matter anymore. Mahoraga took the major brunt of that attack. Only the lingering damage was passed to me. And even then, with my domain amplification on, I was a mess. But hey, they say everything is a learning experience. I happened to learn something as well. Right in front of him, I let the cursed energy flow properly this time, not forcing it through Mahito's technique, but reversing it. Slowly, the wounds closed up and burned skin fell away, leaving place for new, fresh skin. Reverse curse technique. I figured it out while Mahoraga was fighting Sukuna. He used it enough times that it wasn't that hard, especially with the feeling of my technique healing me after every kill inside the domain. As long as I recalled that feeling and manipulated the cursed energy like Sukuna did, it wasn't that hard. The wounds closed. He just watched. Surprised. I let out a breath, rolling my shoulder as the last of the pain dulled. Took me a while, but I got it down. Actually, he wasn't very surprised I figured out RCT. What he was surprised about was how Mahoraga survived. You're wondering why that didn't kill him, aren't you? I continued, nodding toward Mahoraga, who stood as steady as ever beside me. Simple. I already tried something similar. His eyes narrowed slightly. Fire, I said plainly, for the first time my hands lighting up with Jogo's flames, which I held back until now. Same idea. High output, compressed heat, straight up annihilation type attack. I grinned. He's already adapted to fire. Understanding clicked into place behind his eyes. And then, being the kind of sorcerer he was, he also figured out what was coming next. You knew my technique then, I presume. He was still composed after all this. Not many do in this era. I just happened to be an exception. I shrugged. So, what now, he asked, already having figured out that I intentionally held back my fire to make him exhaust himself by using his domain. Now that his technique was on cooldown, he might be able to use his technique. He was Sukuna after all. He could force his brain to work for his technique even with reduced output, however, he couldn't open his domain. At least until he miraculously figured out how to heal his own technique with RCT. Smiling, I raised my hands. Your turn to deal with something new. Domain expansion. His hands were already coming together to form an anti-domain barrier. But that wouldn't matter. Death trade. My domain was established in record-breaking time. However, not faster than Sukuna encasing himself in hollow wicker basket. I knew this would happen. When uncertain of what kind of technique I actually had, Sukuna chose to use hollow wicker basket instead of domain amplification. Meaning I had to make him drop the technique, and fast, since his technique could recover at any time. Mahoraga. I did not waste even a fraction of a second thinking about it as both Mahoraga and I moved at the same time, charging him from two different angles while he stood there inside my domain, forced to hold his ground instead of cutting us down like he had been doing before. I didn't go for his body. That would have been the obvious choice, and Sukuna would have expected it, so instead I shifted my focus at the last possible moment and drove my fist straight into him with everything I had, not aiming for flesh, but aiming for the boundary I had only recently begun to understand, the fragile line between his soul and Itadori's. Mahito's technique can do more than just shape the soul, you know. The impact landed clean. For the first time in this entire fight, Sukuna's expression shifted, just slightly, but I saw it, because he had not expected that kind of attack, not in the middle of a situation where he thought brute force would decide everything. Surprised. You should have expected this much when you realized I had something related to soul shaping. His grip over Itadori slipped, ever so slightly, and with that, his output dropped, again ever so slightly. Not completely, not even close, but enough that I could see the difference in his output, the slight drop in pressure, the subtle instability in his cursed energy. If it was anyone else's body, it would have been difficult, but Yuji's body was a natural counter to his soul. Mahoraga did not give him time. The moment I created that opening, Mahoraga was already there, swinging with that massive frame of his, forcing Sukuna to divide his attention even further. And while I was at it, I thought, why not let others join in? In a split second, Jogo and Dagon manifested, all ganging up on Sukuna together. Even Sukuna was taken aback at this development, but finally he was starting to understand what my technique could be. As for Mahito, I can't use the power of those whom I manifest inside the domain while they are manifested. So, to use soul attacks, I can't bring him out. While I kept hammering at his soul, forcing him to stabilize his control over Itadori's body again and again, Mahoraga and the others put pressure on him, continuing to attack relentlessly. Adapting with every exchange, every failed attempt of Sukuna to counter fed into that silent, unstoppable process. Then it happened. A KLNK sound. Mahoraga adjusted. The next time it struck, something changed in the interaction between Sukuna's defense and Mahoraga's attack. And now he was inside my domain. I already had a trait in mind. I outright switched off the usage of one technique from both of us. I lost one of my various techniques while he lost his original. That was a big deal. Without access to that technique, he couldn't open his domain and get out of here. For the first time, even Sukuna looked worried in this situation. Oh, by the way, don't expect you're escaping by handing Yuji his body back. I will still damage your soul until you're out of him. I grinned. And then we moved. Together. All four of us onto him, when he had no cursed technique. Punch by punch, I slowly drove him out of Yuji's body until he was nothing but a parasite. Mahoraga. I called, and the Shikigami raised his sword up, ready to deliver the final strike. Do as you wish, brat. I still have 5 more fingers out there. I'm not dying. I nodded. I knew villains have to give some last words before going, none of them could go quietly. Don't worry. As you see, Mahoraga is capable of destroying your soul. It wouldn't take him long to adapt to those fingers either. I'll hunt those fingers down and send those parts of your soul to you very soon. Consider it a farewell gift from me. I winked. And Mahoraga's sword fell. The domain broke open. We were once again back in open Shibuya, and power was coursing through me. Of course, it was Sukuna's power. Now just the loose ends to tie up. I grumbled. Further away, Kenjaku was already getting out of Shibuya after realizing what kind of cluster CK had taken place. Who would have thought that a monster like that guy would show up out of nowhere? He had to go now. Or else. Going already. A voice from behind broke his stride. This voice was, of course, me. I thought we could talk a little. You happen to have something on you I want. You know. My eyes landed on the cube in his hands. I see, never have I wondered a guy like you would show up when everything was going as planned. He grumbled to himself. Of course he would try to sweet talk to deter me, but I just asked the same thing. Hand over Satoru Gojo. His lips pursed. Next second, multiple cursed spirits were moving towards me, an entire horde of them. He planned to use them as a distraction to run away. However, even before he could take a single step, all of them were cut down by invisible slashes. Guess we're doing this the hard way then. I mused. He scowled. He had planned for 1,000 years for this, he wasn't running away now. Domain expansion. He started with his strongest move. Unfortunately, it was the wrong move. I too opened my domain. And unlike what he thought, of clashing my domain with his open domain, attacking my barrier, it didn't go that way. What came in front of him was a gigantic domain dwarfing his own. And the fun fact, it lacked a barrier too. It was an open domain. Learned from Sukuna. You know what, sorcery from the Heian era was quite advanced. I winked. XXX. A/N, and there you go, all 4 Omax done and man it was hard AF. Those were too many words for me. Now you know why I was balancing power for MC, otherwise as you saw, a hour-old sorcerer just took down the king of curses. I had fun writing it though, use all the kinds of ideas which I otherwise wouldn't have been able to. It was fun. Hope you liked it. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 46, Chapter 42, After Shabuya. The television flickered with urgency as the morning broadcast cut through the quiet when footage of Shibuya filled the screen, showing collapsed buildings, scorched streets, and emergency crews moving through the wreckage. The destruction was far more than even a natural disaster on the level of tsunami or an earthquake could achieve. Authorities have confirmed that last night's incident in Shibuya was the result of a large-scale terrorist attack, the anchor reported, images shifting to aerial views of the destruction that stretched far beyond what any conventional disaster could explain. The extent of the damage is still being assessed, but early estimates suggest widespread structural collapse, fires, and multiple casualties. Officials are urging civilians to remain calm as investigations continue. The nature of the disaster couldn't be related to anything besides terrorist activity. Bombing on a mass scale. Something similar happened last year, at the night parade of 100 demons. However, this here was far worse. The screen briefly showed a cratered section of the city, still smoldering from Sukuna's rampage, before cutting back to the studio. Of course, most would think that it was all a terrorist plan. Never would they think that the supernatural had anything to do with this. We are also receiving unconfirmed reports of unusual phenomena observed during the incident, though authorities have declined to comment further at this time. The television clicked off. A heavy silence settled over the room inside Tokyo Jujutsu High as the weight of everything that had happened finally caught up to them. That's the best they could have come up with, a terrorist attack. Maki snorted, exhaling slowly, running a hand through her hair as she leaned back slightly. They're not exactly wrong, Panda replied, arms crossed as he stared at the now dark screen. Curse users are more or less like magical terrorists. As for special-grade curse spirits, they are no less than anything those terrorists could cook up in their caves. Salmon, Inumaki nodded, looking equally exhausted by the last night's ordeal. None of them had even a shred of sleep and were working their best to control the situation on their end. Nobara just clicked her tongue in irritation. She was the only first-year present there currently since Megumi was still unconscious and Yuji had refused to come back with them after what Sukuna did. Currently, he was running around dealing with the cursed spirits Geto released out in the open after everything in Shibuya was over. At the center of the room, Masamichi Yaga stood with his arms folded, his expression more serious than usual as he listened to everyone speak. While he was not on the front lines for a very long time after taking the job of being the principal for the Tokyo Jujutsu branch, he did understand the seriousness of the situation. Satoru was sealed, and Geto had assumably come back to life out of nowhere. Yaga doubted that was actually possible, knowing truly reviving someone who once died wasn't possible. He instead believed that someone else had taken control over Geto's body. Whatever it was, currently they were facing a huge problem when Gojo Satoru wasn't there to hold the sky for them. Shoko was also there, still smoking and looking as sleep-deprived as ever. Unlike most, she behaved like nothing mattered to her. However, this couldn't be further from the truth, she was just much better at not showing it. The public narrative doesn't matter right now, Yaga said finally, his voice cutting through the conversation. What matters is understanding what actually happened. Maki's expression hardened slightly at that. Then let's start with the biggest problem, she said. That idiot getting sealed. The room fell quiet again. They all knew who was the idiot she was referring to. How they did that in the first place. I thought with Infinity he was nigh untouchable. Nobara cursed. Clearly they had a way, perhaps a curse tool which could capture him and bypass his Infinity, Yaga added, not sure himself how Geto was able to accomplish that, but ultimately he didn't care anymore. It didn't matter currently. That alone changes everything, Panda added, his tone unusually serious. Without him, we're exposed. That's just the beginning of it. Maki added. Shoko nodded slightly, her gaze lowering as she spoke. After your fights ended, the entire thing with Itadori losing control, Geto came out finally, didn't he? She said calmly, letting out smoke while others just pursed their lips recalling what really happened. Shoko and Yaga weren't there. However, Panda, Maki, Toge, and other students from Kyoto saw it just fine. Geto was there. He could have killed all of you right there. None of you were in any condition to fight. But he didn't, Maki said, frowning. That's the part that doesn't make sense. No, Yaga corrected, his eyes narrowing slightly. This just makes it worse. Everyone looked at him. If he didn't come there to kill you, Yaga continued, then it means he either achieved what he wanted, or he needed us alive, for reasons we are unaware of entirely. Shoko took another drag from her cigarette before speaking again. Barriers, she said simply. They went up this morning. Multiple locations across Japan, covering major cities. News channels are not covering it, but I got reports from the Jujutsu higher-ups. Nobara blinked. Barriers. Like, trapping people inside. Like what happened in Shibuya. Not exactly. Many non-sorcerers were found outside of the barriers all on their own in the morning. Upon asking, they said they sleepwalked. At night they slept in their homes, and in the morning they were already outside, walking out of the cities, Yaga added. He said something about a game. Didn't he? Panda added, recalling what Geto said before sparing their lives. A battle royale, Maki said, her tone dark. That's what it sounded like. And reincarnated sorcerers, Nobara added. At least that's what it sounded like when he started talking about making contracts with multiple binding vows with past sorcerers. Yaga nodded. Another reason to believe he is not Geto but someone using his body. The weight of that statement settled heavily over the room. So we're just supposed to sit here and wait for that to start? Nobara snapped, clearly frustrated. Don't we have any plan? That's the problem, Yaga said. We don't have one. At least for the time being until we learn more about what he is planning. Higher-ups? Panda asked. Yaga's silence was answer enough. They haven't responded, he said after a moment. Not in any meaningful way. Maki let out a quiet scoff. Besides putting all the blame on Gojo and declaring a manhunt for Itadori. For a moment, no one spoke, each of them processing the situation in their own way. Then Nobara broke the silence again. We have to get to that idiot. We will, don't worry about Itadori for now. The order was given just recently. Given the condition, ordinary sorcerers wouldn't act up against Itadori anytime soon. We have some time, Panda added. Salmon. Toge nodded. Nobara didn't like it, but knew Itadori would most likely be fine, so she let go of the matter, at least until she remembered another one. And what about him? The question shifted the focus immediately. The boy. Yaga asked. We are uncertain. There isn't much we know about him. He showed up out of nowhere. Maki glanced at him, her expression thoughtful now. Yeah, but he helped us, saved my life twice. Everyone we talked to said the same thing, Panda added. He helped. A lot. Nanami, to do, even you. Nobara nodded slightly. The bastard owed me a facial spa, but outside that, I guess he's cool, she admitted. Didn't give out his name though, and doesn't even seem like he knows fighting by the way he fought, but he is strong. I hate to say it, but the idiot saved my life too, twice, Nobara added with a huff. Speaking of him, how is he? After tanking Sukuna's domain, he passed out entirely, Maki asked, a little concern showing in her otherwise emotionless face. Shoko exhaled quietly. He's alive, she said. How? Is a miracle I'm still trying to figure out, but still alive. That drew everyone's attention. What do you mean by that? Shoko exhaled again. Usually reverse cursed energy leaves behind traces when someone tries to heal with inefficiency. It would heal up the wound, however, if you're not thorough, it would leave behind marks or sometimes even incomplete healing. From what I noticed, the boy can use reverse cursed energy, Shoko said, and that alone made everyone startle. Someone who could use reverse cursed technique, that was a big deal. Not many could use that, hell, they hadn't seen anyone besides Shoko and Gojo doing it so far. His body had so many wounds, barely healed up, that I'm surprised the boy was even alive. As I said, it's a miracle that he is alive, Shoko added. So you're saying that he not only knows reverse curse technique but also has been in fights before Shibuya? Shoko shrugged slightly. That's the problem, she replied. We don't know who he is, where he came from, or what exactly he is capable of. Digging intel on him would take a few more days, since currently the higher-ups are busy dealing with what happened in Shibuya, trying to minimize the impact. For all we know, he could have awakened his powers and technique that very night, Shoko added. Nobara frowned. But he has a domain. Silence fell again. He could just be like Hikari, Panda suggested. That alone makes him dangerous, Yaga said quietly. He helped us, saved our lives, multiple times at that, Maki pointed out. I'm not saying he is an enemy, I'm just saying to be careful around him until we know who and what his motives are, Yaga consoled. We don't even know how strong he is, it would be prudent to stay vigilant. As a matter of fact, you two have seen him fight, right? Tell us where your estimation of his power lands, Yaga stated, asking both Maki and Nobara. Both girls fell into contemplation. And then described what they saw him doing. Wait, you're saying the dude fought 3 special grade curses and still is alive? Panda asked, eyes wide. More or less, Maki grunted. There was silence for a while until finally Panda couldn't take it anymore. Who is this mother ********? Triple X. A/N, okay, I know Panda wouldn't ask that, at least no in that way, but I couldn't help it, I wanted to show that surprised look on their faces. The chapter set the tone for what is to come, there won't be much fighting for a while, it's more like a preparation arc than fighting arc. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 47, Chapter 43, The Cost of Surviving. I found myself running again. Why, I had no idea. How I wasn't even aware of who was after me this time around was beyond me. It didn't matter where I turned or how far I pushed my legs, they were always there, closing in from every direction as if the space itself had turned against me, twisting and folding until escape became nothing more than an illusion I kept chasing. Once again pushing me to fight. Try and do everything I had to survive. I could feel my body breaking apart with every step, my breath ragged, my limbs heavy, yet I kept moving because stopping meant death, and I had already come too far to just give up. That was the one thing which I kept telling myself. I had come so far that giving up now felt wrong. That I should keep going, no matter the case. But how much is just too much? When would be the point that struggling any further would be nothing but a futile effort? I had no idea. I just kept going until the very end. And that was when I felt something strike me from behind. I stumbled, barely managing to stay upright before another hit came from the side, then another, each one chipping away at what little strength I had left as blood filled my mouth and my vision blurred. F***CK. I tried to fight back, but my body refused to move. It had no power nor the reason to keep going. Hands, claws, something I couldn't even properly see closed in around me, and for a brief moment, everything went still as if even they knew it was over. I felt something pierce through me, clean and final, and then I opened my eyes wide and jolted up with heavy breaths and opened my eyes so hard that I was blinded by the light. Air rushed into my lungs as my eyes snapped open, my body jerking slightly against the surface beneath me as I tried to orient myself, the lingering sensation of pain fading just enough for me to realize that I was lying down. I starved for breath, my heart hammering hard against my chest so much that I was afraid it would leap out from there. I just sat there, motionless and breathing hard amidst confusion and stress. My eyes struggled to adapt to the bright light, slowly giving me back my vision. Only then did I notice the soft bed under me, and the white ceiling above. I was on a bed, wearing clothes which most likely indicated that this was a hospital. I slowly stretched my shaky hands to feel the bed. It was soft and warm. Then I felt my own chest, my heart still beating like it had a flight to catch or a city to generate power for. For a second, I almost believed it. That everything that had happened in Shibuya, the fights, the blood, Sukuna, all of it had just been some twisted nightmare that my mind had created. That I was never dead, I was still on my own earth, just perhaps in some sort of coma. At least that was what I thought. But that illusion didn't last. Because I could feel it. The exhaustion. It wasn't surface level, wasn't something that would fade after a bit of rest, but something deeper, something carved into my bones that reminded me exactly what I had been through. I felt like my mind was lagging behind, my body refused to obey properly, and my very soul was screaming out for peace. Slowly, I reached inward, focusing on the one thing that would confirm it beyond any doubt. Cursed energy. It was all true. Waking up in Jujutsu Kaisen's world, getting a curse technique of my own, fighting the disaster curses, Mahoraga, even surviving the king of curses domain. Everything was real. And somehow, I was still alive. A shaky breath left me as I sank back slightly, letting my tense and tired body once again go numb, knowing that the fighting was really over for the time being. And as if knowing that subconsciously made my body stop its functions, it refused to move any more than necessary. It demanded rest, and there was no trade I could make to convince it otherwise. As my body once again hit the bed and my head found the soft pillow under me, images of what happened in Shibuya emerged once again to torture my peace. I closed my eyes, trying to relax and keep my breathing and pulse in check, but as if expecting another life-threatening attack to come my way any second, my body would jerk up in pure anxiety. I raised my hands and saw they were still shaking. After that adrenaline-filled night which I somehow survived, when I was too busy surviving to even think about the psychological damage done to me, I was finally facing the backlash. I tried to steady myself, tried to keep it together, but my eyes burned and my vision blurred as something warm slipped down the side of my face. F***CK it, stop shaking, it's all over now. My own voice was shaky. For the first time, I found myself not under my own control. It was a strange feeling. Exhaustion, stress, anxiety, you name it, and it wouldn't mean anything to me. I found myself breaking down from within. For no real reason. I survived the worst of it, and yet I felt like I was going to die the next second because I couldn't control my breathing, because my heart wouldn't stop being a jet engine. I didn't even realize I was crying until it was already happening. So I did just that. I cried and sobbed silently until I could see my body doing as I commanded. I don't know how long it was. It felt like hours, but slowly and steadily it did stop, and I came back into control. And when I was under control, I felt like I had once again expended all the energy I had in me. I let my gaze drift to the side, trying to distract myself, trying to focus on anything else, and that was when I noticed the other beds. They were all occupied, each one holding someone in a similar state, unmoving, silent, caught somewhere between recovery and something worse. Some of them I recognized. Megumi, he lay a few beds away, completely still, while Nanami was further down, his condition just as uncertain. I just hoped that the fact they were still here meant that they were alive. Just as I was getting used to the silence and reflecting on my current reality, I heard footsteps. Come. Unhurried. I turned my head slightly as someone entered the room, and a moment later, Shoko Yeri came into view, her usual composed expression shifting just a fraction when her eyes landed on me. Even though this was the first time seeing her in person, I could tell it was her just by her usual description. Lab coat, dark circles under her eyes, a mole beside the eye, and an indifferent look on her face. Well, she said after a brief pause, clearly a bit surprised. You're awake already. I'm not sure, still feels like everything is a dream, I answered. It wasn't me making things up, it really felt like a dream. From coming to this world to the entire Shibuya incident and me being alive even after everything that happened. It was like a dream. Shoko stepped closer to the bed, her eyes scanning me with quiet focus as her hands moved with practiced ease, checking my pulse and the faint flow of cursed energy within my body. "I can assure you, this is real," she said calmly, her tone almost routine despite the situation. "Your body is still holding together, by a thread, but still breathing." I let out a weak chuckle at that, my voice rough as I forced the words out. "Where am I?" She didn't look surprised by the question. "Tokyo Jujutsu High," she replied simply. "Medical wing." "How long?" The mature woman hummed to herself before stating, 3 days. 3. My eyes widened. What happened? I asked again, my throat tightening slightly. "Shibuya, after I passed out." Shoko paused for a brief moment, as if deciding how much to say, before continuing. "Surprisingly, not much happened after that. At least, that is what I know," she said bluntly. "Anything more, and you might want to talk to the principal here. I can't say anything further." I swallowed, my gaze shifting slightly toward the other beds. "And them?" "They're alive," she answered, following my line of sight toward Megumi and Nanami. "That's good." I nodded. "At least my presence changed something. On that note, mind telling me how you were wearing a uniform from Jujutsu Tech when we found you unconscious?" she asked, and I stiffened at that. Almost forgot about that. Coincidentally, when we found Fushiguro, he was missing his uniform as well. "You don't happen to know anything about that, do you?" I wondered what to say until she just shrugged the entire conversation off, like she wasn't really interested in knowing. "Anyways, rest here and don't move around much for a while. Your body needs rest." I couldn't agree more on that, I grunted, feeling like I needed a glucose dose just to stay awake at this point. "Oh, by the way, Principal Yaga might give you a visit sooner or later, so make sure you get enough rest while there is time," she stated and then moved to check on the others. The woman was a bit strange, however, I could feel that my body was completely healed thanks to her, so I was grateful. And with that, I finally let my eyes close, the exhaustion finally winning over me as I drifted into another restorative sleep. XXX. A/N, I must say, even I found this chapter a tad bit boring. Writing fights is so much more fun than this, but meh, you guys asking for some peaceful slower chapters, so here it is. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 48, Chapter 44, A Talk with the Principal. Miracle. An extraordinary event which defies the laws of nature and science, often described as divine intervention. An occurrence which, by all means, is supposed to be something outside the hands of men, and yet, in Jujutsu, not many things were impossible. Haruta Shigemo, a curse user whose innate technique was none other than miracle. It allows him to store the small miracles he experienced in his lifetime and use them only in life-threatening situations. The most interesting fact about this technique was that the user himself is supposed to be unaware of its existence when it activates. I recalled all of that when I shifted my face slightly sideways to observe my own face for the very first time after coming here. What stared back at me was a black-haired youth with black hair and black eyes. A handsome face which had Japanese features, and yet it had distinctive Western traits. A decently built body, no wonder it was able to handle the fighting as much as it did. The previous owner surely had been active in sports or the gym. Overall, I looked like any other teenager with slightly better looks and build. Nothing special. However, what was special was the marking on my face. Multiple faded markings under my eyes, much like that bastard whom Mahoraga killed. All of them were gone, except one. So that's how I'm alive. When fighting against Mahoraga, I wasn't just touching him but also that blonde bastard. I had gotten his technique and didn't even know about it. I sighed, wondering what kind of luck I had, how I could be so polarized to the extreme. I had to run around for my life the entire night in Shibuya. I could have died in any one of those encounters, and yet it was my luck which protected me all along. I let out a depressing chuckle at my condition and then focused on the markings themselves. The technique gave 6 markings in total, each one similar to a life-saving grace. 5 of them were gone from me now. What I was trying to recall was when I might have used them, unknowingly, as that was how the activation worked. Me learning RCT in that ice, which most likely Uram used to find Sukuna's finger while cooling me down as well, while literally Jogo's fire was burning me alive. Then there was that time with Mahito, when Nobara saved me with her technique. Then again with Mahito, who was about to use his domain while I was out of cursed energy, and then with Sukuna when he was about to bisect me when the ceiling once again collapsed and Maki fell on me. And of course, me getting Tsukumo's cursed energy just when my domain was about to collapse against Sukuna. Now everything seemed to fall in line. Why I survived those encounters. Shaking my head, I sighed once more and got ready. Today I had a meeting with the man who runs this place, Principal Yaga. Instead of waiting for me to completely get discharged out of the medical wing, he himself gave me a visit. It seemed like the pressure on top of him regarding the current upheaval was immense. What I was not expecting was that he wasn't alone. Maki was with him when he arrived, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, her expression unreadable as her eyes briefly met mine before shifting away. "You must be Principal Yaga?" I asked. Of course, I remembered him from the anime, but I had learned that a bit of acting to not stand out immediately could help in the long run. "Yes, I'm Masamichi Yaga, the principal of the Tokyo Metropolitan Curse Technical College." That was a very formal way of addressing his post. It was clear that the man was setting the tone for the conversation. "Let's start with something simple," he said, his tone even but firm. "Who are you?" And he didn't waste time on anything, directly going to the subject at hand. I exhaled slowly, lowering my gaze slightly as if thinking, even though I had already decided on this answer. "I don't know," I admitted, keeping my voice steady but uncertain. "I remember bits and pieces. Not everything." Yaga's eyes narrowed slightly. "Explain." That kind of authoritative command ruffled all the wrong feathers in me, but I couldn't do anything about it. I was currently on their turf, and if they decided to label me as a curse user, I'd be captured, or worse, a manhunt would begin. I doubted many from Jujutsu Tech could catch me, perhaps only Maki and Yuta if he decided to show up. However, for what it was worth, I didn't want that trouble. "Everything is fragmented," I said carefully, choosing my words with precision. At least before the point I opened my eyes and found myself among the many frozen, unmoving people in Shibuya Station. Maki shifted slightly at that. It was the same thing I told her back in Shabuya, so my story should check out. And it was the truth, besides me being a reincarnator, of course. Yaga remained silent for a moment before asking, "And what point would that be?" I hesitated, just enough to make it believable. "When I first became aware," I replied. "It was chaos. I didn't understand anything." I paused, frowning slightly as if recalling something painful. My mind felt mushy, like it lagged behind everything. Even forming thoughts felt like swimming through a thick, muddy pond. I can't be certain, but I suspect that I, along with many who were frozen there beside me, were struck by some kind of technique or power. Something which directly affected our brains to the point we could no longer even control our bodies. Recognition flickered in Yaga's eyes. He knew only one technique which did that, Satoru's domain. Unlimited void. That, along with the record of what Maki told him about the boy seeing Satoru inside the station being sealed, matched up perfectly. Because there were not many who knew what exactly Gojo's technique did. So while lying that he was there when Gojo got sealed was possible, pretending to be affected by Gojo's domain and showing the right side effects was not. That would explain the memory loss, Yaga muttered, more to himself than to me. I felt some of the tension in my chest ease slightly. But that didn't last. "Then let's move on," he continued, his gaze sharpening again. "When did you first realize you could use cursed energy?" "That night," I answered honestly. "In Shibuya. I didn't know anything before that. I just woke up, and it was there. It's entirely possible that I had the technique and power for longer. However, I can't remember any of that. So as far as the current me is concerned, I got the power on that night." Yaga stared at me for a while, like determining how much I was hiding or whether I was being honest. Ultimately, he just nodded and moved on. "And your technique?" I hesitated. This was the one thing I didn't wish to reveal honestly. People not knowing my technique gave me an advantage. Not to mention the nature of death trade itself was a threat to many sorcerers and cursed spirits as much as it was a threat to me. A technique which could steal power from others, I couldn't even imagine how Jujutsu sorcerers here would react, let alone the higher-ups. And what would happen if someone like Kenjaku or Sukuna found out about that? I couldn't help but shudder even thinking about it. "It came out during the fight," I said, keeping my tone consistent. Like I always knew the technique existed inside my mind. It's only because of the technique that I'm alive today. That wasn't entirely a lie. In fact, deliberately not stating something isn't a lie at all, it's just selective truth. Yaga studied me closely. "Describe it." I shook my head slightly. "I would like to keep the technique private." That immediately made Yaga stare more intensely at me. I didn't even need him to remove those glasses he was wearing to know those eyes were digging a hole into my skull. From the side, Maki let out a quiet scoff, though she still didn't expose anything. Yaga noticed. "You've seen it," he said, turning to her. Maki shrugged slightly. "Yes," she replied. "However, I won't say it. He used the technique to save my life, twice. If he doesn't wish to state the technique, then I won't say it either." Yaga's face scrunched up in frustration. Here he was trying to figure out how dangerous the boy was, and even his own students weren't cooperating. Even my own eyes shot up with disbelief. Maki going through all that just for me, that felt strangely comforting. Even though she only knew a part of the technique and its application, and the part which I most wished to hide, the part where I could gain others' power forcefully inside the domain, she was still unaware of it. It warmed my heart that she would hide my technique like that. Unknowingly, a small smile appeared on my face. Thank you. I replied softly, showing as much gratitude as I could in my tone. No need. I just don't like owing people. Maki snorted and turned her face away from my softly smiling one. Tsundere spotted. That's a Tsundere, right? Damn my fragmented memories, even now, many smaller, less important things were hazy. Yaga looked back at me, clearly frustrated and aware that I was holding something back, but he didn't press further on that point. Fine, we won't go into the technique for the time being. Instead, he shifted the topic. I've heard reports, he said. You fought multiple special grade curses. I felt my throat tighten slightly at that. Yes, I replied. How? That question was far more difficult. Of course, it was my technique. I leaned back slightly, as if recalling the events. I didn't fight them alone, I began, sticking to a safer version of the truth. When I first encountered one, a special grade, that is, it was with others. Nanami, Maki here, and that old man whose name I forgot. Nabito Zenin, Yaga offered. Yes, that's the one. We met just right after I fought weaker curses at the lower level of the station. I somehow made my way up, was planning to just run away from those monsters, but that's when I met them. We talked a little before that special grade curse showed up. It was a mess. I said with slight resignation in my voice, that was when the entire chaos truly began. Yaga nodded slightly. Go on. I continued. We fought together. I just did what I could to survive. Actually, I hardly knew how to fight, they did most of the fighting. Until? Yaga asked. Until the damn curse opened his domain, Maki replied this time, annoyance and irritation clear on her face. Yes, until the damn curse opened his domain, I nodded. And then? I opened my own domain. I shrugged. Yaga just remained there, contemplating what he had heard just now. For a sorcerer who woke up not even half an hour ago to open his domain. That was the most absurd thing he had heard. He looked at Maki to verify, to which the girl just nodded once. How did you open your domain so quickly? Yaga finally asked, composing himself again. I just shrugged. What do you mean how? I just used my technique. I technically wasn't supposed to know that domains were extremely difficult to use, so acting this way was the right option. You mean, whenever you use your technique, you directly open your domain? Yaga asked for confirmation. I nodded, and that made it clearer to him. He put me in the same category as Hikari, a completely domain-based technique user. And since he knew how broken Hikari's idle death gamble could be, he was even more curious and concerned about knowing my technique now. And the second, he asked. The volcano head. I said, my voice tightening slightly at the memory. That wasn't a fight. I couldn't beat him. I just distracted him. Bought time. Then I got out. Maki didn't contradict me. She herself had seen me fight alongside her, we barely held Jogo back. It was better that they believed that was the case even after that. Yaga's gaze remained steady. And yet you survived. Do people have something against me surviving or something? Why is everyone reminding me of that? I asked irritably. That was quickly getting annoying. I already knew surviving was a miracle, just move on. Ahem. Yaga cleared his throat, seeing the genuine irritation on my face, and decided to move on from the subject. And Mahito? Who? The patch-faced curse with blue eyes. Oh, that bastard. I scowled. I exhaled slowly. That was different, I said. I wasn't alone. Another girl named Nobara was with me. She helped out, without her, I couldn't have done it. Her and that jacked-up man named To-Do. And even then, we couldn't beat him. We would have been toast if not for another monster showing up in time. I said it with clear tiredness lingering in my voice. And the word monster was enough to tell him who I was talking about. Silence followed. Yaga leaned back slightly, his eyes never leaving mine as he processed everything I had said. I could tell he wasn't fully convinced, that there were gaps in my story he had already noticed, but at the same time, nothing I had said could be outright disproven. Finally, he spoke again. You're either incredibly lucky, he said slowly, or far more dangerous than you're letting on. Both, with a hell of a lot of bad luck and a personal grudge against God involved, I added with a defeated sigh. I couldn't doubt that, for a sorcerer who hadn't even unlocked his power and technique for more than an hour to face 3 special grade curse spirits and then the king of curses himself, Yaga said, letting out a defeated sigh. He couldn't say whether I was incredibly lucky or just that much hated by Lady Luck, to face all those things after mere minutes of getting my power and still survive to tell the tale. From the side, Maki smirked faintly. You have some guts calling yourself unlucky after stealing my first kiss. Another silence spread throughout the room. Yaga looked back between the two teenagers and decided that it was between them, so no comments. You know that wasn't intentional, I just. Maki's teasing smirk only widened at that, but ultimately she waved her hand. Forget it, it was my fault to begin with. I was clumsy back then. I just looked away at the awkward moment. The kiss was indeed her fault, she slipped. However, what happened next was what made me embarrassed. I cried in her embrace like a little kid. I felt my cheeks burning seeing her teasing eyes still on me. Thankfully, she didn't bring that up. Ahem. Yaga once again cleared his throat. The conversation was shifting away from the topic. Even as he tried to bring the conversation back on track, Maki's little tease had lightened the mood quite a bit. He let out a quiet breath before continuing, for now, we will operate under the assumption that you are an ally. However, I believe I don't have to tell you what would happen if you were to act against Jujutsu High in any manner, correct? For now. Maki repeated lightly. Yaga's gaze hardened slightly. Yes, for now. I met his eyes, steady despite everything. I understand. Good. Yaga stood up, ready to depart after telling me to rest up for a little while longer. But not before stopping at the door and saying, by the way, it isn't much that we could fetch in this situation. However, we learned who you were before you lost your memories. I have left a paper on the table beside you. It contains everything we could find about you before Shibuya. You might want to go through that. Mr. Akindo. XXX. A/N, dum dum dum. Name reveal time. Like the chapter, I made it extra big since many of the readers wanted longer a chapter, and let me tell you, I'm absolutely not doing this again. It takes so much time. Man, it was exhausting. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 49, Chapter 45, Yami Akindo. Yami Akindo. An ordinary teenage orphan of both Japanese and Western descent. He had lived the majority of his short life in an orphanage and had only recently left the place since he had started earning something for himself. The paper contained very little about the person whose body I was in now, however, at least now I knew my own name in this world, and it was a relief that I also had a real identity here. That saved a lot of trouble for me in the future. I was certain that getting used to this name would take time for me, however, it was still better than not having a name. A little pang of sadness seemed to flicker inside me when I thought about how my old identity was gone forever. Not only had I come to this world, but I couldn't even remember my own name from back then to recall who I was as a person before this entire fiasco. Having no family in this case was also to my advantage. I doubt I could act like a loving son or sibling if I had any family members in this world. Sighing, I placed the paper back down on the table and once again lay down with nothing else to do. Finally, it was just me with my thoughts, and boy, I had enough of them to fill a courtroom. However, all those could wait. In fact, most of them didn't matter at all, and I wouldn't lose sleep over them if they were never answered or addressed. No. What mattered right now was far more urgent and basic. What am I to do now? My survival, inspiration, future plans. I had nothing. And it didn't help that I was in a battle shonen anime. I should have read the manga, I cursed under my breath, fully knowing how futile it was to get worked up about something I had no control over. Even though I don't know what is about to happen from this point onward, in season 3 of the anime or after that, I am certain that I have changed a lot of things. That was my biggest concern at this point. No matter what kind of story it is, in the end, the good guys win, right? At least that's how Gid should also write his story. No matter how much he liked killing off his characters, I just hope he wasn't the rebellious kind who goes against the norm just for fun's sake. Considering that the end of Jujutsu Kaisen was all hunky-dory like almost all works of fiction that existed, especially shonen anime aimed at teenagers. I could have just remained seated on the sidelines, observing the team of good guys do their magic until everything fell into place. However, I had changed too many things to keep hoping for the easy way out now. Let me tell you, knowing that you're in a battle shonen where big bad villains exist and could possibly kill you any second while you don't know what the future has in store for you and can't even rely on plot armor since your existence has made the butterfly effect strong enough for the armor to fly off. Yeah, it was no fun. Should I leave the country? That was my first response. No matter how powerful Sukuna was, I doubted he would go around looking for ordinary people to kill. And seeing that only Japan had strong sorcerers, it made sense he would remain here rather than going somewhere else. It sounded like a nice plan until I realized that I had no money. Hell, I could arrange money, there were many unsavory and illegal ways. However, I also lacked the proper paperwork to leave the country. And when I thought about how to solve that problem, my mind quickly started delving into darker thoughts ranging from killing ordinary people to hijacking planes. Nah. I won't. There has to be a baseline I need to set, or I'll lose my mind and sanity otherwise. I shook my head repeatedly, not planning to go into those darker thoughts again. But if not running away, then what? Well, there was only one other outcome: help the good guys out. Or ensure my own survival, of course. At least it's better to die fighting than running. Nah. Stop being stupid, you're neither the protagonist of the story nor do you have any plot armor. If anything, I feel like I don't even have my normal skin to protect myself, seeing my unusual bad luck since the day I got here, let alone armor. Though my surviving as long as I did was indeed a miracle. I shook my head again. No, I wasn't planning to become the hero. That would just get me killed faster. I gotta find a midway option. As much as I had seen Jujutsu Kaisen, the two main villains of the series were Sukuna and Kenjaku. If Northwest's story twist took place, it was clear that either one of them would be the main villain of the story. And what did we have on the good guys' side? A bum who only had potential. A protagonist who didn't have any special power and also kind of shared a body with the big bad villain himself. A sass queen with cool hacks, however, not enough raw power to make much of a difference in the grand game. There were, of course, many supporting characters. But none actually seemed extraordinarily powerful enough to handle either Sukuna or Kenjaku. None except two. Satoru Gojo and Yuta Okatsu. I'm so happy that I watched the side movie, JJK0, or else I wouldn't have even known about Yuta. Who knows how strong Yuta currently is, but he did beat Geto back in the night parade of 100 demons. So, fingers crossed he still has his hacks with him, because we're going to need them. Well, thinking about either of the two was pointless currently. Gojo was sealed, and I had no idea where Yuta was. So back to ground zero, huh? I lay there on the bed, minding my own business until I had a solid plan to act on. Everything I knew so far screamed at me that I only had one option. Help release Gojo. That was the best option we had, both me and the Jujutsu sorcerers. After all, there had to be a reason why Kenjaku first had to capture the Honored One before starting his plan. Yes, that seems like the best idea so far. I nodded to myself. Helping Gojo unseal was our best bet. It would be hard, but not as impossible as fighting monsters like Sukuna and Kenjaku. And if that didn't work, then I could always run away from this country. After fact-checking multiple times, using whatever workable gray matter I had available at my disposal currently, I came to this decision. This was the best plan so far. And just as my excitement was rising, it also came crashing down just as fast. Well, about the fighting part. I grumbled, recalling what happened in Shibuya and shuddered. I didn't wish to go through that again, ever. And while it sounded nice to boast to myself that I beat Jogo and Mahoraga, survived Dagon, Mahito, and even Sukuna, I knew the reality better than that to let it get to my head. The only reason I survived was because I had my technique. I had to sacrifice most of the power I had gotten back then, to the point I was back to having only one technique, my own, and a little over mediocre amount of cursed energy since I had to spend both cursed energy reserves I had gotten from Jogo and Dagon. My reserves were still big since I had gotten everything from those lesser curses I killed immediately after activating my technique for the first time, but with the increased cost of opening the domain since I also had to summon Mahoraga every time, even those reserves were looking meager. I gritted my teeth at how ridiculous the situation was. I had so many powerful techniques, so much cursed energy, and I had to sacrifice it all just to survive. It was maddening. At least I still had Mahoraga, but that too came with its own caveats. Yeah. I'm most likely not ready for whatever is about to come. I grumbled to myself, knowing fully well that I was strong, but only as long as my domain landed, and that was both extremely costly now with Mahoraga being a mandatory summon and not a given outcome either since there were always sorcerers who could clash their domains with me. Even with Mahoraga's help, I could eventually overpower the domain clash, but I still had to survive until then, both inside the domain clash and outside when I wasn't using my domain. In both cases, I was defenseless. I should have given up on Jogo's technique. I sighed, knowing full well that if I hadn't done that, then I most likely would have been dead by now. But I just couldn't help it. It was such a good technique, almost a perfect defensive technique. Tsukumo's technique as well, that was an overpowered technique. To be able to add imaginary mass, no wonder she was tossing around Sukuna like a toy as long as her punches connected. They had connected during their fight. Sukuna was clearly on the defensive after the first time she knocked the soul out of him, however, when they did connect, it was glorious. I only learned about the technique once I got it from her, and luck had it that I couldn't even use it once and had to sacrifice the two. Sigh. I remained on the bed for a bit longer. It was calming, and more than anything, I didn't feel like I was ready to face the music again just yet. However, I must if I were to survive. Alright, let's fix the most glaring problem I currently have. I grunted, and even unwillingly, I pushed myself up. It was time to actually learn how to fight. Not jujutsu, I was more than decent at that, if I said so myself. Not being humble or boasting, just telling the truth. However, I sucked at fighting. I had no form, no reflexes, and this body wasn't trained to throw punches and kicks. I had to fix that, and fast. With that in mind, I left the medical wing for the first time ever since I was brought here. I was caught off guard in Shibuya. It wouldn't happen again. It's training time. XXX. A/N, do you guys like the name? I thought about it for a while before coming with it. It matches him and you might know why if you decide to Google it. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 50, Chapter 46, Train Me Please. By the time I stepped out of the medical wing, I had already made up my mind about what I needed to do next, because whatever was coming, one thing was going to remain constant no matter which world we go to. Power. I needed to get stronger, everything else could be discussed and fussed about later on. And it seemed like my newfound resolve was met by the world with a pleasant atmosphere to greet me. It was nearing evening by the time I got out. This was the first time I had seen Tokyo Jujutsu Tech with my own eyes. And I had to say, it was a beautiful place. Mostly isolated, with many buildings and much open space, but beautiful nonetheless. Now, all I had to do was find someone. So I did just that, walked around, while looking for someone, anyone, to help me out. After 10 or so minutes of sightseeing and trying to find my way out of the unassuming maze I found myself in, I finally found someone. Two familiar figures ahead, almost always together and still looking as ridiculous as ever. Actually, it was just one of the two who looked ridiculous to me, because he wasn't a human. He was a panda. And not even a real panda, but a cursed doll which was miraculously brought to life by Principal Yaga and was made out of a stuffed toy. Shaking my head at the absurdity of this world, I dashed towards them. Panda turned toward me first, his eyes narrowing slightly in curiosity before softening. "Hey," he said, tilting his head. "You're the new guy, ain't you?" Beside him, Toji Inumaki glanced over as well, offering a quiet, "Salmon." As much as I wished to talk to them as if I had always known them, I couldn't, since this was arguably the first time we were talking in person. Hello. I'm Yami Akindo. Nice to meet you, I greeted. Panda blinked. So you've got a name, I thought you didn't have one, he said with a faint grin. Bonito Flakes. Toji on the side shook his head, giving Panda a knowing glare. I let out a small breath, something almost like a laugh escaping me despite everything. With everything going on with me recently, this was nothing but a minor matter, but damn, I was talking with a panda currently. Another reminder of why this entire situation was ridiculous. I just left the medical wing and don't know my way around. Can you help me, please? There was a brief pause before I got to the point. I was looking for Maki, I said. Do you know where she is? Panda raised a brow. Training area, where else could she be, he answered with a shrug. Why are you looking for Maki, though? Do you have any business with her? Panda asked. Yes. I wished for her to train me in hand-to-hand fighting, I replied. And once again, there was a pause between us. Once I said that, both the stuffed reanimated animal and the boy who could only talk with rice ball ingredients looked at me like I had grown a second head. Why in the world would you do that? Finally Panda spoke, his voice, for a second, making me question my own decision, and I hadn't even asked him the reason for his outburst yet. Is there any problem with that? Problem, you ask? You really are new here. Listen, you should ask someone else to train you. Maki isn't known for holding back, and with the recent power-up she got out of nowhere. Panda didn't complete that sentence, but I understood what he meant to convey. I gulped. Just now I remembered the girl was no longer what she was in the anime, she was like Toji F** King Fushiguro now. Suddenly, asking her for help sounded like a very bad idea. Mustard leaf. Toji said, and I, of course, didn't get it. He is showing his concern for your health, Panda elaborated. Well, thanks. I might just need it. Thanks for reminding him, but still I would like to meet her at least. I still have to thank her for something she did for me. So, would you mind telling me where I can find her? I asked, with clear concern for my own well-being in my voice. Though I was no masochist who derived pleasure from getting his bones snapped and ground to dust, I still planned to go through with this idea. There was no one better to teach me close combat than Maki, and I didn't have time to linger around here forever. If I needed to improve fast, I had to endure the pain. As for injuries, well, sigh. I'll just have to rely on reverse cursed energy. Hopefully, that would also improve my efficiency with it too. That way, Panda pointed casually. Not surprised that I didn't listen to him or Inumaki. This was Jujutsu High, people hardly listened to anyone around here. All sorcerers were somewhat crazy in their own right after all. Thanks, I said, giving them a quick nod before moving on. What do you think, will he survive the training? Panda asked once the boy was gone. Salmon. Makes sense. He survived Shibuya, it would be a shame if he couldn't survive Maki. I'm certain it would work out. Panda shrugged and kept on moving, Inumaki right beside him. It didn't take long to find her. She stood in the middle of the training field, swinging her weapon with controlled precision, each movement sharp and deliberate as if she was cutting through something invisible. She was no longer in her uniform, instead, she was wearing casual clothes, shorts with a hoodie. I just stood there, observing her. Eyes roaming her form, her legs, those muscles, her control over her body. It was mesmerizing. To think someone could have such refined control over her body, those perfected muscles. I didn't want to admit it, but I was a tad bit envious. I shouldn't be, I knew her history to be envious of her of all people, but still. That physical power was a dream for any man. I'm so joining a gym after I'm done with all this shit, I grunted to myself. But I wouldn't try to deny that there wasn't anything else besides pure admiration for her physique and power. With the recent history between us and how stunning she suddenly looked under the golden rays of the evening sun. I closed my eyes and tried to shake out the image of me kissing and hugging her. Don't think about that, you'll just make a bigger fool of yourself in front of her. Just focus on the matter at hand, I berated myself. If you have some problem with your head, you should tell it to Shoko. I'm certain she can fix it, you know. The voice came from behind me. I almost yelped and jumped from where I stood, it completely caught me off guard. I turned around, hairs standing on end at how someone was standing right behind me and I didn't sense it, my body tensing up as if I was back in that shithole again. Dare I say, PTSD from Shabuya came back as cursed energy flared around me, my hands already moving into the familiar hand sign. But midway, I stopped, seeing the smirking face of the same girl who I was admiring earlier. I looked back in disbelief at where she previously was, and sure enough, she wasn't there. I didn't even sense. Oh yes, she's like Toji now. I reminded myself, though internally I felt like getting a heart attack. Geez, don't get your panties all worked up. Relax. Maki took one step back, even she was startled at my sudden movements if her hasty retreat was anything to go by. Her eyes lingered on my hands, which were making the exact same sign she had seen both me and the King of Curses make before we opened our domain. Then her heavenly restricted senses caught my completely out of tune heavy breathing. She didn't need anyone to tell her that she had really startled me to the point that I might have actually opened my technique. Relax, calm down. She said again as she noticed my breathing was all over the place from that little fright she gave me. On the other hand, I was all stiffened up, heart rate spiking as high as Mount Fuji. By the time I realized how I had just acted, I felt my heart beating against my chest like a hammer. It felt terrible. It was nothing but her just appearing out of nowhere behind me, and I acted like a scared cat. I could still feel my breathing not calming down. I had to force my hands to separate and drop down to my sides. Sorry. I tried to say, but she waved her hand. About to open your domain, she added in. Sorry. I had no idea how to reply. If I had seen any unfamiliar face, I might have really opened it. Talking could be done after I had the poor soul motionless and powerless once inside my domain. Maki's eyes lingered on me for a while until my breathing calmed down before she finally asked. You need something? Huh? She rolled her eyes. You came here and were staring at me like I owe you money or something. If anything, it's the other way around. So, you need something from me? I pursed my lips. Is she serious? She literally gave me a heart attack, and that's all she has to say. And what the F***ck? She really intended to make me pay for that cursed tool. Girls of this world are horrible. Sighing and accepting my fate, I went back to the real reason I was here in the first place. I stopped a few steps away, steadying myself before speaking. Yes. I wanted you to train me, please. She stared at me for a second. Then she scoffed lightly. No. The answer came so quickly that it almost caught me off guard. Girl, at least pretend you gave it a little thought. Wait, but why? I really want to learn, please. I added. I'm not your instructor, she continued, resting the weapon against her shoulder. And I'm not babysitting someone who barely knows how to throw a punch. And cries his eyeballs out at a little pain. I clenched my jaw slightly. Did she have to bring that up? At least there was no one else here to hear us. I'm not asking you to babysit me, I continued. I'm asking you to help me fix what I'm bad at. She didn't look convinced. Look, you saw it yourself, I continued, my voice steady despite the pressure of her gaze. I can barely throw a straight punch. I fought that volcano head beside you, you know I can get things done as long as I connect. That worked well enough, didn't it? She shot back. Barely, I replied immediately. And next time, barely won't be enough. Till now I relied on instincts, brute force, and whatever I could figure out in the heat of the moment. But that just won't do if I were to fight someone stronger. I know now that there are those monsters out there, many much stronger than what we faced. I don't want to be caught off guard again. Please, teach me how to fight. That made her pause. And you think you'll be fighting more of them? What made you think that? Instincts. I replied almost immediately without any hesitation. Instincts have been one thing which has kept me alive so far, and I know better than to ignore them now. And my instincts tell me that bigger troubles are coming. I just know it. Call it an instinctive response, an educated guess, or just pure faith in my own horrible luck. I just know that Shibuya wasn't the end. I took a step forward. And as far as I have seen, you're the best when it comes to close combat, hand to hand. Hell, you made me punch that volcano head when I myself wasn't sure where my punch was going to land. If there is someone who can teach me, then it's you. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she studied me more carefully, as if trying to figure out whether I actually meant what I was saying or if this was just desperation talking. Silence stretched between us for a few seconds. Then Maki exhaled through her nose, shaking her head slightly. That's a hell of an instinct you have there. She didn't say it out loud, just grumbled to herself, but I did hear her clearly enough. For a second, I thought that was another refusal. But then she adjusted her grip on her weapon and stepped forward. Fine, she said. But don't expect me to hold back. A small weight lifted from my chest at that. I wasn't planning on it, I replied. Her smirk returned, sharp and confident. Good, she said. Then let's see how long you last. Now. Maki didn't even feel it was justifiable to answer any query before her staff came directly for my head. Oh shit. XXX. A/N, by the way, if any of you guys haven't read the manga or seen season 3 of the series, and don't wish to get spoilers, I advise you guys to complete that first since as FIC goes on, a lot of spoilers will be revealed here. Even if you have watched season 3. You have been warned. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you. Chapter 51, Chapter 47, A Sadistic Trainer. The moment the training began, I understood just what kind of shit I had pulled myself into. Let it be known that Maki Zenin didn't understand the meaning of the word holding back, nor did she bother testing my limits gradually, because from the very first exchange, she closed the distance faster than I could properly react, her presence completely absent from my senses due to her lack of cursed energy, and the next thing I knew, I was already on the ground with the air knocked out of my lungs. It was like fighting a ghost, tracking her with the eyes was a daunting task when even someone like Satoru Gojo failed in that area spectacularly. And he got the magic eyes for God's sake. Too slow, she said bluntly, not even giving me a second to recover before she gestured for me to get back up. I forced myself to my feet, tightening the flow of cursed energy through my body as I reinforced my limbs. That one exchange was enough to tell me that I better bring my best to this supposed training or else I'll be going back to Shoko's care in the medical wing faster than I came out of there. So I did just that, put my game face on, treating this fight exactly like how I treated every fight back in Shibuya, with everything I had, life on the line. Knowing that the speed gap was immense, I instead went to reinforce myself harder, trying to compensate for the sheer gap in skill and speed between us, but the moment I stepped forward again, she slipped past my guard like it didn't exist and struck me across the ribs, sending me skidding across the ground. Your stance is garbage, she continued, walking toward me casually as if she hadn't just nearly folded me in half. You're overcommitting every time you move. You need to stop thinking before you move. Ah, again with this. I had a helpless smile on my face. She told me something similar back when we fought Jogo. I have yet to figure out what exactly she meant. I coughed, pushing myself up again despite the protest of my body. Honestly, I still don't quite get it, but that's why you're here, right? If it's wrong then just help me fix it. I shot back, breath uneven but voice steady. She clicked her tongue. I am. You're just not learning fast enough. Sorry for being a disappointment, Mom. I shrugged. However, Maki didn't seem to like the joke, her face got a tad bit sharper at the comment. Did I unknowingly hit a nerve there? And then she moved, 1 second she was standing in front of me and the next she was right next to me. I only caught the movement as motion and hastily moved to guard or strike. I myself was uncertain, however she caught my arm mid-movement and twisted it just enough to throw me off completely before sweeping my legs out from under me. I hit the ground again. And again. And again. Each time, I got back up. Pain spread through my body with every impact, bruises forming faster than I could keep track of, and more than once I felt something crack under the force of her blows, forcing me to momentarily use reverse curse technique to mend the worst of the damage before diving back in, conserving as much energy as I could because I knew I couldn't afford to burn through it all. My reverse cursed energy was not refined, it burned off too much cursed energy to heal. Well, it is technically supposed to be double by its very nature of the application, but it was a little too much for me that I could be relaxed using it as I pleased. This isn't a brawl, Maki said as she sidestepped another reckless punch from me, driving her elbow into my side with enough force to make my vision blur. Think before you move. Wasn't she the one who told me I was thinking too much before I move? I am starting to have a feeling I came to the wrong person to get trained. Strong fraudulent allegations were rising inside my heart now. What the hell, girl? I am thinking, I shot back, staggering but not falling. Then think better, she replied immediately, kicking my leg out and sending me crashing down once more. I was lying flat on the ground, could only see her long smooth legs, her face which lacked any sweat half covered by her chest from this angle. If only she was wearing a skirt, but guess luck had to screw me over at every possible turn. And then of course my eyes drifted at the increasingly darkening sky as I let out a sigh as reality sank in deep. I was a long way off from getting one over a monster like her. A monster of my own making if I say so myself. You done? She asked, looking down on me with a bored expression on her face, though I could see the teasing smirk on her lower face, partially hidden by her breast. Ah, at least I can be happy for the ungodly angle. Yeah, you wish. I replied irritably and poured a bit more reverse cursed energy into my system, only targeting the most important areas before getting up again. Even if I get nothing out of this sadistic trainer, outside broken bones and shattered self-esteem of course, I was certain my RCT will level up through the roof at this rate. By the time the sun had dipped below the horizon and darkness settled in, my body felt like it was barely holding together, every muscle screaming, every breath heavier than the last, yet I still forced myself to stand. You're still getting up, she noted, a hint of something almost like surprise in her voice now. Hee hee, I chuckled, wiping blood from my mouth as I steadied myself. This is not nearly enough to keep me down. She watched me for a second longer before raising her weapon again. You're not even half there to what I faced back in Shibuya. If I were a quitter then I wouldn't have been standing here, madam. Even unknowingly, that same kind of smile started to reflect on my face which I once gave to both Jogo and Mahoraga. The insane kind. I survived being burned alive by Jogo, I somehow survived being completely crushed by Mahoraga. There ain't no way I'm giving up here, that would be an insult to what I went through back then. Forget it, anymore and you're going back to Shoko's wing. Maki snorted. Nah. I can do this all day, I smirked. Ignoring the pain, ignoring the exhaustion, I pushed everything I had and got up once again. Slowly wiping the trail of blood under my nose, I exhaled slowly, and inhaled ignoring the body racked with pain, it was deep and strong. There is no way I can win this spar, winning for the first time wasn't the point, how quaint, right? But. One hit. I'm not ending this until I land at least one hit on this sadistic woman. Maki just saw me getting up for God knows how many times it was now, silently, and just observed. My ragged breathing, uneven posture and wounds of course. He is pushing himself too much. Even she knew it. However, she has seen stubbornness before, she herself was the worst outlier of the trait. So she knew the boy wouldn't go down until he at least was satisfied or she completely knocked him out. How troublesome. She grumbled to herself, but the smirk on the side of her lips curled up just a tad bit more. And with that, we entered into that final exchange of our today's training, my focus narrowing entirely on her movements, on the way she shifted her weight, on the smallest openings she left behind, and for the first time since we started, I didn't rush blindly. I waited. Let the body do the thinking, was it? And so, when the moment came, I moved. Just when she was right in front of me. I still couldn't track her movement completely, she was all but a blur to me. However, I caught the blur and formed how she might move. After getting hit the number of times I have, even a monkey would figure out how the possible attack might come from. So, I didn't rely on my eyes, but once again fell back to that instinct which had kept me alive so far and punched where I predicted she would be. To my utter disbelief and relief, my fist connected. Time itself seemed to slow down just then, and for a split second, everything felt different. A rush of adrenaline shot up to my brain, a feeling I was quite accustomed to by now. The world seemed to snap into place as my cursed energy surged, turning black. Black lightning sparked up, to even my shock, folding the very space between my fist and her. It was a black flash. Maki had already blocked the punch of course, she was a lot faster than me, but it didn't matter when the delivered force was so much that even she couldn't tank it. She was thrown back, around 5 steps, landing on her legs, but the disbelief was evident on her face by the almost smoking patch of skin on her arm which blocked the sparks of black. Her eyes were locked onto me like she did not expect this out of everything. Eyes wide and face for the first time not calm anymore. And that was when realization hit me. Oh shit. My eyes widened immediately as I staggered back, the adrenaline fading just enough for panic to set in. Wait, I started, my voice rough. I didn't. I took a step forward, guilt hitting harder than any of her blows had. I really didn't mean to do that, it just happened. I'm sorry, I said quickly, breathing uneven. I really didn't mean to hit you with that, it just happened. For a moment, Maki didn't respond. Then she straightened, rolling her shoulder slightly as if testing it, before looking at me with something new in her expression. Well, it seems like you'll fit right in with us, she said with an unknowing grin which I couldn't quite place. Tomorrow morning at 7, don't be late. She casually said, flicking her ponytail backwards as she turned around and left with almost deliberate swings to her hips that I felt she was doing with intention. I shook my head. I didn't even have energy left to stare. I just let my body fall back down, not planning on moving until I caught my breath. Any more of this world and I might just go insane for real. XXX. A/N, well, you guys didn't think that his suffering ended just cause he was out of danger, did you? But that doesn't mean he will be suffering that earlier, if anything he will get stronger from now on. Would appreciate stones if you can spare any. Thank you,